Good Friday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
One step closer.
I almost feel like the Astros won last night.
Well, they did. If you read John Hyman's report, we're one step closer to Pete Alonso.
One step closer.
One step closer. The Astros are believed to have interest in Pete Alonso. That's what John Hyman says.
That's all they need right now.
You just
you don't need no pitching.
You just need to get that Hyman, and you're going to be okay.
You want to keep calling him Hyman?
No, I mean Alonso. John Hyman is the reporter.
Wow, you just need that. Did you hear what he said? The kids on their way to school.
Oh my God, I didn't even mean. Get that Alonso is what I meant. John Hyman with the report. You guys are filthy, dirty people. Is it Hyman or Heyman? It's John Heyman?
No one knows.
I don't think it's John Hyman.
It's H-E-Y.
Hey.
But it's hey.
So
if you say hey.
What did he say, Del?
I'm not repeating.
You need to keep that one.
What did I say?
All you need is that.
You said it.
You'll hear it
later.
I said
all you need is that. That's all you need.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, to start the show, a holiday show.
Got the man's name wrong. And then
just a Friday, John. It's just a Friday.
Well, it's a holiday to me.
It's just a Friday.
It kind of is a holiday to me. Because we didn't have any Astros game last night.
Correct.
We had a stupid basketball game that sucked.
It did suck. I mean, it was interesting to watch Porzingis. This guy hasn't played forever, and he comes in and has that kind of impact on a game. That was insane. Everything he shot, he made. He was blocking shots. He was. If you didn't see it, Kristaps Porzingis came in the game. And by the way, you had two filthy dunks by Jaylen Brown and what's his name, Jason Tatum. They had two filthy dunks. Two of the better in-game dunks that I've seen this year. You had Luka couldn't get the ball up the court, so clearly they're going to have to start using Kyrie more as a primary ball handler up the court. Like, they're not going to be able to set up offense with Luka because they're going to start checking him three-quarter court up, and he doesn't like having, these athletic long players. Honestly, I don't like to panic after one game, and one game really doesn't mean anything typically, but.
They're good.
So Luka, he had 30, but I haven't seen him this tentative in a long time.
No.
He had a hard time making decisions on when to shoot, when not to. Of course, when he shoots, he's got a good shot of it going in, but he wasn't decisive. The Celtics now, here's the thing. The Celtics were up damn near 30 in the game, and the Mavericks in the third quarter cut it down to, it was at least 9, and maybe it went to 8 or 7.
Yeah.
It was 8, and they had the ball on a defensive stop, and Lively traveled.
Lively traveled, and it went all downhill after that.
Yeah. But there's a lot of runs that'll happen, and then you just peter out. They ran all the times.
Well, when you're that far back,
right? They were far back.
But at half,
it was a 30-point
at half,
game.
It was a 16-point game.
Yeah.
But then second half, Celtics came in.
No, it was a 21-point game at
half.
I think so.
I thought it was 52. Oh yeah, it was.
It was.
Yeah, I think Luka made a jumper before the half to make it 21.
53.
The Mavs went on their run.
40 to 56.
63-44.
Kyrie got called
at
for
half.
travel.
Yeah.
Okay.
63-42. 63-42. 21-point game.
Oh wow.
Yeah. They're not coming back from that.
I watched pretty much most of it, but I did go back and forth with 60 Days In, where people voluntarily go into jail as undercovers to try to see all the stuff with jail. Season 9 started, and apparently I missed the first episode. So I did go back and forth between 60 Days In and NBA Finals, since NBA Finals was pretty much, you weren't going to get the points. You weren't going to get Dallas plus the points if that's what you were interested in. You weren't going to get under first quarter if that's – now, like I told y'all, lower than on Luka, 31.5. It went lower than.
How good was John Chill? Over Porzingis 3.5 points in the first quarter.
Oh
my God. That was over 15 threes in the game. There were 23. The Celtics beat the over.
Celtics weren't rusty at all.
By themselves, the
Celtics came in
beat
like
the 15.
A house of
Hey,
fire.
Porzingis can fire from wherever, dude, too.
Oh,
How
yeah,
big is Porzingis? Holy crap. That dude is a difference maker. Mm-hmm. And then the question was before the series, is if Porzingis can't go, can the Celtics win? Well, if Porzingis is going, holy crap, how do you stop that guy?
Well, I don't know if he's going to be the best player ever like he was for the 8 minutes. He was so impactful, the shot making, blocking of shots. He was ridiculous in his time. So, like Lance said, it is game one. People consider him the missing link to their team, but he was like the best player I've ever seen for 8 minutes. I don't know if we're going to get that Porzingis over the course of the series, but yes, he is an issue. We'll see if he's back in the starting lineup, or maybe they use him as a super
Isn't
sub.
this the Porzingis, though, that when he was drafted, that, this is the guy that we thought he was going to be?
I'm so tired. But, it's another one. There's a young player who just kind of grows up a little bit because he was there at the Knicks, then he went to the Mavericks, and he was a good player in the Mavericks, but not like – and then with the Celtics, he's kind of becoming the player he's supposed to be. In a minute-and-a-half run, he had that dunk. He had a three-pointer. He slapped Kyrie. He blocked a fadeaway by Kyrie and then blocked a dunk attempt on a fast break, one-on-one fast break. He did that in a 2-minute stretch, and it was a huge stretch where the Mavericks just cratered. I mean, they got down so bad that they weren't able to get back up. But I don't think that he's going to play like that forever. I do think Tatum will be a bigger factor than he was yesterday, just 16 points. Tatum's going to be a bigger factor, but White was huge for the Celtics with the threes. I thought I thought Mavericks were atrocious at guarding. Wide open threes all game long. Celtics spacing was phenomenal. I mean, they were really spaced out to the max. And then you got guys who can take you off the dribble, and Tatum and Brown, and it was like the Mavs just couldn't stay with them. And then you had guys collapsing for defensive help. The Mavs are going to have to play way better defensively and show much better effort at closing out threes and rotating. Because if not, the Celtics just shoot too well. I mean, you'll be cooked. You're going to be done. So we'll see. I don't think this series is over, but it was a bad game for Kyrie. It was not Luka's best game. Kyrie really struggled at times. And playing in the Garden, I think, or TD Center or whatever, it really got to him. Like, you could tell he was trying to do more than he should at times, was really pushing it, and it just wasn't working.
Yep. So the Celtics take game
But the
one.
Astros did not lose.
The Astros didn't lose, so it was a big night for our Houston team. That they did not lose. No one got Tommy John surgery yesterday.
No, not that I have not seen that.
I didn't.
There was nothing like check Brian McTaggart to see if anyone had a Tommy John.
No, I don't think anybody had a Tommy John.
Not
yesterday.
that I know of.
Not that we know.
Not so far, but yeah. So no Tommy Johns, no losses. Kyle Tucker, nobody rifled a foul ball off their shin for a deep bone bruise. By the way, the return for that usually is 2 to 4 weeks. Eek.
Nobody rifled a
line drive off their own leg.
Yeah. I mean,
like the Kyle Tucker.
Yeah. The last time he did this last April, he was back in just a few days, and now this is going to be a long.
Depends on how deep the
bruise.
He didn't seem to like it very much.
Yeah. What about Eric Getty too? He took a line drive off of everybody's taking line drives off of their legs or something. It kind of sucks. You're taking on the Angels now. You go to Anaheim. Anaheim came here and beat you 2 out of 3, which you can't.
Do the Astros have a winning record at home?
Yeah, they have a winning record at home now.
Are you sure?
Well, they were 7-3 and then 3-3 in their last 2 homestands, so that's a winning record to me.
Okay.
That's fun. You go on the road and you got to take on the Angels of Anaheim, and you got you don't even know if
I'm sorry. What did you think the Astros were at home?
They're winning. Are they?
17-18 a winning record?
To me, it is. To me, after last year,
it's your new normal. Yeah, they're 17-18 at home and 11-17 on the road. So they don't have a winning record anywhere.
Well, but here we go. They're going to they're going to Los Angeles, where they're playing a team that they lost 2 out of 3 at home against. But you'd certainly think that, well, they suck.
They lost some more ground. They're 7.5 back right now.
Yeah, well, okay. That's just fun. You know what? That just makes the whole journey even more fun. It does.
I don't think it makes the journey more fun.
It does.
I like when the journey's easy.
Remember when the Nationals, where were the Nationals at this point when they won the World Series?
Yeah, they were back.
They were way back.
What move did they make? They changed managers. Interesting.
No, we're not doing that.
We're going to Lopez.
Joe Espada. Oh, maybe you're a little bit racial here because he's Joe Espada. Okay.
What does that to do with it?
If he was, okay.
You're the one who chased Dusty out of town. You single-handedly got rid of Dusty.
No, I love Dusty. No, Dusty said he was pissed off. He wasn't pissed off.
You love Dusty the winemaker more than Dusty the manager.
He was pissed off at Chandler Rome, not me. All the criticism that Chandler gave.
He didn't know you well enough, but he would not have liked you. Trust me.
No, I don't think he ever heard. He never heard this show. Why would Dusty ever listen to this show?
Dana Brown does. Obviously.
Wait a minute. How do you know Dana Brown?
Because he came on a show and said, "We're not. It's definitely not Brent Strom who hurt people." Yeah, he heard what Dell said.
He said it's not the system.
He did say that.
He didn't say anything about it wasn't Brent Strom.
Did he have any? Since you have 5 starters who have had,
well, he's right.
Tommy Johns, did he have anything behind that, or is it just his opinion?
I don't know if he offered.
Man
evidence.
has opinion.
Well, is it his opinion or is it Jim Crane or Bagwell or Biggio's opinion? Because Keith Law,
Reggie Jackson too.
Oh,
Keith Law
speaking of
suggests
which,
that we have the sound that Dana Brown is simply a puppet.
Well, let's hear.
Okay.
Well, let's do that.
We can play that when we come back.
When we come
Keith Law
back,
join the.
I want to
Killer
hear.
Bees.
Wow, do you think Dana Brown will ever come on this show
I
now?
didn't call him that. Keith Law did.
He's been on 2 of the 3
Why is
sports
Keith
talk
Law
stations.
going after
Ours is the one
Dana
that's not,
Brown?
and why? Because of you and John.
No, that was Keith Law who said that.
No, Keith Law said it, and
What did Keith Law say?
I just told you.
Okay.
we will tell you. And oh, by the way, he there's more he said about the Astros.
He
Holy
is not a
crap!
fan.
Yeah, well, Keith Law, Astros fans think Keith Law is anti-Astro. He's been rough on them in the past, even when they were good.
He may be right. He may be,
Okay.
He may be right. Well, and we'll hear from Keith Law on the other side, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Right now, though, I'm talking about bull shirts. Okay, I got a shirt on right now. You know, this is the kind of shirt. This is the kind of stuff that they do. They put your logo or they put your brand, whatever it is, on a T-shirt. They silk screen or they embroider whatever it is that you're looking for, and it's awesome. Bull Shirts does it all. Bull Shirts will advertise your business or whatever it is that you want. You need softball uniforms, or you want to put a logo on a golf shirt, whatever it is that you want. You need hats for your business. You need pop-up tents. You need coolers. You need koozies, hats, whatever it is that you want for your business, you got it at Bull Shirts. Bull Shirts is a one-stop shop. You don't have to worry about buying all the other stuff, buying this stuff, bringing it to them because they got it right there. You do it one-stop shopping right now at bull-shirts.com. You will love them. They've been in business over 40 years in the city of Houston. They've done championship teams like the Astros and the Rockets. They do it all at bull-shirts.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So was he on with Jeremy and Joel? Keith Law was on with those guys? And, boy, he had some stuff to say. Yeah, you know what? I've never found Keith Law to really like the Astros organization. Every year, the Astros are like 30th, 28th, 29th, 30th for Keith Law as far as his minor league system.
Well,
goes.
not in 19. I just looked at it, and he had them in the top 10 with 3 players in his top 20. He had Forrest Whitley was 4th.
Yeah.
Josh
5 years
James
ago
was
now.
like 11th, and then Kyle Tucker was like 17th.
Yeah.
So, and that
could he be more right about Forrest Whitley?
he was right about one of those guys.
Well, right.
But he had Tatis in there.
Where's
Jr.
Josh
won.
James now?
Long Island Ducks. 31-year-old pitcher, Long Island Ducks. I got news for you. When you're 31 years old in the minor leagues and you don't get paid well, every year you're doing that. Every year you're not earning more than you could be working a different job.
Remember that month, though, that Josh James came up and was...
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
In 18 when he was a rookie.
Yeah.
Got all excited. This is our closer of the future.
Yeah.
He's maybe the
And now
Ducks
he's-
closer of the future.
Long Island Ducks. So, Keith Law, holy crap, he went all in on Astros.
He plays in Long Island. He plays in New York on a minor league contract. Like, he may have to pay to play baseball when it's all said and done after all their taxes and township taxes.
Well, Long Island isn't going to be as expensive as Manhattan.
No, it's New York.
There.
The state taxes in New York. My parents lived there for Buffalo. And my dad's like, there are so many township taxes. And he goes, it's astonishing how taxed this is. I'm telling you, he may have to pay to play baseball at this point.
Yeah.
Where does he live? Is he live in the streets?
No.
Josh James? This is independent. Wait a minute. I think it's independent ball. He may not even get paid.
Wow.
He may get paid in hamburgers
why are you pocket
just
watching?
get a job, Josh James.
He
went
has
from
a
closer.
job.
You went from closer of the Astros. You need to just go. Home Depot, accounting, Uber, DoorDash.
He might do that.
Astros first baseman. Just get a different job.
You don't know that
one where you don't have to perform at a high level.
You don't know that he's not working for Uber Eats in the day.
He probably
is.
He probably
All
is.
right,
If you're a minor league baseball. If you're an independent league player,
yikes!
At age 31,
yikes! Keith Law had this to say about Dana Brown. Now listen to this. Ugly.
Yes, that is 100% the perception. Now, I can't speak to. I know Dana. I haven't talked to him about his role there. I wouldn't ask a question like that. I just don't think that is appropriate. But I can tell you that is the perception, that Jim Crane has decided that he's smarter than everybody else, and he's going to have his little cadre of advisors who he respects because they played the game, not because they are evaluators or have experience in a front office. And he is allowing them to manage, at the very least, the core major league decision.
So the question was, is Dana Brown a puppet?
Is the perception around the league?
Yeah, that's a
him
perception
is that
around
he's
the
a
league.
puppet.
That Dana Brown is just a puppet for the fellowship.
Fellowship of Mid, yeah.
Who's labeled it the Fellowship of Mid?
I have.
Okay, that's your interpretation of what he said.
Am I being too complimentary? Maybe they're less than
The
mid.
Fellowship of Mid? Of men?
his little cadre of, Keith Law, the second clip, play the second clip because it's entitled, I don't care that Astros fans hate me. I was right about their clown show from front office. That's how it's labeled. I'm curious to see what Keith Law, and Keith Law may have actually said that. And Keith Law, you could tell when he was talking, Jim Crane is taking over and his little cadre of, when you say his little cadre of, that's, you already see, he's got a little spice for the Astros.
Yeah.
There's no question. Here's Keith Law talking about not caring about what you Astros fans think.
I don't care if Astros fans don't like me. I was right. What if I said that was wrong? Fans don't want to hear negative things about their team. That's their right as a fan. But the team's made a lot of pretty colossal mistakes since winning that World Series. I mean, how's that Jose Abreu contract working out? How's that Rafael Montero contract working out?
Jeez.
How is he letting guys like Jeff Bagwell, with no front office experience whatsoever, make critical decisions working out? The team is clearly in worse shape today than they were the moment they won that World Series. The farm system is worse off. The Major League Club is worse off. It's just been mistake after mistake after mistake. You know, the Astros fans want to claim they don't like me. Can I hand you a tissue? Really, where's the lie? What have I said that was wrong? Everything I've said about this organization turned out to be true. Sorry, but not sorry.
Astros Twitter does piss people off. Let's be honest. And he said everything he said. I have
a newfound appreciation for Keith.
Everything he said on the show, I said. I was mad yelling about it in sports mat videos and here on the air. Like as soon as that contract went down with Montero, like, oh my God, Bagwell's super involved. That's my first sign. And they started saying Bagwell's name. He's not saying anything that we don't say on a daily basis here.
No.
Except I don't say, you want a little tissue? You want a tissue, crybaby ass Astros fans? What have I said that's wrong? Huh? You think I care? Sorry, not sorry. Even it was sorry, not sorry at the end. Keith Law is super.
I love
super
Keith Law
salty.
now. Why can't we get Keith Law telling?
We've had him on before. That's when RJ booked guys. You want to know why we can't have Keith Law?
Yeah. Oh my God, there's a finger point.
Doesn't bother me.
But there's three more pointing back at him.
We heard that earlier in the week too.
Yeah,
I think he might have said it.
He did.
A thumb pointed back.
Yeah,
or
something like that.
Okay. Well, I love Keith Law. He ain't afraid to go after. But Puppet and hey, crybaby, give me a tissue. I love this guy. I love Keith Law. It's a clown show. This is a clown show.
Well, these are the labels by one Brian McDonald. I don't think Keith Law ever said clown show.
No.
That's just B-Mac's interpretation.
Yes. Here's the way the next one's labeled. Jose Abreu should be released. What purpose does he serve? I'm with that too. Here's the next one. The Astros should go all in at the deadline. The roster's old. Might be last chance. Oh, I don't agree with that. Kyle Tucker's the type of guy you re-sign. He'll age well. Astros can't let him walk. Whatevs, Keith. You just don't know this team.
You don't know anything.
This is a Bagwell decision. And then
Bagwell
finally,
Bagwell ain't about
that.
Tucker.
Kyle Tucker will get north of $300 million. We agree there, but you just answered your other previous question about letting him walk. He'll get north of $300 million. No thanks.
Okay. Is Alex Bregman ever going to play again? Or is he done?
He's got a hurt hand.
I know he's got a hurt hand.
He'll be back at some point.
Get Gilbert in here so I can get this over with. Just see if
Is
he
it
got
hanging over you.
See if he got the picture.
Wait a
see if
minute.
he got the picture.
Wait.
I got to check.
I want you to have Keith Law type energy with Gilbert. All right.
Okay.
I want you to have Keith Law.
Well, you already see. I kind of do.
No, I feel it.
Yeah. What's up, Gilbert? Did you get the picture? What's up? Did you get the picture?
No, I don't have the picture.
Well, I don't know what we can do about this because it's. I won't get a second picture. This is it. This is on the mail. This is on the mail.
Okay. Are you sure, Esme?
I sent it. There was an envelope that included your address, Gilbert Lou, at wherever you lived, a return address. It had a stamp on it. Esme set it all up. So yeah, everything went in.
I don't know. I think maybe you should get another one.
Nope. She already said she is not.
Why is that?
Huh?
Why can't you get another picture?
Because that's it. It's a one-time deal. Colleen was already like, I'm tired of messing with this.
Did you check the people there to ask them?
Yeah, I checked with Esme. She said she sent it out. She sent it out. It took me a bunch of days to get a check I was waiting for. It just happens, Gilbert. The mail,
wait a minute.
Sometimes
that doesn't happen.
ever since the tornado, the mail's been slow.
What? That's not true.
Yeah, and we had a flood the other day.
The mail is always on time.
No.
Rain, snow.
Nope.
Did
you want to talk any Astros?
Night, it doesn't matter.
Did you want to talk any Astros too?
Yeah, I hope they get back to 500 real.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah, we do too. Yeah, we do too. I think they're going to go 6-0 on this road trip. What do you think, Gilbert? They're playing 3 in Anaheim and then 3 in San Francisco.
Lance.
Yeah.
Next time you see Colleen will.
Okay.
Give me a order out. Send it to me next time.
The next time I'll see her will be the combine next year in February. So check back with me in February.
Call tomorrow and see.
Check back.
See if there's an update.
Gilbert, check back late February of next year during the combine. That's the next time I'll see her. So yes, if I will see about taking a picture with my phone, one that she knows that I'm taking, not a creepy one from the side, and then I'll just send it to you. I'll just text it to you.
Call Monday, Gilbert.
Hold on. What he said? What's
All
that?
right, what?
Call Monday.
Yeah,
make sure that we got an update.
Let's talk in February. Let's talk in late February when I'm at the combine. Deal?
Well, she come to Houston anyway.
She just doesn't. People don't just come to Houston.
Well, she might.
Well, actually, she might. No, I don't even want to put that out there. She's not going to your house. I can already tell you 100% she's not going to your house.
Well, I know you're not going to come to my house, but you mean you're not gonna can you take a picture of you and Colleen Wolf?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If she
tomorrow.
If I
Call
see her,
Monday.
don't listen to John. If I see her, you have a picture of John and Wendy?
Well, you call the schedule, don't you, right?
Well, yeah, but I don't know if she's even on. Hardly anyone works at NFL Network anymore, Gilbert. I don't even know if we have cameramen left. I don't know that NFL Network's even broadcasting these Thursday games.
Check in Monday.
Honestly, I don't think they're even broadcasting games this year.
Oh, that's my favorite.
Hello?
You put broadcast this year?
I don't know. I don't know if NFL Network is on site anymore. Like I said, no one's left. I was supposed to get a new contract. I still don't have it. My contract's about to expire. They may have changed their mind. So
you never know.
Yeah.
But if
I don't even know.
Why don't you call?
Colleen Wolf's contract expires this summer.
Oh, no.
What if Colleen's not working there anymore? Then it's done. It's a wrap. I won't see her anymore. Hold on. Gilbert, there's a chance I won't see Colleen anymore. I don't know if she's getting a new contract. No one else is. Hello?
Hello?
Yeah.
There's a chance that she won't be working.
I'm still here.
Okay. So I think we got everything settled. Late February, early March, I may have a picture for you. Unless she comes in town and I happen to go to the game, which is unlikely.
Okay. All right. Talk to you later.
Yep, take it
All
easy.
right. Oh, that's my favorite.
We just can't keep doing this.
That's my favorite.
We honestly can't. The listeners hate it.
No, so the listeners love.
I hate it. The listeners hate it.
We
Did you volunteer yourself?
Two people
for this?
like it. Two people like it.
Me and Dell.
You and Dell. That's it.
It's my favorite thing on this
Nobody
show.
else likes
Mostly
the
because
best part of
he
the
brought
show.
this upon himself. Didn't you volunteer to get him a picture?
No, I didn't say picture. I had Colleen literally talk to him on his birthday.
Yeah.
I had Colleen say happy birthday to Gilbert.
couldn't see
and then
her.
it just turned into, that's not enough.
Or did
What else?
Did Colleen volunteer the picture? Is that what happened on that call?
No, she didn't volunteer the picture. She said she agreed. She goes, I tell you what, next time I have time off on Good Morning Football when I'm filling in for Jamie Erdahl, which since that time it's been taken off the air and moved to California. She said, I will call. And she did it. And we had Gilbert calling at a certain time. She said, Gilbert, happy birthday. Oh, thank you, Colleen.
No, but he
and
asked,
everything was great.
Didn't he ask for a picture?
So what? You don't get a picture. I'm just going to tell you now, if the picture doesn't get there, this is over.
Either
and the next time you call in, I won't talk.
yes.
The next time he calls in, I won't
Good
talk.
luck with that. Either Colleen or you said yes to his request.
I will leave the room the next time he calls, just so y'all know. I'm not going to be in the room anymore. He's broken me. I got the picture. I mailed it. It took a while. I mailed it, and now it's not there, supposedly. I've gone to his house and dropped stuff off.
How did you get the picture?
Colleen gave it to me.
So she could do it again.
No.
Wow.
She said,
Michael,
and she said this very specifically, don't ask again.
How did Michael get it to?
I don't know. Tell him to ask Colleen for another one and mail it directly, because I'm out of this business. I'm out. I've done my part. I'm out. I'm not doing this anymore. So the next time he calls, I'm just going to tell you, I'm not going to listen to a Gilbert call for at least 1 month.
You know, I hope you do leave the room because
the month of June, I will not talk to Gilbert.
We're going to promise him things when you're out of the room. So I don't care. I hope you do leave the room.
He's not stupid. He knows that you guys are full of crap.
No, it'll be things in line with things you can come up with.
He knows you guys are full of crap.
No.
There's going to be
He's going to say, Lance, is that true? And I'm not even going to be here. So he'll know,
Fine
like,
with me.
yeah, these guys were full of crap.
Uh,
If the Big Relentless was on your ass, you wouldn't think it's so funny.
What? He doesn't want anything from me. I don't
Well,
know people.
Because he doesn't like you.
well,
And I don't know
He thinks you stole his
Yeah.
bike one time.
if you
more than once.
if you had
And you've been,
had
you
a,
said some
if you had
nasty
a
things to
picture,
him.
Dell, that really wasn't from Colleen, and you sent it to him,
Y'all better be quiet. Y'all better be quiet.
you got to get all
Is
states.
that the conspiracy behind the whole
That's the
thing?
conspiracy theory. Yes.
It's not even a real.
That's the conspiracy.
And he scribbled.
I know he did that.
That's the conspiracy. I didn't put anything on it.
You did.
No.
She,
It's typed up.
Colleen didn't sign it.
No. No, Colleen didn't
No,
sign
it was. We
he
talked
doesn't
about
listen to the
this.
show anymore.
It was typed on.
It was typed.
Yeah.
Yeah,
on?
the message was typed.
Yeah.
Oh,
Which is a giveaway that someone
Bad
else
giveaway.
had a hold of that picture.
time for you to talk about Allstate.
I'm not talking about this anymore. Honestly, the picture gate is dead. It's a dead topic. I'm not talking about
The
pictures
best.
anymore. It's over. This is
Gilbert,
just
call back.
no. This is just a very sad chapter in the Lance and Gilbert saga. One that has ended.
Well, you didn't come through. That's why it's
One that
sad.
has ended. What am I talking about?
Allstate.
Good. Allstate Windows. If you're looking to keep people out of your home and keep people away from you, double pane, double strength windows from Allstate Windows and Siding is what you're looking for. They give big discounts to ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 listeners, or even listeners on the app. It doesn't matter. Just say you listen to Lance Zerline, Lance told you to come by, whatever you listen to the radio station, and you're going to get a discount on windows and complete siding jobs. Big discounts, by the way. And it's summer. You want the jobs done quickly. If you need new windows, maybe you've got window issues after the tornado we had. Well, what they do is they have a system where they can take the glass out very quickly, no glass breakage, and get that new window installed for you. It's retrofit into the size of your frame, and it can improve your energy bills up to 40%. Leaky windows are a huge culprit with high energy bills. And this is going to help you feel more comfortable, and it's going to lower your energy costs and improve your safety and upgrade the face of your home. Like, it's a facelift. It looks amazing. So new siding, new windows, one name, Allstate Windows and one company name, AllstateWindowsandSiding.com. That's AllstateWindowsandSiding.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. If you got a picture of someone and you want Lance to get it for you.
Gilbert said, no picture, no piece. That's not what Gilbert is not going to be in front of the place saying no picture, no piece. I mean, I don't think.
Del, let's play the reasons to be scared if you're a Texans fan and see if you agree with this. So this offseason, we've seen 2012. Remember 2012? After the season was over, the Texans were right on the precipice. They were thought to be a Super Bowl contender, right? And then 2013 happened, in which they won their first 2 games and lost 14 after that. And Matt Schaub was for most pick sixes in the history of the world.
Yeah.
Remember?
Familiar. People literally came out of the stadium against Seattle at home and burned his jersey. That's the first time I saw Schaub's jersey burned.
And remember those kids from one of the private schools here went to his house and...
Little Kincaid punks.
No, that wasn't. Yeah, it probably was. Actually, I think it was.
It was.
Yeah, but I know. But
why'd you say it wasn't when it totally was?
Because, yeah. So, okay. Here's a couple of. Who are these guys, Del? Who are these guys that are talking about this?
They're PFF guys. I didn't get their names. It's not important. They're just PFF guys talking about our guys and why you might be getting ahead of yourselves if you think they're Super Bowl contenders.
Okay.
So here we go.
There is a chance that we just saw, a really high-end version of what C.J. Stroud is going to be. We got we were saying it all last year. He's just Georgia C.J. Stroud all the time. What if he isn't? What if he got that for a run and we're going to get a different version of him this year? And now you just invited a guy like Stephon Diggs into the building who, brings some chemistry issues with him, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about Stroud, one of the most impressive rookie seasons we've ever seen. However, in the last 10 to 12 years, we've seen impressive rookie seasons like RG3 in year one, again, in the Shanahan scheme or derivatives. Bobby Slowick was there for RG3's rookie season. Then it all fell apart in 2013. You also have Baker Mayfield had his best season for a while. Like his rookie season was his best season for, until last year, basically. So there is always that possibility of regression from C.J. Stroud, and that's the other thing too. It's right, like defenses adjust, right? It's not just about you played well, therefore you will forever. Now there's
tape on you.
Yeah, there's the tape, and there's the counter argument that the defense gets to bring to the table here this year, and you got to have answers to that. And now I would say stylistically, the way Stroud plays, I feel good about. He's going through his reads. Goes 1 to 2 to 3, throws the ball accurately. I mean, he's got the ingredients to be able to adjust to what defenses throw at him.
I mean, that's Steve Palazzolo and Sam Monson is who that is. That's their podcast. And honestly,
there's a chance.
I don't think they believe it, but I think that they are speaking the other side of, hey, slow down, there's a chance. Yeah, there's absolutely a chance. The problem I have here is the great Louis Riddick had comments about how great the Texans are and how DeMeco Ryans could never let a Stephon Diggs ruin anything. He said it without really saying that the Stephon Diggs ain't going to ruin anything with DeMeco Ryans.
No, but there's a chance that
there's a regression.
Hey, Vince Young was Rookie of the Year. It fell apart.
Vince Young was not a passer.
Vince Young was Rookie of the Year. It fell apart. Baker Mayfield had his best year as a rookie.
Also, he wasn't a worker, Vince. See, and that's why I don't like these comparisons. Vince has nothing to do with C.J. Stroud. C.J. also has weapons galore. He's a good passer, and he's just out there on podcasts. He's not out there running around with, doing his...
Oh, he's running around in China.
Yeah, talking to kids, helping kids.
He's running around with cowboys.
Yeah, in a podcast in the room, you see him drinking a lot. Everything is glory to God.
Wait a minute.
You think a glory to God guy?
You think that
first
because
of all, the
people
Lord
drink
Jesus,
that they're going to...
Jesus Christ guy is going to be out there running around,
I love Jesus, but
stuff.
You're
not C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud would be invited to the table. Okay. The last meal. You would not. They'd be like, Granado does not sit here. Send him at the kids' table.
Excuse me. but there were guys that weren't a little bit less than. I don't know if you heard.
You're still below them.
Okay. No. I mean, Judas gave up. Jesus. Okay.
Judas wasn't. Judas is. We're not talking about Judas. We're talking about C.J. Stroud.
Okay. All I'm saying is I'd be invited to. I'm better than Judas. Okay.
You're not better than C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud as a person's way better than you.
No.
And C.J. Stroud is not going to. I mean, it's just kind of. The argument is a legitimate argument to have in most scenarios. I think where it breaks down is how hard is it going to be in this offense for C.J. Stroud to find open receivers? I don't think it's going to be very hard. And the one thing he has that's not something that can wax and wane is his accuracy. That's not his accuracy is a static talent that he has better than anybody else that came out in that draft, and it doesn't change. It's never altered. Georgia or non-Georgia, he's had decision-making issues at times primarily at Ohio State, and every once in a while in
What about his S2?
Doesn't matter. I just know this: being if you're open,
What if his decision making actually reverts? You don't know.
I don't think that's where Bobby Slowick comes in. He has a levels passing attack where
you mean like RG3, like the man mentioned?
Another runner.
Okay.
Not a passer. This is y'all can try to make this. You can be anti CJ if you want. And while in theory it's a good conversation to have in theory, the reason I don't think it holds water is CJ's superpower is unbelievable accuracy. And if you're unbelievably accurate, your decision making is going to really have to fall off the face of the earth because guys are going to be open. Tank's going to be open.
I'm just a little worried that we're a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, we are over the top. And we've seen this before with
Louis
the Texans.
Reddick doesn't think we're over the top.
Well, I brought it up on Mopey and Mapes. The margin sometimes can be very slim. How would we feel about this Texans team if the Colts could convert a 4th and 1 and they go on and score a touchdown?
Baker, I mean, the one little throw. Yeah, people forget about that Gardner Minshew.
They don't make the playoffs. We don't get the Browns game. If that throw, which should have been completed, is completed. Of course, they have to go on and score a touchdown. There's no guarantee.
Yeah.
But if they do, the Texans probably don't come back. CJ's incredible, but in this case, probably doesn't come back. And they're not in the playoffs. How do we think of them now? Even if they did all the same things with the transactions, the draft, how do we feel about them? Well, not us. How does the national perspective change if they don't make the playoffs?
Well, okay, fair enough. Listen, they look great against the Browns and winning that game. I don't feel any better about them after that Ravens game. I mean, they look like crap against the Ravens. They're not an elite team. They were not an elite team. Okay, they have to prove that they can. And oh, by the way, we're playing a first place schedule here. You ain't playing all those quarterbacks that you played last year. This year, you're playing real quarterbacks. The only quarterback that you played all year last year was Joe Burrow, and you beat that one. You won.
And Lamar, and you lost.
Well,
both.
I mean, you lost to Lamar. And the only quarterback that you beat last year.
You won. Okay.
The only real quarterback you beat last year was Joe Burrow.
Well, they bring it up. We played the CJ thing. Maybe on the other side, we get into the CB2 volatility. And even Derek Stingley, can he reproduce what we saw when he was on the field? They talk about that too, as far as reasons for concern.
No, but I heard DJ Bieneme on with Paul yesterday. He's really high on Lassiter. Lassiter had a great camp.
I don't want to go after and pull receipts guy on a guy who joins the station quite a bit, but Jalen Petrie was having a great camp last year.
Yeah.
And CJ and a lot of other people were very complimentary of Jalen Petrie.
Yeah, but so is D'Amico. D'Amico loves Lassiter. D'Amico loves him. I think it's a matter of putting Lassiter in the right position. You can't have Lassiter.
Is he an outside corner to
start?
That's
my problem is he doesn't have
in his zone.
But he's tough. He's tough as hell. But I think what makes you better is you're not playing zone because that's where Stingley's at his best in man.
Yeah.
That's where we saw him. Yeah, Lovey playing him in zone. I ain't playing zone because of Lassiter. I want my guy.
Well,
Stingley.
as long as how about you got help? How about Lassiter gets help over the top?
Well, and Lassiter to me, can play in the slot. He has very good short area quickness. He's built for the slot. He's tough as nails. He'll come in and run support. Like that's what a nickel corner looks like now. So I think he's a nickel corner. I think he's a starting nickel corner, and I think he's going to be fine. It's just from time to time he's going to deal with some tougher matchups speed-wise down the field, and we'll see what happens. But I do think Lassiter's going to be fine. I think Lassiter's going to end up having a Kareem Jackson-like career. Kareem's bigger than Laster, but Laster's the same kind of player, just a little better short area athlete than Kareem was. And remember, Kareem became really at his best when they moved him inside, and he was a big nickel corner who was physical against the run. Then he just became a head-hunting safety.
All right.
His career.
713-780-3776. You got any thoughts on this or anything else that we brought up so far? You're more than welcome to get in here on this holiday show. And it's pretty much a holiday show.
It's not a holiday
It
show.
really kind of is.
It's just Friday.
Well, right. We got a weekend coming
You
up.
feel like
a holiday weekend.
You feel like last night was Christmas Eve because the Astros weren't playing?
Yeah, I feel
they
like
couldn't ruin your night.
I mean, yeah, I wasn't working last night except the watching the Boston game. And
so
who
you're
cares
back to
about
work.
that?
You're back to work tonight though with the Astros.
Back at it.
Okay.
Back at it tonight. And I'm going to be, you know what? If I dipped, then I would have Artisan Grange. I would have Kansas and Dew Blend. Now, I'm not going to dip with tobacco. It's filthy. It's dirty. I was with my buddy yesterday who dips tobacco, and it's gross. It's simply gross. And y'all need to stop this thing.
Well, dirty, filthy.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is, Del. Dirty and filthy. It makes it a trash ass city. Is what.
I ain't like that dirty ass trash ass city.
Because y'all are spitting all over the place with dirt and filth and flarn. We don't need that in our lives. You don't need that in your life. You don't need tobacco eating away at your jaw. You don't need tobacco that you're swallowing and grossness or spitting all over and ruining everybody's life. This is what we need.
Ruining lives?
You're ruining lives.
You do if you drink from the cup or the bottle that all the spit's in. That has ruined many men's lives.
And you spill it on all over the place, and it's gross. Stop already. People hate that. Everyone hates when you dip. So don't dip.
People don't like you behind your back.
No, right. No, and we all talk about you. And you're gross, by the way, and your teeth are gross. So stop already. Do it with Canstead and Dew Blend. Hemp in a pouch made of hemp with CBD oil. CBD American Shaman is carrying it. They say, wow, this stuff's awesome. Now, you're looking for it. All you have to do is go to 975dip.com, 975dip.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Look, there's a tombstone. Lance's patience with Gilbert. Yep. It's dead in 2024.
Yep. They started a couple years early, but that's fine. Yeah, it did die in 2024. And I'm just not doing this. I'm not doing this picture thing anymore.
No, we have to do the.
It's now in the post office. Go and do like everyone else. Go to the post office and bitch and complain.
Yeah.
Or maybe you have to go after Esme.
No, not
Although
Esme.
all she did was just sit there. She actually did her job. Gave me the envelope, put a stamp on it, put a return address on it. I just stuck it with another envelope that I'm assuming that it was an envelope that was supposed to be outgoing. So,
we need Gilbert to call back.
This is really
Today?
killing the
To
show.
find out, yeah.
Like listeners are like, oh, this thing again. This has been going on for 6 months.
Even Cub
These guys could be
fan
talking
Timmy
about
likes
the
this.
Astros getting Pete Alonso.
Even Cub fan Timmy likes this, and he doesn't like anything we do.
No, I think it's the greatest bit we do. Actually,
It's not even a bit.
it's not even a bit. It's a real thing.
Yeah, we didn't create this for likes. It's just a man who wants a picture.
Yeah.
It is, but it's never going to not be a man who wants a picture.
Well, you
don't like
yourself
melon
in a situation.
squishings. That's his melon squishings. That's his Gallagher thing.
I don't like what?
melon squishings.
Oh.
Gallagher, where it's a predictable move. Gilbert, we already know what he's going to do every single time now. Hey, what do you think about the Astros? I don't like the Astros. Lance, you there? Lance, where's my picture? That's just what it's going to be. I'm just telling you now.
Perfect.
The picture's dead.
It's
Either
perfect.
it comes or it doesn't. But I'm not talking to you for the rest of June. I'm just telling you. I'm not talking to him until July.
So if we want Lance off the show for 10 to 12 minutes at a time, just have Gilbert call in?
100%.
Okay,
And you can have him call in every segment.
Well, I know you don't want to work.
I'm just saying, if y'all want to have Gilbert call, I actually want him to call now because I know I get to take a break.
That's not actually
I'll
how
go use the bathroom.
how it works. You can't leave.
Yes.
Why is
No
Lance,
reason for me to be in
why
the
is
room.
Lance no longer providing Gilbert's rub out material?
No, I don't believe in that. Y'all, that's ugly that y'all say that about
I didn't
Gilbert.
say that.
I got a text from a female who said that,
woman.
who's friends with my wife, like, don't ever give Gilbert a picture of your wife. I'm like,
Even she knows.
She knows.
yeah, she thinks she knows. Gilbert's harmless. Gilbert likes pretty girls, but Gilbert's harmless. But he's
that's
just
harmless to
relentless,
do.
too.
No, he's not
He's
hurting anyone.
relentless.
He's not hurting anyone.
he's roughing,
No, he doesn't hurt
he's
anybody.
roughing up
He
a
just-
suspect,
He's
though,
relentless. He
Yeah.
just wants everything. Give me a Coke. He told the guys at Prime. He brought his bike in there. We were at Prime Poker that has nobody there anymore.
Mhm.
Like literally, I'm not even sure they're open. And Gilbert would walk in there when they were popping, and Gilbert would bring his bike in. I mean, somehow Gilbert gets places that other people can't get. He brought his bike into Prime and his helmet, and then the guy, I can't remember the guy's name, who was the manager. Brian? Was his name that? The bigger guy with the beard?
Yeah, it was. Oh God.
He just told him, he said, hey, you work here? He said, yeah. He goes, give me a Coke. Let me get a Coke. And the guy goes, oh, okay. He couldn't believe it. That's how he is.
No, that's good.
But that doesn't mean I have to live my life in fear.
No, you do. No, yes, yes, you do. And you're not walking out of the show when Gilbert calls because you don't want to stand up and be responsible.
I'm
You
not
don't
gonna
want
t-
to.
I'm not
You
gonna
know
talk to him.
accountability.
I won't talk to him.
No
once a week.
accountability.
I'm not talking to him.
Okay.
Until he says, yeah, I got the picture, I'm not talking to him.
Okay. You have no accountability.
Nope.
That's
None.
what you're about.
None.
Yeah.
Can I make a request for a picture? I'll be less
do you want?
relentless. I don't know. You mentioned Jamie Erdahl. Can you get me a Jamie Erdahl
See,
signed
this
picture?
is going to be creepy because I don't know her well enough to say, could you send a picture to my friend of yourself? You want it pregnant or not pregnant since I'm about to have a kid?
Well, I prefer post-pregnancy.
Can you wait until after until you had your baby and done some workouts? Is that what you want me to say?
Are you taking requests?
No, I'm not texting Jamie Erdahl. Only reason I'm friends with Colleen. Jamie Erdahl, I do not know well.
What
enough.
about Cynthia Freeland?
I could get, I could. Cynthia Free, and I'll just say go look at her Instagram.
You had
Instagram's free.
Didn't you get Mina Kimes on the show? What about how many requests can I make?
Cynthia Kimes does not like being sexualized.
Mina Kimes. Oh, you think the other women do though?
Probably
You think
not.
Colleen
but,
Wolfe
but
appreciates
Cynthia, But Cynthia Freeland knows she looks good, and she dresses. I think she dresses.
So what are you saying about
she
Mina
likes
Kimes?
you to. I don't think she minds that you notice her. She's not trying to keep you from looking at her.
Okay, can you provide a list of women I can make requests for?
No, this has already spiraled out of control again. I mean, you're as bad as Gilbert.
Since you have
Lou,
apparently you have rules on this, so I'm just trying to figure out who I can request.
Cynthia, I could talk to Cynthia, and I are good like that.
Okay,
I could have her send a picture, and she would laugh and all that stuff. I can't do that to Jamie Erdahl. I'm definitely not doing that to Mina Kimes.
Can you book Cynthia Freeland just so she can talk to me?
Yeah, that's fine.
Great.
Because I don't think you'll just stay on it. Yeah, but okay.
Have y'all?
Cool.
I'm going to say this guy Dell has a crush on you.
That's fine with me, and I'll just
I
ask
thought he was
questions.
going to say no.
No, he don't care.
I don't care.
He don't care.
And I'll have questions.
What Cynthia Freeland feels about him.
Yeah.
Did y'all see Delonte West's mugshot?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, but how is this new? I don't even know how this is. Delonte West, it's really sad. He's got mental issues.
Yeah.
I think schizophrenia. Delonte West badly needs medicine. He's off meds. He's homeless. He's a homeless guy who
Such a shame.
has had some issues with the law, and it's terrible. But I don't even know why people are looking at his, oh, my God, look at his mugshot. Have y'all not paid attention to Delonte West for the last, 8 years? This has been Delonte West for a long time now.
Yeah.
That's why I was so surprised. Yeah, the mugshot looks bad, but it's been looking that way.
Yeah. It's just a shame. It just is. It's sad that for those of you who haven't seen it, you go on Twitter and you can just put in Delonte West.
This was a starting guard with LeBron, right? He was no. He was
with LeBron's
Yeah, with
mom.
LeBron. No, that's the dirty rumor or whatever. But he was a 2-guard starting.
No.
What?
You insulted him a little bit.
It is.
You got a little out of order yourself.
You're a little out of order yourself. Right
well, isn't that not? Wasn't it the case? It was actually true, right?
Do you
I don't know
want
if it was true, it
rumors
was
just to
alleged.
spread?
No, it was actually. I think it was.
How do you prove that it was true?
Pictures?
Where's pictures? No
of
one has
what?
pictures.
Of them in a
this
photo
segment
together?
has been terrible for women. This has been a horrible segment for women in our country.
What about
The way that you said, give me a picture of Mina.
I didn't say give me a
You
picture.
did too.
I said, can I make a request since you take them apparently?
John said, didn't he get with LeBron's mom? There's pictures out there. No, there's not.
There were rumors.
There's just rumors.
There were rumors. There were rumors. I thought that there was some proof. Apparently, there's not. The internet says there's not. But okay, whatever. I can believe what I want to believe.
The internet said both of them.
Yes,
He had an affair with internet said that, and the other internet, LeBron internet, said no, he didn't.
Okay.
And then they simultaneously wished him out of the league. This is really women. I would like to apologize for this segment. This segment is not typical of what we do.
No,
It isn't?
It kind of is.
No, it's not typical of the radio I do. I do good radio with sports, primarily sports stuff. And I'm
when was this?
And I am a
when
true
did this
ally.
happen?
I'm a true
because
ally.
we're all looking for that.
I'm a true ally.
I wish you would do some
I'm
good
not one
radio.
of these phony baloney allies like Dell.
Why am I being slandered?
How about $200? How about $200 off a re-roof right now at BrinkmanQuality.com? The Brinkman family has been proudly serving Texas for over 50 years. All right, Jason is doing it now. Before that, his dad, Brinkman. Listen, it has been forever that the Brinkmans have been fixing roofs. And here's the deal. Jason told me, he said, man, people knock on your door and they say, hey, we're going to take a look at your roof. Have you seen your roof? It looks bad. And then they go up there. And Jason said, we fix more roofs from guys that knock on your door. That is like one of the biggest parts of our business is fixing what those guys screw up. Do not trust a guy who comes and knocks on your door and tells you that you need roof work, okay? There's a reason he's knocking on doors as opposed to advertising.
Half the time they come from out of town.
Right.
They're just vagabonds.
No, right. Absolutely. That's the truth. That's the truth. So if you're somebody that has not checked your roof in a long time, man, you got to go to BrinkmanQuality.com, BrinkMann, 2 N's on the end, BrinkmanQuality.com. Let them come and check out your roof. Let them. This is a reputable business that's going to give you the exact. They're going to tell you what is wrong, what's right. They may just come and go, everything's fine. No worries. But here's the deal. you need somebody with this kind of experience doing it for you. 281-480-7663 or brinkmanquality.com. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number if you would like to get in here on the show. So Georgia's the odds-on favorite, right, to make the playoff? I mean, it's not even close, right, Joe?
Sorry, Lance was talking to me.
Why is Lance talking to you?
As opposed to being on
did
air?
Did he leave the show? Is Gilbert? Did Gilbert call in?
He was talking to me about the mayor of Philadelphia, so I didn't really hear. All I heard was Georgia.
Is Georgia's in, right?
As far as
the playoff,
part of the 12, yeah.
Yeah, you guys can put 7 in there easily. Texas, Georgia, I would say.
Wow, you're sure
Alabama?
Texas in their first year in the SEC is going to get
top
there?
12, yes. This is top 12. Yeah.
I get that.
Texas is one of the favorites in the SEC.
Oh, I suppose you had Texas last night against Oklahoma in women's softball.
I didn't, but Texas is going to be one of the top 3 teams in the SEC, and minimum 3 teams get in.
Really?
Oh yeah.
You think I'm not guaranteeing that?
Oh, Texas has got a lot of talent. Quinn Ewers, as much as I have serious doubts about him being an NFL quarterback, he's got a legit chance to win the Heisman because, Isaiah Bond came over. They've gotten a wide receiver from Georgia, one from Alabama. They're going to be loaded offensively. They've got a returning, one of the better left tackles in college football. Texas is pretty loaded this year.
They don't have corners, though.
They did lose. Well, we'll see. I think they brought – that is going to be the question. They do – I am curious about – they lost their 2 defensive tackles, but they have another one who came back. I wrote him up. I can't remember his name. The big guy. He's pretty good. He's not bad.
Is Alabama going to regress?
I think they could, but you still have Milroe who – look, I'm not the biggest Milroe fan, but Alex says Milroe calls him twin. He saw him. He goes, guess what Jalen Milroe called me? Twin. We're boys now. Jalen Milroe who looks like a Greek god, a black guy who looks like a Greek god, called you twin, Alec.
Wait a minute. Like
Skinny
they're
white
twins?
kid. Yeah. What's up, twin? It's kind of a.
You mean does Jalen Milroe love the Arnold Schwarzenegger Dan DeVito movie?
Now that might make some sense. That might make some sense. But,
maybe he's clowning him.
Maybe it's like that.
Me and you are twins.
Yeah. What's up, twin? Oh no, I think there's a 100% chance that's the case. But
okay, so
I'm not
wait
a
a minute.
huge Milroe fan, but Milroe is going to, he's going to put up some numbers.
Dell, what are the odds Miami gets there with Cam Ward?
0.
Is your name Dell?
I'm just helping you.
No, is Miami the best team in ACC?
Well, apparently Florida State is. I don't know if Clemson's higher, but Florida State's in that list. Miami has loaded up offensively. Cam Ward, Danny Martinez out of Oregon State, one of the best running backs in the country. Got Sam Brown from Houston. They have tried to do everything to mitigate what Mario Cristobal will do on game day. Like if we give you a quarterback you should be able to trust, a big time running back. Now, please get the hell out of the way.
Well, he's not going to get out.
That's the problem. And the issue is, can all the talent acquisition overcome what Mario Cristobal's biggest flaw is, coaching on Saturdays? I have my doubts.
Why is Oregon considered?
I guess I like Dylan Gabriel. They got a lot coming back.
Yeah, Dylan Gabriel's. Oh, they had a lot.
We Dan in love with Dylan Gabriel.
But Dan, he every year he puts up good numbers. He's not going to be a pro quarterback, but
no,
he's here for his 9th year of NIL.
Yeah.
His 10th school, his 9th year collecting NIL. That's fine. And Dan Lanning is the best. I mean, he and Kirby Smart, to me, are the two best college.
Yeah, but now they're moving into the Big Ten. It's going to be different.
Ooh, yeah. Now they'll have to deal with Indiana, Northwestern, Purdue. The majority of the Big Ten sucks. Michigan State, Illinois. Like, you mean Ohio State and Michigan? And honestly, and I love Sharon Moore, but I want to see what happens when Jim Harbaugh's not there.
Yeah. Well, we know they're falling off.
Yeah,
First of all, they
team.
lost all kinds of guys.
Yeah, they lost so many players. It might be like LSU, like when LSU lost all their guys.
Yeah, to me, it's Ohio State and Oregon.
As far as Oregon's schedule, that plays a part in it, too. They see Boise State in the non-conference, along with Idaho. And then I'm looking at, they play UCLA, Oregon State, so that's a rivalry game for them earlier than they normally play it. They do play Ohio State, but that's a home game. They do go to Michigan. And they host Washington. Washington has lost a lot, too. New coach and all. So they should be a top 12 team at least.
Who?
Right? Oregon.
Oregon, yeah.
Oh, no, I think they're
well, they're the
top
second
6.
favorite. Second favorite to make the playoff.
One of the top 6. Yeah, they should be. They're loaded. The Big Ten is not going to be as tough. Michigan State, like you can't find Penn State maybe. Penn State, Ohio State, Michigan are the 3 that you're watching. But Oregon and USC, I'm not convinced that I'm not ready to write off now. They did lose 2 receivers again, but I'm not ready to write off Lincoln Riley and that offense over there at USC. I think USC may surprise some people, but I'm only saying that I'm not basing it really on anything football roster related. I'll just tell you flat out. I don't see Lincoln Riley's offense not producing a good quarterback.
Well, right. I mean, is he going to be that guy that was in the bowl game, or?
That was a really good one.
They start with LSU now.
We'll just run the offense.
You start right away.
Run the offense. Kyler Murray went from nothing to first pick of the draft. Baker Mayfield was decent first pick of the draft. Caleb Williams, first pick of the draft. Jalen Hurts, Jalen Hurts is a second rounder, and he's been a Pro Bowl and an MVP caliber. Like, all 4 of those guys played in his offense.
Yeah.
We can't talk about Bobby Slowick and Kyle Shanahan's offense and not talk about the success that Lincoln Riley has had.
Yeah.
For quarterbacks. And that kid had, 5 touchdowns in that game? Miller Moss?
Yeah, he was a highly rated guy, too. He'll be fine. The question is, after getting rid of Alex Grinch, will that defense be any better? That's the biggest question about that.
Tell me what you think about Texas. You got Colorado State in your first game. Then you go to Michigan. Then you got UTSA. Then you got Louisiana Monroe. Then you got Mississippi State. Then you got Oklahoma. Then you are at home against Georgia. Then you go to Vanderbilt. Then you got Florida at home. Then you go to Arkansas. You got Kentucky at home. To A&M.
It ain't that bad.
It ain't that bad.
No.
I mean, it's an SEC schedule, but you get A&M, Georgia, and really, Michigan out of conference. But the SEC part of it, unless Florida's much better than expected, and they say Florida's trying to go all in with paying people right now. I talked to a team the other day.
He's going to lose his job.
Florida is literally like, they said Florida, Miami, Your guys.
Well, everybody who's about to lose their job.
Florida, Miami, and
Mario ain't going nowhere.
I'm trying to remember if he said
He ain't
Texas.
putting up with that for
they can't
more than
pay.
another
They can't.
2
They
years.
can't pay to get 2 years, but they can't pay to get rid of him, and then pay another team, pay another guy because all the guys who are paying his salary are his friends. The boosters, the big boosters who got him there are his guys.
You ought to hear what's going on behind the scenes in college right now. It is mass. Did I tell you, they had 18, they cut 18 positions at A&M and then replaced some of those. Some of them they left out and some of them they replaced with cheap people because they got to start saving up for the salary. They're starting to dump. Universities are now going to be dumping analysts and assistant coaches. Players who, people who work in the athletic departments are getting iced for this. I talked to a prominent.
The schools are paying. Yeah, the guys are losing jobs.
I was talking to a prominent team the other day who's expected to have a lot of money, and very few people have more money than A&M. And A&M was like, they're buying. They are cost cutting like crazy. It is all about because they're worried that they're also going to deal with some athletic departments, not A&M, but some athletic departments are going to have to make tough decisions about not keeping certain sports. Certain sports are going to go away because of the amount of money that is going to come from the university now. There's going to be, and they know that if they cut a women's sports, you're looking at a Title IX lawsuit. No one wants to deal with that, and the NCAA doesn't want anyone to have to deal with that because then that's going to gum it up even worse. I'm not sure what the answer is, honestly. They just let things go too far, and then there's been no restrictors. When you think you're quote unquote growing you're just moving too fast. College football didn't grow. It just moved really quickly, and I think that it's kind of out of control now. They don't know how to – they didn't create a structure. There's no structure in place, and they're all trying to figure this out. And like I said, this prominent team told me they just want to get their money figured out first. They're already trying to figure out how much you pay every player. Like they're trying to – my buddy Tyler Oberle, who was – an analytics director for the Tampa Bay Bucks, he's got teams calling him about, hey, how do we, can you help us create salary caps? But then the other problem is it's not the same, you're trying to keep, NFL doesn't have every year free agency for every player. That's the problem with college is the numbers are going to be so fluid because you're trying to hang on to your guys. And then in college, who's the one who's got the pain in the ass family member who won't let you, who's really just turning this into holding you hostage against other teams. So it's not as easy as setting a number where you let production dictate your value. There's a ton of things that you have to consider for value for a player. And it's going to be one of the hardest things now is determining an 85-man salary cap.
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, there's no more walk-on. I think the walk-on stuff is scholarships for walk-ons are going away. There's going to be a lot of
everybody's getting money.
There's a lot of unintended consequences that are going to that are happening right now.
Right. Well, then we should all just do shots of Maestro and we'll be.
Well,
we'll be
you
fine.
could do that. I don't think it's going to fix anything.
Let's drown our sorrows.
What's that?
Drown our sorrows in
You
Maestro.
could, but I suggest sipping the Maestro Dobel. I suggest sipping the Añejo. I talked about the Cristalino. It's a great sipping tequila. The Añejo might be my favorite because of the level of smoothness that it has. And I've sipped it cool. I've sipped it room temperature. It does alter and change a little bit of the flavor profile and what you're getting. But I can tell you this much. The way that they're made, the way that Maestro Dobel makes their Reposado, their Añejo, their Cristalino, all of the tequilas that they have, it's different than a lot of the places out there. There's never any harsh impurities. You don't have that nasty tequila face you make after having a sip, and you're like, ugh. You should never go, whew, after you have a tequila. That's not a good tequila. Maestro Dobel, you're just going to say, ooh, that's nice. Pour me another one, because that's how Maestro Dobel rolls. Wherever fine liquors are sold, you're going to find my good friends from Maestro Dobel.
Time for me to talk about my man, Kent Jones, over at Dream Rate. Dream Rate is where you get your mortgage on. Dream Rate is where you, my friends, are going to save. I can't guarantee it, okay? But I'm going to tell you this. Kent Jones is going to work his tail off. He's going to work his tail off to save you as much as he possibly can. It's what he does every single day. It's what he's been doing for 29 years. Nobody knows the mortgage game better than Kent Jones. Kent Jones is a listener of the show. He's a huge sports fan, huge Houston sports fan. But he also does this on a daily basis. He tries to save people money all the time. You know, if you get a mortgage company that puts his name on a bowl game, puts his name on a golf tournament, you're just a number. They don't know. They don't know you. They don't care. You know what? It's just they gotta. As a matter of fact, their mission is to make as much money as they possibly can. Kent's mission is to save you as much as he possibly can. That's a big difference, okay? And he's going to work his tail off to do that for you, okay? So 80%, 75% of people just do it wrong. They don't get a mortgage broker. Get the broker that's going to find you the best deal he possibly can. The ultimate mortgage hookup. Dream Rate. 713-520-5626, 713-520-LOAN, or 975loans.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 if you want to get in here.
What I was going in there talking to Dell about in the last break was I sent him a video. And what is the famous thing that we have had on the show from Philadelphia about Ben Simmons?
He was I forget what did the guy say about him?
Crumb bum.
He called him a crumb bum, yeah.
So I sent Dell an audio, and it's an old audio. It just came up on one of my reels or whatever, and it's Frank Rizzo, the former mayor, and I guess there was an investigative journalist or something with a microphone in his hands, and the whole thing was the insults from the 70s hit hard or something like that. And do you have it ready, Dell?
I don't have it, period. When did you send this? It's not in my Twitter DMs. It's not in my email.
You sure I didn't email it? Okay, well, I'll check. I thought I emailed it, but you probably just delete stuff from me. all the time anyway.
You did. Don't blame me for your lack of accountability.
Oh, yeah, it's right here.
I don't have it.
To Dell, Wednesday. So much good in here.
I'm supposed to remember something from Wednesday?
I'll forward it again.
You know what day it is?
I'll forward it again. Because you can literally cut this up with so much good stuff to use. I just forwarded it. I'm pretty sure there's no bad words. And
that's comforting.
This guy Frank Rizzo has had it. And it's Frank Rizzo, not like Jerky Boys Frank Rizzo.
Uh-huh.
Frank Rizzo. No, this is, I guess he was the mayor of Philadelphia. Listen to the way he slams. Like, listen to, it's like old school. Their whole thing was the old school. The email just says, you can't beat old school trash talk. He called somebody yellow one time, a yellow coward. Because, you're yellow belly. You're a coward. Yeah. You yellow. But I thought that was in the 1800s. I thought that was out in the Old West.
What are you, yellow?
Before a gunfight. Yeah. But apparently it's in Philadelphia, too. He calls him a crumb, and then he calls him a crumb bum. You're nothing but a crumb. I'll take you three out there and beat you behind that wall over there. I'll beat you senseless, you crumb. And he calls him crumb bum. And so it's a lot of good old school trash talk. Yeah. You yellow coward. And the whole thing is you can't beat old school trash talk. You got it, Del?
Still not in my email.
Bro, you blocked my email address. I already know what you did. Hold on. What email did I send it to?
What are you talking about?
I'd send it
Finally.
to Olaleye.
What is my name again?
Olaleye.
Okay.
I'm just telling you.
Dolomite.
It just arrived.
Yeah.
Finally.
Of course, it just arrived.
Well, you sent this to
just hit play. It probably doesn't have cuss words.
What? You talking to me reckless right now?
Do you know I
you are
tricked
reckless.
Sam, my acting skills, tricked Sam into hitting a dump button. I was like, because this is when somebody called him. You know, Pat McAfee said, "Yeah, why, bitch?"
Yeah.
We were playing that, and we're like, "No, you can." And I went. She goes. She was scrambling to hit the dump button. Like, no, see, my acting's too good.
Yeah,
I think Sam's mad at me.
she should be.
Why?
You're rude.
I just Del was right. I didn't even catch myself doing this. I love Sam's the best, but I started treating her like the acrimonious Del thing, we do between the glass. But Del's sitting here, but I subconsciously treated her like Del. Like I was like, "You're below average," or I said something.
He was taking shots at her like
and
she's
Del goes,
me.
"You don't have to take shots there." And that's when I realized, oh my God, I didn't even know I was doing it.
You're being yourself?
Yeah, he just forgot
No,
that.
I didn't realize. You said, I'm not behind the glass. Del recognized what I was doing and had to put me in check on the air. And I'm like, oh my God. And I went home thinking, and I texted Sam, said, "Hey, just letting you know, great job these last 2 days. Hope you're not." I said, "Sorry, we're
Don't
messing
say
with
we.
you." I
Don't
said,
say
I made
we.
it us. So sorry, me and Del were messing with you. I'm sorry. I hope you didn't take it the wrong way. It just means we like you. Great job. No response. No text response. And I'm like, I think she's mad at me. I just was in the John mode. When you leave, I go in John mode.
No, that's just everyone you work with feels that way about you.
Yeah, it's not.
Am I right, though?
Well,
I just was.
We know what his contact name is in my phone.
You said trash ass.
Trash ass.
Lance. I just think I think Del kind of recognized that I was messing with her like I mess with Del, only she doesn't throw it back. And I realized, how
about she's just a nice young lady that you're
her head is swimming.
Treating her like crap.
Yeah, her head is swimming. She's doing this for the first time.
I know, it's her first time, and then I'm like, and then she made a mistake. I went, "You're not doing average, you're doing below average." And she's probably thinking, this is the best I can do. I'm so nervous, and I'm like, "You went from average to below average before we went off the air."
He was grading her.
I shouldn't have done that.
He was giving her live grades.
Yeah, I was giving her live grades. I shouldn't have done that.
No.
I honestly, I shouldn't. This is how big a person I am. This is how good of a person and how big a person I am. I recognize that I shouldn't have done that.
No,
and I'm willing to say that. And I'm doing the work, and I'm going to do better.
No, the issue is I recognized it first.
Yeah, you did.
And then you have to correct yourself. Well, here is Lance, or I guess Frank Rizzo. They both insult people the same way, apparently.
Okay.
Get away from me, you crumb. That's a challenge, except I'll put my dog away, and I'll come back. And you got 1, 2, 3. And I'll do it along with you. In that back of that fence. Just the 3 of us, 4 of us, me and you. Show you what kind of a man you are. You're less than a man. Okay? You're a crumb creep. And I wouldn't take that off of nobody. And there's 3 of you and I'm by myself. And when it's over, there'll be nothing to it. Win or lose, okay? But you don't have the courage. You're a real crumb bum. Put that on camera. You're a crumb bum, the 3 of you. And I challenge you. You're a coward. You're a yellow sneak. And if you want to, now what I say, let's forget all the rules of this great country we live in. I will go back to that wall with the 3 of you. Just me.
You're
a crumb creep coward. Get away.
You crumb bum. You're a crumb. You're a crumb creep. You're a crumb bum. You're a crumb creep crack coward. You see all those crumbs he used?
He did.
And I think crumb bum may be something famous in Philadelphia circles. Because the guy who called, because here's the guy from Philadelphia. You crumb bum. He might be using crumb bum because maybe in Philadelphia that was famous because of that.
Yeah.
Maybe that's a famous clip. You crumb bum?
Yeah.
What's the most famous Houston clip? When Isaiah not Thomas, Isaiah
was outside of Arian Foster's house.
In his face.
Yeah. Or
he said, will you take my card?
Yeah.
He kept trying to get the card. To Arian Foster.
Yeah.
Ben Simmons, you crumb bum. See? I think that might be a Frank Rizzo pull.
That's
maybe
a Philadelphia thing. That's a Philadelphia thing.
Because I didn't know crumb bum until then.
No. So who was he talking to, this guy?
Just some guy who had a microphone from a TV station. Probably he's probably, the city is having a hard time with layouts, but the union bosses are getting money. It was probably something like that.
Yeah.
And he didn't feel like you trying to run up on him when he was walking his dog. So there you go.
There it is. ADD is on fleek today. LZ is texting 20-year-old females. Weird. Okay. Maybe LZ left the crumb bum audio wherever he lost Gilbert's picture.
First of all, are these all art? This has just become Art's little playground? Okay,
that was Jackie.
Because usually it's just Art saying all this stuff.
No.
Hey, when is the last time? When is the last time that the player who led the league in scoring also won an NBA title? Because Luka's trying to do it. When's the last time it happened?
Well, Michael did it. I don't know how many times.
It's happened since Michael.
It's happened since Michael?
Mm-hmm.
Won the NBA title?
I don't think you'll get it. And led the league in scoring, because I didn't realize this guy led the league in scoring.
Wasn't Steph?
Happened in 2000.
Was it
Who won the title? Was
Duncan?
it Shaq?
Shaq led the league in scoring?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
I was surprised. Shaq it's the last time it happened where he had become the sixth player in NBA history to lead the league in scoring and win a championship in the same season. The last was Shaq.
And,
Jordan would just be one player. So it's happened 6 different times.
One player, but how many times did Jordan do it?
I don't know. I'll have to.
It's only happened 6 times in the league.
Jordan often,
well, that was the question when Jordan during the 80s
times.
was you can't be a scoring champion and win the title.
Well, but then Jordan did it.
Right.
Yeah, well, because back then it was like Dominique and Alex English. And guys like Adrian Dantley or whatever. Yeah, it wasn't.
Right.
They weren't. Yeah, it was a different time where scoring didn't necessarily mean that you weren't the primary ball handler. Yeah.
Right. All right, 713-780-3776.
Although I don't think we have to worry about this based on game one, because if you didn't watch it, well, the game got somewhat competitive there in the third quarter, but the final score is really more indicative of the game.
Yeah, no, it was an 18-point game, and it felt like it for most of the night, although they did make a run. Mavs made a run, but they're not nearly as good. Now, Porzingis makes a huge difference for this team. We got to talk right now about Houston Safe and Lock, which is also King Safe and Lock. That's they're different names, but they're the same company. They are, one is on the Beltway and Westheimer, the other one is on I-10 and Wirt. Which one is closer to you? Which one do you want to go to? Because they're the same company. Derek is going to be behind everything. Listen, Houston Safe and Lock and King Safe and Lock account for half the safes in this city, period. It's unbelievable how many safes that Houston Safe and Lock has put out there in this market. And one of the reasons is because you got a better deal. You got a warehouse full of safes. You've got showrooms full of safes. When you buy a safe from another safe company, they don't even have safes that you can look at. You just look at a catalog and pick the safe out. That's not the case at Houston Safe and Lock. Houston Safe and Lock has the safes right there. You can touch it. You can feel it. You can smell it. You can do all. I don't want you to be smelling the safes, but listen, you can if you want to. Here's the deal, is that you're going to get a better deal because they buy in bulk. And when you buy in bulk, you're going to get a better deal. You are not going to get that same deal when you go and buy from a company that buys them one at a time. Houston Safe and Lock has them ready to deliver to you wherever you are. Houston Safe and Lock is the only place to get your safe on. It's 975safe.com, 975safe.com, 713-522-5555. Tell Derek that you heard it right here.
Guys, Zadig Jewelers. No. Right? Am I supposed to go?
Yes,
Good.
go
Why
now.
are y'all making me? Why are y'all freaking me out? It's Marry Me Month. It's June. It's Marry Me Month. That's what this is. 28,000 square feet of jewelry. It would be intimidating to most of us who walk in there, but at the same time, we're like, oh my gosh, look at all these pieces. What am I going to find? Well, that's why they have experts there who know and understand everything when it comes to the jewelry there, especially the diamond rings. They have an entire floor dedicated to the bridal, the bridal engagement, which is going to be so much more than just the rings. But go there and you'll find out for yourself. It's on the second floor. But in terms of the rings, they have every brand name that she's ever heard of. But not just that, they can actually craft and handcraft beautiful jewelry, a beautiful ring for her. Maybe you want to take something that's been in the family for years, if you were looking to do that. But I can tell you, when you spend money with them, they're giving you money back. And I'll give you an example. If you spend $2,500 with them, they are going to give you a $500 gift card. $5,000 gets you $1,000 gift card, and $10,000 gets you $2,000 gift card back. So not only are you going to blow her away with a beautiful diamond ring and one she's going to truly feel special and will remember forever the moment that you proposed to her, but you're also going to get a gift card that is going to be great for you to use on yourself on a sweet watch. So make sure that Marry Me Month is part of Zadig Jewelers' trip that you make to 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. It's been there for over 4 decades. ZADOK.com, 1801 Post Oak Boulevard, Zadig Jewelers.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Holiday, pretty much a holiday show today. So if you want to get in and join the holiday, you're more than welcome. 713-780-3776.
I've got something great. I just sent it to Dell, and this is one that you will really, really like.
I will.
Yes, and I'm interested to see what your answer will be.
Well, wait. How long is your email going to take to get there this time?
It's there. Dell's got it.
Yeah. Are you sure he's got it?
Dell, he didn't ask if I had it or not, but yes, I do.
By the way, Dell, you played Meet the Grams. It's my contention, and yeah, this is ADD, big deal. It's my contention that everything Kendrick Lamar did was a setup from the very beginning. He said not Big Three, just Big Me, because he knew. And then J. Cole came out and dropped his little diss track, and then he immediately scurried back and said no, because I think Kendrick Lamar said, sit this one out, Cole. You and I are boys. This is bait for – I think he baited Drake in. I think that's why you saw J. Cole get out as quickly as he did. And he baited Drake in because I think he had rhymes. He had lines for Drake already. How do you think he dropped 2 and 3 a day? Kendrick Lamar hates Drake, and he finally decided, you know what? I'm going to lay this dude out. He threw his little line out there. J. Cole jumped in, and he told him behind the scenes, sit this out. Go apologize, do whatever, but you need to get out of this because I got something for –
Why did you play that?
No, but this is serious.
This is going.
Do you agree with me?
I
think that all these rhymes were
I don't
already
even
written.
know what you
He
said.
had whole beats written. He had songs written. I think this was a whole ambush on Drake, which is fine, but this is an entire ambush. He wasn't writing these things all day. He already had these things written.
I think he had things ready, but he responded in real time to some of Drake's tracks.
Yeah, I mean, you could throw a line in there here and there.
But yes, Kendrick was ready for this battle. What did you want to talk about, Lance? Or John? I'm not sure who.
Oh, no, it's me. Play this.
Okay.
See if you agree with this. This is a guy who's sitting on his couch, and he's talking about golf. Okay. And I want to see if you agree.
All right.
Howard. Listen.
Get away.
I still had Crumb Bum up. Here we go.
Could you win the Masters tournament if every other golfer is hitting from the tees and your ball starts on the green, but the farthest spot on the green away from the pin? So some of those greens,
I've heard this before.
That could be 100, 150 feet.
Yeah.
But all you have to do is putt. That's all you're doing. Everybody else has to play regular golf, and all you have to do is putt. Could you win the Masters? Could you just putt your way to a Masters victory?
Hold on. Oh, He says he does not believe.
I don't. No, you couldn't. You couldn't win.
I could 100% win.
No.
Yeah, easily.
You would not win. You would not win. You would not be 12 under putting off of the. Now, on the par fives, you would birdie more than likely, but you're still going to three putt.
Par threes.
Which would be the par threes is where you're going to bogey and you're going to hurt yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're lying one. You're lying one on the green.
No. You get a start there, he said. You're not lying one. You're 0. He said you get a start there.
Oh, if you start there.
Yeah.
See, I had heard it before where you're lying one.
Use his. You're not lying one.
Oh, you could win. Yes. If you're 0, yes. You could win it.
Could you win the Masters?
Because par fives, I mean, you will three putt a bunch. You will three putt a bunch.
You made 4 putts, son. You're the farthest.
Yeah, but that's just a par in a lot of circumstances.
No, a 4 is still a birdie.
Well, not on a par, but on the par fours, even if you four putt, you're still
yeah.
a
I'm
par.
talking about birdies. The par 3. I still think it would be challenging.
Unless
you're right.
If you're lying 1, then you wouldn't win. But if you're lying 0 on the green, you could win.
A 4 on every hole is a 72. So if you go 69, 69, 69, 69,
you would. Yeah, 12 under.
12 under is going to probably win.
Yeah, we're going to win. More than likely, you're going to win. Yeah.
So you could win.
You could win. You could win.
I could win.
Now, I had heard it before where it was you're lying 1, and you can't win.
No, you can't.
You can't win. No, it's adding 18 strokes.
I don't think it's a guarantee. I mean, you could also screw a putt up and you roll down the hill.
Yeah.
And I mean,
you could roll it in the water.
Yeah, I don't think it's a guarantee.
15, you could roll it in the water.
Yeah, I don't think it's a guarantee you could win. Obviously, he's bringing this up. Could you win a Masters from the farthest point? And remember, some of these, depending on where the hole placement is, some of those would be brutal putts.
Right. Well, okay, if they start.
Do they have Zoysia?
Let's say on 15, they start you up top left, and you put the pin top right. There's no way that you don't 3-putt. And probably you could 4-putt that. You could.
Mm-hmm.
Because
do you putt backwards?
There's no way that you could get the ball high enough to stay up there. There's no way that you don't 3-putt. They could make it very difficult for you not to 3-putt every hole. Every hole. But that even still, if you 3-putt every hole lying 0, that's fine.
Okay, let's do this with other sports. If you went to bat with a 3-0 count, every time you came to the plate, what kind of baseball player would you be? You have a 3-0 count. And
you would have a decent on-base percentage.
Could a good high school player make it in the major leagues with a 3-0 count every at-bat?
Ooh.
Would he end up with an OPS of over 700?
Could a decent high school player make it in the WNBA?
Yeah, just like a decent NBA player can go play NFL anytime he wants.
Not true.
Austin told me that. Yes, 30 to 40 of them easily could just go out there and become starters and Pro Bowlers. It's easy to play football. Austin Rivers
a 3-0 count.
You get 3-0 count every time.
You'd still
Could Machete hit 300 with a 3-0 count every single time? He's just sitting on fastballs the whole time.
Oh, the whole time.
Could this?
You think Machete could hit 300? There's no chance.
Could this segment fit in during All-Star Week when there's nothing to talk about?
This is the perfect.
Would this segment fit in during All-Star?
Could you win if everyone else played half speed, like you were able to matrix it, and everyone else played 3/4 speed in the NBA, but you got to play your full speed?
No.
And they only played 3/4?
Win what?
Could you become a great NBA player?
No.
If they played 3/4 speed, Dell.
Could you score a basket in the NBA, in an NBA game?
I don't know. I got to tell you what Mason thinks.
Are you going to cherry pick and not get back on defense?
I've done this about Caitlin Clark, and he's really convinced that
he could beat Caitlin Clark
if he got ball first and just make it taken.
He just would never give it back. He would just make every shot.
He would just body her. I was body her down. Like you're
she
6'3".
weighs more than him.
You're 6'3", and you're like the softest interior 6'3" in the world. You can't drive by anybody. So no, you're not going to body Caitlin Clark.
Caitlin Clark would beat him 12-0.
Yes, I told him that.
Yeah.
I said you would not score. He goes, I would 100% score on Caitlin Clark. I'll just shoot over her. Like Caitlin Clark is like 6 feet tall.
Yeah. But she's white. I don't know if you heard.
So is Mason.
I heard she was white.
But Mason said his culture's Mexican. He's like, you don't know nothing about my culture, Dad. I'm like, shut up.
840.
I've raised a troll.
Zerline.
I didn't raise him.
Mason Zerline. His culture.
His culture.
Yeah.
His mom's Mexican, so he believes that's his culture. Although he knows
she doesn't even speak Spanish.
She does not on.
Not well.
She's not like that's not her first language. She's learning it just like me in school. So yeah. So no, I tell Mason all the time. He goes, "That's my culture. You don't know nothing about my culture." He's really a great troll. Like he's a tremendous troll. I don't think he believes most of the things he says, but he sells it and he gets me pissed off. And I realize, God, man, I'm getting trolled by my own child.
Like you trolled them. You've trolled them for years.
I've trolled them
family.
for years, and now Mason trolls, but he sells it with a straight face. I do think he believes he could beat Bob Cousy. But the rest of the stuff, I 100% do believe that.
Bob Cousy was an NBA Hall of Famer. Mason couldn't score on him.
Well, he doesn't have the dribble package.
Alex Zerline.
He doesn't have the dribble package.
Yeah, Bob Cousy doesn't have that dribble package.
Oh
so
my God!
Mason
that was
him.
Bob Cousy is a Hall of Famer.
He's a speed dribbler.
Make him go
Mason
left.
can't start on his 8th grade team.
This is what he does. He says things like this. It gets
Makes
people
me
crazy.
nuts.
I know it. I'm telling you, he's and don't even get him started with Jordan versus LeBron. You will lose your mind on stuff like that.
You know what? I'm going to lose my mind if you don't buy your Ford from Chastang Ford. That'll make me lose my mind. Yeah, that's right. I'll lose my mind if you don't buy your Ford from Chastang Ford because they're the best damn Ford dealer in the history of Ford dealers. Why do businesses all go to Chastang Ford? Why are they the number one commercial dealer in the city of Houston? Because they know they're going to get the best price. They know they're going to get the best service. How about that Chastang Ford? If you have a fleet of vehicles, Chastang Ford will go to your business and fix your vehicles at your business. You don't even have to bring the cars in. They've got a mobile fix-it vehicle where they can go and they can work on your car wherever you are, not where you have to bring it in. You don't have to tow it in. They'll go to you, okay? So this is what we're doing. We're buying our vehicles from Chastang Ford because they're just the best. They're not adding on. They're not marking up. They're just the best. And you're going to not only enjoy that vehicle, but your next vehicle you're going to buy from them as well. You're looking for the best way to get into that Ford car or truck. There's one place to go, Chastang Ford. On 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, just 5 minutes from downtown, Chastang Ford.
It really is. When you talk about John Daspin, you say it's a shame people don't have the people looking out for them in personal injuries. As John and I were talking about this kind of stuff just now, and it really is a shame. So many people out there who are in really rough spots, tough spots, they don't have the ability to, or they're intimidated by, the lawyers on the other side with the insurance companies, because they're saying, oh man, we're really sorry this injury happened because of our client, but look, it's really not his fault or not their fault, but we want to give you a check to make it right. So here you go. Well, is that going to cover all your medical bills? Is that going to cover your physical therapy? Is that going to cover, are you going to end up coming out of pocket? And the sad thing is many people do end up coming out of pocket, or just simply they're not able to get the treatment that they need after an injury at the workplace, on the roadways, that were not their fault, or it's now their huge problem, but it was not their fault in the first place. If you've been hurt by someone else's negligence, make sure that you have John Daspit and his law firm on your side so they can recoup the losses that you may have from missing work, your medical bills, physical therapy, surgeries, and, of course, pain and suffering. What is that worth? Because you had your life altered through no fault of your own. John Daspit understands that, and he's going to fight for you. 713-CALL-NOW is the phone number. 713-CALL-NOW, or go to DaspitLaw.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Yeah, I would watch that too. 713-780-3776 is the number. Let's get TJ in here. He's been waiting. He wants to talk about the college football playoff. What's up, TJ?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Hey, LZ, man, you taking a few L's in the women category this morning,
yeah.
man.
He's not an ally. He's not an ally.
How? I admitted that I was treating Sam kind of like she was one of us.
I'm going to point this out. You used the words young lady, then you use the words throwing it back, then you use the words you gave her a grade, and I can go on. So I'm going to just stop right there.
Wait, I didn't say throwing it back. I never said that.
Yeah, you said she didn't throw it back at you. I'll go back and play it.
Well, she was throwing. Okay, but that's not the same way.
It kind of is.
Then
he's right. TJ's right.
Gave her a grade.
Yeah. TJ's right.
I said she was doing average. I said she was doing average, and then I moved it to below average. But that was just me busting balls.
I don't know if you're in that mode to bust balls with Sam. I don't know if you're there yet.
Yeah, no, she's not there yet.
Now she's not good enough.
No, she's not like with Dell. Like
for your ridicule. Now she's not good enough for it. We would do that with Dell.
Okay. We would do that with Dell,
and she's not looking for that ridicule.
I don't think
no
she
matter
was.
What.
Yeah, I don't think she was.
Yeah.
But TJ, you want to talk about the playoff format?
Yeah. What do you guys think about it? I think it starts on December 20th. They tweeted it out. It was on Bleacher Report.
Yeah.
And it's gonna start off with. I didn't know if you guys talked about it yet.
We did.
I'll hang up and let you guys discuss that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it starts on the 20th, which is the Friday night. They're going to have a game on Friday night. Unfortunately for TNT gets the noon and the 4 o'clock game, which is going to be heads up against the NFL, and including our Houston Texans. So that's not great. It's not great for college football to be heads up against the NFL, and especially on TNT where people can't find it. TNT is like, what the crap? Did you see, as a matter of fact, speaking of this, well, that's going to be December 20th and 21st, and then New Year's Eve, and then New Year's Day that's going to be the quarterfinals or the semifinals. And then the 20th is going to be the 9th is the semifinals, and the 20th is going to be the final game, which is a Monday night. So
what do you think about that?
I think it's cool. I think the whole thing is going to be cool. I just feel bad for TNT. I also feel bad. Did you see? Apparently, Netflix is having a real problem selling ads for the Christmas Day games.
Really?
Yeah, they're asking for a lot. They're asking for a lot of money for each ad.
Well, yeah, because they paid a lot of money.
They paid yes. It's basically $75 million per game that they got to make up.
Stupid.
It's stupid. It's stupid. Yeah, because they paid $150 million to the NFL, $75 million per game. Now, they'll destroy the NBA.
Well, but some of that is also once you get subscribers, that will help too.
Offset
cost.
Yeah, right. Yeah. But most people already have Netflix or no?
No. Still a relatively small percentage. It may feel like a big percentage, but there's a lot of people that can't afford. But a lot of people can't afford Netflix.
Is Netflix the number one?
I would think so.
Streamer. I would think,
but not if you have Amazon Prime. More people have Amazon.
You think?
And I think it might be closer than you think, simply because of Amazon. A lot of people have Prime because they want the free delivery or the super fast delivery. And if you have Amazon Prime, you also get Prime Video. You may not even use it and still have Prime.
So according to the trusted source Statista, Netflix at the end of the first quarter had nearly 270 million paid subscribers.
Who does?
Netflix, nearly 270 million paid subscribers.
And is that number one?
I don't know. I don't know if they've said that I have to go find that. But as far as their total number, 269.
So in 2019, they had 167 million. In April, Netflix's before the first quarter, they had 260 million. So they added another. What number, Del, did you have? They added another 9 million during that time.
It's 270 right now.
Yeah, and it was 260 before the first quarter, and in 2019, they generated $33.72 billion in revenue in 2023. Now that's revenue.
Will this help them? That'll be interesting to see. That'll be interesting to see whether or not the NFL paying $150 million for 2 games on Christmas Day. What that's going to do? One of them is our Houston Texans. How about a year ago thinking that the Texans would be a Christmas Day game?
Okay, so wait, we have to. That's crazy, but you know how many people there are in the United States? As of 2022, the number was 333 million. And so then you go 269, almost everyone has it. But then you realize that is Netflix is an international platform.
Yeah.
So they're counting international as well. So I don't know. I don't know how many Americans have Netflix. I think it's a really interesting question.
And what is the number one platform?
Well, Prime, which Lance mentioned isn't just strictly a streaming service, had 230 plus million subscribers worldwide.
So it's still Netflix.
Yeah. As far as U.S. subscribers, as of April 2024, Netflix had 82.66 million U.S. and Canada subscribers in the first quarter. So obviously far less, 82.66.
Hulu has 50.2.
Yeah, and Hulu's in a package
coming up
with Disney as well.
Yeah,
right. So I don't know if they've included that because now that's a package deal. You can watch Disney stuff, Hulu stuff on Disney right now.
4.5.
There's money.
Subscribe to the Hulu Live TV bundle. So less than 10% have that live TV. The one that's going to be interesting is I think it's Fubo, which is the cord cutting app. Fubo, they have new platforms. Basically, there's just new cable systems. Basically, is what it's turned into. I did YouTube TV for a little bit, but Fubo has Space City Sports.
Yeah.
So if I ever bail, that might be the one.
I might bail too. I might bail if I can do Fubo. I hate streaming now. It's behind.
But
it depends on your. Well, of course,
Internet.
everything depends on your
Internet.
on your Wi-Fi. Right.
Uh-huh.
Right.
So sticking with the numbers, Amazon has 167.2 U.S. members because of the delivery stuff. So they nearly double, maybe actually more than double what Netflix has as far as U.S. subscribers.
Oh, wow, they're that low U.S. wise?
I guess gave it to is 82 point something for
Netflix
US.
is 82 and then 270 worldwide.
Yes.
Wow, Prime, but I would, once again, I think, like, I have Prime. My wife wanted to get Amazon Prime because all the shipping stuff, and now I'm like, oh, cool, I'll watch Prime Video. So Netflix is you just get Netflix to watch. How many people now are going to get Netflix to watch basketball or watch football games? I don't know. I mean, I guess they could short term do that.
Yeah.
They may have to. They'll probably just get someone else's password, but that's become way harder. Netflix has cracked down.
Well, it's going to be Christmas Day too. What's going to be open? You're going to almost have to order it if you want to watch your Texans.
Mm-hmm.
You're almost going to have to order it.
So they're not doing what Peacock did and letting you watch it local. It's strictly on Netflix. Because remember, Peacock for the Dolphins Chiefs game.
Yeah.
If the local market's got to see it on regular TV.
They might do that.
Okay.
They might do that. Although Netflix might go, no.
No, it's ours. Because Prime doesn't do that, right?
Yeah. No, Prime doesn't do it.
Yeah.
All right, 713-780-3776. I'm going to tell you who gives you a great deal, and that's Rick over at Texas Star Grill Shop. Best grills at the best prices. Join the family. Be a part of the club. 975grills.com. 975grills.com. Father's Day mega sale going on, okay? Huge sales on all top grill brands. $500 on Traeger, $800 on Blaze, $900 on Weber, $300 on Gosney pizza ovens. The pizza ovens are really cool, people. If you don't have a pizza oven, it's really, really cool. $200 in Napoleon. Huge package deals on Big Green Egg. What is hot right now? The pizza oven. The Gosney pizza oven, it's ready to go. You can create your quality pizza, succulent steaks, perfectly roasted vegetables right in your backyard with your pizza oven. Make a pizza for your family. They're going to love it. Father's Day, treat dad to something special. Or if you are a dad, treat yourself. You deserve it. All right. This Father's Day sale is going to end June 30th. And there is a new product out there, Texas Star Post Oak Cooking Wood. Only $4.99 per bag. He did this for Memorial Day, and it continues now. It's normally $12. It's $4.99 right now. Great for Texas-style barbecue. Huge truck sale on barbecue, on Franklin barbecue pits as well. Save up to $1,000. This sale ends June 30th, but get yours now before they're gone. Visit TexasStarGrillShop.com or just go to 975grills.com. GiveMeTheVin.com. My man, John Clay Wolf, he's ready for you. Go to GiveMeTheVin.com. That's GiveMeTheVin.com. He will buy your car. He will give you more. He will come and pick it up. He will bring you a check to wherever you are. He's got 5-star wonderful reviews. John Clay Wolf just does it every single time. John Clay Wolf is going to give you more for your vehicle, and if he can't beat CarMax, he's going to give you $100. John Clay Wolf is the best at this. John Clay Wolf has developed a huge, huge business, national business, all right? From just right here, meager beginnings in Dallas and Houston, he has turned this thing into an unbelievable business that does billions, okay? Not millions, billions. That's ridiculous. That's how good this guy is. He's been doing it forever. You can hear him tomorrow right here on our air. The longest running show in the history of this station. You're looking to sell your car. There's only one place that you have to go. GiveMeTheVin.com. That's GiveMeTheVin.com. All right, so I know this is embarrassing. My station that I watch. How often do you watch the Golf Channel? All the time.
Pretty much, if it's on somewhere, but I don't turn it there. I don't even know what channel you.
I'm on it a lot. Okay. This is a little embarrassing. I don't know what tournament this was.
Oh my God!
All I know is
that was horrific.
This woman. This young female reporter.
It wasn't her fault. Somebody probably told her.
Yeah. She thought she was interviewing Vince Young, and it's some other black guy that's on the course. It's just embarrassing. Listen.
And then she just kept I gotta just keep going. It's a pro-am.
It's a pro-am, and she thinks she's interviewing Vince Young, and it's just some other guy.
Played 6 seasons in the NFL, arguably one of the best NCAA quarterbacks of all time at Texas. Picked up golf about 4 years ago. What's the biggest shift you make going from the ultimate team sport to now the ultimate individual sport?
Now, I apologize. You have the wrong person. I'm Everett Sands over Citadel, which I'm a football coach. But the thing is, the great thing about golf is that I'm not only competing against myself, but I'm competing against everybody else.
This is your first pro-am ever playing, and what's the best part of being out here?
Well, being out here is a great thing, and having an opportunity to play with some professional golfers is a intimidating thing, but also a great thing.
Good luck this weekend.
Hey, I appreciate it.
Thanks, Everett.
You knew
Everett Sands.
I apologize. He goes, I apologize.
I'm not Vince. You knew she was out of her element to start when she, normally someone would say college football. She says NCAA football. Okay, she's in new territory because no one talks like that when they're familiar with the sport.
It's on Wikipedia, probably.
No one says NCAA football.
Wikipedia might have it.
No, she doesn't.
I know. That's what I'm saying. She was out of her depth there.
Yeah, she's the golf person.
Yeah, no one says.
Golf people don't know football.
But it could have been worse. It could have been Lance telling her, like Sam.
Oh, that's true.
It could have been a lot worse.
No, this is as bad as it can be because she sat there. He answered. She just had to act like she couldn't just say, "I'm so sorry." Back to the booth. Back to you guys. She had to say, "Oh, so what's been the biggest? So what do you think, Coach?" She didn't say that, but I would have said, "Oh yeah, you're Everett. Yeah, Everett Sands from Citadel. Yeah, okay." Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Who told her that was Vince Young?
Well,
somebody who wanted her fired.
That person.
Well, the lead up to it is
maybe Vince was there and she didn't go to the right person.
The guy threw to her and said the name Vince Young.
Yeah,
and maybe that guy thought they were talking to Vince Young.
It's a producer somewhere in the truck.
Does it look like Vince Young at all?
Not at all. Everett Sands does not look like Vince Young.
Does she know what Vince Young looks like? Probably not.
Man, Whitey takes the L here.
We've got a phone number here. I feel like we should call. He's an offensive skills specialist. He's one of the best to ever wear the Bulldog uniform, according to the Citadel website. Everett Sands returns to the sidelines as an assistant coach working with the offensive skill positions.
He's sorry he's not Vince Young. We're all sorry he's not Vince Young.
I'm so sorry.
Aren't we all sorry that we're not Vince Young? Are you sorry you're not Vince Young?
He was at Texas.
At times, sure.
Sometimes I wish I was Vince Young.
I mean, he was at UTSA.
When I want to go to a Texas game and stand on the sideline.
When do you ever want to do that?
Never.
Rich says the Texans were, when they were on Prime the one time, it was televised over there locally. We just don't remember because we were watching the Astros in the World Series.
That's true. You always get the local channel always picks up.
Part of the deal, right?
Yeah, it's part of the deal. Man, that's the only. You know what? If I'm Netflix, I'm like, no local television. We paid $150 million.
Well, they better hope the Texans are good because people will want to watch the game.
Oh, right. Well, nationally, but locally, we're going to probably get it on Channel 13.
Yeah. So their hope is the Texans are good. It's a game that everyone wants to watch.
Yeah. Willie is Willie the longest? Let's get Willie in here. Hey, Willie.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. First, I called to talk about the Astros. And first, I want to apologize to Bo Porter because I called Joe Bo Porter a couple of weeks ago. I want to apologize to Bo Porter about that. and my question is for John. How do you think Dana is doing with the Astros as a general manager? Because me and you got into it last season when you said Dusty should listen to Dana more. I'll hang up on this.
How is Dana doing? I don't think he has any hits this year. I really don't think.
Well, he was big on Jake Myers.
He what?
He was big on Jake Myers before the year started, and we're like, what?
Yeah, he
Jake
was.
Myers?
That's right.
He was big on Jake Myers. I don't know.
Do we know what Dana's hits and misses are? Do we even know?
According to Keith Law, he's not in control.
He's a puppet.
Yeah. Once again, those are the editorializations of Brian BMAC, but the context, we had Keith Law on the station Killer Bees. He goes, hey, the perception is that he doesn't run this thing.
Yeah.
It's Crane and Bagwell and Reggie Jackson and Biggio.
How is Dana doing? They picked up, he signed Josh Hader, right? That's working out okay.
Is that on him?
I mean, he's got a lot of Tommy John surgeries.
But
I don't put that on
him.
I'm not.
You putting that on Dana?
No.
He's got those on his tab.
Well, he's got those, but that's what he's dealing with.
He's like, I need to split tabs.
How much?
Strami, bust out your credit card.
Okay, Willie, you hung up, but how much are you blaming Dana for this?
If I'm Dana Brown, I need Keith Law to keep talking. It's embarrassing to say that you're a puppet or you're puppet-like, but hey, this isn't my fault.
Get me off the hook.
Yeah.
Jim Crane's is doing this.
Well,
Bagwell's
it was the Bagwell decisions, 3 Bagwell decisions that were really bad that have hurt that team.
All you need to know is that they came out publicly. Jim Crane came out publicly and said, I want more baseball guys.
Yeah.
More guys with baseball eyes and all that. And that was before he hired Dana Brown, by the way. And then Dana Brown got hired and this baseball mentality, I don't want to oversell it, but it just feels like they've gotten rid of some good numbers guys who kind of understood value and understood how to put together this and that. Maybe it's overstated, but it's certainly by appearances Dana Brown does not. He may have a show that he does every week. It doesn't feel like, and I say this out of respect to Dana, I hope he understands that I'm saying this, I'm with you here. I don't think Dana has a whole lot of pop over there. It doesn't feel like it. He may, but the biggest decisions are not Dana's to make. They're Jim Crane's. And maybe it always has been like that. But I think there was a time where Jeff Leno was the guy, and I think for the most part, Jim Crane stayed out of it. And now I think we are at a point where Jim Crane is very much in it.
What I can infer from Willie's call and asking me directly about Dusty versus Dana, listen, Dana and Dusty had some moments in which Dana wasn't thrilled with the way that Dusty went about it with Yiner, and the way that most of us. Willie apparently didn't. Are you inferring that the Astros would be that much better with Dusty right now?
You know what he's inferring? You said you went anti-Dusty, pro-Dana, and he said no, Dusty. And so now how you liking – here, let me boil it down to you. How you liking life post-Dusty?
Is okay. My question is, would they be that much better with Dusty right now?
Would Dusty be forced to play Abreu?
He was forced to play Abreu last year.
Or the question
Dusty's
would be,
never forced to play anybody.
Would Dusty want to play Abreu?
Dusty kept Abreu in the cleanup spot for most of the season.
Abreu's a veteran. Abreu would play.
Abreu
of course, he also liked. Now wait a minute. No, it was Espada that liked Singleton. Espada's the Singleton guy. Dusty is the. Dusty's very much the Abreu
Singleton
guy.
was forced to play Singleton because
he pinch hit him. Remember when he pinch hit?
Yeah.
Remember when he pinch hit him? We're like, you're pinch hitting Singleton in the playoffs?
Yeah, right.
And he did it again in later on in the series.
Well, Maldonado would have played as a Dusty guy, so they would have taken Maldonado away from Dusty, or he would have played this year too. There would be no Caratini likely if Dusty had his way.
Yeah.
Caratini.
Well, I mean, Maldonado was on the worst team in all of baseball and had to be benched because he was so bad. So the worst team, one of the worst teams in the history of baseball, the White Sox are. So I guess the inference is that they would be better with Dusty. I don't believe that. I don't believe that they would.
I don't know.
I still think they wouldn't hit in clutch situations.
Would Bregman have been better with Dusty around? He was the one complaining about communication. Allegedly. We're putting that on him.
You're putting that on him. We don't know
right.
that.
We don't know who that was.
Right.
It was just prominent Astros took issue.
We don't know that.
We don't know.
We don't know that. But, no, they would still be crappy right now.
Bregman
even
would
if Dusty
still be
was
struggling.
Yes.
Well, he's hit better recently, but overall, he would be struggling.
How much am I enjoying? I can't blame this on Dana. I can't blame this on Dana.
I'm not either, but I will say Dusty comes out of this completely unscathed.
Dusty?
All he did was go to ALCSs. Yeah. Dusty comes out unscathed. None of this is on Dusty.
None of it. No.
None of it's on Dusty. He has nothing to do with this roster or anything like that.
No. He was a game away from the World Series.
But he was also like a game away from not making the playoffs. Or I guess being a wild card last year.
Yeah.
That was not a great year last year. All we remembered as just some kind of really good year because they got to the ALCS, but it really wasn't a very good year for the Astros.
They turned it on late. And let's ponder a question before we go to break. Asked by Matt, I'm sure we've asked it before, is Jim Crane turning into Jerry Jones? But before we answer that question, what are we going to talk about, John?
We're going to talk about Air Team. That's what we're going to do. AirTeamLTD.com. Air Team is going to come to your home, and Air Team is going to clean your air conditioner. Do this. Clean it out. There's leaves. There's crap. They need to check the Freon. They need to make sure that it's going. If you go the entire summer, you need to do this like every year. So you're probably sitting there going, well, I haven't checked my air conditioner. I haven't had anybody come over and clean it and maintain it for a year, 2 years, 3 years. When was the last time you did any maintenance on your air conditioner? You don't, you're going to pay for it. You're going to pay the price because if you get any kind of a Freon leak or whatever and you're going to ruin it. You're going to ruin it. Let them find whatever is wrong or just clean it out. You need to maintain your air conditioning unit every year. And the same goes for your furnace, your heat every year. You need to do this. So here's the deal. Air Team is here for you. They'll come to your home. They will do all of this. They'll do it at a great price. And they've got people who know what they're doing. They've been with the company for 10, 15, 20, 30 years. I mean, Air Team keeps their people around. Air Team has been in business over 35 years in the city of Houston with great Google ratings and installed over 140,000 AC units. You think they don't know what they're doing? Yes, they know what they're doing. AirTeamLTD.com, 713-956-8326, 713-956-TEAM. Hey, time to talk about MyBookie. They've got so many great options at mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. Listen, I don't know. It can't be easier. Wherever you are, you can bet on MyBookie. And here's the deal. Yeah, just get to a computer, your phone. You can do it over your phone, whatever. And here's the deal. They got so many better options than the other guys. Early cash out. You decide when you want to let it ride or cash it out. Daily odd boost on a lot of games and props. Increase your potential winnings. Quick bet settlement. You can say goodbye to waiting. Get lightning fast settlements. Live game lines. If you miss the beginning of the game, that's okay because you can bet a lot of games live. Crypto deposits. They'll take crypto. They even have a casino where live dealers will deal you blackjack, roulette, and lots of other games. It's incredible. You don't need to be on vacation to go to mybookie.ag. Every day is a vacation at mybookie.ag. Promo code BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with MyBookie.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Okay, so Charlie Morton had this to say. Charlie Morton, and they haven't retired his number yet, which is silly because Charlie Morton was one of the big reasons we won it all, right, in 2017. Here is Charlie Morton talking about, and now Charlie Morton is a great interview. He'll have some long pauses in there, but he thinks about what he's saying. He always does. He's very he's got great opinions, but he's
insightful.
He absolutely is. Here's Charlie Morton on the UCL injuries.
As far as I'm concerned and what I do, the Astros wanted me to throw hard. You know, the Rays, they wanted me to throw a four-seam fastball at the top of the zone. The Braves, they wanted me to throw a four-seam fastball at the top of the zone. They wanted me to do what I was doing with the Rays. And they wanted me to throw that breaking ball a lot. So what am I doing? I'm throwing the ball close to as hard as I can at the top of the zone, and I'm spinning a breaking ball as much as I can spin it. Anywhere from 28 to 3,300 RPM. And it's like, that's not a good idea if you want to stay healthy. So I'm speaking from a privileged position of somebody whose UCL repair has held up, knock on wood. But I still needed it, and I'm benefiting, I'm profiting from it, and I'm profiting from throwing harder and spinning my breaking ball. So I mean, I want to think that I'm capable of being more of a pitcher. Because, you know, I'll mix in that changeup, I'll mix in that cutter, my two-seamer. But when I was at my best, I was sitting 95, 96, touching 97, 98, and I was spinning a breaking ball at 3,300 RPM.
I mean, it is the Astros' philosophy. I mean,
well, it's not only theirs. You said the Rays too and the Braves too.
Well, yeah. You've got heavy
throw
analytics.
Hard.
Well, Rays are also heavily analytics-driven.
Right.
Those are the places he was. But
spin the ball and throw hard.
Yeah. Throw hard, spin the ball hard. You want spin rate on fastball, spin rate on curveball.
So the difference between a starting pitcher and a reliever is that you have got to save something as a starter. You can't throw it 100 miles an hour unless you're Paul Skeens. You can't throw it 100 miles an hour all game long. Right.
Skeens is a rookie, too.
Right. But he did this at LSU, too.
He's a big dude.
He's a big guy.
I mean, Justin Verlander's a big guy. I think it still matters when you're a bigger guy with a lower body.
But forever, a starting pitcher had to have something in the tank. He couldn't go all out in the first inning and second inning and third inning.
You were expected to go 7, 8, or even 9.
Yeah.
Now
you had to save some.
It's a fast. It's you're going to 100 pitches, so it's a race to 100 pitches, and so give it everything you've got. But I think clearly Charlie Morton's onto something, and I do think it's organizational with the Astros, but it's not uniquely Astros. Just if you try to hit that hard spin rate all the time, it's gonna at that velocity, it's gonna torque. It's just gonna torque your arm, and you see all the lefties. A lot of lefties come from a position where they're throwing the kind of, I don't want to call them lollipop curveballs, but for whatever reason, there are more lefties that have natural curveballs than that sharp breaking, sweeping curve. Look at Kerry Wood. Kerry Wood, out of baseball for Kerry Wood's most dominant game.
Rest in peace.
Has that. He didn't die, did he?
Oh, no, but I just hope he's resting.
Rest in peace for his career. But Kerry Wood was throwing almost 100 and had that huge, sweeping, sharp break. I guarantee the RPMs on that sucker were out of control on that sweeping curve. Lance McCullers threw some of that stuff too. When he dropped down 3/4, he had some of that going as well. So I don't know. I think what Charlie's saying makes a whole lot of sense. I think it's probably a combination of things. I think those guys pitching so much when they're younger has wear and tear, but then also the idea that you're going to throw as fast as you can, and that includes breaking pitches because you want to get that, you want to get maximum snap on it with RPMs and with those revolutions. Then yeah, I think, and the Astros preach that. I don't think it's, sorry, Dana, I think you're wrong on this one. I'm going to say Willie's right on this one. You weren't right when you said it's not the Astros' fault. It's not our organization. Well, I'm not saying it's directly the organization, but your pitchers, and you're a high fastball team with heavy breaking pitch stuff. They did it with Strom. They did it with Leno. That was what the analytics department decided. It had tremendous success, but it's also levied five Tommy John surgeries for one team. For one organization, and frankly, staffs, McCullers on one staff, you had Verlander, Javier, Garcia, McCullers, and who's the other Tommy Johner? Oh, and Urquidy. You've had all those guys on the same staff before. On the same staff.
Yeah.
All those guys on the same staff with Tommy John surgeries. So, you know who never had one? Kirk Schilling.
Yeah.
You know what he primarily was? A 2 and 4 seam fastball guy who located.
Yeah.
It was a different. Nolan Ryan never had a Tommy John surgery. And now his breaking pitch was more of he'd take a little something off the breaking pitch because it was so hard to get to after you're looking for 99 the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
He threw fast, though, but he didn't throw that sharp breaking. I mean, it was a sharp breaking curve 12-6, but I think some of that is because he took some speed off of it as well. He wasn't throwing it in the dirt as a wipeout slider.
David wants a picture of Lauren Withrow. Who's that?
It's nobody I know. Is it David who makes up fake people?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you get a picture of Lauren Withrow?
Never heard of her. Don't know her.
Are you sure?
Yep.
He does make up fake people a lot.
Mm-hmm.
He does that for whatever reason.
Mm-hmm.
Charlie Morton is looking more like Sebastian Maniscalco every day.
Is he?
Isn't?
Oh, he does have a little Sebastian.
Doesn't he? He does.
Why are we throwing curveballs as hard as we freaking can? And my dad would say, you got to stop throwing these curveballs. I'm throwing the fastball at the top of the zone, Dad. Stop throwing curveballs. Why are we throwing the curveballs? Freaking throwing it like this and your arms twisting around. He does look like Sebastian Maniscalco.
He's looking more and more like him every day.
He's coming this fall. I'm trying to get him in studio. I texted management.
In studio might be better. He was on the phone and was.
I texted management. In
no
March.
Energy.
I texted management in March, and they're like, "Hey, let's give it some time. He won't be there for another 7 months, so relax."
So we'll ask him the day before.
Ooh, somebody wants a Kimmy Chex 8x10.
What about Lauren Withrow? Can you get it?
Kimmy Chex is real. Lauren Withrow is not.
Who's Kimmy Chex?
She does a lot of the social. She took over. She ended up taking over Colleen's spot when Colleen took over your girl who's on First Take, Molly Karam's spot.
Oh yeah.
Kimmy's very smart, very sharp. She does a lot of great stuff with the players down on the field. She does a lot of stuff with social media.
By the way, big ups to me. I'm wearing my Pride shirt today.
That's not a Pride shirt. That's just an Astros shirt. It's the rainbow Astros shirt.
It's got different L.
That's not a Pride shirt.
I don't think that's been classified as a Pride shirt by the Astros.
Well,
it just has
different colors.
Yes, but
but not like
those
rainbow
those
colors or
pride.
something.
Then why would you call it that? Then?
Because I'm doing my part.
You're not doing your part.
All right.
It has nothing to do with
You're
pride.
wearing black. He's wearing black. You're not allies.
Allies to what? What are you an ally to?
Pride.
Astros.
Yes, to the Astros.
I'm proud of my Astros. That's what I am.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm proud
This
of them.
version of them?
Yeah, because he's not bailing on them like you
I'm not
do,
bailing
Bill.
like you two have.
Yeah, why are you blaming me? You're the one who wants them to rip it all apart, Lance. Don't say like you, like
well,
me.
yeah, because I want to see this thing keep going.
Did you listen
I don't
to
want to see
Keith
this
Law?
get into Drayton McClain territory. I feel like Jeff Bagwell's on board now. Everything about we've got a guy who can't. This really is feeling kind of Drayton-y right now. I'm getting nervous if they tell me the Shaner's back. Like, what's the Shaner doing?
The Shaner plays golf at Wildcat all the time.
That's what I'm saying. Shaner's around.
No, Shaner's like, he's not butting in. He's like, I asked him too. He goes, I ain't watching that much baseball if you want to know the truth. Good.
Keep
I
it
was
that
like,
way.
The Shaner was great, though, on the air.
It was good, yeah.
Yeah.
It was good. That's what I like here in baseball. Like Bagwell in the booth, fantastic. Yeah.
Bagwell is the GM?
Bagwell, the GM, not as good.
Woo!
Jeff is back. What are you doing back here, Drayton?
Time for
We
no.
are going to
you
sign
calling?
this guy,
Are you calling Jim
Montero.
Craig Drayton?
No, I don't want him to Drayton this thing up.
Is he Jerry Jones?
You got money, John?
Is
for
he
me
Jerry
to sign
Jones?
Kyle? You got money for me to sign Kyle Tucker?
Drayton did ask.
He is.
I don't have money.
He asked me. I asked him I forget who. Hey, are you going to resign? You got any money? You got some? I was
You
like,
got some money I don't know about?
Oh my God!
There's some money for you to help me sign this. Now, his was a middle reliever.
We got to break it here now.
This is a $300 million guy, so it's a little different.
Yeah, we got to break it here now. We got to talk about HR&P. If you've got employees that are really ruining your business, then you need HR&P. You need HR&P to help you get rid of all that unwanted people that you have at your business, at your place of work. Okay,
Create NIL. Don't worry, it'll be easy.
Yeah,
NIL will just get rid of everybody. We can't afford you anymore. We got to pay a second
we
string
got to pay
guard.
the players now. Well, here's the deal, though. It's not easy to fire somebody anymore. It's just not, because you're going to get – there's a lot of lawsuits out there for your firings. Okay? They're going to the EEOC. And are you doing it correctly? Because if you're trying to fire people, you need to do it correctly. And if you don't, then you're going to get a lawsuit, and it's going to cost you more in the long run. Okay? Here's the deal. You, my friends, need HR&P. You need the HR, and you need the P part. The P is the payroll. The P in the HR&P is payroll. And payroll, they do it perfect. They do it. We love them. You'll love them. The process can't be better. The money that you're going to save. Like a business that had, it's so silly, like 30-some employees, they were talking about saving them $150,000 a year. Are you kidding me? That's how much you can save when you go with HR&P on just the 30 employees? Well, if you're doing it wrong, you're doing it wrong. You need HR&P to do it right. Plus all the taxes and the stuff they help you out with that. Why? HR&P is the way to go. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back. This is our final segment of the week, other than News of the Weird. Okay. So, is there anything we missed this week, though? I think we hit on most everything, right? I think we did a pretty good job.
I don't think we missed anything of importance.
Bun B?
Oh, yeah, that happened yesterday. Bun B was on the stand. He gave a tearful testimony about what happened when the intruder broke into his home back in 2019 and put a gun to his wife's head. He relived that moment. It was sentencing for DeMonte Jackson for that 2019 incident. Very emotional, as you might imagine.
Is there anything worse than a home invasion?
Yeah, that's your home. That's your safe space and safe place. And some individual threatens the life of your wife. I can't think of anything worse, other than obviously if you throw kids in there as well. It was terrible. You could see the emotion on his face. You can hear it in his voice as he relived it and what it meant for his wife to go through it.
Yeah, that's awful. That is awful. Thoughts and prayers to Bun B
and Queenie, which is his wife.
Queenie is Bun's wife.
Yeah,
he told me the whole story. I think he told it on the podcast that we had, and it was, it is something else now. To come down there, you go get your gun, you come down, and the guy, it was something else. But luckily, Queenie's okay and Bun's okay. I think he shot the guy, but that's how they caught him. But it didn't kill him, obviously. But police were able to get him after he had.
That's
shot
just awful. What an awful experience. And he's getting what's going on with
Trill Burgers. There's arguments about where the recipe started, who started the recipe. So there's a brother and sister duo who
Smashing Burgers started.
What's that?
Smashing Burgers happened a long time before.
Yeah, but I guess whatever the recipe is, I don't know. There's an injunction where the two sides sued each other. Nick Scurfield, who's a friend of ours, he used to work with the Texans as Buns, does marketing for Bun. He's also listed as one of the owners, actually. But it's pretty interesting. I think there's an injunction where they can only do certain things. They're trying to figure out the ownership thing. We'll see what happens with this, or if there's some kind of settlement. But that's a lot of stuff for Bun to have to be dealing with all at one time.
Yeah,
I know that. He's a friend of the show, friend of mine, and that's a lot to be dealing with.
Yeah, and thoughts and prayers at this time during these trying times for Trill Burgers. Trill Burgers are really good. Really good. As it's still that, I don't think it's still got a line around the door, right?
No, but there are times it's really busy. Yeah. There are times it's really busy.
It's really good. It's a really good burger.
Yep.
You see that? So Packers players and Eagles players aren't going to be able to wear green in Brazil.
Yeah, because of the it has to do with soccer.
It's because at the place where they're playing.
Yeah,
there's an informal ban on the color green because their arch rival Palmeiras wears green.
Yeah,
so nobody they find one of their own players for wearing green shoes in a game. Mm-hmm. So you can't wear green in this stadium.
You think Oklahoma wants you to wear burnt orange all over the place?
No, they don't. If you were playing at the University of Oklahoma, you couldn't wear burnt orange on the field.
Do you think A&M wants you to wear Texas Tech red in their places?
I don't know that.
That's a joke. Aggies get super mad when somebody says Tech is their rival. They get furious. That's seriously. That was just a joke. Yeah, that was really a joke. I didn't mean it.
But some of the players thought it was because it was some gang thing.
It's not Brazil. Well, Brazil's can be quite dangerous, but no, it's a soccer thing.
It's a soccer thing.
It's a team.
So
you can't wear.
So like the Eagles were, I guess they'll have to wear all white.
They'll wear. Well, they've got black now. I don't know. Well, black with green trim should be okay.
And the Packers have like those bumblebee.
Oh, those old bumblebees.
Yeah, the prison.
How about this? How about we don't bring this is what Roger Goodell should say. Oh, yeah? Well, here's the thing. You need us more than we need you. So you want our teams to come?
Well.
keep your mouth shut.
Well, that's not exactly true. He wants to be in there.
He wants to be in Brazil, but for what? Let's be real. Brazil's always going to be about soccer. Always going to be about soccer and golf. That's the two things they love more than anything.
You better watch yourself. You might not get a contract to keep talking this way.
No, I'm saying Raj ought to just step up and just tell him, no, we're not doing this no green stuff. Our teams wear green. You want to pay? Okay, Brazil, that's fine.
Or,
we need you to pay
how
for
about
some
picking
uniforms.
two teams that don't wear green?
How about two teams who don't wear green?
Yeah.
Well, Texans. But I don't feel like going to, I don't want our team to go to Brazil.
No, I don't either.
You could have picked the Lions and somebody else.
Look, send the Giants and the Jaguars. No one cares if they
green.
come back.
They wear green.
No one cares if they come back.
Well, the Giants with the blue.
Jaguars don't wear green. They wear teal.
They play the Giants. The Giants
enough.
and the Chargers could have played there.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah. But we care still about the Chargers.
Do we?
I want to see what Ladd McConkey does. Yeah.
That's
one of the
draw?
bosses who hates me is over there. I mean, there's enough. Just send the Titans. Does anyone care if the Titans don't even come back?
But they would
send
because
the
they're not wearing
Titans
green.
And send
the 49ers. Who cares? They red and
They don't
gold.
wear-
No, not 49ers. We can't take chances. They're a good team. We'll send the Titans and we'll send
the Cardinals.
Yeah.
They're red.
They're fine.
Yeah.
They're fine. Send them. That's fine. Tampa.
Okay.
Yeah.
Falcons.
You know what? Here it is. Carolina Panthers and Titans.
What a game Brazil gets.
There you go, Brazil.
You'll never, ever, ever get Brazil to like football if you send those two teams.
Wow, you got Will
You
Levis.
got the Eagles and the Packers.
You got Levis and you got the first pick of the draft last year in Bryce Young. And then you got Will Levis who,
Jeremy Branham thought it should have been the first pick.
Yeah, and he showed out well in that video that's been leaking. So that's
Did he
good
show out
for him.
well?
Yeah, he did well.
He did.
He did okay. There should probably be more talk about it. Titans fans seem to be excited about it. So, I mean, here, Brazil, get this. This is what you get. London gets our better games. They deserve it. Germany, the good people of Germany, deserve better games. By the way, speaking of that, I'm watching the Hitler documentary on Netflix.
Which one?
Wow, is it good? Hitler and the Nazis, it's called. They've got actual footage, video footage, and actual live audio from the Nuremberg trials. They've got other footage of Hitler when he was coming up. He was a constant loser. He lost elections all over the place. He tried to have a violent takeover at one point and then got put in prison. But he was supposed to get 6 years, but he was so good in court at talking that he only got 6 months. It's really, really interesting. I should have paid more attention to history in high school.
You probably should have.
I mean, I knew some of it, but I didn't know all this history. Hitler was also kind of a wannabe German. He wasn't even German. He was wannabe.
He wasn't a great guy.
No, he was a bad. From early on, the signs were there.
Yeah.
Not a good guy. Also a painter. Did you know that about Hitler?
Hitler
was a painter. He tried to make it as a painter, and everyone's like, "You suck."
You know, he had a real tick.
We haven't gotten there yet.
You haven't gotten there.
Documentary.
Oh, he started, and he was a real drug addict as well.
No, you're thinking it's not him. I think you're thinking of Himmler.
No,
Himmler, I believe was addicted to morphine.
Hitler was addicted to. He was a drug addict.
Well,
he
not yet.
absolutely was.
Not yet.
Well,
not in 33. He's not.
Okay, but after.
Yeah.
After.
Well, right now he's just a bad person.
Yeah.
And he's using violence to basically really just killed off or beat up everyone who was his political opponents. If you were political opponents, he beat the piss out of it. He had the SAs, which are the stormtroopers, just really beat you up.
Yeah, those stormtroopers were bad people. They were also in Star Wars.
Yes, and John once got in trouble, Dale, because he mentioned a stormtrooper reference. Early in the days that we had radio, and some man called in and complained to our boss, Dickie Rosenfeld, that John was being anti-Semitic and talking about stormtroopers and laughing like it was a joke. And he's like, we didn't even know, wait, what? And I said,
the only stormtrooper
John,
I know is
John, he's talking about Nazi stormtroopers. Sorry, Dickie, we were talking about literally Star Wars.
I didn't know that there were stormtroopers
Are we going to get fired because of
Russia.
this out of all the things?
All the things we've done. I know I know this. I know all the things that Houston Powder Coaters does. Houston Powder Coaters does anything metal. Anything that you have that's metal that you want to save and you want to make it look new again, well, that's easy. I saw the patio furniture that Robin had out at our last golf tournament, not this past one, but before. She had, it was unbelievable. It was beautiful Astros colors. Now, I mean, you can't say, hey, come get your Astros on over here. No, but you know what? You love your team. You want your patio furniture to look like your team. You're going out to tailgate at your football games, and you want it burnt orange, or you want it red, or you want it maroon, or you want it whatever color that you want it, green, that awful Baylor green. You can do that too. All you need to do is go to Houston Powder Coaters and get that done. They'll make your patio furniture look like your team. So when you're out there tailgating, you're like, hey, look at me. I love our team more than you do because I've got patio furniture that looks like our team. So you're going to be the hit of the tailgate. All you need to do is go to HoustonPowderCoaters.com. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. 5-star customer service, over 20 years in business, great Google reviews, very hands-on. Whatever it is that you want to save, HoustonPowderCoaters.com. 281-676-3888.
Hey, guys. Want to talk for a second about Aqueduct Plumbing Company and their ability to fix what's wrong very quickly, diagnose what's wrong. They don't even charge you to come out. Usually what they hit you with, these companies, what they hit you with is it's $79, $89, $100 for us to come out there and diagnose a problem. But if you get the work done with us, then we will apply that to the bill. That's not how it should work. You've got a company. If you are confident in your abilities, let's just diagnose it, and we'll make a decision from there once we get the rate. And that's why Billy Brown already knows his rate is going to be better than most of the others out there, and his work is definitely going to be better than everyone else out there. And so they don't charge you to come out and find out what's going on. So if you've got an issue with your plumbing right now that you're concerned with, right now it's something that you're worried about, call Billy Brown over at Aqueduct Plumbing Company and let his guys come out there and tell you exactly what's going on. They'll get out there quick, they'll diagnose the problem quickly, and they'll give you a very fair price to solve whatever the problem is. It's Billy Brown and Aqueduct Plumbing Company. It's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
By the way, big ups to you, Del, and your people. Xavier Howard sending nude pictures, sexually explicit pictures of a kid's mom to the kid.
Not our problem anymore.
because she wouldn't get an abortion.
Who did this?
Xavier Howard. That news.
And you tried to get him on our team as a cornerback.
I thought he maybe would help at CB too. Apparently.
Why are you trying to put this guy on our team?
Because you need help at corner.
Bad guy.
We've got first rounders already.
Wait a minute. You got Joe Mixon. Xavier wouldn't fit in?
Yeah.
Maybe.
What
are we talking about?
He'd fit in fine. Colorado Republican Party calls for burning of all pride flags as Pride Month kicks off.
Yeah.
I said flags.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
So they want to burn the flags?
They want to burn all the flags, yeah.
Woo!
Burn all the pride flags this June.
We're burning books, banning birds, burning flags. We're not supposed to burn flags.
We're not supposed to burn flags.
We don't burn flags, guys.
A Portland teachers union links to lessons urging students to pray to Allah and to write Biden to stop funding Israel. Do you think we should pray to Allah?
I don't think. I think we've already determined that prayer in school, the separation of church and state, other than private schools. In private schools, you can do that. Yeah.
It would be interesting how people would react.
Oh, would it? Would it be interesting?
Interesting?
Yeah,
is that what we're...
because in certain states they want to bring back praying in schools. I don't think they want to open it up to all religions. I think they love it to be Christian-based. But, hey, can we set aside some time for Allah? Would that be allowed in those schools?
I mean, if Allah is going to help us out here in Portland, I mean, I don't know about this whole writing to Biden thing, but...
He's never going to read it.
But we should pray to whatever God that we think. I think we should
pray to whatever God you choose to.
You choose.
That's
right.
what America's about.
Or Portland teachers should force you to pray to Allah. I don't know.
Feels like that's
I'm glad. I kind of feel like I'm glad I don't live in Portland.
Laid back.
That's going to be a problem. I don't care how laid back you think Portland is.
Yeah, hey, you're gonna.
Burlington police are having a bit of a problem. Apparently, they had a mock shooting at a high school in Burlington to teach kids, only they didn't tell the kids it was a mock shooting.
Ooh.
Ooh.
I know schools, because of the state of the world in this country, they do things where, hey, planning for these type of things.
Yeah.
But let's not spring it on them.
Yeah.
Let's not spring that
that's
horror
not,
on the
now
kids.
They have to have counseling services.
I imagine they would.
Portland's really on one. Portland Teachers Union wants kindergartners to wear kippahs and pray for a truly free Palestine. There's another one. This is from Oregon Live, like their newspaper of record. After uproar, Portland Teachers Union removes pro-Palestine lesson plans. All right.
Okay.
We had some lesson plans that we were teaching. We'll take it out.
Read the room.
Pastor prays for Jesus' return before Election Day. Do you think Jesus will come back before Election Day to help us out?
I've always been told no one knows the time or the place
No.
or when it will happen. What is this pastor's reasoning? He just doesn't want the election to take
Just
place?
Pastor Mark Driscoll says, Lord Jesus, we would humbly request that you return before November 5th.
That's very specific.
Dear Lord, please let the Mavericks stay inside the number this time. It was a beating last time. And also, if you could bring sweet baby Jesus back before the elections. And also, how about maybe getting the Astros a pitcher? Maybe with a cheap deal.
Why is it got to be baby Jesus? Baby Jesus is not going to help before. We need a grown-up Jesus.
Help with what?
Well, help
Pitching?
with before the election.
Oh, I just say if you're going to pray for an election, pray for everything.
Does this pastor want the rapture too, or does he just want Jesus
No,
to be
Jesus
back?
to come back without the rapture.
Oh.
Just could you leave the rapture at home?
I got some
but
stuff
just
to
bring
do. I still got some things I want to do.
Jesus to the ballot box.
Hey, good news. Scientists have made cocaine from a tobacco plant. Y'all want some tobacco
What
plant
are scientists
cocaine?
trying to make cocaine for? What kind of scientists? Like Walter White scientists?
Well,
scientists have finally been able to create cocaine out of a tobacco.
Well,
you said tobacco?
Tobacco plant. Scientists in China have now genetically engineered a tobacco plant to produce cocaine.
Are we running out of cocaine?
No, but what a great way.
China's going to
How-
dump
more-
cocaine.
much more
in all kinds of-
economical.
China's going to dump it all in neighborhoods. Look what we got for you. Some sweet cocaine.
Put it on TikTok.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, all you guys want us to be more like the U.S.? We'll do what the FBI did. Or was it CIA? I don't know. Remember who gets blamed for dumping coke into the communities. We'll do that too.
I mean, I think it's a pretty good. If it's cheaper, then
I felt like it went poorly for us when the government allegedly decided to you put drugs in the communities. I don't think China should do it.
yeah, I think. Well, China says, I don't care what you think we're going to
It's
do.
very true. I don't think they're going to be listening to me.
No, we're sending you more balloons. This time filled with urine.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Ugh. That's how we end the show. for the
Well,
week?
actually, North Korea did that to South Korea.
Yeah. Hey, just so you know, we're still here.
That's how we're ending the week right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Well, actually, Lance is going to end the week with talking about Vanderford.
Yeah, Vanderford Air. Hey, you're getting ready to step into a blistering hot summer of a day. I mean, it's June, but it feels like August. Yesterday, we got a feels like of 106 coming up in a couple days, and all I can tell you is if your AC is not working properly, then you're going to be uncomfortable, and it's going to run forever, and you're going to be paying outrageous electrical bills. How about having Vanderford Air come over and find out what's going on? Let them come over there. The first thing they do is turn your system way down. I had them come check mine. They turn it way down. They check every room, so they get a heat load in every single room, find out what's going on, how you're cooling, what does the temperature get to in that room. And if it's not working effectively, they go diagnose what the problem is. And in some cases, it can be fixed and fixed quickly. In other cases, they may give you a price to fix it, but they'll tell you it's not going to get to where you want it to be. But if you have a new unit that's going to be an efficient unit that is built for your home and the size of your home, you're going to have your house much cooler. It'll be able to get to the cooling area, turn off, save you energy. I mean, you want to have a unit that makes sense, and that's what Vanderford Air is there to do for you. Call 281-557-COOL. That's 281-557-COOL for all of your AC needs.
before I got here today, I assumed we were free of the shackles of starting with the Astros in segment 1. They didn't play. They'll be back in action against the Angels. And I thought to myself, we can go with the NBA. We can talk about, is Kristaps Porzingis the best player to ever play the game of basketball? At least he was last night. All of a sudden, he turned into an unstoppable force, the most dominant big man of all time for that 8-minute stretch of basketball, as he turned that game from a relatively close one in the first quarter to a blowout at the end of the quarter, and the Mavericks never recovered. They got within 8, but that was the end of their run. We'll get into that later. But Keith Law made an appearance on ESPN 97.5 yesterday with the Killer Bees. And I don't know the real back and forth between Keith Law and the Astros fans, but he acknowledged that the two aren't seeing eye to eye on things. Keith Law took the time to air some grievances, to let everyone know that he was right about what he said. So before we get to the sound, I know we keep track of our haters. It's just what we do. He's kind of settled down. You've got the Ringer crew, maybe all of them, but particularly the Simmons-Russillo double. Those are at the top of the Houston hater list. Houston fans have interactions with them. But after what Keith Law dropped on our station yesterday, I think he's rising up the ranks. He went after the fans. He talked about the Astros and the way they've been run, and the thought that Dana Brown is nothing more than kind of the front-facing guy for an Astros team that's controlled by the likes of Jim Crane and Bagwell and Reggie Jackson. So, Sean, dealer's choice for you. This is sound from the Killer Bees. Thanks to BMAC for cutting it up and providing it to the rest of us. Where do we go? Do we go with, at least according to BMAC's description, Dana Brown is a puppet? Do we go with Keith Law saying, in his own words, that the Astros front office is a clown show? Or, well, you pick. I'm listing them off, but what do you think we should start the show with?
It's definitely between those two, at least to lead off. Give me, or I don't know why I'm saying.
Well, you give me.
Yeah, I can just
you
do
can
it
pick
right now. Let's go with. He was right about the clown show, because I love a good pat yourself on the back victory lap.
All right, cool. We'll go with that.
I don't care if Astros fans don't like me. I was right. What have I said that was wrong? These fans don't want to hear negative things about their team. That's their right as a fan. But the team's made a lot of pretty colossal mistakes since winning that World Series. I mean, how's that Jose Abreu contract working out? How's that Rafael Montero contract working out? How is he letting guys like Jeff Bagwell, with no front office experience whatsoever, make critical decisions working out? The team is clearly in worse shape today than they were the moment they won that World Series. The farm system is worse off. The Major League Club is worse off. It's just been mistake after mistake after mistake. You know, the Astros fans want to claim they don't like me. Can I hand you a tissue? Really, where's the lot? What have I said that was wrong? Everything I've said about this organization turned out to be true. Sorry, but not sorry.
A lot of that was a banger until he dropped sorry, not sorry. I mean, you're a grown man. What are you doing? You don't say that. I don't even care about the accredited baseball writer, reporter thing. You're a grown man. Do grown men still say sorry, not sorry? Did we ever? But the rest of it is a banger. But to be honest, the Astros threw him an alley-oop. This is the time to do your victory lap. And it's a very easy one to take considering what the season has been and the questionable decisions that the Astros have made that, hell, we've all called out. And Brian said, I forgot John Boy. That's another one. If we're ranking the all-time haters, at least in the last decade, John Boy goes on that list as well. I can't think of ones for the Texans, mostly because we all agreed with what everyone else was saying about him. Hell, we were harder on the Texans than others. The local, whether it be fans or local media.
Yeah, the national media just forgot.
Yeah,
about
they just stopped talking about them. It wasn't interesting. It didn't drive ratings, so why talk about them? But yeah, I mean, I guess we could say all of us are the biggest Texans haters up until 2023. But yeah, the baseball haters, passing Law, and John Boy.
John Boy just started slandering people. So he may be number one. But as far as the people who think they're fair and balanced, I think Keith Law and Passon are right up there. But I can't disagree, man. It's all the things we said. This is a team that feels like it's run in a way that doesn't coincide with the best parts of them over the last decade. They feel like they've gone in the opposite direction of what got them there. And sometimes a run just has to end. It just seems like the Astros so far are driving at 120 miles an hour to get to the end. Hey, why are we rushing? Why are you on the Autobahn? This ain't Germany. You don't have to drive as fast as you want to the oncoming lights. No, that's not a tunnel that's showing you a way out. That's an oncoming train. And we're driving right to it. Shout out to the Fellowship of Mid. Okay, so Sean, you picked Clown Show, and I'm right. The Keith Law patting himself on the back for 40 seconds. The other thing that stuck out was the perception of Dana Brown. Dana Brown is the one who does the weekly show on 790. He has to answer questions. He has to push the Astro philosophy. And he is the general manager. Maybe only in name. That might be unfair to Dana Brown, but that appears to be the perception because of the prominent role big name former players have taken. And Jim Crane stated that he wanted more baseball people around. Clearly, it has not worked out. Here's Keith Law on the perception around baseball regarding Dana Brown.
Yes, that is 100% the perception. Now, I can't speak to, I know Dana. I haven't talked to him about his role there. I wouldn't ask a question like that. I just don't think that is appropriate. But I can tell you that is the perception, that Jim Crane has decided that he's smarter than everybody else, and he's going to have his little cadre of advisors who he respects because they played the game, not because they are evaluators or have experience in a front office. And he is allowing them to manage, at the very least, the core major league decision.
Keith Law with the Killer Bees yesterday here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. He's hating, but that doesn't mean he's wrong. You can't. It's hard to push back on someone who's hating when you feel the same way they do. I wish I felt differently. I mean, I'm not going to maybe put him in the puppet category. I think he does have marching orders, and the marching orders come from the owner. So what are you going to do about it? You take the orders, you say what you have to say, and you keep cashing them checks. If that's what it is right now, I'm sure Dana Brown has some input. He may not be the biggest voice in the room. But at the end of the day, if I can cash those checks, hell, make me look like the puppet if I get to cash Major League Baseball checks. It's understood. It's his first time as a GM, as the tried and true, that's your title GM. And, his first year, they made the ALCS, so things weren't so bad as we get further and further away from the moves made by James Click and before him, Jeff Luhnow. Things keep getting worse. I don't want to make Dana Brown the avatar for what's wrong with the Astros. I'm sure those guys behind him would. Hey, that's Dana Brown. Hey, Dana Brown, you take the bullets for what's going on.
It really is a perfect. I won't call him a puppet, but it is a very nice setup for Crane and Bagwell and Biggio and Reggie Jackson that it's on his record.
Yeah. When Dana Brown,
he's the one who has to answer questions about it.
If Dana Brown, which we feel like, look, it's June. Inevitably, we feel like this is something where if it continues to go poorly, there's one guy on the chopping block. When he has to go out and go search for another job, if he wants to remain in baseball, if it comes to this, he's going to have to explain what the hell went on here when people start to pick apart his tenure and all the moves that can be questioned. If I'm Dana Brown, I'm keeping a list of things. Hey,
I was overruled.
I was overruled on this, and this. Hey, you know the perception. It wasn't me. It was them. I was a good soldier.
I'd be screenshotting all the texts that I have, being like, no, we cannot cut Jose Abreu.
all those. I don't know if you need to take take a recorder or set your phone to record the conversations? Because that would be some real CYA getting ready for the inevitable.
Real V. Stiviano stuff.
Yeah.
Shout to Clipped.
But you're watching that show. Shout out to you for watching it. You may be our correspondent for that because I have not decided if I'm going to watch that or not.
I won't derail it. Never mind.
Oh, well, you've
45-minute episodes.
So you got to be locked. You got to be all in. They're not even giving you that 25-minute thing where, hey, we're going to treat it like a comedy. It's a drama. You get to see what Klay Thompson looks like according to them. It's all great stuff. But I'm just keeping a list of things that aren't my fault because it feels like at some point the guillotine's going to fall on one guy. It's going to be Dana Brown if things keep going the way they're going.
I mean, he's the only guy who can get fired, really.
It's
he's
true.
He's the only guy who has
official title.
Has to and had to apply for his job.
Yeah.
The other three are, I am Jeff Bagwell. I am Craig Biggio. I am Reggie Jackson. And then the owner.
And, oh, by the way, I'm the owner, so ain't no one firing me. Yeah. Fall Guy, possibly.
Puppet. Keith Law says yes.
Yes. He won't say it, but he'll say it.
Because he knows Dana Brown.
Yeah,
I feel like that's the reason why he won't say it.
It's an inappropriate question. You heard him, but the perception is that this organization is being run by people not named Dana Brown, and he's simply the guy who you have to hear make excuses, if you want to use that term, for what the hell is going on and why they make decisions. But, Keith Law also agrees with Dana Brown about something. We'll hear about that on the other side. The less salacious quotes, the less salacious sound. He agrees with Dana Brown on something. I don't particularly agree with it, and we'll hear from Keith Law on that. We'll also get into what PFF said about the Texans and why you should have some concerns. And to be honest with you, it was like a soft thing because they aren't even really believable when it comes to their reasons for it. But it's a segment they do where they say reasons for Team A to be concerned. So they had to find things. So we'll talk about that throughout the show as well. We have odds on who's likely to make the CFP. Our resident Longhorn should be happy about it. Pretty good odds for that Longhorns, and we'll get into the other teams and also who could be a Cinderella as far as the CFP is concerned. And this is a point of conversation because the schedule came out this week about when those games will be, how you can set up your Christmas plus New Year's football watching schedule. A lot of games when you include the NFL to get ready for. So we'll talk about that. And also, of course, the finals. Celtics win game one handily. Kyrie, not great. A lot of stuff to get to. We'll be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
You know, Sean, it's a Friday. You're feeling pretty good. Hey, we do this for a living. It's not bad. I mean, everyone has complaints about the job, but as far as real complaints, we don't have many. I'm walking back from getting some water. And you may notice I don't have a water cup with me.
Yeah, you finish it all? Or?
No. I dumped, for whatever reason, one hand clipped the other, and I dumped the whole, I don't know how, I can't explain it. I can't explain what happened, but I dumped the whole cup of water. And, you know, it hits the floor, you get your paper towels, and that's cool. But somehow, most of the water landed in my left shoe.
Oh.
So I feel like there's a puddle of water in my shoe. So we'll see how I handle it. The adversity. I'm grinding here, and I got some adversity to deal with.
God,
we'll see how I overcome.
I can't even comprehend what happened to you.
I can't explain it.
I know that you had water in a cup, and now it's in your shoe.
Yeah,
and a little bit on the ground.
There's
none in the cup.
Half of it's in my shoe, half of it's on the ground. None of it's in the cup. And I dropped it, and I said, "Oh, that's not good." And one of the interns, it doesn't sound good either, because you could hear it. It was so much you could hear a splash. So I was in there using the entire brick to clean up the hallway. We don't have a lot of people rolling through here, so hopefully no one slips. I got a lot of it, but it's still slick out there. So not that anyone's listening that's going to be walking through, but
maybe BMAC or someone.
Hopefully, he's getting here at 10:30.
Oh yeah, true.
yeah. So you feel pretty good, and then life says, "Don't feel so great." And my left foot, don't feel so great.
Yeah. Hey, I know the Celtics won Game 1. How about some water in your shoe, too?
Yeah, I know you were hate watching that game last night, and you knew the hate watching experience was going to be poor for you at the end of the first quarter. I'm going to give you some more.
You know what? I got one more in me.
Yeah, I got one more reason for your last 24 hours to not be so great. Here it is. Water in your left shoe. So, hey man, sometimes adversity hits. You gotta roll.
Okay. I'll keep when we're writing the narrative of your career based off this one.
This is my flu game.
This June
it's my
7th show.
It's my shoe game.
Yeah. Or if you go 3 for 19, hey guys.
It's my Harden game.
Remember, he was battling through the water in his shoe.
Yeah, if I
you're shooting a spring tour date.
If I was messing up some brakes, couldn't get the brake on time, couldn't even throw the brakes. Remember?
Yep, that's the puddle in your shoe.
Puddle my shoe. I can hear the squishing. It's not great.
I think it's picking up on. No,
it's not. It's not that bad, but I can feel it. We were, before I was sidetracked by water in my shoe, we were going to get into Keith Law saying on the Killer Bees yesterday that the Astros should be buyers. This show went on a bit of a rant yesterday discussing why we didn't think that was a good idea. What do they have to sell first off? And let's get to 500. But Keith Law looks at the construction of this roster, the age of it, and thinks the Astros should go in another direction.
They should be in, right? This club was built to contend. They are close enough to contention. And I think they can look at players like Bregman and say, we will get more production from Bregman the remainder of the season than we have from him so far. I think they should also look realistically. They've taken some real hits to the pitching staff. That's going to be tough to replace. I do think they're in the situation where they should say the farm system is not in great shape, but they have some players who would have some value in trade, and they've been willing to take on some money in the past. I think they should take that same approach and just say, we're all in, especially with Bregman potentially leaving in free agency. I'm not going to write him off and say he's gone, but you take the attitude that he might be gone, and they should act accordingly and say, if this is the last year of Bregman, we do have a club that's a little bit on the older side. We should just say this might be the last big push, with the possibility that you're thinking about rebuilding on some level starting next year.
Well, I know we've talked about our disagreements on that. And this is, at least from my perspective on his comments, is that the expectation is that this team will get better, turn it around, and be close enough where it matters. And, yeah, we said yesterday, talk to me when that's the case. Through 60-plus games, there's been no indication that they will. When there is a real one, and that would have to be a thing by at least mid-July where there's an actual run. And it'd have to be, considering how they've played, it'd be a departure from anything we've seen from them. If that run happens, then we can have a conversation. And even then, I don't know where and what you're going to have to give up to actually be all in. And this is just a repeat of yesterday, but, Keith Law, a respected source, unless you're an Astros hater of him, had some thoughts on the Astros' future, and he thinks it kind of begins and ends with this year. After that point, we're talking about a bit of a rebuild, although we look at the roster. The pitching staff outside of Urquidy and Javier, who likely won't be around in 2025, at least for most of it, probably going to have Verlander. You'll have Fromber, health permitting, and then you'll have, I guess, McCullers and Luis Garcia, and then you'll have whatever you can get out of Hunter Brown, and Blanco can maintain what he's been for the first couple months of the year, and Arrighetti. So I feel like the rotation, if I'm taking Dana Brown's word for that they're still a playoff rotation, will be okay next year too. So if the rotation's okay, I'm not sure this is their last year. I just know the impending free agency of Bregman and Kyle Tucker a year after that may cloud the judgment. I think 2025 is the last year, because I think you're without Bregman. You're likely going to lose Tucker, and then you are talking about a lineup that's completely different from what we've seen particularly over the course of the last 4 years. So I don't think 2024 is the last time that they can actually go compete. 2025? Yeah. That's probably where we're talking about, let's do a soft reset for this team. And I just hope the final years, whatever they may be for Jose Altuve, isn't like a one last dance. I want him to have it, but I hope the one last dance includes competitive baseball team, because he's like, hey, I was here when we were terrible. I don't want to revert back to that.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe this will come back to bite me, but they will have Altuve and Yordan at the very least. Pena. So and
Yainer,
Loperfido, Yainer. So I'm just not sure how bad it could be. I feel like they'll be obviously not up to the Astros baseball standard that we have now, but they're not going to be the White Sox.
No.
They're not going to be some embarrassment to baseball. It's just they might not, or they'll be competing for a wild card, or maybe just outside the wild card race. And that, to me, that's not like it's not like the last years of Kobe where they're winning like 20 games every year.
Yeah.
That's
true.
It's not that bad. I mean, honestly, it's about how they're playing right now.
Yeah, I would
7
hope
games out of the wild card.
Yeah, what's the difference between now and what it might be without Bregman and Kyle Tucker, the way they're playing? Yeah, to your point. And, those guys would be gone. But Jim Crane, despite some evidence to the contrary when it comes to what we believe is the case about paying guys like Bregman and Tucker, says they're going to be in it as long as he's around. So it doesn't preclude them from spending money on someone else.
Yeah, what are we talking about?
I'm listening to Keith Law.
We're being silly right now.
I'm allowing Keith Law.
The window's always open.
That's what he's told us. Always open.
Keep Jim Crane alive and owner of the Astros, and the window's open.
The window's
now. The window's open. This year,
just because he's the aughts version. Well, Jerry Jones is still the guy, but just because he's baseball's Jerry Jones, needing to wrest power away from the guys who got you there. The Cowboys are good. They just never win at the highest level. Maybe Jerry Jones or Jerry Crane, whatever I want to call him, gets into that mode where he'll make big moves.
Don't call him Jim Jones.
That's why I avoided that for a reason. I mean, Jim Jones, the rapper, great. The other Jim Jones, not so great.
I'm not even sure if the rapper's great.
It's better than the other one.
I don't think
if we're ranking
Crane
Jim Jones's.
Yes. Okay. He would prefer to be a member of Dipset.
Yeah.
Than the other guy.
Yes, I think that's fair to say.
He also wouldn't be super psyched.
Yeah, I don't think him and Joel Santana will get along.
I mean, they're already listening to Jeff Bagwell and Craig Biggio. Might as well just see what Joel has to say.
Could it be any worse? He might have been. I kind of know that Montero guy.
Hey, Cameron. I know Cameron.
He's in the sports.
Yeah, you got.
Cameron's got plenty of opinions.
Yeah, come on, who do we sign?
Cameron's like, I'm a New Yorker. I don't care what you guys do. To be honest. So the Keith Law has some ideas. Is it the last year? I don't agree. They will have a good team next year. It'll be different, but I still think they'll have a shot. I don't think the end of the Astros is as close as Mr. Law thinks. We will get to a team who's in a different spot. They're trying to ascend, and there are some questions. And once again, as I said in the first segment, this is really about playing devil's advocate. Even when you listen to the entire video from PFF discussing what might get in the Texans' way, it doesn't sound like they really believe it. They're just listing some things that might stop them from being a good football team, just in case it happens. So we'll hear from the guys from PFF about potential roadblocks for a Texans division-winning team, or maybe even a Super Bowl team when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Welcome back. So, we're in that time of the year where OTAs are going on. We had mandatory ones this week. I think next week they're more voluntary, or in some cases not going at all. I know some teams they're going to have a break until July. I'm not sure where the Texans stand on that. That might be the case for them as well. But it's a time where people have to try to produce content, and I guess PFF does this yearly, where they go through the teams, all 32, and pick apart something that might be a weakness. And we look at the Texans team and say there's a lot of strengths. We like to focus on the offense because that's where all the star power is. You know, you have Daniil Hunter, Danico Autry, and then certainly Stingley on defense. But the focus of the conversation for the most part throughout this offseason has been about the offense because C.J. Stroud and his rookie year. Now, once again, this is just really a devil's advocate segment, particularly for the Texans. Some other teams, their weaknesses are pretty clear, so the guys on the show can go all in on those. But this one's more about if there was possibly a reason why things wouldn't go well, these would be the reasons. Here is the PFF guys on C.J. Stroud and a possible regression.
There is a chance that we just saw, a really high-end version of what C.J. Stroud is going to be. We got we were saying it all last year. He's just Georgia C.J. Stroud all the time. What if he isn't? What if he got that for a run and we're going to get a different version of him this year? And now you just invited a guy like Stephon Diggs into the building who, brings some chemistry issues with him, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about Stroud, one of the most impressive rookie seasons we've ever seen. However, in the last 10 to 12 years, we've seen impressive rookie seasons like RG3 in year one, again, in the Shanahan scheme or derivatives. Bobby Slowick was there for RG3's rookie season. Then it all fell apart in 2013. You also have Baker Mayfield had his best season for a while. Like his rookie season was his best season for, until last year, basically. So there is always that possibility of regression from C.J. Stroud. And that's the other thing, too. It's right, like defenses adjust, right? It's not just about you played well, therefore you will forever. Now there's
tape on you.
Yeah, there's the tape and there's the counter argument that the defense gets to bring to the table here this year, and you got to have answers to that. And now I would say stylistically, the way Stroud plays, I feel good about, he's going through his reads, goes 1 to 2 to 3, throws the ball accurately. I mean, he's got the ingredients to be able to adjust to what defenses throw at him.
That's Sam Monson and Steve Palazzolo from PFF. And the context around that particular clip is, hey, we have to find something. We kind of believe CJ is that guy, but hey, this is the show. Let's try to find something that might lead to a Texans regression. So they don't even believe it. You don't have to put them on the hater list. They don't belong.
Okay.
They're
under investigation.
They're not on the jump.
They're on the watch list.
Okay, just in case. But no, they're not of the ilk of Keith Law or Jeff Passan or the Ringer guys or even John Boy. These guys are, hey, we're just trying to produce some content for you. Watch it, please, and we'll kind of give you a reason why things might go poorly.
I don't know. They
how dare they, right? How dare they even think it?
They put Baker Mayfield on C.J. Stroud. Don't do that.
And RG3.
Yeah, come on. No, it's disrespectful. I do think it is funny that the possible reason for regression was he was just so good last year.
Yeah,
that's basically what it was.
He had one of the best rookie season for a quarterback of all time.
He was just so good that
and we were a little surprised. We got to be honest. We didn't expect it.
Or just the biggest issue is just how good he was last year.
How good he was and how off we were on what he could possibly be.
Yeah, they are right that it was like the Georgia game
over and over and
Georgia
over
game,
again.
C.J. Stroud every time.
Yeah. So sure, could it possibly not be as good? Maybe, but there is no real expectation that it will be. We played the sound from Louis Riddick yesterday. He's all in. I think a lot of people are in that mode. You can barely find anyone that will even dare to think the Texans aren't winning this division unless they reside in Indianapolis, because the Colts will say, "Hey, we're one third string running back drop away from winning that game." So sure, Indianapolis people can delude themselves, but we kind of all know the deal. The real thought is how much improvement will C.J. Stroud make, and how more dynamic will this offense be with the healthy Tank Dell and Stephon Diggs and Joe Mixon. The arrows seem to point up. The other thing they got to, though, was something that I think is an actual issue. So if there is a real concern about a potential backslide for the Texans, despite what Steven Nelson might think of D'Amico, he was a solid cornerback. And there's a story about a cornerback I've mentioned for the Texans that we'll get to. It may be a reason he's still available. I don't know if the NFL NFL teams had kind of a preview of this and knew this was coming down. But, yeah, Xavier Howard, if what is being said about him is true, not a great guy. We'll get to that in a little bit. But here is maybe a legitimate reason concerning the cornerback position and a little bit of the offensive line about why the Texans may not be as good as we hope they are.
I would say specifically cornerback 2, opposite Derek Stingley.
Right.
They're going with Jeffrey Okudah, C.J. Henderson, draft Kamari Lassiter. It's a big question mark, I would say, heading into camp.
Yeah, no, definitely. And to be honest, Derek Stingley played fantastically last year, but he was worse the previous year, and we know cornerback volatility being what it is. I mean, Derek Stingley might not have as good a year as he did last year. Then you might have a guy, your top corner isn't playing great, your second corner is a big question mark anyway, and the entire cornerback group looks like a problem at that point.
And we have to highlight the offensive line. Again, every friend of Kyle seems to be able to overcome offensive line. Poor offensive lines on paper. The Texans did it last year as well, but I wouldn't say it's a position of weakness. Kendrick Green at guard coming back, Titus Howard at right tackle, Shaq Mason getting a little bit older. So there are still some questions up front for the Texans.
No, agreed. I mean, that offensive line, it's hard to know actually with these Shanahan offensive lines. Like, do we just need to accept that they're able to make things work with significantly worse looking groups on paper than other teams can, and kind of stop harping on it? Because it seems like we've been doing that for the 49ers, the Dolphins, and the Texans now for a while, and all three of those teams are arguably the three best offenses in football working with those offensive lines. Like, at some point we should probably recognize that it's just not a thing, or they're all ticking time bombs waiting for one of them to detonate.
Yeah, they said those particular things a little bit more with their chest. Those could be concerns. The offensive line has health as a question, and is Titus Howard a good right tackle? He'll be playing there. At least he thinks he should be playing there, and they did draft someone who could possibly replace him or shift him inside to guard if they think that's the best option. But Titus Howard's not a good guard, so you would have to hope that he solidifies his spot at right tackle and Blake Fisher becomes more of a swing tackle, because having a second-round pick be capable of doing that early in his career, it's a great option because injuries happen. We know. Titus Howard has dealt with them. The interior, Kenyon Green, D'Amico said good things about him this offseason. We'll have to wait and see. And certainly Shaq Mason should be solidified at the other guard spot and center. There were injury concerns there last year. I think that's, if we're talking about things that could possibly get in the way, the cornerback position beyond Stingley, although Kamari Lassiter is another guy who D'Amico has said positive things about, and people out there who've watched him have said those same things as well. So, but that's practice. Those are guys in t-shirts. Nice new practice jerseys. They're nice. They've got the Texans' new font redesigned. It's all good, but they still don't have pads on, and we won't find out all we need to know about Kamari Lassiter really until, I guess, we'll see in those shared practices. We'll see him go against competition that doesn't have a Texans helmet on. We'll see him in early on, as long as he's healthy, in the Hall of Fame game. So those are where at least I will make my first determinations about Kamari Lassiter, and then obviously we'll see how Okudah and Henderson fare once they see competition. But we kind of know what they look like when they see opposing wide receivers.
Okay. That's where I'll make all my judgments on the entire
Hall of
team,
Fame game?
The Hall of Fame game.
Where CJ won't play.
Show me what you got.
Where Stephon Diggs won't play. Where the entire starting offensive weaponry won't play.
They won a game with Case Keenum as quarterback. No excuses.
Oh, you think they should run Caleb Williams off the field? No, they're not. No, they're not playing Chicago. They're playing Chicago in week 2.
They're playing in the Hall of Fame game.
Oh, they're playing them twice. Okay.
Yeah, they're playing them twice in like a month.
I thought so. So you think they should run the Bears off the field in that game, no matter who's out there?
Hey, I'm just saying,
If you're a Super Bowl contender,
yeah.
Even if it is Davis Mills out there, get the job done.
You supposedly improved this year.
Depth-wise.
This is a team that, they picked number 1, but they weren't the worst team in the league.
No,
but
they were not.
They were like, what? They've had the number 9 pick. Come on. Show me something.
Hey, Kamari Lassiter, lock down Roma Dunze.
Those twins from South Dakota State, because I know they'll probably play the entire game.
Probably a lot.
Show me something. Either one of you.
Kamari Lassiter, I'm gonna need you to lock down Lock down Roma Dunze. That's all I'm saying.
For the eight plays he's out.
Yes. Get it done. Pistol Pete, if that is your real name, we'll talk to you on the other side. Anyone else wants to call in, 713-780-3776 is the number. Certainly you can tweet at us at Sean A. Mapes, at Delvey2. We'll talk to you on the other side.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Appropriate that Sean is playing this song because there are lyrics that talk about someone being their biggest hater. I hate the way that you walk. I hate the way that you talk, and that's how I feel about the Celtics. I hate everything about them, honestly. There's nothing redeeming about them. I know some people, because Dallas is in the series, you're going to root against the Mavericks. That's understood. There is that Houston-Dallas thing that people will latch onto. But me, not being born here, I don't have the same hate for Dallas that others have, so I'm all in on hating the Celtics. Didn't go well for me last night. Went great for the Celtics. Sean, at what point in the game did you go, I'm going to tune into something else?
I think the run at the end of the third quarter by the Boston Celtics. I didn't actually tune into anything else, but that's when I was like, okay, this is over.
Yeah. The Celtics were up by, I believe, was it 17 at the end of the first? Kristaps Porzingis was.
The first quarter.
First quarter. Yeah, wasn't like 37-20 or something. It was for the first, 6-7 minutes of the ball game, back and forth, turnovers, not great shooting, and then with Kristaps Porzingis entering, the game turned.
Yeah, he said not tonight.
Yeah, he became the best player of all time for like 8 minutes. I'm not saying that's what he is. I'm just saying what he was in that stretch.
It's just taller Larry Bird.
Yeah, blocking, but also throwing rim protection as well. You got Larry Bird, a giant Larry Bird who can also protect the rim. That's what we saw last night. The Mavs were like, we're going to try this guy a couple times. Oh, that didn't work. Let's try him again. That was their philosophy on the offensive end. We're going to try the shot blockers. It didn't go well for them. And Kristaps Porzingis, no matter how tight the coverage, now, of course, the height advantage certainly gave him the ability to get shots off, but he was spectacular. There was a question, particularly from me, about what he could be entering the finals after having so much time off. Pretty good, I'd say. Dominant, I'd say. This isn't the Kristaps Porzingis I expect to see, no matter how long the series goes. I know people are saying he unlocks the Celtics, and that's what a lot of people said throughout the year, how good he was and how he helped the Celtics team reach heights they hadn't reached before as far as how dominant they were. You see the stats, all the 20-point leads in games, how many times they won games by double digits. He was part of that equation. And, yeah, I don't think he'll be as good as he was last night, but it might not matter. Just be good. And his return to the series has people talking about this could be a short one. The Mavericks have no answer. Yes, if he's unconscious and can't miss, they have no answer. I don't think that's what he will be for the next 4 or 5 games, however long this thing goes. But even just an above-average Porzingis might be the biggest difference in the ballgame. Good night for the Celtics overall. Good night for Jaylen Brown. Tatum was a passenger. Didn't really need him in that one. And the jokes were flying about the Celtics' ability to win games without Tatum. That's the thing he's been fighting throughout the year. Not necessarily him, but that's the narrative. Hey, how good is he really when this team can be this good when he's not doing much? Luka, he got his pocket picked a couple times in that first half. The Celtics defense got after him, picking him up for full court, but he still had a really good game. As Sean mentioned, the end of the third quarter where the Celtics made their run, they had to make a run after being up big because of Luka. That game was an 8-point difference in the third quarter. The Mavericks had the ball. Derek Lively had a rebound. He traveled. The Celtics got the ball back, got a free throw. Kyrie traveled on the next possession. Celtics scored again. All of a sudden, they're up 11, and they pushed that lead out to the point where, this game's over. So, a game of runs. The Celtics had 2 giant ones that put the game away. The Mavericks had one to kind of get them back in it, but it wasn't enough. And, of course, the biggest storyline, if you're on the Mavs side, is Kyrie's game. Now the numbers are out. He's 0-11 since he stomped on the logo. Is that? I know he's 0 of his last 11 against the Celtics, and I think people
it has to be that's the market line of demarcation.
Yeah, him stomping on the logo when he was a net, and he has not won a game.
Talking about it is triggering, I'm sure.
for all of us, I think.
Disgusting act.
Yes, how dare he put his foot on a logo?
No one walks all over the midcourt logo.
I mean, it's part of how you get up and down the court.
No one does.
It's part of how you get up and down the court, Sean. No one walks around that logo as they're heading up court.
Like it's a college football locker.
Yeah. We walk. Hey, but why would you put a giant logo that makes my day harder? I have to walk around it. Why don't you just put up on the ceiling for me to watch? I like the college football locker rooms where, particularly when they have recruits in the building who don't know the rules, they'll put like stanchions around it to make sure no one steps on it. All right, guys. you take it a little too serious. God forbid that a player you want on your team doesn't know the rule and walks on your logo.
Yeah, Kyrie needs to play better.
It's always like it's always like it's a wet floor or wet paint. Never touch it.
No.
Kyrie needs to know. You don't rub your Kyrie 4s, whatever the hell his shoe was at the time, into Lucky's face. Apparently that's the name of their mascot.
Don't want. Now it's the Antas. Don't want any Anta on the.
Yeah. No matter. I don't care if your dad's the first guy who will represent you. That's the story out there too. So
yeah, but he was 0 for 5 from 3-point line.
Yeah, he
6
missed
for
some
19.
wide open ones too. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing with some of the misses that Kyrie Irving's gonna have. Mostly the 2-point misses that he has. They're just super tough shots that some nights they just don't go in. There's a little bit better contest, whatever it is, that you just don't make the you pivot 4 times and then shoot a fadeaway over someone taller than you, and oh that one doesn't go in. Okay, but especially the 3-pointers, some of these 3-pointers were wide open where it was just either a breakdown or just good offense where they get Kyrie Irving a catch and shoot wide open. He just missed it. So that with the fact that they're also kind of turning the ball all over the place for a little bit in that first half, that really combined with Porzingis being unconscious, they got it close in the third quarter, but they lost. To me, they lost the game in the first 20 minutes.
Yeah. I mean, they put on a great run. We know they're capable of that. We know Boston can go into stretches where they don't execute. The shots don't go down because of their propensity to take threes. And just simply going by the numbers, you look at the 3-point differential, you can point to that and go, okay, that's the margin of victory. But overall, I don't take much from it other than you can't be that bad in the first quarter.
Yeah.
And you're out of the game at that point. And if you are in a game at the end of one, then it changes the whole complexion of it. And I don't expect the Mavericks to be down by what I believe was 17 points at the end of one the rest of the series. And if they are, then we can wrap this one up early and get ready for the draft.
One thing for Mavs fans to hold on to, Jason Kidd as a head coach in his head coaching career is 1-6 in game ones.
Should have expected it, I guess.
Yeah. Just roll out Dwight Powell the entire time.
But if you're going to lose anyway.
Yeah, just see what Jaden Hardy's got.
Give Tim Hart. They tried and it didn't go well.
Oh, yeah.
Tim Hardaway even got 3 minutes at a point. And as you might imagine, that didn't go well either.
No. But I'm looking at the box score. Did not. Oh, he got a steal. That's the only thing he did. And missed 2 shots.
Yeah.
That's his contribution to the game.
And even after, what you could be concerned about is even after an extended amount of time off, there were points in that game where Luka was struggling to get up the floor, grimacing as well. You would have hoped. Now, of course, the knee could be something that just won't get better until a really extended rest in the offseason, and maybe there's surgery. Who knows? Maybe a cleanup thing needs to be done. But he had the Luka face on at points, particularly when they were struggling. All of a sudden, when he was making shots,
thank you for pointing that.
There was a pep in that step.
Yeah, the limp was so much worse when they were down 20 than when they were down.
I
8.
love when Luka misses a jumper, and he's struggling, and then he points at us, "Hey, get my guy. I'll be there shortly."
Or when he does the thing where the ball goes out of bounds or something, and then he immediately reaches down to readjust
the brace. Yeah,
the knee. I don't even think he's wearing a brace. I think
sleeve?
It's just the sleeve. Like he just has to fidget with it, so you know. Yeah.
He's hurting.
Yeah.
But when he made that 3 to take it to 8, he had the stink face on, looking at people. Yeah,
looking for people to say something.
What, you want to say something? Yeah. So he is definitely one that'll let you know.
Great job by the Boston crowd. Just give him nothing.
Yell at Kyrie and boo him. Don't talk to Luka. You don't want none of that.
Don't even look at him.
Pretend like he's not there. So game 1 handily goes to the Celtics. Game 2 is not till Sunday. So 2 days off to see if the Mavs can respond. Hopefully for us, if we want a good series, maybe be in it at the end of the first quarter, and then we actually have a ball game. We are done with hour 1. Pistol Pete hung up, but anyone, if he wants to call back, he can do that. Anyone else, you're welcome to bring up anything you like, whether it be the finals, the comments by Keith Law. Certainly the Texans are available to talk to as well. When we come back, we're going to give you the odds for who's going to make the CFP. It's courtesy of ESPN. A Texas team high up there, to no surprise of anyone. And we'll give you the rest of the list as well, and maybe some Cinderellas that Sean and I will judge if they're actually Cinderellas, but some teams maybe you're not thinking about who could be in the CFP, as the schedule for the CFP is now out. It's going to be a congested football schedule in the month of December, particularly starting with the 20th, because the NFL will be going. But you now know when you're going to be able to watch those games. We'll talk about that, who could make it, who might be on the outside looking in when we come back. Let's start that over. Welcome to hour 2 of the show. And this is something we started earlier in the week, just as a signifier that we get closer and closer to my favorite time of the year. So, Sean, hit the music. As I mentioned before we went to the break, we have odds, or at least percentages, on who's most likely to make the CFP. And this comes off the back of the CFP schedule coming out. We'll get into when those games begin and how you're going to, I guess, schedule your day months from now. But according to ESPN FPI, these are the teams most likely by percentage to make the CFP. And we all know it's now 12 instead of 4. Georgia, number 1. Georgia's going to be the number 1 team in the country when those polls come out. Carson Beck is back. Kirby Smart coming off not even making the playoff. You expect Georgia to be motivated. That's going to be a team that should run through the SEC. And even if they don't, you don't have. They're the team with the highest percentage, but you don't have to make a great run. They could lose 2 games and still make it. That's the outcome or the consequence of making it a 12-team playoff. Oregon follows them I guess your love of Dylan Gabriel, if you actually do love Dylan Gabriel in this play, may have you ranking them at 2. If you have a differing opinion, if you've seen him play at UCF at times or Oklahoma, you might think, is that a great quarterback? He's good enough in college to get that Oregon team, which is pretty loaded, to the CFP, and they don't have a really tough schedule. They do have Ohio State, but I believe that game's in Eugene. We know Michigan, who is going to be very different. I believe they're on the schedule too. That game, I think, is in Ann Arbor. But number 2, Texas is number 3. Quentin Ewers, their starting quarterback, was Isaiah Bond, a transfer from Alabama. Texas, beyond like the secondary, particularly corner, is ready to go. They did lose a couple stand-up defensive linemen. They need to be replaced, but they've recruited to a point where, Sean, you're at a point where you don't rebuild, you reload.
Whoa. I've always wanted to get back there.
You guys are back there.
It's reloading happening. Yes, there will not be 2 basically all-American level defensive tackles on this team, but hopefully more of the edges and some of the other tackles can step up and have a defense that's maybe less just a 2-person show. And what a 2-player show it was, but have a little bit more of a balanced front seven. That's basically what you're looking at there.
So Texas, certainly well thought of, and rightfully so, considering what they've done recruiting, what they did last year. Number 4, Ohio State. Now that one, that's I guess a lot to do with Will Howard. Do I believe in Will Howard? He was okay at Kansas State. And once again, this is about making the 12, not the 4. If it was the 4, Will Howard's not Will Howard's not leading any team to the playoff at number 4 in a 4-team race.
It jumped out to me that they weren't in the top 3, and I look at their schedule. I mean, they host Iowa. If that means anything to you. They go to Eugene, like we mentioned. They go to Penn State, and they get Michigan and Nebraska at home. They could mess around and lose 3 of those games.
Yeah.
Like, that's not crazy.
It is not crazy. The 4, 5, and 6 when it comes to quarterback, a real fellowship of mid. I know I'd use that for the Astros front office, but the Will Howard, Riley Leonard, Drew Allard triumvirate from 4, 5, and 6. Ugh. At least if they're gonna make it, I don't want to see them play in a game against each other. That is Riley Leonard, fine player at Duke. Notre Dame is just Notre Dame. You know what? Notre Dame is like a turkey sandwich, Sean.
Oh yeah.
And how do I make that? Why do I say that? Because it's hearty. It's some spicy mustard. That could be a Hamilton, a Kyle Hamilton. They'll have special players from time and time again. That's your spicy mustard. That's a garnish. But at the end of the day, it's still a dry, mostly flavorless bird. That's what they are.
They're just solid around across the board. There's just a whole bunch of solid players, but there's not that
no one's ever, unless after a holiday, particularly Thanksgiving, no one's ever saying, give me a turkey sandwich as my first choice. It's usually a default option if there's nothing better. And that's what Notre Dame is. They're always going to be this.
Give
no
me
matter
a spicy Italian.
Yeah. Sam Hartman, Riley Leonard, name a quarterback, and Sam Hartman with the luscious hair that Notre Dame fans went crazy over, and look how that worked out for you. It's still the same guy. Doesn't matter. One skill set may differ from the other, but at the end of the day, it's still an above-average quarterback that's more of a passenger, and the Notre Dame team, particularly at the skill position, isn't good enough to have a passenger. They need a star quarterback to finally break through. To break through for a title.
Oh, to win. Yes. To win a title.
Not to make the playoff.
Not to make the playoff. They could run out you and I and probably make
Well,
make
you've
the
got a
playoff.
Sam Hartman vibe.
Thank you. That's much better than the Cam Rising vibe.
Well, it's kind of the same vibe, to be honest with you.
Guys that are 28 but still in college.
And long hair.
Yeah, they open the season going to College Station to play A&M, and then on November 9th, they play Florida State, and on November 30th, they go to California to play the Trojans, to play USC.
Yeah.
That's their entire schedule. I just skipped over a lot. Oh, they play Louisville early, too.
Louisville was the ACC, one of the ACC finalists. They don't have divisions anymore.
Stanford, Georgia Tech, Navy. Army, Virginia, Purdue, NIU, Miami of Ohio. Like, they got a lot of wins.
Yeah, Riley Leonard is good enough to get them to the playoff. He's not good enough to win a title for them. And that's kind of what Notre Dame has done at quarterback. They need to find a better option if they're going to recruit at wide receiver the way they do.
They would be underdogs to the 4 teams ahead of them if they played in a playoff setting, and probably to a couple of teams.
I think Alabama, who's number 7, in a game in a head-to-head, I think they'd be an underdog there. You know, against Penn State, I'll go through the rest of the list quickly. Penn State, Alabama, Missouri, Tennessee, Oklahoma, Florida State, and then Michigan at 12. So Notre Dame, against Missouri and Florida State, Michigan, I would make them the favorites without seeing these teams line up. But the rest, clear underdogs. And athletically speaking, Alabama has them too. Now, Alabama has a new coach. Jalen Milroe returns. So there may be a transition period there. And I mentioned Isaiah Bond, one of their good receivers, is now at Texas. So they've lost guys, but Alabama will be fine. Texas is where Alabama has always been, at least under Nick Saban, a reloading team.
Yeah.
So you don't have to worry about them being a good team. It may not be a vintage Alabama team, but they'll be fine. Last year's team wasn't vintage, and they made the playoff. They found a way to beat Georgia in the SEC title game. So, but still, I think that top 4 is pretty clear. If I'm going to pick a team that might jump up, if we're using the old playoff format, I would probably look at Alabama just because of the quarterbacks. When I start looking at them, I would just vault them over the other 4 because of the other 3. Ohio State, Notre Dame, Penn State, because Jalen Milroe, and I expect him to take another step. I think he's better than Aller, Howard, or Riley Leonard. But hey, it's a team game, as I've been told, and maybe those other teams, and particularly the schedule leads this index to believe those teams have a better shot. But hey, it's 12. A lot of teams are going to get in, and Alabama certainly should be considered among the favorites to make that 12. Before we wrap it up, hey, Eric, I see you'll get to you on the other side. You have a Longhorn question, so we welcome that. We'll talk about the Longhorns when we come back. Some of the Cinderellas involved. All right, CBS Sports. Rutgers is never a Cinderella too. There was one at one point in the aughts in Greg Schiano's first tenure where they had a shot, but I'm not considering this version of Rutgers a real Cinderella.
Oh.
A lot of it has to do with who they're playing more than anything else. You look at the talent. Rutgers doesn't have a forward passing offense. That's a problem in college football. If you can't throw a forward pass, if we can rank you with Iowa as far as likely to compete if it turns into a shootout when it comes to throwing the football, that's a problem. So that one jumps out early to me. Iowa State's another. Matt Campbell's a good coach, and I know he's been looked at. You
just have to win the Big 12. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Just win the Big 12 and you get in. But Rutgers doesn't have that. They're not winning the Big 10. They're not making it as an at-large.
The Rutgers one is ridiculous.
No, it's ridiculous.
They have an easy schedule, but it's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. So they use Iowa State, Auburn, and Rutgers. Auburn's not winning the SECs. Can they make it as a wild card or at-large?
If I was an Auburn fan, I'd be so upset that they called us a Cinderella.
Yeah, they certainly hold themselves to a higher standard.
What the hell?
Yeah.
No, Rutgers, that's a Cinderella. Yeah, the quarterback play is just tough. It's too tough for me to. I need at least.
A Cinderella needs to have a star quarterback in my eyes. Maybe the rest of the team is okay, but you believe in this quarterback that he could put them on their back.
Yeah, I mean, I know Tennessee was ranked in the favorites to make the thing, but having a Nico where it's a highly touted guy,
young quarterback
who hasn't actually shown it yet, but you think if he pops off, they could make the playoff. That's what I need. I don't need. I forgot their quarterback's name. It was just some boring former Michigan State quarterback.
Kind of how that tracks. Yeah, and maybe Cinderella has to do with, as you mentioned, being upset if you're Auburn, the stature of the program.
Yes.
Because Rutgers, Iowa State, them making a 12-team playoff would be a Cinderella story. Auburn's I know we're not great, but we've been in a couple title games the last 20 years. How about you don't put us in the Cinderella category?
They made 2 BCS games.
Yeah, when it's more difficult.
5 years.
Yeah, knock it off. We don't
Miss
qualify.
me.
Call us a sleeping giant, maybe, but not a Cinderella story. That is insulting to the Auburn people.
It's a little insulting.
A little disrespectful. No. You insult them a little bit. Eric, we'll get to you on the other side. You have a Longhorn question. Anyone else has a question about anything, 713-780-3776. We'll talk to you when we get back.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
That's Michael Carroll. He won't join us today because he joined us yesterday. If you needed things to watch for the summer, he provided those answers for you. TV and movies. Thanks to Michael Carroll for that. If you missed it, it's in the second hour of yesterday's show. Back half of that hour, just a lot of information about what you should be watching to get you through the summer. Eric wants to talk about the Longhorns. What's up, Eric?
Hey guys, number one sports show in the country. Yeah, what can the Texas Longhorns women's softball team do to get over that hump and beat Oklahoma? I think they look better in their uniforms than the Sooners did. And Dell, are you excited about the new Venom movie? I'll hang up and listen.
Sean, what can your Longhorns do to overcome the four-time defending Oklahoma Sooners in softball?
Move the softball championship
out of Oklahoma,
out of a 1 hour drive.
Yeah,
from the
it has been a home field advantage.
Maybe to go on Eric's I guess 0.1B. Maybe get a different type of player, I would say.
A better player?
Yes, maybe less about the runway and more about the, how they pitch, I guess. I don't know.
Sure.
No, Mike White coached softball for the Texas Longhorns. Yes, I knew that off the top of my head.
Not the backup quarterback for the Dolphins?
Yes. Del, I know you're impressed.
I am. That's real, and you got it right.
He got hired in 2018 when I was a student.
There it is.
And I was covering the
There
team.
it is.
And every couple of years, I'm like, still the coach? Good. Okay. Don't have to learn a new name. He's really changed this softball program with the Longhorns. So I would say that this is, there's still more to be done. But I do trust Mike White's vision with this program. Thank you.
For Sean's update on what's next for the Texas women's softball team. Doesn't have anything to do with what they look like.
A lot of great players through that program.
Can you petition to get that thing out of Oklahoma?
Yeah.
Get the College World Series, Women's World Series out of Oklahoma.
Can we just do it in Dallas, like the Cotton Bowl? Can we just play it at the Cotton Bowl? I don't know.
Sure.
I don't know.
Are there any other hotbeds for women's softball where no matter where you put it, people are going to show up?
Well, I was just thinking Dallas because it's halfway between Austin and
Well, we can't
Norman.
cater to both schools. It's not. Is it a guarantee?
It's better than catering to the one.
It's true, but
catering to the two best schools in softball.
Is it going to be a guarantee that they're always going to face each other?
Oh, well, Oklahoma might not make it.
Oh, well, they made the last four and won them, so I'm not sure. The run's got to come to an end, right? At some point, they got to turn into the Astros.
It was a great recruiting class.
Is there a Jim Crane of Oklahoma softball that we should know about?
It was a great recruiting class that won a national championship every single year.
Maybe the best recruiting class in any sport in history.
UConn women are like, what?
Hey, you forgot about us. It's true. They did the thing too, but I'm sure the UCLA basketball teams under John Wooden are like, hey, we didn't even play as freshmen, and we're still knocking these things out.
Yeah, Kareem's about to call in, being like, hey, forgot about us.
He's still alive, right?
Yes.
Okay. Could have got awkward if Kareem wasn't alive anymore. So Eric, we're not going to speak on what they look like. That's your thing. They just went against a juggernaut. Oklahoma has been that school in that sport for years, and 4 in a row is a remarkable accomplishment in any sport, particularly when you're playing against really good teams like Texas. They'll get there at some point, right? Mike White will get it done.
I believe it. I know this is a controversial opinion, but I trust Mike White. I know a lot of the listeners are like, what? Really?
The Buffalo. He's Marv Levy of college softball.
Okay. Don't put that on him. Listen, he helped change the Oregon Ducks program before he came to Austin.
Is that when you were writing up your piece on Mike White? That's what you wrote. You remember that? That's why you still remember it.
Yes. Also, the first year he basically did a Lincoln Riley where he brought in like 5 transfers from Oregon, and Texas was immediately better.
Look at that. Yeah, Oregon was a school that was. I don't know if they still are, but
I don't know.
At least under Mike White they were.
Yeah. So we are almost tapping out of my softball.
All right.
Texas softball
What else did he ask about?
I forgot what the.
Venom. I didn't watch the second Venom movie. I watched the first one. I didn't watch Let There Be Carnage.
There was a lot of carnage.
I would bet. I did see the trailer when I watched Furiosa earlier this week. I did see the trailer for the third Venom movie.
Yeah.
And
One Last Dance or whatever it's called.
What is it called?
I think it's called The Last Dance.
And there is a dancing scene in the trailer where Venom or Eddie Brock as Venom is dancing with, I forgot the name of the woman who works in the convenience store or the bodega. I forgot what her name was, but he dances with her. They do a little waltz in it. And, there's other Venom things like murdering people and the symbiote coming after him.
Oh, there's another part that you're not mentioning, part of the trailer.
What am I missing?
The Venom symbiote takes over a horse.
Yeah, Eddie Brock goes,
That was crazy.
It was crazy. How much?
How'd they show that in the trailer? Save
Yeah,
something.
save it.
Imagine what they have in the rest of the movie.
Yeah, the question was how much of that horse can you take over without killing it? And now it's just a full on horse as a symbiote. And I think Eddie winds up riding it, or Tom Hardy, the actual actor, but Eddie Brock, the character. So yeah, if you didn't think the nerdism went that deep, thanks to Sean with softball and watching the first 2 Venom movies, we got there.
Guarantee you, there is not another sports radio show in the city of Houston
that could take that call that could actually have a conversation with it.
That could bring up Mike White and how he rebuilt Texas softball, and also talk about the Venom horse. No one else. That's a challenge to every other show in the city.
Is there another producer who spent the same exact time at Texas that you did in the city? Probably not. So that means it's never going to happen.
Well, or they could do their homework. That'd be nice.
Be
That'd
ready.
Be a nice change.
Yeah, it was a big game yesterday. Be ready for it. We're ready for everything, maybe except for bowling. I don't have much on that. So there are limits to how much we can gather in one night. But Eric, thanks for the call. You always provide something for us. And in this case, you hit right into Sean's wheelhouse. You might have thought you got us. You might have thought you had us in the first half, but you forgot about Sean, the intrepid producer that is Sean Mapes. Anyone else want to challenge us on stuff we may or may not know about? Now's the time. We got about 30 minutes to go in the show. Lazy J, you want to talk about soccer? Maybe you want to talk about Mexico getting their ass kicked by Uruguay this week. Oof. Once again, because I'm about to rip El Tree, it doesn't mean I don't like the Mexican people, because that has been a thing on this station where people one lady called me a racist son of a bitch because of all things, I didn't like El Tree being a U.S. soccer fan. That's how it goes. You root for the U.S., you don't like El Tree. Doesn't speak to what you think of Mexican people as a whole. Lazy J, your call will probably upset me and distract me, so we'll get to you when we come back. He is next up. You can be next up too, 713-780-3776. We'll talk to Lazy J when we come back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
Welcome back. A couple more segments to go here before we wrap it up for the week. We start this segment with Lazy J. What's up?
Hey, Dale, what's going on, brother? Yeah, LaRosa told me to call in, man. My birthday's tomorrow, man. The big 3-9, bro. He told me he's going to give me some free tickets to the Mexico game tomorrow. Conversation. So.
Is that what you called in for?
I don't know. You want me to? No. That's what no, that was one of the reasons. But, my birthday's tomorrow, big 39. So,
happy birthday.
You got.
But I don't have tickets for you.
Happy birthday to you. I know your birthday was this week, too.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Damn.
We didn't get tickets for the game. At least we were told.
Raheel was the only true friend, I guess, at the station. He used to hook me up all the time.
So you think friendship is based on getting free stuff?
Hey, go both ways. I hooked him up with some free shoes before I asked him.
I'm not saying he didn't.
You need some shoes? I got the plug. What size you wear?
Yeah, okay. Now
you can fall off the truck real quick.
Now we got the honesty. You gave him something for free, and he got you something. Okay. We can have that conversation at a different point. But did you have a different topic that you wanted to get to?
Yeah, I wanted to know before I spend my money. Do you think Valencia is going to play tomorrow? Before I buy tickets and drive up there, El Tri, man, they're just I don't know, man. They keep playing all these old ass players, man. They're not trying to get younger. They try to be like USA and be USA/France 2.0 and go get Colombian players like Quiones, and he's not doing nothing. And I'm so tired of Memo. Somebody needs to kidnap him and cut all his hair off.
Whoa, okay.
And just,
I'm glad it ended with hair. Okay. When you said
so it's just like, man, I just want your thoughts on that, man. You think I should buy a ticket and drive up there? I know they're probably going to lose, but I just want to know if Vinny was going to play it. I know he's probably still drunk and hungover from last weekend. So
yeah, he was.
And one other quick thing. You did question Real the last couple of weeks.
No,
when
I
was
didn't.
Calling in.
That's
you
not
were
true.
Like, I don't think they're going to beat City. Only they're going to beat Bayern.
No,
you called them like
that's not what I said.
Maybe they're the Astros or whatever in the playoffs. Maybe they might win.
That's a lie. That's not what I said. I said. Hold on. First of all, Vinny was in Miami hanging out with the Dolphins. I'm not sure they're going to run him out there for an amistoso. I wouldn't expect it, to be honest with you. He wasn't with the team, and if he was, he got enough free time to hang out with the Dolphins during training camp. So I wouldn't expect it. As far as the Real thing, I said I would hold judgment until I saw the opponent, but I said they're Real. They'll probably win it because that's what they are. Don't try to change what I said. I never said they would lose. I just said let me see who they're going to play. I'm allowed to. Well, I can't make a prediction before I see who they're going to play. Am I allowed to at least see who they're going to play?
No, but you knew. You said it was City, and then I called in about Bayern, and then you were like, "Oh yeah, it's not even going to be them. It's going to be two Germany teams in the final."
That's not what I said. I said if there were two German teams in the final, I would say Dortmund was going to win. I said if Real Madrid made it, I'd have to wait before I made a prediction. See, I remember things. Don't try to change things on me. Lazy J, I appreciate it. Don't expect Vinny.
Yes, sir.
He might be in the building.
All right.
Don't expect him to play.
Got you. Love the show, Dale.
Appreciate you, man.
Have a good weekend.
You too, man. Happy birthday. Thanks to Lazy J for calling in. A frequent listener, and he's about that nonsense all the time. That's what he's about. And coming after me for whatever reason.
Free shoes.
He wanted me to help come up with tickets that I didn't know we had to give. Sorry.
Very presumptuous.
Yeah. Maybe Glenn Davis was giving away tickets, and he thinks that's for the entire station. Wasn't told about tickets. Sorry. We might at some point. Copa America is around the corner. There are going to be matches in Houston, so they may become available. We just haven't been told about them.
They might fall off the truck, Lazy J.
Yeah, like the shoes you're offering me. Just fall off the
11s.
truck. Oh, Sean is.
Oh, what?
Sean is throwing his hat in the ring for shoes. 10.5 for me, depending on the shoe. Gary wants to talk some college football. What's up, Gary?
Hey, what's up, Dale? Hey, I kind of follow you from show to show. I know you're a big college football guy. And I don't think I ever got your take. What are your thoughts on the playoffs? I hate the expanded 12 playoffs because college football is my favorite sport. I'm a UT guy, and like right now, I would be like stressing out over the OU game. Then now it's like, well, I mean, we can lose to OU, we can lose to Georgia, probably lose another game and still make the playoffs. So I absolutely hate it. I like college football being a different thing in the NFL, but I just wanted to get your thoughts on it.
Appreciate it, Gary. Thanks for listening, no matter where I am. I am a wait and see on the playoff. Initially, I was all in, but what you have brought up does make me hesitate. The ability, not just to lose a game, but it to take away some of your anticipation for the game, because it's almost as if, particularly with you guys being in the SEC now, that, hey, we could drop this. The reputation and the schedule's tough enough. As long as we get to 9, we got a real shot. Now you're at a disadvantage because you don't get a bye. You don't get to have a home game. So those things are important. You want to be as good as you can, because going through a schedule in the SEC and then playing a road game and then playing a team who's rested, and then how many games do you have to win a national title? That's part of the math when you take into account the regular season. So you do get punished if you lose, because your ranking will be worse. But yeah, I think the Oklahoma thing is a little different. It is Oklahoma. Once the game, you might be nervous about playing Oklahoma, but once the game begins, all that hate's going to build up and you want to beat them. I think that's going to play a part more than anything else.
Yeah. It's less about the Oklahoma game. It's honestly more about like the Georgia and Michigan games, where you're just like, I don't know. Like I want to see them win. I want to see, or at the very least, I want to see how they compete, especially with a team like Georgia, where you expect that to be kind of the class of college football, to where it's like, all right, let's see how they measure up, and if they play down the road, like what they got, but or against, you know, a team of that caliber. But yeah, there is the less of the, like, if you, like last year, you lose one game and it's like, okay, you have to be perfect for the rest of the season. Yeah, there is something to that, to where it really gets the blood pumping to play Iowa State at noon. You know, it's a way to get every game on the edge of your seat. Which I guess there'll still be some of that, but there'll be less of that.
Yeah, the tension.
It'll take more games to get there.
Going into, let's say you are a 2-loss team, but still highly regarded, and then you play A&M. You want to beat them because you hate them. But you know, in all likelihood now, things could pop up that get in your way, that if you're a 3-loss Texas team and your losses are to good football teams, and A&M rises up and beats you, it's going to suck, because you know A&M people, and it sucks to lose. But you realize you got a real shot to still make the playoff. But like I said, he mentioned the NFL. NFL, you lose in the final week, it may determine where you play. It may take you out of the division title. And it would be somewhat similar. You want to play a home game if you can get one. If you don't have a bye, you want a bye if you can get one. So if you are a true national title contender, like Texas is expected to be, losing games is going to hurt you quite a bit if you think a national title is in the realm of possibility. If you are a team at the bottom that is only hoping to get in, whatever. You lose a couple, we're still in the playoff. Let's see what we got. So we'll see if losing games and hurting your chances and playing a tougher schedule in the playoff is something that people will start to take into account when they go through the regular season. I think that's yet to be seen. But yeah, on its surface, seeing a 3-loss team have a shot to win a national title kind of takes some of the punch. But the games haven't been played yet. The playoff games haven't been played. They may be great, and then we can have a different conversation after we see it for the first time.
Yeah, and another part of it is the trying to win the conference, because, like you said, to get that bye, you have to win the conference. So that is another part of it, is you will have to be more locked in on the conference standings, because normally the conference standings is to get into most years, most of the good conferences, you non-ACC coastal, you just have to, if you lose one game, it turns into, you better hope that's not the tiebreaker. You better hope that they lose another one, or you know, that you go perfect the rest of the way. So there is going to be more of that, where I think I think how the SEC is doing it is that it's just the two best conference records, and so there will be head-to-head tiebreakers there. There, just to go with the Texas example, like they play Georgia, who will likely be in the mix for that spot, but they're not going to play Ole Miss. They're not going to play Alabama. They're not going to play Missouri, or Tennessee, who are probably the next four favorites to win the conference. So it gets a little, or LSU, it gets a little tricky there, where you need to win games against Georgia, because that is likely the only team that you're going to have a head-to-head matchup against if it gets to a tiebreaker to make the title game.
And I think a late season loss, which changes you from maybe not just hosting a game, but having a bye, to you going on the road into a place, particularly if you're a Southern school, and winding up playing a game against, let's say Oregon. You go to Oregon. You go to the Pacific Northwest in December or January. Or it'll be December. In December, cold, rainy, and you were expected to host the game in 65-degree weather. It could change. It could change the way you feel about a late season loss. We just have to see the results.
Yeah, that is an interesting part, is that not only have we not seen like the environment as far as the crowd when a team is hosting a playoff game in December, we also haven't seen the environment as far as literally what is the weather like at this point of the year, because you just, for all of college football history, that the season either ends around Thanksgiving or you play a game in either a dome or in Texas, California, or Florida.
Sure.
That's just how it goes. So to play in not a dome, and you have to go to Ann Arbor, or you have to go to Eugene,
South Bend. I was making fun of Notre Dame for being a turkey sandwich, but that doesn't mean they're not going to be in the playoffs.
Yeah. And
would you rather beat A&M and host a game against whoever, or travel to South Bend in December?
Yeah.
So those are the things you have.
Sandwich, that cold turkey sandwich.
Even colder.
Get out of here.
You're not afraid. We'll eat that thing up. So we'll see.
It's cold for Riley Leonard.
Let it. True. It's true. We'll see how it plays out. Yeah, Gary, I have your concerns, but I'll wait to be disappointed before I get disappointed. It'll be fine, everyone, until it isn't, and then we can complain, particularly when they go to 14 like 2 years later, because that's on the docket too, to expand it to 14. We are one segment away from closing out the week. We will get into more Keith Law, because he spoke about a guy we found a way not to talk about all show long. But Keith Law, who joined the Killer Bees yesterday, has some thoughts on the hottest topic in Astros baseball this year. Why the hell is Jose Abreu still playing? Keith Law spoke about that. We'll get into some other things before we wrap it up. One more segment to go. If you want to call in, though, 713-780-3776. We'll talk to you when we come back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
The Astros are back in action in Anaheim, playing the Angels. Fromber will be on the mound tonight to try to get back on track after losing the final game of the series against the Cardinals. Jose Abreu was in that lineup. Didn't go well, as it generally does when he's out there. Doesn't go well. So, he's been a point of contention throughout the year. Why is he out there? Why does he have less hits than we have breaks in a 3-hour show? I just made that observation, and until he gets the next hit, I can still make it. I may not be able to make it on Monday, but I've been able to make it for the last couple of days.
You got one last one.
Yeah. Well, you never know. There's a chance he goes hitless this weekend.
No, but you guaranteed.
I guaranteed one last joke
now we're
about
talking
that.
about it. So.
Now, I'll never know if this will be the last one.
I wish I could just set like an alert on like an app for does he get a hit? Like just send me an alert, a buzz that Jose Abreu has gotten a hit. Hey, you can do it for when a run scores or when a lead changes. Just give me Abreu hit watch.
You're not going to get a lot of notifications, as this season has proven. And
I would only have like
11.
Yeah.
11. I don't know if they'd update you on his time in Sugarland or when he was in whatever league he was in Florida.
I don't think he got any hits. No, maybe he got a single when he was in Sugarland.
And he got a couple hits down in the, what do they call it again?
Complex?
The Complex League? Is that what it was called?
Just down in Florida. That's
Yeah,
how
that's
a lot
enough.
of people talked about it. Just down in West Palm Beach.
They sent them away. He got a couple hits down there. So it's not just a local story. I'm not sure a lot of people are actually thinking about Jose Abreu, but a national reporter, thanks to the question that was prompted or used on the Killer Bees, offered his opinion about Jose Abreu and why he's still on this Astros roster.
But he's a release. He should be released. I mean, there's no purpose to keeping him on the roster at this point. You gave him the first year. Okay, maybe it's a down year. I didn't think so. I thought we had plenty of reason to think it was real, but I also understand them saying 3-year contract, let's at least get into the second year, see if an off-season of work changes anything. It hasn't. At this point, you have to add, the money's gone, right? He's paid no matter what. The guaranteed contract, the money is not a factor in the decision. You have to answer 2 questions. Is this team better off with Jose Abreu playing, like as an everyday player? No, they are clearly not. Then the second question is this team better off with Jose Abreu on the roster? I think that's a little more subjective, but the answer is probably no. At this point, they are simply better off if he's not there.
That was the Astros' biggest hater, Keith Law, if I go by Astros Twitter. He got off how right he was about the Astros front office. We played that stuff earlier. You can hear the entirety of that interview on the Killer Beast podcast. You can find it. He was there talking a lot of ship, as we like to say on the John and Lance show, mostly because we can't talk like normal people and say the actual word. Radio has rules.
But
So,
you'll get close. Every time I'm like, are they going to do it? Did he just say it?
we try to avoid it at all costs, mostly because it just involves me hitting a dump button. And sometimes, to be honest, I'm tuned out on that show. So if I'm not paying attention, they say the word, we got problems. If there's a snitch out there. That's really the biggest thing about it. If no one cares, you can say whatever you want. There's always going to be someone. You always got to be on the lookout for someone taking issue with it and reporting. My advice to you guys, don't be a snitch about anything, really.
Whoa.
There's a difference between being a witness and a snitch.
Oh, okay.
If you weren't involved in something and see it, I don't have any problem with you going to law enforcement and saying that person did it. But if you were involved, you're involved. Take that bid. Trust me, I've watched a lot of prison movies lately.
Yeah, I can tell. I can tell you have a lot of thoughts.
That's just part of the deal. When you have nothing
ready
to do.
Call some shots.
No, I don't want to be that. There's a lot of violence in that, in being a shot caller, particularly when you're rising up the ranks. But hey, Keith Law had his thoughts.
Keith Law called a shot.
Yeah,
a long time
and
ago.
He goes,
and now he's ready to. Now he's ready to talk that talk.
Yeah, and he did plenty of it yesterday. And as I said, we played some sound earlier. So we hope Keith Law has less to talk about with the Astros as far as, patting himself on the back. And that would start with winning the series against the Angels, something you could not do the last time you faced them. What's the number right now? 7.5 back? I'm not saying it starts now, but as this show will consistently tell you, get to 500. We'll have conversations about what could come the rest of the way. As I said, this is our last segment of the week. Sean, it's an unofficial thing. At some point, we'll probably do it because I will, on occasion, just because things get in the way, person will call in, or I'll forget because I'll see a new story. Sean, at some point, is going to compile. Yes, I'm giving him extra work, letting you know right now. Compile things I have mentioned but not gotten to. It might be a segment we do during the middle of the week just to say, hey, dummy, you're making promises your ass can't cash.
Mm-hmm.
So is there anything, well, even you wanted to get to, or something I mentioned that we thought we were going to get to that we haven't? Can you think of anything before we wrap it up?
You haven't mentioned it, but it is on the rundown today, and I think it's fitting that we waited until the last 2 minutes of the show to bring it up.
Sure.
ESPN's halftime show for the NBA Finals.
Oof. It got crushed.
I'm familiar with their game. I knew it was coming.
Yeah, it was simply a set piece for commercials. We got to get our commercials in. Our sponsors are paying us a lot. We got to get them in. And it was just, 30 seconds of analysis here. Hey, Josh Hart, you want to be on the set? We'll give you 30 seconds.
So it totaled 1 minute and 20 seconds.
Of actual content?
Of actual content of someone speaking. And that included, yes, why would you add someone to the desk for the halftime show if you only have a minute 20 halftime show? And yeah, Josh Hart, they didn't even show him. It was like something about Josh Hart on how he would defend the Celtics. And again, they come back from commercial break. They're just showing a slow motion highlight. Josh Hart is just giving analysis for 15 seconds. And then they go back to commercial. They don't even show him. It's crazy.
And Sean took notice. Others did as well. And it just speaks to the difference between the best NBA show in the country, well, in the world, to be fair, and what ESPN provides. TNT's Inside the NBA is why it's beloved. Yeah, the guys joke. It's not all about serious basketball. There's certainly podcasts and other shows for that. But in the midst of a game going on, you go to halftime, you're looking forward to what those guys have to say. You barely even know who's on the NBA, on the ESPN one. Yeah, great, Michael Wilbon's on. I'm not looking to Michael Wilbon for basketball talk. It's not something, I know he's a figure there. He's been around forever. Mm-hmm. But is anyone thinking, I really want to hear from Michael Wilbon and what he has to say about this? No one.
No, I mean, in general, if I want to hear from Michael Wilbon, I'll wait until 4 o'clock.
Sure.
When there's a timer.
When there's okay. I thought you're saying when he can actually get into things, but you're saying no, there's a limit to what he can say about stuff.
And I know Tony Kornheiser will call him out.
Sure.
But, the halftime show. Every year I know what it is because it's been a few years of this. I know what it is, and every time I'm just like blown away. Like every game of the series, I'm blown away that they're actually doing this. Like this is how they've chosen to go about business: is to sell every ad possible and to not have an actual halftime show. And then especially during like the conference finals, when but every night flipping between TNT one night and ESPN the next, when
the
you
difference, have how much difference there is, and you can tell, and it just smacks you in the face.
It also makes the break. I mean, this isn't breaking news, but it makes the break seem shorter because you have the TNT guys actually talking about things instead of just commercial after commercial with Deadpool and Wolverine. And I did enjoy the Bad Boys one, but you just have commercial after commercial as opposed to here's Kenny running up to the monitor.
Yeah, it is. They've been lapped over and over again by TNT, and that's why the news I talked about yesterday is maybe good news. Maybe TNT is going to stay in the game when it comes to
they got one more in them.
NBA beyond next year as well. NBA coverage. Maybe they've got a couple more in them.
We got one more game a week in us.
We'll see about that. I'm done. Gallant and George are up next. Is George back? He's on vacation, right?
No, it'll be Paul and I with Austin.
All right, awesome. I'll talk to you on Monday.
I'll toss to it. Hello and welcome aboard Gallant and George on a Friday. Gotta get down on Friday, June 7th. I am Paul Gallant, and sitting in the Joe George chair, his hair all over the place, looking amazing, the great Sean Mapes.
Is this possibly, and no offense to Joe, the biggest upgrade in hair that we could come up with at the station from one seat to another?
That was offensive to Joe.
No, it's not offensive.
I mean, I've never seen Joe take his hat off.
Really?
I've never seen it off.
I don't think I've seen him like take it off and like kind of like wipe his brow and put it back on when he's stressed or something.
I haven't even seen that.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if there's just a big hole there, like a metal plate,
just a scar.
Right? I don't know. This is the All Flow Show. A lot of stuff to dive into over the course of today's show. I embarrassed myself on a level last night that I think a lot of you have been waiting for me to admit for a very long time. We'll get to that later on. This was before the Celtics smoked the Dallas Mavericks. But I want to start with something that happened yesterday on we'll call them today, the Killer Bees. We're not going to call them the Angry Bees or the Bitchy Bees. They had a great interview yesterday.
Some would say they killed it yesterday.
Oh, got him.
Huh?
Look at you. You're just like a father without having a child. So Keith Law of The Athletic, not everyone's favorite here in Houston, but he joined Joel Blank, Jeremy Branham yesterday, and right out of the chute, he came out guns blazing.
I don't care if Astros fans don't like me. I was right. What have I said that was wrong? These fans don't want to hear negative things about their team. That's their right as a fan. But the team's made a lot of pretty colossal mistakes since winning that World Series. I mean, how's that Jose Abreu contract working out? How's that Rafael Montero contract working out? How is he letting guys like Jeff Bagwell, with no front office experience whatsoever, make critical decisions working out? The team is clearly in worse shape today than they were the moment they won that World Series. The farm system is worse off. The Major League Club is worse off. It's just been mistake after mistake after mistake. You know, the Astros fans want to claim they don't like me. Can I hand you a tissue? Really, where's the lot? What have I said that was wrong? Everything I've said about this organization turned out to be true. Sorry, but not sorry.
Plat. Keith Law with the drive-by.
I mean, there's so many great parts of that. There's so many great, so much back patting, so much. I'm sorry, I'm not sorry.
It's nice to back pat every now and then when you've made a correct prediction. I should probably do it more myself. But Keith Law could not have been more right about the direction of the Astros in a post-Jim Crane world. And now, I mean, we're sitting here with the Astros not having played yesterday. They're in Los Angeles to take on the Angels for a 3-game series tonight. I want to push back against Keith. I think we all want to push back against Keith. And this is one of those rare moments where if you're an Astros fan, or even if you're Jim Crane and Jeff Bagwell, you kind of have to just sit there and take it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what. I mean, Jim Crane just has not spoken this season, so
do you blame him?
No, but I guess you could say all he's done is sit back and take it. But as far as Astros fans, like, yeah, he just kind of went down the laundry list of everything that we've been calling out this entire season. Actually, some of the stuff dating into the offseason and last season with Abreu and Montero specifically. Now, Montero has been pretty good recently, so you know, Rafael Montero's like, keep my name out of your mouth, Keith Law. But yeah, I don't really find anything that he did or anything that he said to be objectionable, other than the general tone. If people want to be upset about the tone, I'm not even upset about the tone. Maybe this is a little bit of a bias as just as someone in the media, where I'm like, what he did was good. Like, that was good radio, what he provided. And so I can't even get mad at him for that. But if you want to get mad at him for being smug, you have all the right for the smugness. But you can't, on the facts, he's right.
Baseball writers got to stick to what they do best. And one is being smug. And look, if we're going to get a baseball writer on, I want someone who's got a little panache to him, which good job by the Killer Bees bringing him aboard. They got a good relationship with Keith. So that's how the interview started. This is not news to anybody. We all feel this way, but all of baseball also feels the same way about the way things are run by the Astros. And Keith Law was the first to say, hey, look, I mean, it's not a great place to work. You've had the book as well that was written by Evan Drellick. So Joel asked Keith yesterday if a perception that I think pretty much everyone who's been watching the Astros on a daily basis have, if the idea that Dana Brown, Joe Espada are puppets is the perception across baseball. Here's how that went.
Yes, that is 100% the perception. Now, I can't speak to, I know Dana. I haven't talked to him about his role there. I wouldn't ask a question like that. I just don't think that is appropriate. But I can tell you that is the perception, that Jim Crane has decided that he's smarter than everybody else, and he's going to have his little cadre of advisors who he respects because they played the game, not because they are evaluators or have experience in a front office. And he is allowing them to manage, at the very least, the core major league decision.
Cadre. Oh, I'm Keith Law. I use big words. But at the same time,
someone took AP English.
I know, right? Well, I did too, but yeah.
So did I.
How much do I remember from it? How much do either of us remember from it? I think for Keith Law, what he's saying, it's more confirmation of everything that we're all feeling right now, and you kind of feel helpless. You're essentially watching from afar as, I don't know, say you're a parent and your kid's being coached by a coach who sucks. You watch enough sports to know that. And yeah, you might be one of those parents that's helicoptering around and honestly being the worst. But sometimes you're seeing someone manage the thing that you love and you know it's bad, but everybody else can see it's bad and everybody else is also weighing in on it. So you sit here, and I guess my big question, Sean, is if you feel like at some point this year, Jim Crane, who we haven't heard from a lot, is going to hear all of this and get a little sensitive about it, reactive, or reflective about it, and perhaps change the way that he operates.
That's a tough thing to ask someone to do, especially a owner in sports, and even more especially a successful sports owner. For him, I guess you could say he changed the way he operates from going from Jeff Luhnow to and James Click to then going to this model, which is a questionable model, I'd say. Let's just have our guys run it. Let's just vibe out. So I think there's a possibility that he changes. I don't know the possibility that he changes for the better. I think that's kind of the sticking point. Is this year going to be enough of a come to Jesus year for him to get back to basics, find the next Jeff Luhnow and go from there? I just don't have faith that he would do it this after 1 year like this. I think there'll be probably more excuse making, probably more heads on spikes, and then some of it's also you kind of made your bed with this team a little bit. You kind of have to sleep in it.
Ugh. I mean, you can change your sheets, but some people choose not to.
Yeah, I mean, Jim Crane had very nice sheets. He decided to change
the nicest sheets.
He decided to let it borrow his friend's sheets that have very low thread count or something.
Yeah,
he's using Jeff Bagwell sheets right now.
Or those sweater sheets. Did you ever do those in college? I got them. There's like jersey sweater.
Oh, I saw other dorm rooms.
It's a sweat factory. Yeah.
Yes. Believe it or not probably more popular in Syracuse, New York than in
definitely
Texas.
More popular up in the Northeast. But even then, I regretted it because I'm a hot sleeper. One time, I got in a fight almost with my roommate. And the RA had to come in because on my side of the room there was the window, and on his side of the room there wasn't. So this guy never got sheets. He just slept on the plastic wrap that was around the mattress when he first moved into the dorm. Yeah, I know. Sean's making a disgusted face right now.
you're kind of a weirdo with the jersey.
The first year, and then I learned.
He's a bigger weirdo.
Much bigger weirdo.
Like, what's going on with this guy?
So at the very least, I don't think Jim Crane's doing the plastic sheets, but yeah. So this guy, like, he would get cold, and I was like, well, maybe buy sheets. I don't know. Maybe wash your clothes. Maybe I don't know. Try to freshen things up. And yeah, one day, I was trying to go to bed. My side of the room had the window, a big window. So I opened it up because it's like 80 degrees outside and there's no air conditioning. And he kept on coming over, reaching over my bed and closing it. And then I would just open it back up. So we did this like passive aggressive back and forth for about 20 minutes. Then he got up and he threw a temper tantrum and he went out. He got the RA, poor RA, middle of the night, brings the RA in and he starts yelling at the RA. And he says, like, I tried to talk to Paul about this one way. I tried to talk about it another way. You don't want it to go a third way. He said that to me. And I was like, well, how about the fourth way is you get sheets, number one, and number two, you wash anything because you smell like ass. And somehow, some way, despite us not knowing each other and going into this roommate situation, we lasted the entire rest of the year as roommates. And it was awful.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. That wasn't some major pivot point, and now he's one of your best friends? No. Okay.
No, I honestly, I mean, I hope all the bad things in the world have happened to him.
There is only, I don't know, there's probably more than two ways it can go with freshman year roommates.
This was my sophomore year. This was bad. So my freshman year roommate that I chose for my sophomore year, he had transferred. And since we had a good lottery number for a good dorm at Syracuse, he left and went to another school. So I ended up with a random assignment. So this guy was really smart, supposedly, you know, like Jim Crane thinks he is. And yeah, I got stuck with him. It was awful.
Yeah,
getting up at like 7 a.m. and singing like Baptist psalms on a Saturday and a Sunday. Sorry, I don't play that. Coming in at 3 a.m. at night on the weekdays because he was studying. I don't play that either. But I didn't say anything because I'm not a bitch.
Yeah, you get so there's two different type of stranger archetype roommates.
Yeah,
there's ones where it's then we became lifelong friends.
No, this is not.
This is the other one where you get a complete unrepentant weirdo.
Correct. And to bring it back to our sheets conversation.
What?
Jim Crane, he is not. He has changed the sheets, and he thinks that he's the sheet master. You know,
he thinks his sheets don't stink.
100%. And I mean. He's sheeting it up right now. It is a big problem, and I wonder if he'll learn. And I think we're all in the same boat in thinking that, yeah, he's probably just going to continue to operate as he has. And it sucks. I really do hope that every single person that owns a professional sports organization at some point comes to the moment where they look in the mirror and they realize, yeah, what I've been doing has been hurting the team. I think that when Cal McNair and Hannah McNair officially took the reins from Bob, there was a bit of a learning process, but they clearly learned. Like they clearly learned from past mistakes. You've seen it over the last couple of years. I feel like Tillman Fertitta might be learning. Honestly, I don't know. Really, what I like.
Tillman's is kind of a different cat
because he's so hands-on with the University of Houston too, and I'm kind of cool with him being hands-on with the Cougs. It's more with the Rockets and maybe his son. I would say, hey, let's let Ime Udoka and to an extent Rafael Stone take care of things, but. When everybody is saying on the outside looking in the same thing about you, that you think you know it all and that you actually don't, and the results speak for that, I wonder if that makes Crane a little more hands-off. But time's going to tell, and yeah, the Astros got a lot of ground to make up the rest of the way. Yeah. Anyway, he is Sean Mapes in the Joe George chair. I am Paul Gallant. It is Gallant and George. On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, we got Austin Rodriguez behind the glass. Coming up next, I mean, we may as well just give you a deep steel blue pill. Does anyone want to talk about Jim Crane mismanaging the Astros? Haven't we done that like 40 times already this season? So we'll give you a deep steel blue pill because, guys, it's a football Friday. Stick around. Texas Swarm. Before that, we do have to respond to a couple of texts in our last segment talking about old Jim Crane and how the sheets be stankin'. From the 281, Paul, Jim Crane has basically sheeted himself with this team, shaking my head. It smells. Yeah, you hate it when you do that to yourself. It's not good. I see what you're trying to do there, but no, we're just talking about investing in bad sheets. Jim Crane thinks he's the sheet master, and he's not. Another texter asks the question, has any of that self-awareness made Jerry Jones more hands-off? That's a fair question to ask. I think, though, that Jerry Jones doesn't necessarily view success as just winning. I think he views it as, are people talking about my team? That's why they really let everybody see what's underneath the kimono, Sean.
Yeah, that's... And it's interesting because Jim Crane is kind of going the opposite direction of Jerry Jones. Or I guess in a similar direction initially. But Jerry Jones seems like he is giving up. Maybe part of this is just he's aging out of being super hands-on. But it does seem like it is more Stephen Jones. It is still Will McClay, one of their personnel guys. That's how they're drafting so well, is that he's starting to give up the reins a little bit more.
Yeah.
And
I mean, they've been good the last couple of seasons.
Yeah.
They just haven't won a Super Bowl.
Yeah, and whereas Jim Crane, again, he initially did the smart thing, which is to give Jeff Luhnow, not just the smart thing of being hands-off. He selected the correct smart person to hand the ship to. Like, he gave it to someone who legitimately innovated and changed the way baseball is played.
Correct. And on top of that, who apparently has taken yet another team to the top of the table in a different sport. I mean, this businessman just comes in and he wins wherever he goes. And then on top of that, too, you know, James Click, for all the criticism we maybe gave him in the moment, Keith Law was decidedly on James Click's side towards the end of his tenure here. I mean, Click did make some decent moves. And now we're in a spot where I feel for Dana Brown in a way, where Brown's the one who's in front of the microphone, but maybe not making the decisions on the major league side of things. And Joe Espada, I mean, he's kind of being, forced to work with the groceries that he's given, like it's Top Chef or something like that. So we're going to deep steel blue pill you, okay? We want to get you up and ready for the weekend. Mina Kimes of ESPN has an NFL podcast. She brought on one of our favorites, a regular guest of the show, Greg Rosenthal of the NFL Network and the Around the NFL podcast. And they were talking about X factors for the Houston Texans in the 2024 season. Mina Kimes picked Derek Stingley Jr.
And I went with a player who I think has been overlooked a little bit, and that's Derek Stingley Jr. He's really good. I think it's been, he's probably because of the injury, and this could be the year where he really emerges as one of the out, but fourth lowest passer rating, fourth lowest EPA per target, first in Next Gen Stats Hawk rating, 32%, which is the percentage of targets where the nearest defender makes a play on the football. Part of the reason I went with him, Greg, is I've talked about this with regards to D'Amico Ryan's defense. They're trending in the direction of becoming the Niners defense to me, the way they play, the style, some of the schematic tendencies, and the best version of that defense is if he can be the Tarvarius Ward of the Texans defense. And I really think he can, which would make this defense really fearsome.
I don't know where Charvarius Ward stands among NFL corners, but I mean, we're talking about a guy who's playing on the 49ers defense that we think is one of the best in the league. Stingley last year, when he got back to being healthy, was outstanding. And there's no denying that, Sean. My big question is always going to be his health. But, I mean, I even listened yesterday to Chris Long's Greenlight podcast because he had Sauce Gardner on. I wanted to hear if Sauce Gardner would acknowledge Derek Stingley Jr. Of course, Chris Long's not going to ask him, hey, Houston, Texas-related question. It's the flagship. What do you think about Derek Stingley Jr.? But I kind of wish that he had acknowledged it because I thought last year, going into the season, we thought that Sauce Gardner, clearly better player than Derek Stingley. I don't think it's such a for sure conclusion because Stingley last year got takeaways. And, yeah, you want to shut down one side of the field, but it's also nice when you flip the field.
Yeah, there is value to just taking the ball away. Just like he's not even necessarily high risk, high reward like some other cornerback, like a Marcus Peters type, or going back Asante Samuel type, where he is jumping routes to get interceptions, but sometimes no, he's just making plays on the ball where it is him and a wide receiver going up for a ball and he comes down with it. So that is a big part of why he has closed the gap on his fellow 2021 or 2022 draft pick Sauce Gardner, and why when we talk about him, we don't really have many notes as far as when he's on the field. It's just how often can he be on the field. He can do a lot for himself and make himself a lot of money if he plays 16 games this year.
Want a little more deep steel blue pilling right here? This is for me. On a team that has a bunch of really good wide receivers, I think Derek Stingley would be capable of playing wide receiver in the NFL.
Whoa.
I think he would be capable of it. I think he's got great hands. And I think
he definitely has the hands for it.
And he knows how to, obviously his route running, we'll see. But I would assume that as a cornerback, if you can stick with the receivers that are doing all these crazy little movements to get open, I would assume that you have the agility to do the same thing.
Yeah, it's the idea of the wide receivers know where they're going.
Yeah.
The corner is in man. You're reacting to it.
It's like more difficult, honestly, in some cases.
By the way, Travarius Ward last year led the league in pass deflections with 23 and had 5 interceptions.
Okay, so that is the model that you're trying to be.
Yeah.
Cool. So that's what Mina Kimes had to say about Derek Stingley, her Texans X Factor. Greg Rosenthal had another choice that we discussed yesterday on the show as his X Factor, a newcomer to the team.
I wrote down Stingley
for similar reasons to, by the way, what I said about Stingley and the Niners defense. So
well, exactly. That's it. When Al-Shaair played in San Francisco, it was like, wow, is this guy one of the best linebackers in the league? And you kind of know, okay, he's probably not. It's about the defense too, but he's so physical. There was a lot of redundancies with him and Dre Greenlaw, and Dre Greenlaw is amazing. So you didn't need both of them. I get why he got more money. I thought he held up well, and I talked to people in Tennessee about it too last year. That defense had a lot of issues. He's not like an amazing coverage linebacker, but he was very steady for them. They were happy with him. They were hoping to get him back, and I think he was really happy to rejoin DeMeco Ryans.
I was going to say, if there's one guy in the NFL I trust coach up linebackers and also choose good linebackers, it would be DeMeco Ryans.
Yeah. And also we had that story yesterday where Will Anderson told us that Azeez Al-Shaair told him to stop bleeping pouting.
Yeah. Yeah, so leadership as well as knowing the system and being awesome when you're in that system. So, yeah, Azeez Al-Shaair, what a 2 days of PR.
Seriously. I'm glad that I have his name down pat now.
Mm-hmm.
I remember the first time when I saw them sign him, I'm like, oh, damn, this is going to be one of those ones where I have trouble.
Oh, I remember when he was when he was on the Titans and you just see the name and you're like, huh, that's interesting. And you don't like fully put your brain to pronouncing it in your head. And then they end up signing him. Like, I guess I'll have to learn how to pronounce this now.
I'm looking now off the top of my head. I do not know Azeez name meaning. It means, beloved friend, comrade, dear, the servant of the mighty.
All right. Strong name. Name for Azeez Al-Shaair. Maybe he's the servant of DeMeco Ryans.
Whoa.
There we go.
Who is really mighty right now? Come on, guys. Get excited. It's a Friday.
He's our beloved friend.
Our beloved friend.
Now that he's taking a leadership role with the Texans.
There's a bar that I frequent, and one of the guys who works there, I swear, looks just like DeMeco Ryans. Just like him. And I think he's told me that, I think, before, because the last time I was out there on a Friday, it was just McIntyre's. Okay. I saw Gerard Johnson there, and I didn't want to bother him, even though Gerard Johnson did, help my 40 time up. No, you got to respect a Texans coach.
Yes.
And if you talk with somebody, I don't want to interrupt it, but there's a guy who works at McIntyre's who looks a little bit like DeMeco Ryans.
I like that
the Chrome Dome.
You've walked it back to looks kind of like him.
Well, again, like it's going to be considered problematic.
It gets in dangerous territory.
Yeah,
you get in danger.
Trust me,
especially if we see a picture of him and it's like Just a different black guy.
that would be bad. That would not
Just
be
a bald
good.
guy.
Just a bald guy.
So in Steven Nelson, would Steven Nelson call this guy Milk Dud Man?
Yes, he definitely would
Okay,
call him a milk
okay.
dud man. He's a smaller guy too.
Oh, okay. So definitely say.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Steven Nelson, still unemployed.
Still unemployed.
Anyway, Sean Mapeson for Joe George. I am Paul Gallant. It is Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You want to get in, 713-780-3776 is how you call. It's how you text. You can join us on our Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 97.5, or on YouTube at ESPN Houston. At Gallant says on Twitter, at Sean A. Mapes. Look, we're going to have some fun today, so we might even introduce a little Ask Us Anything, just for the sake of things. But I do feel like we need to condition you for Football Fridays because the Astros are not going anywhere right now. So we need to make you believe in the idea of a Football Friday. We know, this station talks too much football. No, we need to start talking football. Stick around. It is Gallant and George.
It's Gallant and George,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
We're going to add a little Ask Gallant and George with Sean Mapeson for Joe George Anything on this Friday. It's a slow day. There's no Astros game last night to react to. We did have a NBA Finals Game 1 that we'll discuss in the next segment. I don't want to annoy you guys too much with my love of the Boston Celtics. A couple of questions from King of All Twitches. I think this one's the best one. How many shots is too many shots, Sean Mapes? I think it's 3. I think once you've had 3, you're in the danger zone.
So 4 is too many.
No, I think it's 3.
3.
The third one is where
the tipping point.
You're going to hit a wall hard depending on how quickly you take those 3 shots.
Yeah, the timing obviously matters, but I think over under 3.5 is a good line for
Yeah.
where you get equal money on both sides.
There's nothing worse than being out with people who want to get you shots the day after the derecho, that Friday where we had, let's just say, issues getting it on.
The radio.
The radio. No, we're not talking about any rumors about me that Sean now is being pulled into. No.
Yeah.
No. We're not talking about that. What we're talking about is that day, and I went to this place that I hate, down the street bar, but I go there all the time. The people that work there are great. It's just always dead there. Like, it's a nice bar. It's like not my vibe. It's no one's ever there. And these people got me like 4 shots. And then I was trying to explain to them how I asked someone out on LinkedIn, and they were giving me crap about it, but they wouldn't let me finish the story. And I got mad, and I just stormed off. Do you know why I stormed off? Because I had 4 shots.
Yeah.
I got unnecessarily angry.
That's a good question. I think we got the.
Do you have a favorite shot?
Not really. A free one.
Yeah, that's my favorite shot. That's the correct answer. The ones that you don't have to buy. That is such a great answer, Sean. Sean Mapes is in for Joe George. I'm Paul Gallant. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 on YouTube at ESPN Houston, twitch.tv/ESPN 97.5. I want to keep this Houston Texans hype going, okay? Because it's a football Friday, and the Astros, they suck. They suck right now, okay? By our standards, they suck.
We're not previewing an Angels-Astros game.
No.
Astros, you need to be... I'll even say within 3 games of 500 for us to just preview a series.
Yes, and especially if it's against the mark-ass Angels.
Yes.
You better sweep this one. I get it's on the road. You better sweep this one. You better not be going all James Harden in L.A. You better sweep this one. L.A.'s fun this time of year. It's hot as balls here. It's nicer in L.A., I'm assuming. But this is a business trip, and you better come away with 3 wins. I'm not accepting anything other than a sweep this weekend.
Wow. Okay.
Well, we shouldn't. They have 1 sweep this year. It's insane. How?
They're not that good.
Exactly.
That's how.
And it's annoying that they're not that good. So there you go. More deep steel blue pilling, okay, guys? Louis Riddick. You might remember him from a brief tenure on Monday Night Football. You might remember him from NFL Live, which I think he's very good on. I think he's a good analyst. Louis Riddick is really feeling, like many people, the Houston Texans going into 2024.
C.J. Stroud is that dude. End of story. He's that guy.
Mm-hmm.
And he was going to ascend, and he's going to ascend like a rocket ship, and it's going to be fun to watch. Number 2, look, I'll tell you what. There isn't a coach in the NFL who I would say I have more confidence in his ability to snuff out and be able to kind of put a lid on any kind of smoldering fire more so than that guy right there. More so than that guy. Because you know what? He is like the perfect crossover from... He still looks like a Mike Backer.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen his arms? Have you seen the way this dude looks right now? He could probably step in and give you 10 to 15 first and second down reps. And on top of it, he's so grounded. He's so intelligent. He has such a command. I ain't worried about nothing in Houston.
Whoa.
Nothing. The McNair family hit this ball so far out of the park with hiring DeMeco Ryans, and the way they have added to this football team this year, I'm not worried about anything. Stephon Diggs is the least of my concerns. I just want this team to stay healthy and let them go on and continue to improve. DeMeco Ryans will handle it. Whatever comes.
We might have to keep power rankings of NFL analysts. Who is the highest on the Houston Texans?
The Believer power rankings?
I don't think anyone's higher than Louis Riddick right there. Holy crap.
Undisputed number 1 in the nation.
I mean, that to me, Sean, that is making me like say, wait a second, hang on. Too many people are buying into the Texans.
It's also just he was talking about his arms.
Yeah.
Okay,
Look how hot he is.
Yes. He stopped just short of that. I disagree with him with that he could take 10 snaps in an NFL game tomorrow. First or second down snaps. Just
Probably not.
I'll push back a little bit.
It's a different league, and listen, are we asking D'Amico Ryans to cover people? If this is old school football where the middle linebackers are supposed to be like just absolute barbarians smashing the A-gaps, okay, that I'd feel a little bit different about.
Yeah.
The Brandon Spikes era. That's my favorite guy who's like, he's only good at smashing the gaps.
Yes.
He's really good at
the
it.
guys that can only go forward.
Just forward. You do not go anywhere else. You're screwed otherwise.
But to speak to the point he's making, I get what he's saying with D'Amico Ryans, and I think it's something that we've talked about where he is the former player kind of archetype who, and even if you want to go former player who's not either an offensive mind or a former quarterback, he is basically what you would want out of a head coach with just the mentality and the leadership that he brings. He has 28 leadership books in his whatever the number was. I forgot.
He does. They're all generally the same book. I think it's 16, the official number. Still, that's a lot.
Yeah. So, but obviously he reads them because he's a good leader. And yeah, I think I guess I have some things to be worried about in Houston, but the head coach is definitely not one of them.
I agree with you there. Give me something that you're worried about.
The cornerbacks.
Okay, so
I need more than 3 good OTAs out of Kamari Lassiter to become a believer.
That's a fair point.
Just pass defense in general, but specifically if you're going to put a fine point on it, what do they do there?
I was pretty excited hearing DJ Bieneme, and you can check out that interview up on our YouTube channel and on the Gallant George podcast. But I was really excited with what he had to say about Kamari Lassiter because I was also seeing all of that hype, and I'm like, okay, let's get somebody who's a little more grounded to discuss it.
Yeah.
But I'm with you as well. Okay, it's a couple of practices,
and it's good, great signs.
It also could be a sign that Jeff Okudah, and C.J. Henderson are washed.
And we didn't really hear too many positive. There wasn't an outpouring of positivity about Okudah or Henderson. Not just talking with DJ, but just with what we've heard from other people at practice.
Correct, exactly. So the good news is, hey, maybe they found a pretty good player in the second round, considering they were in that spot in the draft where everyone seemed to be trading up in front of them to get cornerbacks.
Mm-hmm.
If they actually ended up with a guy who's really, really good, even if he doesn't fit the archetype where he's not that tall and he's not that fast, at least from a 40-time perspective, great. But yeah, we also pump the brakes a little on that.
And why it's cornerback specifically instead of safety, not just that I think Petrie could just be good enough at a certain point, and Ward, when he's out there, can be good enough where I'm not sure if Okudah, Henderson, or Lassiter can be good enough. But we talk about these guys with the second cornerback position. The guy who's number one, penciled in number one, rightfully so, as Derek Stingley Jr., who go back to, was the last segment, maybe the segment?
Yeah, last segment.
Last segment, we're talking about we have no issues with him on the field. Our only issue is he's not on the field enough.
Yeah.
So now you're talking about if Stingley misses a game or two, or even has an injury like he had last year where he misses the first half of the year, now you're talking about Kamari Lassiter, Jeff Okudah, C.J. Henderson being your starters.
Yeah. If he gets hurt, you might be screwed.
Yes.
And you could eventually figure it out by the end of the year because that's generally how things work. If players get more playing time,
the cream rises to the top.
The cream rises to the top, and the players generally gel. Usually, like the team, especially one coached by D'Amico Ryans, I assume it's going to get better as the season goes along. But with the quarterbacks you're going up against, if Derek Stingley gets hurt, you're kind of screwed.
Yeah.
It's going to be really hard to stop those teams.
And I trust D'Amico Ryans to have I don't think D'Amico Ryans will ever coach a bad defense while he's the head coach of the Texans.
I hope not.
I don't think you like I'm saying like 20th and under. I can't see a situation where he's 20th or under. The Texans are 20th or under in defense with D'Amico Ryans as the head coach. It's just specifically what this team might be bad, or what it looks like this team will be bad against, is specifically what they're going to get tested at the most this season with the quarterbacks that they play on their schedule.
From the 832, a text. Joe George's guarantee that the Texans winning a Super Bowl in Stroud's rookie contract should be the concern. That dude does not have a great track record, especially since he cursed the Astros. Now, Joe is not here to explain the cursing of the Astros. No, listen, we like a good meaty take.
Yeah.
I don't do as many of them as I used to because there's a little bit of me being gun shy. I don't want to be wrong. But I like Joe putting that on the table.
I also like a take that it will take 3 years for us to say if he's wrong or not.
Exactly.
Chances are we'll forget.
That's the best way to do it.
Chances are we'll forget. If he's wrong, we'll forget. If he's right, I guess we'll remember. He'll definitely remember.
Exactly.
He'll remind us. And so it's sneaky a good position to be in if you're Joe. Now, as far as the jinx allegations, that's a bad spot to be in. Because you don't want to be the jinx.
You don't want to be the jinx, but I mean, jinxes aren't real.
True, but you don't want people to perceive you as a jinx, and that becomes real. The perception is you don't want the perception of being a jinx.
I don't know. I think the perception of the jinx being a concern, Sean, I think back in the 1600s, say in northern Massachusetts during the Salem witch trials, like that.
You want to tell them not to be worried about being perception?
That's
perception is reality, Paul.
That's Sean, that's 300 years ago, though. Aren't we better than this now?
No, we're not. Are you crazy?
It is an Ask Gallant and Mapes Anything Friday. Sean Mapes is sitting in the Joe George chair. Coming up next, I have an admission to make. It's a very embarrassing one that a lot of people have been claiming is a reality. After something that happened last night as I watched the NBA Finals at the Highway Cantina, we will discuss it next here. It is Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
NBA Finals Game 1 last night. The Boston Celtics, who I am wearing green in honor of today, massacred the Dallas Mavericks in a game that was honestly never really close except for a brief stretch in the third quarter where some of my Dallas Maverick fan friends who are from Houston, weirdly, decided to text me, "Oh, you nervous?" But the Celtics won 107-89, and a lot of it had to do with Kristaps Porzingis being unbelievable, specifically at the end of the first quarter. Sean, there was a moment where I kept on hearing Mike Breen, JJ Redick, and Doris Burke mentioning how gassed Kristaps was. And as they were mentioning how gassed he was, Porzingis proceeded to do all sorts of hustle plays, blocking shots and making every single shot that he took with his weird-ass three-point attempt that looks like someone playing beer pong. He was so good in that game to the point where, as excited as I am that Boston won, I feel like there's no way that Porzingis can bring that level again, right? I mean, that was maybe the best game he has ever played in his life because of where it happened.
Especially, maybe it's not the best game, but it's definitely the best first quarter that you could have asked for. In the first quarter, Kristaps Porzingis was 4 for 5 from the field, 1 for 2 from 3. So the only miss he had was a three-pointer. And I'm going to guess because most of his threes last night were like 4 steps behind the line. So it was probably a pretty tough three-pointer that he missed.
It was a line drive shot. I remember thinking, oh, he didn't get his legs into it.
Because it's also, I mean, for him, you're just line driving it down, basically.
Like, just throwing it straight.
He had 2 blocks in the first quarter, 11 points, and his plus-minus was a plus 16 for the quarter.
Insane.
In a quarter that I believe the Celtics won by 17. So he truly was the difference in that first quarter. And really, that first quarter lead was they built on it a little bit in the second quarter, and Dallas came back in the third, like you said, just enough to have all these Mavericks fans text you. But I think really the game was won and lost. Like, we can talk about what happened in the third quarter, the run that the Celtics went on the third quarter to bring it back to 20. In my mind, it was Kristaps Porzingis at basically the second half of the first quarter. Yeah. That was the game right there.
Pretty much, right. To a point where I'm excited, but still a 7-game series.
Yeah.
Kyrie could not have played worse. The Mavericks role players could not have played worse. The only thing I'd be nervous about if I'm a Mavericks fan is really that Porzingis looked like he was limping a little bit. That's
or
really
Luka.
Excuse me, Luka, yeah. Confusing my white Euros.
Yeah, be careful.
A little racist
careful.
there.
A lot of people are going to be we're texting in right there, and they're like, "Oh, okay, he admitted it."
We were touching on this before after yesterday's show, Sean. What are the lessons that the Rockets could learn from this game?
Yes. In honor of Jabari Smith at the pre-finals press conference asking Jason Tatum. Jason Tatum.
Oh, you're confusing 2 black guys.
Because they're both named Jay. He asked him what he could learn and what advice that he would have for someone in Jabari Smith's shoes. And so we thought, hey, why don't we just build this out for the entire team? It's also a way to do the oldest trick in the radio book, which is localizing the NBA Finals or localizing the Super Bowl. So what are some NBA Finals lessons? Do you have one, or do you want me to go first?
I have one.
Okay.
With that third pick, I don't care who it is, draft a European. I don't care who it is.
I like that. There's a lot of them.
Draft a European. Because this draft supposedly sucks. Okay, well, I don't necessarily believe that that's the case for these European players. And, I mean, if we learned anything in last night's game, Kristaps Porzingis once was the unicorn, and he looked like the unicorn last night. And Luka, despite whatever was going on with his knee, still had a pretty good game, all things considered. And
he 30 and 10, only 1 assist, which I guess speaks to his teammates.
Exactly.
A little bit. Yeah.
So give me a European player. I literally do not care who it is, but look, you did very well in last year's draft drafting American. Amen Thompson and Cam Whitmore looks pretty good.
USA.
But there's a lot of I don't know. I just got questions about the state of American basketball as a whole. So my lesson learned from last night,
like that.
Sean, is draft the Euro. What do you have?
I'm looking at the top. Well, first I'm looking at the top of the one of the mock drafts.
Mm-hmm.
So we got Alexander Sarr, who plays in Australia but is French. We have Richard, I don't know how to say that dude's last name. He's also French.
Okay, so
we got
Francais.
we got two Frenchies in the top two. We got Topic.
Okay.
Nikola Topic.
Where's he from?
Let me look it up. But that jumps out to me because hey, we have a good history with Nicolas in recent history, and we also got a Matthias Bazulis. So I just named four foreigners.
Let's go.
We have the third pick. Guaranteed there will be one of these foreigners. Nicolas Serbian, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah. So I like it. There's
Okay.
a lot of good options.
Good.
At number 3. Oh wow, the Buzdelis is from Illinois.
That does sound like
Little
he would be
surprised.
perhaps be from overseas.
Okay.
Give me a lesson, Sean.
A lesson is not only do you, it's going to be from the Boston Celtics because
For the Rockets.
because
Localizing.
Celtics South.
Yeah, that's true.
My lesson would be, and this is maybe a little bit contrary to what we think the plan should be or will be for the draft, but it is maintain depth as a team. And this is from the Boston Celtics, how they can throw out there Brown, Tatum, White, Holiday, Horford, Porzingis.
That's so many guys.
Even Sam Hauser was out there.
Hauser hit a nice 3, right.
And was playing pretty good defense.
Whenever I see Hauser, I'm like, wait, is that Gordon Hayward? No, it's not.
Yeah, so I would say that you don't want to be one of these. And the Mavericks are pretty deep. They have at least 7 guys that you feel good about. But the depth that is being shown by the Celtics, and especially because they're a team that doesn't have that, oh my God, 1 in a million type of generational talent like Luka is for the Mavericks. But Tatum, I would say, is a step, maybe even 2 steps kind of below that level. They have Brown, who's also in that, okay, he is no doubt a superstar in the league, but he's not one of capital T, those guys. And so if the Rockets aren't, and maybe this depends on how good Şengün can be or how good Jalen can be, but right now it doesn't look like they have one of those guys who step in the league immediately and they take it over. This might be something where they need to follow that kind of have a Brown, have a Tatum, have a Porzingis now, and they obviously they trade for Holiday and White, so it's a little bit different there. But fill in this talent and have 5 guys. I mean, we talk about the core 6, and maybe that's a little bit too many to be a core, but that actually is a good way to think about it, of maintaining some depth and not becoming one of these top-heavy teams.
Yeah, that makes sense. And too, also the just looking at the Celtics, maybe some patience. I know there's some people out there, myself at times, that are wondering about Jalen Green's future here. But, over time, we saw Jaylen Brown go from being a guy who everyone was wondering why he was taken as early as he was, to being, honestly, the guy that I trust the most on the Celtics in a crunch time moment.
And he was awesome.
He was great
in the third quarter.
Yeah.
He had the huge dunk. He had two big blocks.
Right.
He blocked Derek Jones' dunk.
Him blocking Kyrie Irving, I mean, make a statue of that right now.
Yeah, blocked Kyrie. So, yeah, Brown was awesome. I know it's only game 1, but I'm already getting ready for who's the NBA Finals MVP discourse.
Yeah,
because nothing people love more than not giving it to the best player on the team.
That's true. The Iguodala person.
Yeah, Iguodala, even Kawhi when he won. So there's enough discourse for Tatum. Might not be yours.
Yeah, I don't think it
after
will
game 1 it's not.
I don't think it will be, even if they do win. I do think it's probably going to be Brown, maybe Porzingis. The odds on Porzingis, mybookie.ag, promo code bet975. Very curious what they are right now. All right, I have a confession to make. I wanted to tell Sean about this to surprise him. So when I went to go watch last night's game at the Highway Cantina, I usually parallel park in this one spot so I don't have to pay for parking.
Good.
While I was trying to park for parallel park, I went a little bit over the curb. When I went over the curb, my car got stuck in a ditch. Literally got stuck in a ditch. Like the wheels got stuck in, and there was so much mud underneath it that as I was trying to reverse out of it, it made it worse and worse. Ugh. So I'm in my car, and you know me when I'm angry, but I don't think you've seen me really have a rage storm.
Especially road rage.
Yeah. So I grabbed my phone, I'm throwing it, I'm swearing as loud as I can, because I tried for 10 minutes to get out of the spot. Luckily, Houston is legitimately the kindest, most generous city. Multiple people saw me, and they apparently are from the country, and they said, hey, we can help you out. So somehow they found some wooden planks. Like a homeless guy came over to help me with some wooden planks, and I wish I had cash to give to him. So we tried to put the wooden planks under the car. And this is as the NBA Finals Game 1 has begun. So I'm really angry because I got there, like, as I always do, 3 minutes before the start of the game. And I have it on my phone, and I'm kind of watching it. But the planks don't work.
Really?
The planks didn't work. And eventually I just told everybody, okay, stop. Like, so I called AAA, and I watched the first probably 20 minutes of NBA Finals Game 1 action on the phone in my car as I was waiting for AAA to come and to pull my car out of the ditch. I'm going to tweet out the picture at Gallant says at Sade Mapes, because my brother-in-law's brother is in town, and he came over, and he videotaped it to send to my sister, who's going to make fun of me now too. So this sucks.
Great.
So I'm officially a bad driver. Everyone has been saying you thought it was going to be another rumor I was going to confirm on this show. No, I am officially a bad driver. I tried to parallel park on the side of a road in a ditch, and I got stuck, and I'm so embarrassed. I'm a terrible driver.
That's tough. That's a tough one. A little bit of bad luck, but also bad scouting, I would say, as far as scouting the spot. I know it's normally a good spot for you, but you got to adjust. At this level, it's the NBA Finals, Paul.
It's the NBA Finals.
You got to be ready to adjust.
Got to make it happen.
And so, yeah, that's a tough one. I'm waiting with bated breath to see that picture.
Something else happened at the Highway Cantina that I'll discuss later in the show. He's Sean Mapes. I'm Paul Gallant. It is Gallant and George with Sean in for Joe on a Friday. Also, ask Paul and Sean anything. We'll work in some more of your questions. Up next, man, Keith Law. He was so good on the Killer Bees yesterday. We got more bazingas from him to get to. Stick around. It is Gallant and George. I am Paul Gallant. Sean Mapes sitting in the Joe George chair. Joe's going to be back on Monday. We're having some Ask Gallant and Mapes anything fun on a Friday with no Astros game to react to. And honestly, I don't think anyone really wants to talk about the Astros. Ocho texts in that I drive like Meadow Soprano parallel parking in the finale of The Sopranos. Yeah, not good. You don't ever want to be compared to, no offense to all the ladies out there, a woman parallel parking. I will say this, Sean.
Yes.
In Florida, to get your driver's license, you do not need to parallel park.
Okay.
Number two, you do need, and that's where I got my driver's license. For those who don't know, I went to high school in Florida. Number two, there was a point on the test where they said make a K turn, and I had no idea what they were talking about, so I tried to make a K. Apparently, they were saying make a 3-point turn.
Okay.
3.
I can see how that gets lost. I would have tried a my first thought was, because I've also never heard of a K turn, I was like, that must be a 3-point turn. But I can see how 15, 16 years old, you don't know that.
Yeah, I don't know. By the way, 18 years old. Not great.
Oh.
Waited a while.
Okay.
We waited a while. We had friends who were very generous with the cars.
This is getting worse and worse for you.
Getting
Paul.
worse and worse. Oh, my God. It gets even worse. And this might be confirmation that I'm a bad driver because I did not really have much driving experience before I went to go take the test. I just took it. I was a good test taker. What can I say?
Good enough, I guess.
Well, Sean, I did the math after looking at my scorecard, and I am 100% sure that they added up the score wrong and that they gave me my license because they added up the score wrong. The state of Florida, everybody, which also gave me a boating license for passing that test.
God. Florida, come on.
Florida,
come on. What are you doing? Help yourself out a little bit on the we're a lawless swampland allegations. I will say though, you starting the list with the fact that the parallel park is not necessary, wasn't necessary for you to get your license. I'll just say, what's an excuse? Or no,
Give a reason. Stuff with a lie.
There you go. Skin of a reason. Stuff with a lie.
It's so bad. Again, I'm a bad driver. I'll admit it. I'll finally admit it. I'm a bad driver.
Hand up. You got him.
Hand up.
June 7th, 2024.
I mean, I get reminded of it every single month with my insurance rates, and that's largely due to the uninsured motorists who have hit and run me. But I see that every single month when I'm paying $200 plus on my car insurance. I'm like, damn, I'm not a good driver.
Hey, the first step is acknowledging it.
On an Ask Gallant and Mapes Anything Friday, Ron asks on the Twitch,
okay,
does Paul really like women? I mean, this is one of the stories that's been keeping the show running. Do you think I should answer this truthfully, Sean?
In honor of Pride Month, yes, I think you should.
Would it be stolen pride valor if I don't come clean here?
Yes, I think.
But we want ratings during Pride Month.
Then maybe you don't. Maybe
has ESPN 97.5 tweeted out a rainbow yet? We should get on that.
I don't believe we should have.
No.
Us and the Texas Rangers haven't.
Listen, some people have told me I should click my heels 3 times and go back to Montrose. And I like Montrose. What can I say?
It's a nice area.
Listen, I'm not going to answer that question, but I will say I like Montrose. Because I like keeping the mystery going. I mean, I feel like if you've listened to the show long enough, you can read between the lines.
Yes.
But I really enjoy the fact that a lot of people seem to think this about
Some
me.
people aren't regularly in their car. It's a Friday. Maybe they got out work early. They're like, I've always wondered about Paul. Maybe I'll actually get the answer this time.
All right. So Keith Law of The Athletic was on with Joel Blank, Jeremy Branham, the Killer Bees yesterday. And, I mean, he came in blazing. He says he didn't care that Astros fans hate him. He also said that, baseball-wide, there is a perception that Dana Brown, Joe Espada, they're just puppets for owner Jim Crane. He also said something that, honestly, I think should make a lot of Astros fans like him. Here is what he would do with perhaps the biggest albatross on the team, Jose Abreu.
Well, he's a release. He should be released. I mean, there's no purpose to keeping him on the roster at this point. You gave him the first year. Okay, maybe it's a down year. I didn't think so. I thought we had plenty of reason to think it was real, but I also understand them saying 3-year contract, let's at least get into the second year, see if an off season of work changes anything. It hasn't. At this point, you have to add, the money's gone, right? He's paid no matter what. The guaranteed contract, the money is not a factor in the decision. You have to answer two questions. Is this team better off with Jose Abreu playing, like as an everyday player? No, they are clearly not. Then the second question is this team better off with Jose Abreu on the roster? I think that's a little more subjective, but the answer is probably no. At this point, they are simply better off if he's not there.
I agree. I mean, it allows Joey Loperfido to come back, and it also prevents the possibility of the Astros potentially moving Joey Loperfido at the trade deadline, which I do not want to happen, having seen him in the majors.
Yeah, Loperfido's at the very least a better bat than Abreu is.
A better fielder, clearly.
Yeah,
but another defensive highlight.
Yeah, I was gonna say we don't know about the consistency of it, but I'll put it this way: he makes plays that Jose Abreu cannot make at first base. So, yeah, it's tough. I don't know if there is a Jose Abreu defender out there, but it's tough to be a Jose Abreu defender because I cannot imagine what. I mean, Keith Law brings it up. It's like, he can't start, and then coming off the bench, like what do you think he does there? He's not he's not positionally versatile in any way. He can only play one position poorly.
I know.
It's so hard. And Keith didn't mention this, but the fact that they have Singleton and Abreu, and Singleton's just a better version, slightly better version of Abreu, but better, like clearly better. And it's two first base only guys that you're carrying on your roster. Like you're playing with one hand tied behind your back, and this is a team that doesn't have that margin of error.
If either were capable of playing another position, you could maybe justify it, but that's the problem. And you need to keep playing Jose Abreu to make him better, but it also seems like the more Singleton plays, the better he is, and they are literally cannibalizing each other.
Not literally.
No, they're literally doing it.
Really?
Yeah, I saw Jose Abreu just take a big old chomp out of remember why there was a big pause in the dugout? I mean, we didn't get a straight answer on what happened during that Astros game earlier in the week.
Why didn't we get a straight? What could
have happened? Per my sources, which are dumbasses on the internet, I heard that they were eating each other. Yeah.
Wow.
It was pretty graphic. No, not like that. But like that.
One was eating the other.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Speaking of, on an Ask Gallant and Mapes Anything Friday, drums or flats for wings. Now, I had to ask Sean what that meant because I guess I'm not really with the wing culture, if you will.
To be fair, the question only said drums or flats.
I was wondering if that was some type of shoe or something like that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was thinking that maybe you thought it was instrument related.
Yeah. I was like, what's going on here? The drums are the easiest. The flats are a little bit annoying because you gotta pull the bones apart.
Two-step verification. There.
Exactly. Yeah, and I'll admit, like I'm a little bit of a prissy man. I don't like my hands getting dirty. I don't like it. And generally, whenever I go to get wings, I go to this place up in the Heights, Porch Wing Pub. I go there on Mondays because they have 50-cent wing nights. And when I go there, there's actually a picture of me and my friends on the wall there. I'm not kidding. It's the boys.
Local celebrity?
You can find it. I'm just
shaking hands with the owner.
No. I wish. That would be sick. But I always get the spicy garlic, and it's really good, but it's so damn messy.
Yeah.
So the pull apart ones, I hate them.
Okay. Yeah. I get that. I like the flats a little bit better, just as far as like the quality, and it feels like you can really
probably a little fattier.
You really feel like you're cleaning them off too when you have a flat because it's easier, but it is harder to do that. So I understand the convenience of it, but I'll go flats. I like both, honestly. I like a little variety with it.
I not gonna lie, like just thinking about those spicy garlic wings is making me hungry right now. Anyway, it's Gallant and George, Sean Mapeson for Joe George. I'm Paul Gallant. Keith Law was with the Killer Bees yesterday. The full interview is up on our ESPN Houston YouTube channel. And again, Keith was on fire. I thought it was fantastic.
He was adding credibility, being a national voice with everything that we've said, but he was doing it in the form of a victory lap.
Yeah.
As far as I was right about the Houston Astros.
That part kind of sucked.
That's the only part that sucks.
Yeah.
That's the only part that sucks is the fact that he gets to be smug about this, but on the merit, you can't really fight him.
The interesting thing is, it seems like Keith Law is in lockstep with, ironically, Dana Brown, who has been promising a lot of things that I'm not sure he can deliver on because I don't know what they have to spend with. But Keith Law said that the Astros should go all in at the deadline.
They should be in, right? This club was built to contend. They are close enough to contention. And I think they can look at players like Bregman and say, we will get more production from Bregman the remainder of the season than we have from him so far. I think they should also look realistically. You know, they've taken some real hits to the pitching staff. That's going to be tough to replace. I do think they're in the situation where they should say the farm system is not in great shape, but they have some players who would have some value in trade, and they've been willing to take on some money in the past. I think they should take that same approach and just say, we're all in, especially with Bregman potentially leaving in free agency. I'm not going to write him off and say he's gone, but you take the attitude that he might be gone, and they should act accordingly and say, if this is the last year of Bregman, we do have a club that's a little bit on the older side. We should just say this might be the last big push, with the possibility that you're thinking about rebuilding on some level starting next year.
The reason that, while I agree that if they're going to do anything this year, they're going to have to do something, whether it's a starting pitcher or adding another bat. The reason I'm a little nervous hearing that, I feel like Joey Loperfido is going to get traded. And I'm not acting like Joey Loperfido is going to be like the next great Houston Astro, but I don't know. I mean, considering what he's done since coming up,
yeah,
he does feel like he belongs at the major league level, on a level that you don't often say about minor leaguers that early on. But he's shown power, and he's shown defense, and he's shown speed. And I mean, he's even got an arm.
It's also a farm system that, I mean, this isn't breaking news to anyone, but it's a farm system that has the last, year and a half, 2 years, has been consistently among the bottom of MLB. And so you have one young product of that farm system who, in his time in MLB, looks like he's ready for it. And the idea to ship him off, where it's like, well, I don't know when the next one is going to come along. I don't know if there's another Joey Loperfido in the mix. And we're not even exactly like we have been very high on Loperfido this segment, but it's just the fact that we're not fitting for a bust in Cooperstown, but it is just that there's nothing else that seems to be around the corner. And he was talked a lot about before he came up, and we're like, okay, we'll see. And then he proved it. And so the idea that they're going to go all in on this year, I don't like that. I don't like that one bit. They need or at the very least, they need to play better in the time between now and when they decide to go all in to try to save this season. Because, and Dell and I were talking about this morning, you look at the contracts that they will have on the books next year. I think next year they can also, they'll also be able to compete next year too.
I agree with that. Honestly, I feel
so. I don't think that this is like 2024 or bust. I think it's 25. Now, I'm only adding 1 year to this window that Keith Law provided, but I do think that 2025 they still have the bones of a really good team.
I'm with you there. I think one of the other unfortunate things, because there has been a lot of bad luck for the Astros this year, I don't want them to use that as the main excuse, because I mean the offense is too good to not be scoring runs on the level that they are. But you had all this pitching depth, and now you've got all these Tommy John surgeries about to happen. And we saw Spencer Arrighetti, and he's been better recently. Arrighetti would have been someone you could have shipped. I think, especially if you'd seen a little bit of Arrighetti and he wasn't being thrown on the spot into some of these spots. He didn't quite get Blair Henley'd, but I mean, it was
pretty bad. First couple starts.
Right. And also, I mean, it was one of those things where, they probably did not want to put him in at this point in the year. They're probably hoping June or something like that when somebody goes down. But Arrighetti would have been trade ammunition for you. And now you need Arrighetti the rest of the year.
You can't make a win now trade and trade away Arrighetti.
Yeah. Sucks. Sucks. But you know what doesn't suck? Fridays. TGIF, It is Gallant and George. Sean Mason for Joe George. I'm Paul Gallant. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We live in an amazing country. We should all be proud of that country that we live in, because there's something that we did yesterday that deserves a lot of praise. and also something that's happening, the exportation of American jobs, that should have you all outraged. You'll hear it next. Stick around.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Very interactive edition of Gallant and George today with Sean Mason for Joe George. We're doing Ask Us Anything because it's a Friday. The Astros didn't play yesterday. And I mean, do you want to hear more Keith Law saying like, hey, you guys are being run poorly and I was right?
Everything you've been saying is right, but the only thing is I've been saying it before it happened.
Exactly, right. I was telling you guys this. You should have believed me.
Yeah.
And yeah, he reminded us yesterday. Check out that interview up on our at ESPN Houston channel. Why don't you like and subscribe while you're at it? A question. Rank the following based on their streetwear potential. Football, basketball, baseball, soccer, and hockey jerseys. You got to think about the Houston side of things.
Yeah.
Hockey sweaters are sweaters. They are dead last.
I was going to say, in general, it like climate neutral. I feel like the hockey ones are probably the most, or they're higher up.
I would agree.
Now, in Houston, specifically on June 7th, I cannot say a hockey sweater.
I agree with you there.
So, yes, they go to the bottom of the list, but in other situations, I can see how they'd be higher.
Fourth. This one, I think, along the same lines, the baseball jerseys these days, thanks to Fanatics, are first off, terrible.
Yeah.
And second, I don't think they're that breathable given how badly people are sweating in them in the actual games, let alone the replica version of these jerseys.
I wasn't thinking of the Fanatics era of baseball jerseys. I was thinking of it in general. But yes, the Fanatics era it's pretty bad.
You got to wear a shirt underneath them too.
Yes.
To prevent the sweat.
Button it all the way up like you're a Mark who's about to go play.
Exactly. right. Like it's again.
You got to Jose Abreu it.
Pretty much, yeah. And I mean, well, I like to, unbutton a button or three. It is a look that only I think a select few could pull off. So baseball, I think 4. This is where it gets tricky. I feel like football jerseys.
It's the fit.
They're very baggy.
They don't fit because obviously they get when they're actually wearing
they
them.
Have pads on.
They have pads on. So and you're not gonna wear like the actual jersey itself, like where it's like not like the actual where it's tight around the shoulders and stuff. No, that's not the ones they sell. They sell these baggy ones.
Right. So you look like it's you're like the 2003 NBA draft.
Yes, or you look like you're the player's son. Like you look like you're supporting your father. It's tough. There's also not a lot of situations where it is like appropriate to be wearing a football jersey.
Pretty much just a football game.
Just a football game.
Pretty much just a football game. Right. So, okay, I think that's 3.
Soccer and basketball are the ones that we have left.
I think you got to have good shoulders to wear a basketball jersey.
Yes. And again, as far as appropriateness, it's a little bit more open than football, surprisingly.
If it's a hot day, people will not hate on you for wearing it.
You're wearing it as a tank top.
You could wear it to the pool.
You can wear it to the pool.
You should wear it to a festival.
Yes.
That's what I like to do. Basketball jersey, a festival guy.
Again, it's one of the 4 places you can wear it.
Yeah. And number 1, I think, is soccer, because not only you're going to be one of the few people wearing it.
Mm-hmm. You can go hipster with it, too.
Yeah. Soccer jerseys are kind of like T-shirts.
Yeah. They're the most shirt-like of these. And, the only thing is sometimes they have more of a European fit. So if you go into it knowing that, hey, I don't want to look like I'm an exchange student here, all right? Like I might have to bump up a size.
They're running a little tight.
Yeah.
They're like a Paul Gallant shirt.
Yes. Yeah, you would love them. You would love.
That's why I have them number 1. To show off my pecs,
But I agree that they are the most. They're the ones that you can just like wear like a t-shirt.
We came to an agreement on that.
Yeah.
All right. It is an Ask Gallant and Mapes Anything Friday. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Big day in the world of American sports yesterday. I don't know if either of you, Austin behind the glass, Sean, if you guys know anything about cricket. I don't.
I thought you were about to ask if we were watching.
I know none of us were watching it.
Austin? No? Okay.
He's shaking his head
Austin,
no.
I had maybe 25% chance that
he does like hockey. Guy. So we thought it was possible he might be a little more open to different sports than us. But we did not watch the United States playing Pakistan in cricket.
No.
I guess the United States just got a cricket team. And guess what? The U.S. beat Pakistan. That is like beating
USA.
That's
USA.
That's like beating Brazil in soccer. Or close to it. I don't know if India's number 1 or it's Pakistan or if it's England. I don't know which of those 3 is at the top. I'm assuming those are the 3 best international cricket teams out there. But as someone who doesn't watch it, the fact that Americans can just go into any sport and take it over and kick ass at it, hell yeah. Born in the USA. I was born in the USA.
Oh my God, there's so many different types of rankings. I thought it'd be easy, like the
no.
FIFA rankings. Okay, there's looks like some sort of consolidated list.
Okay. Where do they stand?
Well, this must be after the loss, or maybe it's not. But they're 4th in the nation. Pakistan is 4th in the world. The U.S. is 19th.
19th,
and I think that's again like the college football playoff. That is taking into account the fact that they just beat the number 1 ranked team in the nation.
Yeah, that's right. And the eagle will fly, man. It's gonna be hell
when you hear Mother Freedom start ringing a bell, and it feels like the whole wide world is raining down on you. Oh, brought to you courtesy of the red, white, and blue. That's right.
Watch out, Pakistan. Watch out, India. Watch out, England.
Yeah.
I don't know any other countries that play cricket.
I don't either. Fake Tony Stark says it's like beating Russia in hockey. Yeah, actually, I guess it would be like beating Canada in hockey because we can't beat Canada in hockey.
Beating America in basketball.
Beating America in basketball. All right.
It's hard to do.
Right. That's 100% true. So that's going on. That's good going on on the American sports front. But
shout out if any members of the U.S. cricket team are listening, shout out to you. Thank you for being great Americans.
Thank you for your service. But on the other side, we got to talk about an absolute crime, an American crime, as we continue our countdown to the start of the NFL season. A crime is being committed against you. And a crime might be committed on some of the people that are being forced to commit this crime on you as well. We'll talk about it next. Gallant George with Sean Mapes in for Joe. Stick around. First, let me tell you about my friends at Pendleton Whiskey. You know what I did when I found out that the United States beat Pakistan in cricket? I said I didn't know the United States had a cricket team. But the second thing I did when I found out the United States beat Pakistan in cricket, I started playing Toby Keith. But the third thing I did when the United States beat Pakistan in cricket was I poured myself a celebratory glass of Pendleton whiskey. 2 fingers, 1 rock, smooth, refreshing. Had a little bit as well after the Celtics took down the Mavericks last night. Pendleton whiskey is fantastic stuff. It's smooth, it's refreshing, it's not too sweet, and it's made with the best stuff. For example, 1, the finest northern grains. 2, it is glacier water from Oregon's Mount Hood that it's cut with. And 3, barrel-aged in American oak. USA. It's so good. When you blend it all together, it's going to satisfy your inner cowboy. I love to put a little splash in my iced coffee, but also just to have it neat. But there are so many different versions of Pendleton that you can check out at their website, pendletonwhiskey.com. You want to order it, you can get it on Drizzly, or you can find it at your local liquor store. It's Pendleton Whiskey. It's true Western tradition. USA! Get you some. All right, guys. 90 days away from the start of the NFL season. Better number 90. I'm going to leave this for the text line, 713-780-3776 to call or text in the HRNP listener line. Our Twitter, at Gallant says, at Shawnee Mapes. Our Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975, and our YouTube channel, at ESPN Houston. Who was the better number 90 for the Houston Texans? Jadeveon Clowney or Mario Williams? Mario Williams statistically does have, I think, the dub here. And I'll admit, I just like Jadeveon Clowney because one time he trash talked my mom, who was an Eagles fan, after the Seahawks beat the Eagles in the playoffs, and I thought that was hilarious. Also, I feel like Jadeveon Clowney and my careers were linked at a time because right after he got traded to Seattle, I got a job in Seattle. And the reason that I got the job in Seattle is because I talked about him getting traded to Seattle from the Seattle perspective over at Sports Map Radio.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, or I think it was SB Nation Radio at the time.
It was.
Yeah, in the building. So I'm biased towards Clowney, who I think was one of the best run defenders in the NFL and is still in the league for what it's worth. Mario Williams, after you went to Buffalo, you didn't really hear him that much.
Yeah, Mario Williams, I think, does have it on All Pro, or I don't think
he was the correct pick.
Did he make an All Pro? He's a one-time All Pro.
He was the correct pick in that spot because Vince Young did not take care of himself off the field, and Reggie Bush, I feel like, was for today's NFL, not for the NFL of yesteryear.
Yeah, I mean, 07, 14 sacks, 08, 12 sacks.
Yeah, Clowney's
9,
never had
8.5. Like the yes.
Clowney's been close to 10 a lot, and he
has a lot of 9s on the board. He doesn't have any 10 plus, or at least he didn't when he was on the Texans. So yeah, I kind of agree with you, even as someone who just watched both these guys as a fan, is that Mario Williams the better player, but I did just kind of enjoy Jadeveon Clowney a little bit more. Also, he wasn't a straight pass rusher the way that Mario Williams was. He was better against the run.
He was. It's weird though. A lot of people did not like Clowney, and I think a lot of people didn't like Williams. They were both good players. They were the number 1 overall pick.
Yeah.
They weren't J.J. Watt, but they were really good. Mm-hmm. And sometimes we put an unfair standard next to the person who's picked first overall. Yeah. Anyway, I told you guys that a crime has been committed against Americans, and I've been saying this a lot. I think that the NFL's international series is ridiculous, honestly. It makes my blood boil that we are playing American football games in other countries, specifically Germany more than others, but also a country that, I don't know, harbored certain people after the end of World War II. Shout out to D-Day yesterday. Brazil, maybe not as many as Argentina. Brazil is going to be hosting an NFL game next year, a game between the Eagles and the Packers. I believe it is the second game of the 2024
I think it's
NFL
the Friday.
season.
Yeah, they kick off on Thursday. This is the Friday game.
I hate this from this perspective. Imagine that you are going to this game and you can't wear your colors because your dominant color could potentially get you murdered in Brazil. Here's Josh Jacobs with Chris Long on the Green Light podcast explaining why.
I gotta ask you, you're gonna open the season against my Eagles down in Brazil, man. What are you most excited about?
You know, they said that the part of Brazil we going to, you can't even wear green at.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
They said, like, I guess something to do with the gangs and stuff.
Oh, dude, I'm not going. I'm not going.
They said we're not going to Rio. We going to. They told us they was like, man, it's one of them places where they probably won't even let us leave.
A full team. Oh, damn, I'm not going, dude. No.
Eagles and I was Green picturing. Oh, green. That's
Wait, what color?
Green?
Yeah, what color green?
They probably gonna have like armored vehicles following us around. I said, bro, why are we out here? Why are we here?
I'm picturing Josh Jacobs like hanging out on the beach, right? But it doesn't sound like that kind of trip.
But I was looking forward to it. I'm like, man, it's about to be a fun week. Y'all telling us all of that. They're like, yeah, nah, it's not going to be like that. I'm like, yeah, all right.
They picked 2 teams that wear green.
That's the funniest part.
And apparently green in Brazil is the equivalent of blue with the Crips and red with the Bloods in the United States.
I thought it was that like that stadium their rival team wore green, and that's why they didn't allow green in the stadium.
Whatever
and now,
it is.
And now it's like just the international don't wear this color.
Why are we playing games in these, and I'm sorry to say it, sucky countries? Brazil's beaches are covered in trash, okay? You're going to get kidnapped if you step in the wrong spot. We had games in Mexico that had to get canceled because the field wasn't good enough at Stadium Azteca. The game that was played between the Texans and Raiders, Brock Osweiler had a laser pointer shoved in his eye the entire game. And on top of that, they're yelling their homophobic slur chant, which, whatever. Okay, culturally, it's different for them. Whatever the case, why are we playing NFL games in other countries? It's, I think, ridiculous. England, Germany, Mexico, Brazil, China someday.
Canada.
Even Canada, which we did a couple of times. This is an American sport. What are we doing?
Growing the game, Paul.
Stop. No one is going to love it same way we do.
Growing the money game, that is, for the NFL.
It's not going to, but no one's going to buy into it the way that they think they will. It's legitimately just going to be for people that are American that live in these countries. Now they get to go to a game. That's what it is. And there will be a lot of people that go.
Money they didn't have before.
It's terrible. So this is why I stand with Jacksonville, because the Jacksonville City Council, they're hoping to limit the Jaguars' international home games as they negotiate renovations for their new stadium.
Yeah, they better. Good. If you're gonna pay or help pay for their stadium, yeah. Hey, by the way, you're gonna have to play here. If we're gonna pay for it, you can't be doing this 3 weeks, or I think it's only 2 weeks, but these 2 weeks in London every year. We're not doing that.
They shouldn't do that. But the Jaguars are doing something that, honestly, this might be the worst thing that they've ever done to the city of Houston. It also goes to show you how crappy they've been against the Texans in particular. Like, the Texans have
either this or the David Garrard Hail Mary. So.
Yeah, exactly. So, for those who are, with it as far as music goes, and I would not count myself there, but a lot of people might remember this line by the one and only Mike Jones.
Who?
How they miss me now? 281-330-8004. Hit Mike Jones up on the low, cause Mike Jones about to blow. Before the ice was in my grill, before I got my major deal, these girls didn't give a damn if I was here.
So if you saw last night, Mac Jones.
Who?
Mac Jones. Not Mike Jones. He tweeted out a picture of himself wearing Jaguars colors, standing next to what looks like an actual Mustang or a Jaguar. Again, I don't know much about cars either. But as he's standing next to this old car, wearing a Jaguars teal uniform and sunglasses and number 10 as QB number 2 in Jacksonville, with the quote, 281-330-8004. That is stolen Houston valor. And I feel like we need Trevor Lawrence to get benched for Mac Jones so that the Houston Texans can lay a whooping on Mac Jones. This is stolen Houston valor.
I honestly,
cultural appropriation.
It is the Houston culture. When I saw this, I was like, wait, what? Like I couldn't make sense of it because there's nothing about this that is Houston. Like they're not. Like the car isn't like doesn't have any of the slabs or any doesn't have the pokers.
Exactly.
It's just what honestly it looks, if you just took out the caption, it looks more like a Miami Vice kind of look.
It looks like a Miami Vice kind of look. And let's be honest, Jacksonville, I mean, you're on the border of Georgia.
Yeah.
And I mean, like nothing against
You're
Georgia.
stealing Miami valor in that case.
This is stolen Miami valor. So Mac Jones looks like someone here who, in addition to being a used vintage car salesman, also launders money for Colombians.
Yeah, he looks like his dad is the one who runs the vintage car company, and he's the one that uses whatever money for
purposes. Yeah, we'll say that.
Yeah, it wasn't until actually this segment when we started talking about Mike Jones and Mac Jones that I was like, oh, That's the joke he's making.
I hate that.
Is that their names sound kind of alike.
That guy is the reason that Belichick had to retire. Like, that guy ruined Belichick's career, and it's why he's on the sidelines this year. I'm so angry about this. Like, and again, I'm someone who, I wasn't born in Houston. I wasn't born in Texas. But I came down here as soon as I could.
There you go.
I am a Texan by choice. It says it on my Twitter, and I declare war on the Jaguars for co-signing this because he's wearing Jaguars colors, and I declare war on Mac Jones, who I already was at war at, but now I'm at double war with Mac Jones.
On two fronts. Yeah, I'm of two minds. This sucks, but I'm also like, I'm not like mad. It's just like it just sucks. like it's not even an effective troll, I would say. It's just like, what are you doing? Like,
if he was the backup quarterback for the Texans, I would co-sign this.
Well, yeah, because then it's a pander move.
Yeah.
This is like nothing.
This is wait, no one understands what you did here except for people in Houston. And it would be people in Houston who happen to be following your Twitter account for some reason, probably because they're all ironically hoping that you end up being better than Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, it is like weirdly targeted for Houstonians between the ages of like 25 and 40.
Yes.
like that is who you're targeting in this tweet. Mac Jones. Yeah. Also, he's the backup. Like, what are we doing? It's the Tar Eason thing. Don't be talking trash from the sideline.
Keith on our ESPN Houston YouTube channel says, I use Mike Jones' number at Kroger when I get fuel. Does it work?
Yeah. That'd be great if Kroger was like, listen, we'll just sign this number up. And it's like the secret menu.
Yeah, you get like the special discount. You get 50% off on your gas if you know that. That would be pretty cool. I like that. All right. We got time for a little Dan Campbell in our lives, right?
We always have time for
We have time for some Dan Campbell. So Dan Campbell is the head coach of the Detroit Lions. And once again at the press conference, I mean, he's an artist. Here he is talking somehow, some way about the movie Anchorman.
Like the awareness of who's in, what's the situation. We know what it says on paper, but we can't do the Ron Burgundy, We can't just continue to read off the teleprompter. We got to grow. And that's the next step. That is the next evolution, because that's what San Francisco did to us, quite frankly. They played at a different level.
I like that. We can't do the Ron Burgundy. I get what he's trying to say.
Go bleep yourself, San Diego.
It took some context clues, but I get what he's saying, where it's like we need to be able to like think on our feet and adjust and not just do what's called. But it is just, when I saw that he invoked the name Ron Burgundy, I was like, in what possible context could he have brought up Ron Burgundy?
Right. Like, how dated is this reference going to be?
But also classic football coach to be like, let me wheel out a reference from 20 years ago. Like, there might be a guy on the Lions who wasn't born when that movie came out. Like, it's an effective. It's kind of like the Mac Jones thing, where it's like, who are you targeting here? It's like, it's effective to who you're targeting. I'm not sure if your players. I'm sure some of them get it, but there might be someone who's like, I don't know what the Ron Burgundy is. That a dance? Do the Ron Burgundy?
Yeah, exactly. Like, listen, hey, Dan Campbell's always fun.
Always fun.
And if he's using things to teach his players things, which we'll dive into another motivational tactic, another head coach that everyone loves to use this later on. This is what you don't do. So I guess this is the Gallant version, Goofus and Gallant, of how to inspire the troops.
Yeah. I guess. Wait, Goofus and Gallant?
Oh God, I'm dating myself. See, that's a really dated reference. The Highlights magazine. You ever heard of that? They used to have these cartoons. I'm sure this is going over Austin's head too. So they'd have these cartoons and it would show like Goofus and Gallant. So Gallant was like the goody two shoes. Gallant, like,
good for you.
Gallant. What's an example of this? Gallant helps his mother bring in the groceries. Goofus gets up in his room and smokes hot pot and gets high. This is be Gallant, not Goofus.
When Goofus falls down and skins his hands and knees, he cries like a baby. Gallant gets up smiling, even if blood is seeping from his knees. Was this like a poster that you had in your room?
No.
That seems like
I'll get it
your
now.
own personal inspirational poster. No, Did
I
not
want that one.
Did not get. I thought you were calling me Goofus. I thought you were calling this Goofus.
No.
About to
I'm the Goofus, and you're
be
Gallant.
insulted.
You're Gallant.
That's confusing for the listener.
Very confusing. It's Gallant and George with Sean Mapes in for Joe George on an Ask Gallant and Mapes Anything Friday. We got some more questions. Plus, hey, we talked earlier in the show. We're hoping that this one young Houston Texan has fixed a problem for the Texans, because this guy who we were all thinking about as a potential Texans option this offseason, he ain't the guy. It is ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Stick around.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
The most interactive sports talk show on a Friday from noon to 3 in Houston, Texas, on the FM side of things. Sean Mapes is in for Joe George.
We'll run the numbers. Maybe we can get a couple of those elements out of there.
Yeah. Listen, we're just being honest with everybody. So we discussed options for the Texans as their number 2 corner over the course of this offseason. Xavier Howard.
Yeah.
Former Miami Dolphins cornerback.
Still a free agent.
He is still a free agent, and he is going to remain a free agent after this story from the Miami Herald. I can't believe this is real. Seeking revenge, headline from the Miami Herald. Xavier Howard texted boy sexual photos of his mother. Court records show. I don't think we need to say anything other than he's not going to be a Houston Texan.
No, not Texan worthy.
The reason he did it, allegedly, sending the son sexual photos of his mother, is because she refused to get an abortion. I mean, we're talking about one of the biggest pieces of bleep that we've seen in the NFL in 2024. The year is young.
Yeah.
Rashee Rice made a bold effort. But
this one's a tough one to top.
This is number one. I would say right now, unless that guy in the Chiefs who was leaving the animals out and about got charged with animal cruelty. Unless you're more of a dog lover, this is one of the most messed up things I've ever seen. I couldn't believe I saw it, and honestly, I'm very happy that the Houston Texans stick to their guns and didn't bring this guy in.
Yeah, that's something where I wonder how much gets flagged in the background check.
Mm-hmm.
Of these guys, and it's a little bit of a lesson for when we start standing on the table. I don't think anyone was necessarily like beating the drum for Xavier Howard, but he was one of the people that or one of the corners that were in the mix where they're like, why haven't they signed a corner
exactly
like Xavier Howard or like even Steven Nelson before he called D'Amico
Ryan done, man.
Yeah. It does go to show that's like, sometimes when something is kind of unexplainable on the outside for why a guy's unsigned, sometimes there's a little bit more underneath the hood that we can't exactly see that maybe. I don't know if the Texans did know more than we did, but it would be reasonable to believe that they did.
I would assume they did.
Yeah,
I would assume they did. And I mean, we played that audio yesterday of Cam Sutton, another nominee for worst person in the NFL in this young 2024. This is all time. So anyway, I'm assuming the Texans did their due diligence, and that's why he's not on the team, because they are clearly in a bit of a win now mode.
Yes.
Ask Gallant and Mapes anything Friday. Key from LA asked us, "What's your favorite drink?" He also says in the clubs. I will say I don't go to clubs anymore. I go to bars, but I don't go to clubs.
Not a huge club guy.
Unless it's like a pool club in Vegas, but that's different.
That is different.
That is a little different. My go-to is Paloma, always. Paloma. For those who don't know.
I actually knew that about you.
Yeah, you've seen me get it before. It is it's tequila. Sometimes I like to do it with mezcal and grapefruit juice. You sometimes, depending on where you get it, there's a little club soda in there. It's really good. When I was in Mexico earlier this year for my best friend's wedding, that stuff was basically my water, like the entire week. Like it was an all-inclusive place, and I could not get enough at the pool. So
yeah, I think when we've been at events and stuff, or when we go to when we've been to Vegas together and stuff,
Yeah.
I think we've both had Palomas, and yeah, they're very good.
They're so good.
You've converted me.
Hell
I wasn't
yeah.
exactly against it, but it was you opened a door I didn't know was there. I'm pretty straightforward and pretty like kind of boring with it. Where vodka soda is basically
vodka soda.
Yeah, it's easy. It's
locale,
very locale. And yeah, you don't have to worry about like, oh, they might mess it up. It's like, no, even like the most basic bartender in the world,
It's hard to mess up.
It's hard to mess up.
Because like, hey,
it's also easy to say. It's just.
Oh, you put too much vodka in? Oh no!
Oh no!
Right?
What am I gonna? What am I gonna do? Yeah,
you're hoping they put too much vodka.
Yeah,
in
exactly.
there. All right, he's Sean Mapes for Joe George. I'm Paul Gallant. Gallant and George, ESPN at 97.5 and 92.5. We'll keep on working questions in that you have on an Ask Gallant and Mapes Anything Friday with Sean sitting in the Joe chair. Up next, Keith Law came with the takes. He really came with the takes on the Killer Bees yesterday. In case you missed what we talked about earlier, we're going to bring some of it back to the table because he thinks that you guys are wrong and he wants you to know about it. Stick around and hear him.
I don't care if Astros fans don't like me. I was right. What if I said that was wrong? I mean, fans don't want to hear negative things about their team. That's their right as a fan. But the team's made a lot of pretty colossal mistakes since winning that World Series. I mean, how's that Jose Abreu contract working out? How's that Rafael Montero contract working out? How is he letting guys like Jeff Bagwell, with no front office experience whatsoever, make critical decisions working out? The team is clearly in worse shape today than they were the moment they won that World Series. The farm system is worse off. The Major League Club is worse off. It's just been mistake after mistake after mistake. You know, the Astros fans want to claim they don't like me. Can I hand you a tissue? Really, where's the lot? What have I said that was wrong? Everything I've said about this organization turned out to be true. Sorry, but not sorry.
713-780-3776 to call or text in on an Ask Gallant and Mapes Anything Friday with Sean Mapes sitting in for Joe George. Should the Astros hire Keith Law?
Hey, they would not have made the same mistakes that they did.
He can see the future.
I feel like, and this is something that we talked about during the break, that I remembered what the, I guess, original sin of Keith Law was in the eyes of Astros fans, or I don't know the original sin, but at least the last time it felt like he kicked the hornet's nest on.
He compared Jim Crane to Jerry Jones.
Yes, on 97.5 Airways.
And
I
in an
believe.
article as well. Like he's been pretty vocal in his opposition against Crane.
And initially that came, I want to say it was the 2022 offseason, just after they won the World Series, when the Astros didn't renew James Click's contract, and he was saying how much of a mistake it was. And I think that's where the Jerry Jones stuff kind of started, with like how much that Jim Crane wanted to have his fingers on the offseason, how much he wanted to get his fingernails dirty with, let's sign this guy, and let's sign Montero. Yeah, bring him back. I think that's where it started. And, you know, Keith Law, again, you can have issues with the tone, with the wrestling heel aspects, energy that he brought to his appearance on the Killer Bees yesterday. But when it comes to the facts are on his side.
They were on his side, Sean. And as Grinding on Coffee and Whiskey says, this dude had an axe to grind, huh? I think we both are in agreement. We respect the pettiness.
Yeah, like
long memory.
If you put yourself in Keith Law's shoes, like, yeah, I'd also be like, yeah. How's it taste?
There's nothing wrong with somebody that pushes back against the things that your favorite team does. And I know that this city is not necessarily used to that. And that's not meant as a criticism. I grew up in Massachusetts, and my favorite radio show growing up, Felger and Maz at 98.5 The Sports Hub, has routinely like made headlines for saying the Patriots suck in the midst of their 6th Super Bowl run.
When they're going like 13-3.
And I felt like they made me more level-headed as a Patriots fan instead of an absolutely psychotic zealot. They leveled me out. They made me realize, hey, it's okay to be self-aware of the issues that your team has. You can still root for them and talk about them.
These people, the players and the coaches, they're still people. Like, they're not other than Tom Brady, they're not gods.
No, exactly.
they make mistakes. They're imperfect, again, other than the quarterback. It is a healthy, there is something to it. Now, there's a little bit of like, okay, when you turn on their show, you're like, okay, so they're just going to be the negative show today. But they're on the whole, you do sometimes need that.
Exactly. And I mean, that's why the Killer Bees are in afternoons, you know? Like the Killer Bees are good at pushing those buttons.
Yeah,
they just had on Keith Law.
Yeah, if they're like, you know what? I don't know what buttons we have to push today. They're like, you know what?
Let's bring in Keith Law.
I know what buttons we should have BMAC push. It's the numbers of Keith Law's phone number.
Hey, I'm thankful for Keith Law because this was a pretty slow day. I mean, there was no Astros game to react to last night. They will be in Los Angeles taking on the Angels this weekend. And I mean, they got to sweep them. I'm not accepting anything less than a sweep. Nope. No. And you shouldn't either. They should sweep these bums. They're bums. Losers. You are not. You are not that. You have one sweep this year. For God's sake, it's 2 months into the year. Can I get another sweep? That's all I'm asking for. Is this how married people feel when they stop having the you-know-what-skis? I just want it occasionally. I don't need it. I mean, I would like it on a weekly basis, at the very least. Sounds like for all y'all in that department, maybe it doesn't happen that much. But, I mean, that's what I'm looking for. Once a week, give me one.
Yeah, there's been probably a couple inches added to the waistline, I'd say, this season for the Astros.
A couple inches?
A few?
I think we're talking a couple. I think we're talking 20 pounds.
Oh wow!
No, they let themselves go.
Yeah, it hasn't been good. I guess that's why you say you won't accept anything other than a sweep of the Angels.
Get to the gym, babe.
I've officially just like 2 out of 3 is a sweep for this year's Astros team.
No.
For this year's team, it is.
We can't lower our standards because we're so accepting of our significant baseball other.
This is the one time a week. This is me declaring
the one time a month.
Declaring, you know what? I'll just have to accept one time a week. I'm just happy for a series win, honestly.
I need a sweep.
There's been so many series losses. I'll take a series win.
I need a sweep. By the way,
slowly get over 500.
Shout out to the College World Series, where after literally the first strikeout of the game, the pitcher for Tennessee is celebrating. I like that.
Let's see it. Replay. Wow.
I mean, that is an emphatic celebration for the first strikeout of the game. Don't you have to wait a little bit for that?
Yeah, I was gonna say that's normally what like closers do.
That's literally the Knoxville Super Regional. It's Evansville and Tennessee, and whoever's on the mound for Tennessee, we have the TV on in
Lefty,
studio.
by the way.
He just struck out the first batter of the game, and he celebrated. I mean, this could be exciting. This guy, like the entirety of the game.
Hector Neris Jr. over here.
yeah. Can he get up in the next batter's face after he strikes him out? Oh, that was my favorite moment of last year.
Oh, let's not. This is dangerously close to bad vibes alert. We're reminiscing
about last year.
About last year.
All right. Well, maybe. Okay. Well, do we want to hear from Keith Law saying that Dana Brown's a puppet for Jim Crane, or is that bad vibes too? It is a Friday.
It is.
We can steer back into Ask Gallant anything. Ask Sean Mapes anything.
Can we do the Kyle Tucker one? Because at least that's
let's do that.
That's skin of bad vibes stuffed with good vibes.
I love it when you do that. Hey, Austin, let's hear Kyle Tucker and what Keith Law thinks about him going forward with the Astros.
I mean, Tucker would enter free agency after his age 28 season. That's the guy who's getting an 8 to 10 year deal, typically. You're just looking at the recent history of elite offensive free agents who hit free agency before their age 30 season. You're right. The Astros haven't really done that. That's another mistake. I mean, that is a core play. That's a guy you sign. That is a guy you continue to build around. And if you do have to give him 8 to 10 years, well, probably 6 to 8 of those years are going to be really good. You're getting the remainder of his prime years. And Tucker, he's a very athletic player. Such a great pick when they did it, too. And he is exactly the type of player I do think ages well. He's athletic, and he's got bat speed, and he's shown he can really play defense. It's a broad set of skills. It's a good body. It's a good athlete. That is the type of player I bet on retaining more of his value into his 30s. I can't tell you what the Astros are thinking. I don't really even know for sure who's making the decision. But that is a guy, if I were consulting to them, I would say this is the one we sign. I would actually rather give him the long-term deal than Alex Bregman. Nothing against Bregman as a player, but he's 3 years older.
They're not going to resign him, though. I mean, it all makes sense, but they're not going to resign him.
Is there a chance? Maybe. Can we believe? Can we believe? That's why I chose this one, is because at least it is like Kyle Tucker is awesome. He is a bright spot on the team, probably the brightest spot on this team, and the door's not all the way closed that they for him to have a long-term deal. But I do agree with you that it is not likely, because like Keith Law says, it's just not what we do here. It's just not what we do. Keep these guys on big money contracts. Not what we do.
No.
We'll pay other people big money contracts.
People who don't deserve them. Maybe
not
Josh
Kyle
Hader
Tucker.
will.
But this is where our conversation at the start of the show, I think we can circle back a little bit just in the context of Kyle Tucker's. Maybe this is where Jim Crane can this season can be the season that necessitates him to change his stripes on this specific part of how he runs the Astros. Because like we said, he's changed. It's just we don't think he's changed for the better over the last even just 3 years, we'll call it. So maybe this absolute disaster of a year, maybe this is where he goes, you know what? Maybe we should just bite the bullet. And I think for 1 year, it'll be really tough with the overlap of the Verlander and Fromber and Abreu and Montero contracts with Kyle Tucker, a big Kyle Tucker deal. But to have him for the rest of the time, for the rest of that deal is going to be good for, I don't know. I feel good about 75% of a 10-year deal with Kyle Tucker.
Yeah, I would too. King of Twitch says Keith Law has no idea any more than we do if Tuck will resign. Yeah, but what we're trying to say
he says that in the clip. He says, "I don't know."
What we're trying to say is it feels doubtful.
It feels doubtful, but if you want to have a nugget of hope, it is that this year is the year that causes them to be like, we can't let the one guy on our team that's been awesome the entire year. We can't let him walk out the door.
Speaking of doors, I entered the doors of the Highway Cantina last night to watch NBA Finals Game 1. If you haven't seen already on Twitter, like my latest evidence of me being a terrible driver, I'll finally admit it. Shrimp Boat Dana on the Twitch. I'm a bad driver. I got stuck in a ditch, and despite the best efforts of some very friendly Houstonians nearby who put wooden planks out there to try to help me get out, like a homeless guy found wooden planks and put them down, and I felt bad because I didn't have any cash on me to give him for some. He said, like, hey, you got any change on you so I can get a drink? And I was like, damn, and he's being honest about it, too. And he just gave me these planks, and I have no cash on me. But AAA got me out of this ditch. My car still works. But after that situation resolved itself, and you can see the picture of me stuck in there, I went into the Highway Cantina. And while I was in there, a person who is a regular listener of ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, and he was telling me stories, like came up to me because I was wearing my Larry Bird jersey, and he told me this story about how I guess Larry Bird gave him an autograph after the Celtics beat the Rockets in the 86 finals with like he and I think 2 other Celtics players autographed it, and it said like Houston sucks on the basketball too. And I was like, damn, well, that's not good. But anyway, while talking to this person, he found out that I'm me. I'm the Paul Gallant. Little bit of an ego boost for a moment, Sean, until this. The man says to me, "Oh, I thought you were fat." So here's my question. 713-780-3776 to call, to text on an Ask Gallant and Mapes for Joe George Anything Friday. Do I sound fat? Do I sound fat? I feel like I fat shame a lot, and maybe this is karma for doing that. I was kind of offended. I thought it was funny, but I was kind of offended that this person thought I sounded fat.
It's also one of the things where it's not an insult, but it causes you to think like, wait, I know he's not trying to insult me, but
no, he wasn't. He was just being honest.
I don't know how to take this.
He was just being honest. It was super cool of him.
That's so funny.
It was super cool of him. But he says, "You sound fat." And I was like, wait, what? So it's like it's just a double whammy of a day where like I'm exposed as a terrible driver. Again, Akalot says on Twitter if you want to see the picture, it's not a good look. And 2, listeners like, hey,
I thought you
were fatter than that.
You were a tubby. I thought you were on the tubby ones. I will say, there are voices that you do associate with, like that's probably a bigger guy with that voice. I don't think you have that voice though.
Thank you.
I don't think so.
I appreciate that.
You appreciate that you did?
I appreciate you don't think I'm fat.
I didn't say that. I said your voice doesn't sound fat.
My voice doesn't sound fat. I'm not gonna eat anything the rest of the day.
Oh, come on.
We got a pool day. We got a pool day tomorrow. We got Steve calling in. Steve at 713-780-3776. Steve, do I sound fat?
I just want to say, Paul, I've been listening to your show for about a year now. You 100% sounded fat to me. When I saw your stream on Twitter, When I saw your stream on Twitter and saw how you really looked, I was so appalled. I had no idea.
All right,
I'm sorry, man.
that. All right, Steve.
All right, Steve. Good
I got
call.
a fat voice. I like it.
Maybe part of it's that I've only seen your voice come out of your face. Like I've only been in the same, or not in the same room, but yeah, I've only seen you talk. That I don't have the first impression of the mystery of what you look like.
I'm gonna need to encourage people to watch us on our ESPN Houston.
Yeah, you're really
YouTube
gonna be
channel
pushing the YouTube
and on Twitch because I don't want people to think I sound fat. I don't want this anymore. This is an obstacle I have to overcome. It's ear system view to assume my weight. What a slang. Anyway. He is Sean Mapes for Joe George. I am Paul Gallant. It is Gallant and George. Austin Rodriguez behind the glass. 713-780-3776. You want to call or text in on an Ask Gallant and Mapes Anything Friday. We'll bring this to the table with Joe when Joe comes back on Friday. Bullying works, guys. It works. It's not great, but it works. We found out that bullying is the reason that one of our nightmares in sports is no more. You'll hear why and how next. Stick around.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Friday, got to get down on Friday. I am Paul Gallant. Sean Mapes sitting in the Joe George chair. We got Austin Rodriguez behind the glass. You can ask us any question. We're working it into today's show. having some fun before we get you into your weekend. We found out why Angel Hernandez retired. It seemed like he might do a farewell year.
I was hoping for a farewell tour, at least like one last game.
Give us a Coach K or Derek Jeter extended exit.
Or like the Kobe 60-point game for his last game, where it's one last hurrah, where he's missing the strike zone, throwing guys out.
Imagine his magnum opus, just this game where he misses every single call. Honestly,
just goes over?
Yeah. I mean, it would be the best way to say F you on the way out. The man has pride, clearly, and he has been bullied online. Jeff Passan was on with Rich Eisen on the Rich Eisen Show, and they had a long conversation about whether or not people got too mean when it came to Angel Hernandez, who was the laughing stock of refereeing everywhere over the last year, not just because of the missed calls, but also because he sued baseball for racial discrimination, keeping him out of the postseason, and then baseball came back at him with,
like, no, we have evidence of how bad you are.
And lots of it.
And
I mean, the lawyers did a great job.
And MLB won the case. Yeah.
So Jeff Passan expanded on this conversation that Rich Eisen and his producer were having in a recent interview.
I think sometimes we take for granted what social media actually does and how it brings out the absolute worst in a lot of us. And I think the easiest way to do this and the easiest standard by which any of us, frankly, should live is, would I say it to the man's face? Any of the stuff we say on social media about Angel Hernandez, if you were confronted with Angel Hernandez, would you say it to his face? Would you call him the names that you call him online? Would you tell him how terrible he is? A lot of that stuff, frankly, led to him going away. He got tired of it. He got tired of the social media firestorm that exists. And that, frankly, I will acknowledge this, is understandable because there were parts of his job where he was genuinely bad.
Bullying people works on the internet in getting them to leave their job. I mean, we saw it this year with the person who was running the Astros Twitter account.
Oh, yeah.
The poor gal who, let's be honest, was tweeting rather basically the things that you would see from the Taylor Swift concert announcement account. It's giving.
Yes.
MVP.
Yes. Just sight unseen. I don't know who this woman is. Never met her. I based off of her work as the Astros Twitter person, I would just say, yes, she is a Taylor Swift fan.
Correct.
I have no idea, but just based off of that, I'm profiling, and I'm saying she's probably a Taylor Swift fan.
It's giving white woman. Now, I didn't dox her, but it was giving white woman. And there's nothing wrong with that, by the way. I like Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
I'm not going to,
defend the wall on
commit acts of zealotry, extremism in her name, But we saw it happen this year on that front. And, I mean, we saw it happen last year. And, hey, if you bully someone enough and you get what you want in 2024 on the internet, it's the way to go. Great. But we did lose Pawpaw, Dusty Baker, as a result of this. Because remember, this was Dusty Baker with Ernie Johnson and Charles Barkley.
Every year is different. And, there was a whole bunch of criticism from 30-year-olds and bloggers and tweeters, and I'm not doing this and I don't know that. And I told my wife, I said, I'm kind of tired of this and tired of the scrutiny.
Remember that was one of the reasons that Dusty Baker supposedly stepped away, is that he was tired of all of the second guessing. And I got to say, I was very team Dusty Baker on that front because there was a lot of, this guy's the biggest idiot ever energy online. And I thought it was unfair. It was fair to question why Maldonado played so much more than Yainer Diaz. I think that was fair. But this year, you could definitely make the argument if you wanted to that, hey, look at the struggles that some of the starting pitchers have had, other pitchers have had. Yainer Diaz is learning how to be a catcher on a daily basis. And at the same time, Yainer Diaz an extended work until the last 3 games where he has a home run in each of them. It hasn't been the best season for him offensively, unlike last year. And maybe there were some other situations that you would look at with Chas McCormick versus other players that were playing in the outfield, Jake Myers, that you would second guess. But I always felt like there was a collective energy that to what Jeff Passan was saying, would we have said this to Dusty Baker in person? Would we have said this to the poor Astros Twitter girl in person? I don't think we would have. And this is not me saying, like, think about the people you're bullying online, but I guess I am. I think sometimes we are a little bit, and I would say even for us too in this industry.
No, I definitely, that the part that Passan talked about, that like I that's something I try to do with what we do on a daily basis. Is if I'm criticizing someone, I try to keep it to where it's like, is this something that I could credibly say to his face? Now, some of it you are trying to entertain, so then you make some sacrifices there by exaggerations or by
a little hyperbole,
laying it on thick. Yes, but in general, like, you want to be fair in a situation to where, this is something that you and I have talked about, where like you at during the football season, you go to the Texans locker room and you put a microphone in these guys' face, and so that
it keeps you honest.
Yeah, that does. It doesn't limit what you can say, but it does make you think twice about, like, well, how aggressively do I want to go after this person if I just had to stick a microphone in his face, 3 days from now.
I do think it's important to go out there, and I'll be honest, like I probably need to go back a little bit more. I would say the Astros clubhouse specifically, but for the Texans, I definitely do my job on that front, and for the Rockets, probably I could do it a little bit more too. But no, it does keep you honest, because that is part of this. And I mean, anyone with a mic can talk, but you don't really want to talk. That's at least where I'm at. I've felt that we have gotten to a point, and I think it's partly due to the internet, where we all feel extremely comfortable just talking some bleep.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes it is warranted. Yeah. Like, I will say my back and forth with Larry and Stafford, for example, who I actually do not have a problem with, that got to a point where I feel like if that had been in person, it would have been playful in nature. But online, it wasn't.
It just reads differently.
Right. For those who don't know, he said, like, when Jamal Shed, like, hurt his ankle, and I'm convinced Larry didn't actually see him hurting the ankle, and I think he just, like, tried to, like, act like he had seen it all. But he basically said, like, I could have played through what Jamal Shed suffered in the NCAA tournament against Duke. And I was like, come on, dude. Like, you're huge. Like, that wouldn't have happened. So then he was going after me for getting fired, and I was like, your calls are annoying, et cetera, et cetera. I feel like if we had that conversation in person, I feel like we would have at least been playful. I don't think he likes me, but whatever.
Yeah, that happens with a lot of back and forth that I noticed, where when you're going back and forth either on social media or even like texting, where more often than not you can find some common ground when you're talking with them either on the phone or in person, that for whatever reason just gets lost in translation when you're typing it out.
Yes, 100%. And I look at this situation with Angel Hernandez, and I wonder if it's different, because, like, everyone hated Angel Hernandez, and he made himself look like more of an a-hole because of the fact that he sued baseball for racial discrimination, which to me, you're doing that in 2024. You're like a lot of different people that seem to be exploiting Danica Patrick looks good. Sorry. Seem to be exploiting a world where, like, everyone seems to be doing it these days, and everyone seems to be making a buck these days off of it, and perhaps the pendulum is swinging the other way. But I mean, it's rare that you see such universal hatred for a figure in sports. There's no one out there defending Angel Hernandez. Like, I would wonder how many umpires, if they actually were asked to, like, say Joe West or somebody else who's a prominent umpire. Like, I wonder what they would say on that front.
Yeah, at least privately too, because publicly they do, especially Joe West. Like, they'll defend the line.
Yeah.
They'll do that. But
the thin blue or the wait,
I think
thin blue line.
That's the police.
I forget which the line is. Is the thin red line? That's a movie. Okay, I'm talking out of my ass right now. Maybe we
the Deep Blue Sea. Is that what you're
the
thinking?
Deep Blue Sea? Yeah, continue. Sorry.
There's also an element. I think this happened with Angel Hernandez. I think it happened with Dusty Baker. I think it happened with Larry and Stafford and the Jamal Shed thing, where on social media there's just a little bit of like you want to be included on if you're an Astros fan and you don't have something to say about Dusty Baker, like. Are you even an Astros fan on Astros
Right.
Twitter?
Yeah.
Where so it becomes a pylon effect where every Angel Hernandez mistake, because it's Angel Hernandez, gets magnified by everyone who wants to like, aha, here's the time where I will get my Angel Hernandez joke off, and it's everyone making the same joke. It's the same thing with the Dusty Baker stuff where it's everyone making the same point, but you have to make it, because are you even on Astros Twitter if you're not making a Dusty Baker point? And with the Larry and Stafford thing, I tend to agree with you that I doubt that he actually saw the play, but I'll tell you what probably happened is he was on Twitter and he saw everyone talking about all the Houston people that he follows talking about Jamal Shed, and so when he heard that it was a sprained ankle, he was like, sprained ankle?
Yeah. By the way, we all do that.
Yes, everyone does that.
We all do that from time to time. Like, there have been a couple of times where I know for myself, like, I've seen something that happened. I was like, oh, shoot, I need to have a take on it. And now I've just gotten to the point where, you know what, save it for the radio show.
Yeah, exactly.
Save it for the radio show.
Or
put
even
a little more context behind it.
Even like in my personal life where someone will show me something and I'm like, I know they want a reaction from this, but I don't have a reaction to this tweet that they sent me, but I'll just haha it like anyway, or I'll come up with something I think they want to hear.
Exactly.
And I think that's what's happening on social media.
He is Sean Mapes in for Joe George. I am Paul Gallant. It is Gallant and George on a Friday. Ask Gallant and Mapes anything Friday. Keith, a.k.a. Ocho Texto, had a interesting question. Paul, it looks like the expansion NHL team in Utah is going to be named the Yeti. It's fine, but I think the polygamy is better. Thoughts? The name should be The Big Love. I say that because of a great HBO TV show starring the late Bill Paxton that was about that Mormon way of life. It would be, I actually think, a little more culturally appropriate for them to just lean into what they do best, which is a lot of loving for the men. A lot of loving
for the men.
For the men.
If they get a WNBA team, probably using a different
I don't think they're getting a WNBA team. I don't think that's going to happen. It is a bummer that they got the hockey team and Houston didn't. I would love to, not like I'm wearing a hockey sweater to a Houston Arrows game if they were to come back in the summer, but it would be nice to have a little hockey right now.
Also, they said it's the Yeti is the name.
I guess the Yeti
is it not Yetis?
Maybe it's just the one Yeti.
Is there one Utah Yeti?
I'm not sure if the Yeti has the same deal as the Bigfoot. If there's just one Yeti and if there's just one Bigfoot, but I'm assuming that's what it is.
I would think it's Yetis. That's it.
Okay, it could be that.
I don't know. I could be
We all could be wrong. We are not. This is not the.
I could be wrong about the plural version of Yeti.
Exactly.
I could be wrong about that.
This is not mythological creature talk radio.
This is not social media, so I am not going to be entrenched in my point.
You're not going to die on a hill here. All right. Up next, all-time embarrassing moment for a broadcaster. This is my biggest fear. You will hear next. Gallant and George, stick around.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
We are doing Ask Gallant and Mapes. Sean Mapes sitting in for Joe George. Anything on a Friday. We were just talking about, hey, should the Utah unnamed hockey team, should they get the nickname the Utah Yeti? I suggested the Utah Big Love. Ocho Texto suggested the Utah Polygamy. Sean Mapes, what are the alternative options?
So we have the Utah Yeti.
Okay.
The aforementioned Yeti. Not Yetis. Everything has it as the Yeti, so I assume I'm wrong there. The Utah Blizzard. The Utah Hockey Club. Boo.
Yeah, that was lame.
Utah Mammoth. Again, just Mammoth, not Mammoths. The Utah Outlaws. Utah Venom.
Ew. Venom. I don't think of snakes when I think of Utah. I suppose there are snakes in Utah.
Yeah, it is funny that they have both snake and blizzards and Yetis. Like I know that they have all those things.
Blizzard sucks.
Yeah, Blizzard, that's a bad one.
Hockey club sucks.
Utah Outlaws is a little arena football league.
It's too basic, yeah.
I guess I like Yeti the most.
I like Yeti the most as well. And look, I mean, did you just follow suit with the Seattle Kraken and like mythological creatures as your team name, and without plural, because it's the Seattle Kraken, not Krakens. It's the Utah Yeti, not Yetis.
What the hell's going on with the NHL? They're naming these teams.
They're based in Canada, you know?
Yeah.
It happens. Austin Rodriguez behind the glass is a big, formerly Arizona, before that Phoenix Coyotes fan.
He had to turn his badge and gun when they took away his team.
Sorry, man. Of all those, which would you pick? What would you get if you had
the Utah
what?
hockey team?
What are we doing?
I'm good with either the Yeti or the Mammoth.
Okay,
Mammoth. Yeah,
Mammoth isn't bad either. Mammoth isn't bad.
When you hear all the other ones, Mammoth,
yeah,
Mammoth gets better.
Okay, guys. I'm always very, 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 very nervous about looking like an idiot on the microphone, which is ironic because I know I do it all the time.
It happens.
It does happen. But there's nothing worse than thinking you're interviewing somebody when you're actually interviewing somebody else. It happens from time to time. But on the Golf Network, in the midst of a golf tournament, I'm not going to give this reporter's name. I feel bad for her. But let's just say that she thought that she saw Texas Longhorns legend Vince Young on the course. This is what unfolded.
Vince Young playing this week, and he's down with Warren.
Played 6 seasons in the NFL, arguably one of the best NCAA quarterbacks of all time at Texas. Picked up golf about 4 years ago. What's the biggest shift you make going from the ultimate team sport to now the ultimate individual sport?
Now, I apologize. You have the wrong person. I'm Everett Sands over Citadel, which I'm a football coach. But the thing is, the great thing about golf is I'm not only competing against myself, but I'm competing against everybody else.
This is your first pro-am ever played, and what's the best part of being out here?
Well, being out here is a great thing, and have an opportunity to play with some professional golfers is a intimidating thing, but also a great thing.
Good luck this weekend.
Hey, I appreciate it.
I feel so bad for her. I feel so bad for her. That guy handled that as politely and nicely as anyone could. It's on live TV. So shout out to Edward Sands, the head coach of Citadel football. That was really nice of him.
Yes.
I'm like getting shivers.
I was thinking that it feels like a scene from The Office. Like the long pauses. You could tell that Everett Sands was waiting for him, or waiting for her to like jump in at some point.
And you could tell she was nervous too because she said like NCA and she was a little jumpy. Oh, I feel bad.
I feel bad.
That's a tough spot to be in because I'm sure someone gave her the intel that was the guy. But if it was her idea, no.
Also, in case everyone has, or if anyone hasn't seen the clip and doesn't know what Everett Sands looks like, I'll give you a hint. He looks very little like Vince Young.
Yes, he's in great shape.
He is in very good shape.
You know,
he's also not 6'5" like Vince Young.
No,
is.
he's not that tall. And you know, we found out today, actually yesterday, that some of my listeners think that I sound fat. Edward Sands, whatever you heard there, he is ripped.
Wait, what did you say his name was?
Edward Sands, right?
Everett Sands.
Everett, okay.
At least you didn't get it wrong to his face.
At the very least, that's similar sounding, right?
Yeah, it's also similar.
Oh boy!
At least you didn't keep calling him Vince Young.
No, that's. I feel really bad for her. Do not bully her, people. Okay, Angel Hernandez, I'll allow it. This poor girl, don't do it to her, man. Oh,
yeah, it's like you said, it's one of the biggest fears that you have, that you're just like gonna get this person's name wrong.
I almost did it once in like my first day in the Seattle Seahawks locker room, and I just kept my mouth shut. I was like, you know what?
Tough.
You're not 100% sure who this is. Don't ask. Just sit back and watch for a day, and thank God I didn't. Because yeah, I would have confused one player with another. Because you only see the jerseys and the helmets. You don't know what anyone looks like.
Yeah.
And the person was being asked questions that I would figure would be asked of this player.
I can't believe you confused Luke Wilson and Will Dissly. Right? It was that kind of mistake.
Well,
right?
I mean, listen, Bill O'Brien once got on my ass for confusing CJ Fedorowicz with Ryan Griffin, and he used it to get out of answering a question that was very fair about how awful Brock Osweiler
Again,
was.
at least you got, I mean, Bill O'Brien isn't exactly the most forgiving person, but
no, he's not.
At least you got it wrong in front of him and not either CJ Fedorowicz or Ryan Griffin.
Ask Gallant and Mapes anything Friday. Eric the Driver asks, Paul, what is your favorite period of history? I will watch anything World War II. World War II history fascinates me. Part of it's because both my grandfathers fought. My dad's dad was in the Navy, in the Pacific Theater, and my mom's dad, who I never got to meet, sadly, he died before I was born. He was in a cavalry unit that went through Europe, and yeah, I've just always been fascinated by World War II. How about you, Sean?
Current day.
Current day history?
I'm worried about the present.
We make history every day.
Yeah.
Today could be the greatest day of your life.
My favorite Super Bowl ring. The next one.
Next one.
No, I would say that's a hard one because I'm not as big of a history guy as you are.
Have I made you a history guy?
No, not really.
Not really? I feel good at talking about it.
Not super interested.
Oh, what the hell, man?
I don't know.
Now people think I sound fat, and clearly I'm not as entertaining talking about history as I thought I was.
No, it's entertaining. It's just I haven't caught the bug.
Just gonna drink myself under the table this weekend on that barge in Austin.
I'll say like 1890s Old West kind of.
Oh, okay. Era. It's a little Red Dead Redemption time.
Yeah, little that Billy the Kid kind of stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
He is Sean Mabeson for Joe George. I'm Paul Gallant. Last chance to dance. Up next, we do garbage time. I'm very curious, given the release of things involving the most infamous sports story of all time, what the old government wants us to look away from. To find out what I'm talking about next, stick around.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Last chance to dance. Gallant and George with Sean Mapes sitting in the Joe George chair. So I got a push notification on my phone today. And this happens whenever somebody passes away, Sean. But the FBI, if they're investigating anybody, once that person passes away, they will release all the documents that they have.
I didn't know they did that.
I didn't either.
That's very interesting.
Now, they redact some of the stuff that they
Obviously,
have.
yeah.
But I got a push notification from my ESPN app saying that O.J. Simpson, who passed away a couple of months ago, right? 2 months ago? I want to say it was April 11th.
Yeah, it was in April.
I got a push notification saying, hey, the FBI has released 465 pages of documents about O.J. Simpson. And I guess the most interesting thing was the investigation they did into a specific pair of shoe tracks that were found at the scene. These Italian shoes that I guess there were only 2 pairs of purchased that for the United States. Insane that you could track that in 1994.
That's nuts.
Really?
Well, I imagine it's just that they took a look at the track or, the footprint mark. And I guess I don't know how they work backwards, though, with these, apparently super rare shoes, or at least rare in America shoes.
A great question, especially considering how many questions have been asked about the handling of evidence in that case.
That too.
The real question I have, and I'm not about to take us down an O.J. Simpson rabbit hole, I will say I think he did it. I think there's a lot of evidence that screams he did it, and he was found guilty in a civil court, which only has to find more than likely, not a 99%.
51% as opposed to 100.
Exactly. I think it's fair to assume he did it. I'm curious as to what the government wants us to look the other way from. If all of a sudden they're just dropping this on a Friday. Maybe it's this actual investigation into OJ. Maybe it's into something else.
Yeah, because they do have to do it after he dies. And so, I mean, obviously, like you said, it's been a couple months. Yeah, because it happened on your birthday. Now I remember. It happened literally on your birthday.
It was perfect birthday content.
And I think it was also a Friday show. And so, yeah, there is something where they had to release it at some point. But why today? I don't know. Was there an alien thing? Was there a...
No, I think they like to put the alien stuff out there, too.
Yeah, that's another distraction thing.
Maybe a presidential candidate did something. That's probably a fair assumption.
Did a bridge collapse somewhere?
Did another derecho happen?
Yeah.
And Centerpoint Energy is screwing up?
Look, where are the hits that we're playing?
Exactly.
We're playing the hits.
Well, I guess we'll find out at some point.
Yeah.
But I thought it was interesting to see that.
Oil
anyway.
spill.
Yeah, I know. God, that's probably it. Anyway, he's Sean. I'm Paul. Time for a little garbage time to wrap things up. In further proof that the internet ruins everything, a remote tribe in Brazil has become bitterly divided 9 months after gaining access to satellite internet via Starlink. The Marubo tribe, which lives in the Amazon rainforest, is now facing problems because of the internet, because many youngsters are hooked on social media and pornography. Guys, the internet ruins everything. I'm just saying. You know what's been great for me? Sean, I have not had Instagram or TikTok on my phone since April 30th, and I'm not kidding. It has been amazing. I have it on my computer, and I look at it on my computer, but it has been great. Twitter might be next.
Yeah, Twitter's just tough with the job. If it wasn't for the job, I think that should have been on the chopping block too. I will say, in defense of the Marubo tribe, it is tough going from no internet whatsoever to, boom, here you go. By the way, kids, there's some websites that you don't want to go to. Actually, you really want to go to. But in front of your parents, you don't want to go to. So I can understand. I can understand the because we here in America were lucky enough to have it gradually introduced to us, as opposed to boom, here's 2024 internet.
Hasn't this tribe heard of parental control?
No, they haven't. They have, not on the internet, they haven't.
They're also concerned about their exposure to violent first-person shooter games. Oh, come on. You can't deprive a child of Call of Duty or Halo.
Wow, they really are just playing. They're doing everything that we did, just all at once.
Meanwhile, back in civilization, per the New York Post, it's the summer of the threesomes.
Oh.
Because of the movie, a sports one, starring Zendaya. It's a tennis movie. Challengers. There's a threesome in that movie. 2 guys, 1 girl. And it's inspired thousands of social media memes and has even prompted one pundit to declare the upcoming season as summer of the threesome.
How do we track this? How do we tell if this is this just more integrated marketing for challengers?
This is BS.
Do they have a DVD? Like, are they selling the DVD and this is their little like, hey, a viral story?
I think so. This is BS. There's zero effing chance that this is actually happening. This is just people like that are claiming things because they saw a movie.
Yeah. No, this is very much wanting something to happen, which, hey, all power to you. But yeah, I have my doubts. I have my doubts that this will actually be the summer of the threesome.
I gotta say, Tennessee they have not been acting like they've been here before in the College World Series. So someone just caught a foul ball and again, like celebrating like it's the greatest play they've ever made.
Aren't they down?
Dude,
I know they were down after the
every time I'm looking up at this
inning.
Tennessee versus Evanston baseball match, I'm seeing Tennessee players celebrating like like the Miami Hurricanes of the late 80s and early 90s.
Mike Francesa is very mad watching this game.
Act like you've been there before.
Yeah, it's 2-1 Tennessee apparently.
Okay, well at least they're winning.
No, it's 2-1 Evansville.
Oh, 2-1 Evansville. Jeez. Well, hey, Sean, it's been real.
It's been fun.
It's been fun. You have a good weekend.
You too.
I'll try to make it back from Austin. Thanks to Austin Behind the Glass. So long. Farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful weekend. The Killer Bees are up next from Sam Houston Race Park. Peace.
What up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing? It's a Friday edition of the Killer Bees, and nothing could be better to set up your weekend than no Jeremy Branham, no Brian McDonald, and a full, steady dose of DJ Bieneme. He is an honorary Killer Bee. He joins us throughout the football season. He's going to join us all show today. DJ, great to have you on. We are out here at Sam Houston Race Park. Your first experience out here at Sam Houston Race Park.
Yeah, no, it is. I'm not really into horse racing. But, I did it one time with my friend Teague and Josie back in college at the University of Louisville. We bet on a couple horses. Obviously didn't win, but, this kind of reminds me of that environment just a little bit.
When I played ball in college and we would travel, horse races and the dog track were a lot of my teammates' favorite thing to do. And it's like the Greyhound track to me, I didn't have to put all that research into it. I just figured if the dog took a dump before the race started, I think that dog's got a chance. I might bet on that dog. Horses like Fred Fowler, R.I.P. Fred, and obviously Fred with the fame of the Blitz, the show in the slot that we now hold. Fred was a genius at horse racing, and he would come out here and just give guys tips and wins, and you can make some cash. I mean, these people are dedicated.
Yeah, no, some people are here all day. But I just wonder, what exactly are you betting on? I get it. You bet on a horse. I get that
right.
part. But, what is your strategy? Is it how big the horse is? Is it, how long the horse is? Is it, how young
I mean, we've heard about horses. I don't know. I'm just saying. But
what is it that makes you pick which horse to go with?
Well, like these guys, and some of them literally have, tons of notes and, Bible-sized books and everything like that. I think it's kind of like, you and I were talking about this before the show, I think it's kind of like analytics where they're going over their last 10 races, they're going with trends, they're going with, because there's the different distances for these horses. Well, what are they doing? It's like the 40 time versus the 100. They're calculating all of that. And as I told you, a lot of these guys, if they put that much effort into the real world, they might have some pretty high-paying jobs right now instead of hanging out all day. I'm just saying.
I didn't know you was going to say that on air, but I'm glad you did. Cause that's hilarious. Because it's true, though. It's true, though. I mean, the amount of energy and focus, like for me, I play a lot of Madden. I spend a lot of hours on Madden for whatever reason. If I cut that in half, maybe I might own ESPN.
I'm saying, you and I were talking about this right now because the live racing is tonight. And by the way, live racing starting at 6:30 tonight. General admission's only $5, $4 big beers, $2 wine. You can come in. You can have some fun. On Saturday, you can watch and wager on the Belmont Stakes. Going to be right here on all the TVs. So it's like, your favorite sports betting and sports bookie place with a sports bar atmosphere, tons of TVs. You watch it here. You're right here at the track. You catch the racing here as well. It's a great place to be, especially on the big race days. So you can go to shrp.com for more details. But during the day, people are in here all day watching the races at different tracks. We were talking about it. Some dudes are slapping their rear end like they're riding the horse, trying to get them screaming at the TVs, throwing their tickets. It's like the passion that goes into this is on another level. I mean, I know I've been to sports books in Vegas before, but it's on another level sometimes around here.
Yeah, no, you're right about that. I mean, my friend Chris Rim, our ESPN Charge reporter, we're in this Madden league. So if you're making a comeback on somebody, he'll send in a video of a guy smacking his butt with a newspaper at a horse racing thing. So I can only imagine what that is like to actually be here in the environment where horses are actually going.
It's a really cool place, though, and, a lot of people have seen it when they've driven by it, when they're going to the airport or on the Beltway. But if you actually stop in, I mean, it's a really neat environment. They've got races all the time and promotions going on. Last time we were here, they took, I think, $10,000 worth of jewelry and buried it in the infield dirt.
Really?
And if you found it, you kept it. And they had this section where people had to go and kind of sift through and go get them.
Did anybody find it?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
The next time I do it, let me know.
So I can, no doubt, right?
So I can show up.
We could be like, the San Francisco 49er people with the sifting for gold kind of things.
Yep, that's what we're going to do.
I was going to ask you when you said you played Madden. We were talking about this the other day, that if you were in a room with 100 random people from around the world, if you had one skill that you were better than all 99 other people, you get $1 million.
I get $1 million?
What would you choose? Because we discussed, definitely not for me, but we discussed video games. Brian McDonald had suggested that he might consider video games, and we were thinking, well, like if it's cross-sectioned around the world, like I kind of narrowed it in. Like I'm from Wisconsin, so if I go with Wisconsin trivia, how many people are going to compete with me on that versus anything athletic or skill-driven things like that? Jeremy said tic-tac-toe because that's the kind of thing Jeremy would say.
Right.
But like, would you? I mean, because a lot of people play Madden.
Yeah, I mean, for that, for $1 million on the line, I don't know if I'm gonna go with Madden. I mean, I'm pretty good at Madden, but I probably go with arguing. I could argue a wall.
Yeah, but how do you? I mean, because the thing there is like, how do you declare a winner? Like the other
Whoever wins.
The other 98 people are judges.
Yeah, whoever wins the debate. One thing I can do, I can argue till my tongue fall out.
My wife will tell you I can too. I can tell you that. I can tell you that. You just got to pick your spots. But
if it's not that, then I probably that's a good one. Oh man,
because I said, look,
really good one.
Milwaukee bowling. So I threw that on the list. 80s one-hit wonders and any kind of music trivia I'm pretty good at.
Okay.
Because I used to DJ. So back in the day, you had all the different genres and all the different. But I was just trying to find like that random thing that you could make sure that most people just didn't have. It's tough, man.
Yeah, no, I mean, obviously I have to say for me, Madden. I mean, if I'm going to go against 100 random people, yeah, nah, for sure. But, that's actually really tough to think about what one skill you have.
Because if you just do straight trivia, you know that there's somebody that's going to be like someone that had competed on Jeopardy or something that'll blow your ass out of the water.
Yeah. I can't. I'm terrible at that type of stuff.
Yeah, I loved it because my mom was always watching game shows, and we'll talk about that a little bit later too. But I loved the serious like Jeopardy type questions.
Right.
But sometimes you just get random people that might dial into a certain genre of a topic, and all of a sudden you're like, oh, there goes my mill. I'm out.
Right. Yeah, nah. Ooh-wee. I can't say running because what if I get in there with Usain Bolt?
Right, exactly. Or you catch some dude from, that suddenly, oh, my God, I didn't realize I was going to get some guy that's in junior nationals right now, and I haven't run in a while. That doesn't do me any good.
Yeah, nah, I might have to just ride it out with Madden. And hope for the best.
Yeah. That's what we're going to do here. It's a Friday, so we're going to ride it out and hope for the best. No Jeremy, no BMAC. Me and DJ are going to take you for the entire show. We got some great special guests coming up. As always, Todd Callis, the voice of the Astros, is going to join us at 4 o'clock. He's going to talk about that road trip starting tonight in Anaheim with Framber Valdez on the mound. So we'll get some questions to TK. If you guys have questions throughout the day for me, for DJ, for Todd Callis, and, oh, by the way, our special guest, if you're not aware of this, today is the anniversary of Game 1 of the 95 Finals against the Orlando Magic when the Rockets came from the depths of the dead. A Kenny Smith three-pointer and an Akeem Olajuwon tip-in got them the improbable Game 1 that led them to the sweep of the Magic and their back-to-back second NBA championship. So, apropos that we bring on the kiss of death, Mario Elie. He's going to join us for a segment or two. We're going to talk NBA Finals last night, Rockets draft coming up, and off-season. And if you guys have questions for Mario, please send them our way, 713-780-3776. You can text the show. We're always looking at the text messages. You can call in, and our good friend Austin Rodriguez back at the station will make sure that he lets me know you're on the line. We'll get those questions in on to Mario. Mario, he does prefer Mario over Mario. He's one of the rare few. And then, of course, you can hit us up on Twitter. You can hit us on the Twitch and the YouTube as we are there as well. And if you want to reach DJ, it's at DJ Bieneme. He is the Texans beat reporter for ESPN. But more importantly today, he is my co-host for the next almost 3 hours. So we're going to have some fun along the way. We're kind of just going to seat of our pants, lead into the weekend, have some fun. No, we're not going to be as sportsy as Jeremy today. We're going to span the globe. We're going to have some fun. We're going to kick it. We've got some other things that we've got planned for you that you can chime in on, and those are the kind of topics that listeners like to chime in on. I think that if we did, because I always make fun of the easiest radio in the history of radio is when you do a Mount Rushmore. Like, who's the Mount Rushmore of Houston sports? Everybody has fun with that.
Yeah.
But when you get into things like best fries at a fast food place or favorite salty snack at a truck stop.
Salt and vinegar.
Like, people go crazy with their passion. And even Jeremy's like, Sun Chips is the worst chip ever created by man. He crushes Sun Chips.
What?
Oh, yeah. Again, but it's
Sun Chips?
He hates them. Like my kids love the new, was it nacho cheese Sun Chips?
I hate nacho anything.
Oh, my oldest daughter loves them.
I hate Cheetos if it's not flaming hot. I hate Cheetos.
I like regular Cheetos, the crispy ones.
Yeah. I hate regular Cheetos. I hate nachos. I hate anything that's like super cheesy. I hate Cheez-Its. If it's super cheesy, You can
What
pass
do
it
you
by
got
me.
against? Do you like regular cheese?
It
Is
depends.
that a trivia question?
It depends. It depends.
I mean, come on.
It depends.
So, what, you eat pizza?
Yeah, I like pizza. I don't eat pizza often. I think last time I ate pizza was like maybe like it's been a while. It's been a while. Oh, February.
Like, I don't know how long you've been here enough to know that there was a radio legend by the name of Charlie Palillo that's been in the market. And Charlie is very different in a lot of ways.
Mm-hmm.
He does not like cheese except for cheese steaks and maybe pizza.
Cheese sticks?
Steaks. Yeah,
Cheese
like
steaks?
Philly cheesesteaks.
Oh, Philly cheese. Oh, I mean, that's all right. That's all right. Yeah, no, I wouldn't eat.
I'm from Wisconsin, DJ.
I don't eat Philly
the
cheese.
cheese is like cheese is thicker than blood when you come from Wisconsin. I'm just throwing that out there.
What part of Wisconsin?
Milwaukee.
Okay.
Yeah, the only big city worth anything in Wisconsin.
You're right about that. Did you ever go to Green Bay?
Oh yeah, drive up for Packer games.
Okay. Did you ever go to like I think it's called a brewery where they had like duck legs?
Well, there's tons of breweries to go to.
Yeah, no, there's one. I went there for a joint practice, and they had these duck legs. They had this very, very good sauce. It was absolutely amazing.
Yeah,
I forgot the name of it.
Duck legs are fatty, aren't they? They're really nasty, greasy.
Well, at that time, I needed it.
Okay. Okay. Well, we're going to be rolling along. Mary Olaleye is going to join us next, so we just wanted to make sure we kind of did a little icebreaker, got you guys in. Yes, Keith, the Junkyard Dog, is going to be here. He is the man. We are going to have some fun talking some basketball with Mary Olaleye after Game 1 of the finals last night where the Celtics pounced on and trounced all over the Dallas Mavericks. A lot of you Houston fans love that as well. So we'll step away for our first break. Austin Rodriguez doing a heck of a job. He's back at the studio. I'm a jack of all trades. I'm actually engineering here as well today. Thank you, Joe George. So we're going to have some fun up until 6 p.m. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Sam Houston Race Park. Here's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Hey, back on the Killer Bees, just a segment into the 3-hour extravaganza. It is DJ Bieneme sitting in with me today, an honorary Killer Bee, as Jeremy has the day off. But it is my pleasure now to bring in one of my good friends, like a family member in my Rockets family, on this anniversary day of the Houston Rockets and their second championship in a row. My good friend Mario Ellie joining us now. Rio, welcome to the show. Not sure if you're aware of it or not, but I'm sure with your stints on Twitter, you know that today is the anniversary of Game 1 of the first game of the finals against Orlando, where Kenny made a hell of a shot, Dream had a tip-in, and lo and behold, we were on our way to our second chip.
Yeah, it was sort of the momentum of that series. You know, they were beating us by a lot of points. I really loved the poise we had. We didn't panic, called the timeout, regrouped, made a nice slow run at the end of that second quarter, sort of cut into that lead, and Kenny sort of took over that third quarter, got us in the game, back in the game, and Dream sort of finished it off. And we felt after that game, we sort of looking their eye. They're down there celebrating when they were up big, but after we beat them, we saw a look of doubt, and we went on and took care of the rest of the series.
Rio, we talk about it, but Nick Anderson had a big part in that too. I remember all of them celebrating, and then suddenly they thought they went from big stones to tiny pebbles when the rubber hit the road and they needed some free throws. And my goodness, I mean, that literally changed the entire series, because I remember going into Game 2, you guys. We were all in that traveling group. Everybody was really close and together, but everybody was kind of freestyling going into shoot around. And Rudy called everybody around center court and said, he basically opened up a can and said, if y'all don't focus, they're going to beat you by 20, because they think they should have beat you in Game 1. And you guys just absolutely took them to the woodshed.
Yeah, we were confident after the Game 1. That's why I felt we went into the shoot around relaxed. We knew it was at stake, but we felt we broke their confidence, and we went into that game too. And Sam really stepped off the bench. I think got 34 points. And you had the constant and Green and Clyde, and once we beat them 2 down there, we're not coming back. Especially having 3 home games in a row. Back then it was 2-3-2. So I'm glad they changed it back to the normal way. 2-2-1-1-1. That's the way it should be.
Yeah, you know what, Mary, and I think about that, and you and I have talked about a lot of this stuff, but for the listener's standpoint, basketball's changed so much. That was a physical brand of basketball. You guys could get away with hand checking. You guys could knock a guy down if he was scoring down the lane. Do you think that this team, with that kind of inverted offense, that inside out and everything that Rudy was the innovator of, do you think this team, that team in this era would have had a lot more success than even what you had back then?
I just think we could have played in this era for sure, especially with our center being so agile and being able to do so many things. And then Green didn't need a 3-point shot. Green is so good. He can shoot the mid-range. I mean, go to him on the box. He's going to score a good free throw shooter. And he didn't just impact the game on the offensive end. He impacted the game on the defensive end. I think he's a big that can switch on to guards and guard them, not consistently, but he can guard them. He can switch on to a guard. That's what they do. That's what they're doing in today's game, the big switch. And it's a big thing in the game right now that you have to be able to guard guys off the dribble. And then we had guys who can shoot the 3. The things that we had were guys who were two-way players. We like to defend as well. And that's what I'm seeing from the Celtic team. They got like 4 guys out there that I feel who play both ends of the floor, who can defend, so can switch and guard. They make it difficult. They're tall, they're long and physical, and we were sort of the same way.
Mario, this is DJ Bieneme with ESPN. Quick question. So, we could just kind of touched on the fact that you feel like you guys could have played in today's era, but a lot of people from the outside looking in always feel that guys that played back in the old day couldn't play in today's era. Why do you think that is, that people don't have the respect of the guys from the old days compared to now?
They really don't watch the games. You know, they don't do their research. Now, you know, back in our day, you know, I go back and watch my old games. Sometimes I love watching and play back in the day. But it's sometimes hard to find the games. You know, nowadays, you know, you can get any game. You know, you can get all the games and watch all the games. But you telling me like a Sean Kemp, I mean, Gary Payton, Karl Malone, Stockton, these guys, of course, Michael Bird, all these guys could have played in this era easily as skilled as they were. You know, I mean, Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant, to me, are the most, I know they say Tyree the most skilled, but I think those two guys are the most skilled guys, basketball players I ever seen in my lifetime. And it's just the rule changes, and it tells you how good these guys were back in my era in the 90s, that it can score through contact. It was guys that didn't really bother guys. They understood it was going to be a physical game, and guys adjusted and played, and the refs back then allowed the players to decide the game.
Rio, you know, the other I saw Big Shot Rob the other day on a podcast with Dan Patrick or a show, and he was talking about, you know, the whole discussion of Michael, LeBron, and he said, look, well, first and foremost, Kobe's got to be in that discussion because, you know, to me, no disrespect to LeBron, and everybody thinks if you pick someone other than LeBron that you're actually disrespecting
Right.
LeBron. I think it goes to what you were just talking about in the fact that the closest guy that I ever saw, and I worked in the NBA. My first game as a ball boy was Michael's first game in Chicago with the Bulls against the Bucks in Milwaukee, and you could tell he was different and he was special. No matter how talented LeBron is, no matter what records he has, the closest thing to him in terms of that kind of killer mentality was Kobe. I remember you were coaching for Sacramento, and I texted you after a game. Y'all were playing them. There was like less than 10 seconds left. They were up by like 6 or 9 points. He hit 3 of the most incredible hang in the air, square his shoulder 3-pointers to beat y'all. And I just shook my head, and I was texting you, and you were like, yeah, man, he was different. Don't you feel like he belongs somewhere in that conversation?
Absolutely, no question about it. And like you said, the mentality and going on winning 2 championships without Shaq. I mean, with the physical play, you know, Kobe wasn't the biggest. It's like him and Jordan weren't the biggest, strongest. But, man, their skill set, being able to create space, being able to get to their spots, pump fake, footwork, on the box, mid-range, three-pointer, getting to the free throw line. These dudes were just extraordinary. I mean, LeBron is big and strong. He runs down the lane. I mean, he's athletic. He can finish. He's 6'9". You know, with the rule changes, you can't really forearm him or slow him down. He's able to, you know, he's 260, 6'9", 260. If he can't just put a hand or forearm him, he's going to get to the basket. He's going to get that any way he has to go. It's not no disrespect, but if you look at the other two guys, the skill set, the footwork, the mid-range game, you know, the finish at the rim package, I mean, phenomenal. I mean, Jordan and Kobe, I mean, got a chance to play against both of them dudes. I mean, killers. And that's the difference. You know, that's the difference in those two and LeBron.
You mentioned that contact, and obviously, you know, back in the day when you guys played, you had hand check. How much do you think that actually makes change the totality of the game and how you guys play, how the game is played now versus when you could hand check and versus when you couldn't? How much has that elevated how much you need skill compared to back in the day or compared to now?
Well, now I'm enjoying that they're letting these guys play a little bit. Dudes are whining and complaining. I'm enjoying that the refs are swallowing the whistle. They're allowing these guys to play a little bit. And then now guys got to adjust. They're not used to it. You know, guys are complaining, hands up. Don't want to run back on D. I mean, you got to adjust to how the game is being officiated. And especially now, our game is sort of European type of game, spread offense, pick and roll, attack the mismatch, big, shoot threes, everybody shoot threes. So we were inside-out type of game. We had good centers back when we played. We had excellent big men back when we played. Dre, David Robertson, Ewan, Alonzo, Dikembe, you go to Barkley, you go to Malone. you go to Kemp and go to Payton and Stockton and Kevin Johnson. I mean, the list goes on and on. So it's just, now the bigs are sort of coming back a little bit. It's good to see Jokic. It's good to see Embiid. Those guys don't really dominate the game.
Yeah, Rio, that's exactly where I was going. I see Dream pretty regularly now, and he's working out his sons, and he still looks like he could play. But the thing to me is always he didn't get enough credit for being a guy that no matter the era, he was just so gifted, not just athletically, because it's one thing to say, oh, he's fast, he's quick, he could, but his skill level was on a different planet in terms of it wasn't just the dream shake, it was his footwork and his ability to recover. And I think that the Joker's the one guy that gets a raw deal. Everybody looks at him and says, well, he's not rocked up. He's not physically what a great, one of the greats in the game should look like. But when you see him play, that should be the decide-all, be-all. That shows you this dude he's special.
No question. The Joker's a baller, man. I mean, he makes it look so easy. You don't speed him up. I mean, him and Luka, the good players, either one of them are super athletic. You know what I'm saying? But the skill set, the intelligence, how they read the game, how the understanding of the game is what I like about both of those young men. I mean, Jokic, he's the point guard. Papa Jones, good friend of mine, he's an assistant coach with the Nuggets. I mean, with him, you don't need a point guard. That's why him and Jamal Murray work so well, because he plays off the ball, and Joker is the decision maker. And he plays below the rim. They need to play above the rim, can shoot the three. He posts up. I like when switch smaller guys on him. He doesn't mess around with him. He takes him right to the box. He's an excellent rebounder. I mean, he's just so skilled. I just felt they lost a lot out of their bench this year. Denver, with Jeff Green and with losing Brown, they just didn't have enough. But he's definitely one of the best players.
Well, Rio, we got to take a break. If you can hang with us for the other side of the break, I want to get into this because it always, personally, and for a lot of reasons, it chaps my rear end that you aren't a head coach in this league, and now we've got this situation with the Lakers and JJ Redick going right from the broadcast booth and playing to suddenly being considered. So I'd like to get your thoughts on that and the finals and some stuff. If you can hang a little bit, just let me get through a commercial break.
Sounds good.
Okay, Mario Ellie's going to join us for one more segment. Hang with us. Much more coming up right here on the Killer Bees on a Friday on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
You're listening to the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Sam Houston Race Park.
Yeah, you heard the man out at Sam Houston Race Park. Jeremy is off today. My good friend DJ Bieneme is in with me, and Mario Ellie joining us for another segment on the anniversary of the win in Game 1 against the Orlando Magic in 1995. And Rio, you know, I've been your biggest proponent throughout the years of saying you should be a head coach in the NBA, and it was timing more than anything when you didn't get it. And I know these kind of things have to be frustrating for you, but J.J. Redick, the latest guy to fall in the wings of Derek Fisher and Jason Kidd and guys like that, where you put in you paid your dues. You put in a lot of blood, sweat, and tears as an assistant to climb the ranks, to get to the possibility of being a head coach, and then were basically hindered by the fact that your team went deep into the playoffs when other teams were hiring coaches, and then the cycle changed, and they kind of moved on, and it sucks. But your thoughts on the Lakers now, looking at a guy like Hurley and also being rumored to have been seriously considering a guy like J.J. Redick?
I just think the Lakers job is a tough job. This is the new business of the NBA. I thought both prior coaches did a very good job in Vogel and Darwin Ham with the Lakers. And I just think that's a tough job. I think Van Hurley's a pretty good name, in my opinion, because they're talking about they want this guy to be a long-term guy. That's what they need. It's been a lot of instability with the Lakers organization as far as coaching. So they need to get this one right. LeBron don't have a lot of time left. Anthony Davis is at the peak of his career. And I think they need to get younger. So I think the key thing now, a lot of coaching staffs are getting a lot of player development guys. Our league is young. And then a lot of these guys need to be developed. You know, a lot of players need to be developed. So whoever gets that job, I wish him luck. They get the immediate hot seat because it's championship or bust. And like you mentioned, Joe, it happens for some guys like Jason Kidd, Steve Kerr. These guys didn't have experience.
Steve Nash.
Kids in the finals. Steve Kerr won 4 championships.
Mario, so in regards to JJ, let's say hypothetically JJ gets the job, right? You played in the league, you coached in the league. What is the biggest hurdle for a first-time NBA coach that doesn't have that much coaching experience? Well, obviously JJ has no coaching experience. So what do you think would be the biggest challenge for him going from having not, coached to now being in charge of an entire organization?
You have to have your best players buy into what you're selling. So it's building a relationship with Anthony Davis. I feel Anthony Davis, he's the guy moving forward. I feel LeBron that doesn't have a lot left. I mean, even though he's solid and he has that aura. And he has a good relationship with Anthony Davis, I feel. And I think the offense should run through him. The dude is super talented. Made all NBA team offensively and defensively. So he had a hell of a year. I think has to build that relationship with the superstars. And once if the superstar allows himself to get coached, it trickles down to the rest of the squad.
Mario now doing some scouting for the Pelicans. I also wish he was still broadcasting the Rockets games, but I'm glad you're back in the game again because I think you belong in the game. Rio, I'm curious your thoughts on the Rockets now. We're getting dangerously close to where you have to make a decision on guys like Şengün and Jalen Green. And me personally, I look at Jalen Green, and I think the jury is still out. And I don't know how long that they're going to be deliberating, but you see flashes. But you know that one wrong move by an organization these days could be a death sentence if you decide to max him out and then he doesn't end up to be a max player. Mm-hmm. Your thoughts on, like, the Rockets and how important this offseason is, especially as it pertains to Jalen Green and maybe Alpi Şengün?
I mean, I think a lot of teams in the West have a huge offseason, especially as tough as the West is. I mean, the Rockets got the 3rd pick in the draft, so you're right, Joe. They got some tough decisions they have to make. I know they can't keep all those guys. They go at least lose at least 2 guys from that core, so it's going to be interesting who they keep. who they believe in. You know, Şengün was having a great year to the injury. Then when he went down, Jalen Green just exploded, got player of the month in March. He was amazing. He was showing flashes what he can be on a consistent basis. So it's going to be interesting. They got a great coach. I really like what Ime has brought to the table. He's brought some defensive toughness. The Rockets have been in a lot of games. They've been injured a lot this year. A lot of their key players have been injured. Eason missed most of the year, so it's going to be interesting when he comes back, how he fits in the fold. Then you got the emergence of I call him Killer Cam. And Killer Cam Whitmore, he comes in firing. So they got a good young core, but yeah, they got some tough decisions to make. Who they want to keep and how they want to play. You know, with Şengün, you play a half-court game, but when when Şengün was out, the Rockets were playing a lot faster. It looked like a more fun brand of basketball.
So you don't think it's possible to keep that young core together, or would you do what there's a rumor that they're thinking about doing, trading a couple of those young pieces to try and acquire more of a true superstar player?
Yeah, if you're a coach, you want to win now. You're in the business now. The coach don't have a long life expectancy. And Ime is one of the better coaches in this league. You know, I'm sure he would want some veterans around. He's trying to win now. He's trying to get to the playoffs now. The Rockets got a ton of young guys. I mean, how many young guys do you want on the squad? You want a guy, you go to move a couple of these young guys, you want a proven guy that's going to come help your squad. I thought Van Fleet was a big pickup for them. Thought they needed a point guard. He brought stability to the lineup. He doesn't turn the ball over. He makes great decisions with the ball. He gets the ball to the right place. I thought him and Şengün in the pick and roll when Şengün was rolling was very effective. And he brought a nice veteran presence, won a championship, and I thought that was a huge pickup for them.
Jabari Smith the other day when he went to the NBA Finals, he asked Jason Tatum, what is it like to be a guy that's underwhelming throughout the first few years of his career? How do you get through that? How would you assess how Jabari Smith has played through his first 2 seasons in the NBA?
I got to keep remembering how young he is. He's still a very young man. He's 21 yet. I don't know if he's legal yet. He's still a very young man. This is a tough game. I mean, NBA game is not an easy game to really conquer. You know, they expect a lot of these young guys, these high draft pick or super young guys, to have immediate impact. And you got grown men in this NBA who have pride, who don't want no young guy really out, showing them out. So these young guys got to learn the game. They got to get stronger. They got to understand where their offense comes. I feel Jabari at times is a little inconsistent. He can have 24 and 16 one game, and the next game have 6 and 3. So he has to work on his consistency. I think he's got to get a little stronger. He did a nice job when Şengün went down and played the 5 spot. I thought he was very effective there, getting transition threes and really spacing the floor for Jalen, and Van Fleet.
Rio, before I let you go, finals. I said Celtics in 6. I'm curious what you think. I just thought that defensively, the Celtics able to put Holiday and White on Luka and Kyrie and kind of free up Tatum and Brown so that they don't get it. Because Luka gets exhausted sometimes when he has to play D. I'm curious if you think Game 1 was significant in being what the series is going to look like, or you feel like Dallas is going to jump right back in.
I think Dallas is still in the series, but I'm with you, Bill. I like the Celtics. I just like their depth. And like you said, they took away the lob. I'm really impressed with what Boston did this first game. They really took Lively and Gafford out of the game. They didn't allow those guys to get easy buckets. I didn't understand what Minnesota was doing, just giving up lob after lob after lob. When you got Gilbert and Towns out there, I thought the Celtics did a great job of taking that away and limited their corner threes. They only had 1 corner 3 the whole game. So Celtics was on point, and like you said, their versatility on defense. And also you could put Brown and Tatum on Kyrie and Luka. So they got a bunch of guys they can put on those two guys. And Porzingis is going to be an X factor.
Yeah.
They got 6 guys. You know, Harper could have a big game. White could have a big game. And Holiday could have a big game. They just got so much flexibility on both sides of the ball.
Am I wrong thinking that it's like in a chess match, it's Dallas's move? Because it seems like all Boston did was just use the pick and roll or get in switches to where they created mismatches. Porzingis got off because he had a foot and a half of space over every defender that he had, and it seems like Dallas has to figure out how to avoid getting caught in those mismatches.
You know what I hate, Joe? Nobody fights over screens no more. It's just a soft switch. I don't know why. I remember in our day, Rudy T always wanted us to stay matched up, so I would fight over the screen to stay with my matchup. I didn't want Dream or Otis or one of our bigs having to deal with these good guards, you know, that we had back then, like a Stockton or a Payton, you know, guys like that, or Strickland. So I don't understand these guys. That's the new defense now. Everybody want to switch. I'm with you. I don't know why these guys switch all the time. If these guys are attacking the mismatch, I just wish Boston would go to the hole a little bit more. They just love shooting jump shots.
Right.
And as good as they are, I wish they would just attack the paint, because Dallas, you know, can't really handle it. These guys got weapons.
Well, man, I sure appreciate you doing this for me today, and always great catching up with you. You know, I love you, and it's a great day to catch up with you because we agreed to do this before I realized it was the anniversary of the first game of the second championship series. So enjoy the weekend, and always appreciate you catching up with us.
Great catching up with you, family. Keep up the good work, my brother. Great chatting with you guys, man.
There you go, Mario Elie and the Kiss of Death, one of your Rockets' all-time greatest. We're going to take a break, come back with a whole lot more. We got Todd Callis still coming up in the 4 o'clock hour when we talk some Astros. We'll be back with more on the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM. Hey, before we go to the break, though, I do want to tell you, look, the weekend is upon us. It's going to be really hot outside, guys. If you had a tee time and you're debating, do I really want to go out there and sweat for 5 hours? You don't have to. You can go to X Golf in Katy, and you can have yourself a good old time. Play golf in about a third of the time in about an hour, hour and a half. You can get 18 holes of golf in on 50 different courses worldwide on the best golf simulators I've ever been around and ever tried. It is fantastic, and it's X Golf Katy. X Golf has the best simulators in the country. The only X Golf simulators around this area are in Katy. You can go online and check out X Golf Katy and book yourself a simulator and go in, and for basically the price of a round of golf, you and 3 buddies can play a round of golf in about an hour and a half, and it's also a great sports bar. So you can watch the sports that are on that day, you can get yourself some good food and beverage, and have yourself a great time and save some time when you talk about how long it normally takes to play golf. And the elements, they aren't a factor. It's air-conditioned. The simulators are great. You can play your own golf ball if you want by putting them in the simulator. You can use it like a driving range, too. And with Shot Tracker, it tracks every shot, the distance, spin direction, and everything else. Even the putting and chipping is fantastic. You got to check it out. If you're a golfer, you go there once, you'll be there all the time. You can hit the golf range at night when the weather's bad. Whenever you want, you can go to X Golf and you can get some golf in. And, of course, that sports bar element just makes it that much better. Tell them I sent you by. Go in today and check out X Golf Katy.
The Killer Bees are broadcasting live from inside the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Sam Houston Race Park. Now back to Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Hey, Jeremy's out. DJ Bieneme is in with me, and we have a full show slated for you. That means we just got done with Mario Elie, the king of the kiss of death, and the Rockets 2 championships. Today, the anniversary of Game 1 win against the Magic in the 95 series. Todd Callis is going to join us at 4 o'clock. We're going to talk some Astros with TK on the road, getting ready to start a big road trip for the Orange and Blue. And we still got some odds and ends we can wrap up here, DJ, with the finals last night. I personally wasn't surprised at the way that game played out. Right. Luka's interesting because he's definitely not right. The knee still isn't, and I don't know that it will be the rest of this series, but he still was able to get his. Kyrie was interesting to me because he didn't shoot the ball well. Right. He didn't have a good night. But then when they interviewed him in game, he kind of was nonchalant about, it's game 1. We expected their crowd. This is what we expected. It's like at that point they were down 20-some. They made it a game in the third quarter, and no one could make a bucket.
Yeah, no, I think when it comes to the Mavericks, I'm not going to get too concerned yet, mainly because round 1 against the Clippers, they got blowed. They got blowed out in the first game, but then they made it a little bit close. Then the Clippers took it away against OKC, same ordeal, and then even against the Timberwolves, they were down by double digits, and then they came back and ended up stealing that game, and then they stole game 2. Also, it seems like with game 1 with the Mavericks, with Luka, with Jason Kidd, they kind of want to feel it out, see what exactly was going to work, what's not going to work, because they got the best player in the series. Every series that they walked into, for the most part, they've had the best player. And again, like Kyrie sometimes plays like he's the best player in the series also. So from what I've seen is game 1 is more like the feel, kind of what LeBron used to do back in the day, where like he was always lose game 1s, and then they'll figure out what they need to do to win, and then they'll come back again. Like the Celtics hit a lot of threes in that first half.
Yeah.
A lot of threes, and then they got cold for a little second, and they was able to pull it back together. But if I'm a Mavericks fan, I'm not feeling discouraged at all, because you hit us with your best punch, especially in that first half, and you still finished with under 110 points. So our defense clearly, Mavericks defense, they clearly were playing well enough to keep the game close. The offense just kind of dried up. You can't anticipate that Kyrie's going to have another game where he scores under 15 points, hits no three-pointers. P.J. Washington, who was, again, playing very well throughout the playoffs, is going to, again, not make that many threes. So, again, I think – and, again, Luka only having 1 assist the first time in his playoff career, I can't envision – if I'm a Celtics fan, okay, yeah, great. We won that game, but I know a lot of that isn't necessarily sustainable or isn't something you can really hang your hat on, that you can count on game after game after game, especially with Tatum not scoring.
It's interesting, too, because of the fact that it's like a chess match meets a heavyweight bout, right? The first game is always like the feeling out, kind of, you're throwing some punches, you're trying to read the opponent. Right. And then from a chess match standpoint, look, I think that Boston made the first move. They got their X factor, like Mario said. Porzingis was unbelievable, but it was because they saw something on film that said, look, if we run any kind of screen action, a guard is going to end up on Porzingis, and no matter whether he's played at all in the last 2 weeks or not, if you tell me that he's got to shoot the ball over a 6-foot guard with his wingspan, he's a good enough shooter that he's going to make shots, and he was huge for them. Now, from a Dallas perspective, how do we combat that? Do we fight through screens? Do we have to worry about shutting him down as opposed to being so aware of the arsenal of offensive shooters that the Celtics have?
Yeah, the thing that's sometimes kind of scary with the Celtics, even as a Heat fan, I hate to have to give the Celtics any props, but Porzingis came off the bench and got them 20, right? Like, you have Derek White that can get you 20. You have Jason Tatum who can explode. You also have Jrue Holiday who can have a big night. You can have Al Horford drain a bunch of threes. You can have, obviously, Jaylen Brown.
They're deep. There's no doubt about that.
They are super deep. So, wow, yes, I say if I'm a Mavericks fan, I'm going to be kind of confident because our defense was still respectable, especially in that second half. However, man, they are super deep. That's one of the deepest champion teams that I've seen make the finals in a long time. Like the Nuggets were deep last year, but I feel like they just had like a super duper all-timer along with a lot of good other players. This team has a plethora of guys that can end up in the Hall of Fame.
That's what I was talking to Jeremy about when you talk about NBA basketball over the last 10 years.
Yeah.
It got to the point where it's not your super dynamic duos. It's when LeBron went to Miami, and then
Right.
it was 3 with Ray Allen, almost 4, right?
Right.
But you have to have 3. When you look at it from Boston's perspective, I said you legitimately can go 4, 5, 6, because on any given night, like you said, yes, Derek White and Holiday are the first 2 in line, but there's so many other guys that are capable of giving you 20 and beating you. From a Dallas perspective, you know you have Kyrie and Luka. But then you have to get something out of P.J. Washington. You have to. It's like you can't go down the same list with the same kind of possibilities as Boston has. Is Lively going to be a 20-point scorer? No, he's basically just a run to the rack, alley-oop, and putback kind of guy. You don't really have, and they don't play Hardaway the way they used to play him, to where it's tough to say, well, who's their third legit if it's not P.J. Washington?
Yeah, no, that's a good point. But I think if Kyrie doesn't have the stinker that he had, we only had, I believe, 12 points.
Yeah.
As long as if he doesn't play like that and Luka is able to score while facilitating, what makes Luka so dynamic and so dominant is the fact that he can get you 30, get you 35, but he can also get you 8 assists. He can also get you 7 rebounds. He can control the pace of the game. The pace got way out of whack in this last game. And for whatever reason, the Mavericks this playoffs, they've had random games where they forget to even show up. Like there was one game against the Clippers. It wasn't game 1. But it might have been game 4 where they were like down by like 30 points in a blink of an eye. They made it a game. They took the lead. Harden and Paul George made some crazy shots. But they, for some reason, some games they kind of sleepwalk to start. But I'm fully confident that the Mavericks will be able to bounce back and make it a way, way more competitive game in game 2.
Okay, you say that, and then I'll combat that to you and say, okay, well, what I saw was Kyrie wasn't great, and Luka was everything, to your point. So what I'm going to do is I'm deep defensively. I'm going to take 2 guys, and I am just going to take it out of Luka's hand, and I'm going to say I'm daring Kyrie and company, because now even if I have one of those other good on-ball defenders on Kyrie, I'm not too worried about the other 3 guys beating me.
Well, if you're going to double team Luka or always blitz him with 2 guys, you're going to have wide open guys that's going to be able to shoot wide open threes, and eventually guys are going to start to drain them. We've seen it throughout the playoffs. How many times did we see P.J. Washington hitting big shots in every single playoff series? Like, he's going to eventually get going. So I don't know if that's a great idea. You know what I'm saying?
But okay? So say you double Luka, you put whoever, White or Holiday or Brown or Tatum. Someone's going to end up over on Kyrie.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then you have one of your bigs. Make sure they stay with PJ. Is Green going to beat me? Is the rookie that looked like he was a fish out of water, banked in a straight-on shot last night?
Right.
I don't know who else on Dallas I'm worried about beating me.
I think if you double, that probably makes their life easier, because now you're going to have, 4-on-3? Yeah, that's going to make
Should be, but with chaotic defense moving.
With Kyrie coming, being able to operate with more space. Because if you're going to double Luka, it's going to be at the top of the key or beyond the 3. It's not going to you're not going to get him. You're not going to double him at the post. He doesn't usually get the ball in the post. You're probably going to get him out by the 3-point line or a little bit deeper in the 3-point line. Now you have Kyrie along with basically 4-on-3 with a lot of space. I mean, these guys are going to hit their shots and things of that nature. So if it was as simple as doubling Luka, they wouldn't be in the finals right now.
I'm interested because I think they're going to see it more. It was effective last night from time to time. They picked him up, like you said, in the backcourt.
Yeah.
He turned it over a couple times, and Jaylen Brown got dunks, and it's like they got easy baskets. It's like, well, that is the head of the snake.
Yep.
Kyrie has to step up, but to your point, he can't just be a scorer. He's got to facilitate to find that open guy and open the floor. Otherwise, you're basically strangling the Mavericks and everything that they like to do.
Yeah, no. I mean, but again, it kind of worked last game. The chances of it working the entire series, and Jason Kidd, who's shown to be a great offensive mind or great basketball mind, along with Luka, who's obviously a great basketball mind, they're going to figure it out.
Yeah, it should be. Look, like I said, it's a chess match. And the minute that Boston tries to do that, then Dallas will try to do something else. I just hope, because I hate both teams.
You do?
I really do. You have to hate the Mavericks because the Rockets. I mean,
Rockets. So,
you have
why
to
do you hate the Celtics then?
Well, because growing up, I learned to hate the Celtics. I grew up in Milwaukee, and I was a ball boy for the Bucks when the Bucks were playing the Celtics every year in the playoffs.
Yeah. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
And every year, basically, except for one, we swept the Celtics. But otherwise, it was Bird, McHale, and Cancun.
Ain't nothing wrong with hating. There's nothing wrong with hating any Boston-based team. Patriots, Bruins, Red Sox. It doesn't matter. Celtics, whatever minor league team they got down there, you can hate that team too. If they're in Boston, you hate. I got my sister, she's from Boston.
Oh, really?
And her brothers and sisters are also from that area too, so we're always shooting each other crap for when it comes to anything Miami fan related to Boston fan related. So, so I hate anything. Me and my best friend Johnny back home, like we despise anything Boston related.
It's hard to root for either one of these teams, but with the whole Dallas and proximity to Houston and all that hatred in the state too, it's easier to root against the Mavericks in this series for me, though. I think that the Celtics have underachieved since the Tatum and Brown era. And
have they though? They've got.
They won one.
Yeah, but like Tatum got there in what 17? This first season was 17-18, right?
Something like that. Yeah.
They've been to a bunch of conference finals. This is their second finals appearance. If they win that, will it be really underachieving if by years? Well, what would that be like year 7?
Yeah, 7 years in, and they're loaded this year. Like if they don't win it this year,
yeah, for sure. But like a lot of teams, unless you the Miami Heat, the Lakers back in 2020.
Lakers fluke championship.
Fluke Warriors.
Bubble.
A lot of teams don't get to the finals. A lot. And obviously a bunch of teams don't get to the conference finals. The Clippers only got one in their whole entire existence.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, that's enough of final talk. Todd Cowles is going to join us next. Talk about that Astros game tonight against the Anaheim Angels, or whatever the hell they're called, the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. Series over the weekend with the Angels interdivision as they get ready to take on the Angels, then the Giants before they come back home. TK joins us next. Don't go anywhere. It's the Killer Bees with hour number 2 right around the corner right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
The Killer Bees are broadcasting live from inside the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Sam Houston Race Park. Now back to Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Hey, it's that time again, Killer Bees, and you know how we do it on a Friday. We catch up with the TV voice of your Houston Astros, Todd Cowles, brought to you by Texas Star Grill Shop and Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC in Angleton. You can start shopping for your new vehicle at lancezcars.com. TK joining us from the sunny state of California as the Astros getting ready to open up a weekend series against the Angels, who got the best of your Astros when they were here. And TK, I guess first and foremost, just an injury update is probably apropos because Bregman got hit on the hand, Tucker hit himself in the shin, and he was in a walking boot. What's the status for those two guys looking like for this weekend?
Good question. I think Bregman for sure should be back in there tonight. I don't think it's going to be anything more than just that one day for Bregman. Tucker missed the last couple of games, and then he was still kind of hobbling around when we got to the hotel yesterday. I haven't seen him yet today, so to be determined. But I think it's more likely for Bregman, but I think both could be back in there. But we'll see when the lineup comes out here in a little while.
So we got Fromber tonight, and after that little hiccup where he kind of had the breakdown, he seemed to have righted the ship. He's looked a lot better. Do you see the correlation with Caratini? It seems like, in my mind, Caratini has become kind of his Whoopi, kind of his Maldi of a year ago, where he's kind of settled back in. That veteran presence behind the plate can help, but he seems to realize that, he is such a key cog that he's got to stay focused mentally.
Yeah, I think Caratini has helped the last couple of starts. Last time he did have that little meltdown that you said was when they led 6-1 against the Angels, and here he is going against the Angels again. So hopefully he's got a little vengeful mindset tonight coming off that probably his worst start. You just don't lose 6-1 leads, especially at home, especially to a team like the Angels who you should beat. So hopefully he comes out here and does really well. He's pitched well most of his career against the Angels. Got more starts against this team than anybody else. He knows this lineup, even though they've changed a lot through the years. So hopefully he comes out here and sets a good tone for this road trip. These are 3 games against the Angels and 3 games against the Giants where you'd like to see the Astros start to get on a run a little bit. I've said it before. I'll say it again. They need to start playing better baseball. They can't continue to kind of tread water here. I think these next 20 games leading into the final day of June are really going to be critical to see where this team's going.
The Astros are now 7.5 games out of first place, 5.5 out of the wild card spot. The injuries starting to pile up. Joel has been saying for a while the Astros are going to be fine. But clearly, I don't know, maybe his faith is starting to wander. But what do you think? Do you think the Astros are going to be just fine?
Yeah, I'm going to go back to what I just said, the 20 games. If they keep treading water here, they're playing teams they should beat for the most part here in the next 20 games. They also have 4 off days between now and the end of June. So it's a favorable schedule for those 2 reasons. And if they continue, let's just say they go 10-10 and then they head into July and they're still sitting 7 games below 500, then I think you start to have real concerns as to whether this team can make a run in 2024. But I really do believe they have the talent. They're star-laden still. I mean, you look at across the roster, there's not many teams that have the kind of stars the Astros have. It's just a matter of getting it put together. And I think this is a critical time this season, what they do in the next 3-4 weeks.
There's no doubt, TK. And the fact is that, some of the guys that we were concerned about previously, and unfortunately Bregman gets hit on the hand, but he seems to be red hot right now and be getting back to what the Alex Bregman we're used to. And another guy like Yainer Diaz, whether we knew it at the time or not, but he gets the back-to-back days off and probably gets a chance to kind of just detox from all of that on his shoulders from being a psychologist and all the prep from a catching perspective and defense. He just focuses on hitting, and now we see the Yainer that we were used to seeing a year ago. It seems like they're getting guys back that they really need to make this offense catch up to the pitching, which has done really well lately. Do you feel like they're kind of catching their groove offensively?
It feels that way, and I know, as good as Tucker's been all year long, he hasn't been at his absolute best here the last couple of weeks. So it hasn't been a case where everybody's clicking at the same time. But, yes, getting Bregman back, getting Yainer back, Tucker will be fine. Jordan's going to be fine. Altuve's going to be fine. Pena has been a real nice step up from what we've seen the last couple of years. So this is an offense that's going to score runs. You still have the situation at first base. They're trying to figure out if Abreu's going to give you what he gave you at the end of last year. That needs to be figured out, sooner than later. And there have been some signs that he is feeling better, but he's also not quite all the way back to where we saw him at the end of last year. So it's kind of threading the needle, trying to win the most amount of games and still give Abreu his time to figure some things out. But yeah, the rest of the lineup should be good. Jake Myers having a career year and just came off his best month ever. So we'll see how it plays out, but I'm not as concerned about the offense as I am maybe about the starting pitching depth right now.
You talk a lot about the talent the Astros have, and obviously, it's still early, but at 28-35, basically only have like 99 games left. Why are you so confident confident that this isn't who they actually are? Because your record.
No, it might be.
Go ahead.
We're going to find out, right? I mean, you can't continue to keep doing this. You can't keep treading water, like I said. They might be this team, and you're going to find out here sooner than later. It's a 162-game championship schedule for a reason, and that's because you figure out who the best teams are. And right now, the Astros have not been anywhere close to the best team in the AL West, so they don't deserve to be a playoff team the way they played the first 63. And if they do that over the next 20, then I'm going to have my doubts. But they still have time, and I feel like this is a time in the schedule where they have to get it changed, or else you might be looking at who they are.
Todd Callis, the voice of the Houston Astros, joining us like he does every Friday right here on the Killer Bees. And TK, you mentioned the first base situation because obviously it's something that everybody is paying close attention to. But it's almost that delicate balance in the outfield, too, because you got Chaz. Chaz had such a great year for you last year. He was such an integral part of this team. And he was injured early. He hasn't been himself. You want to give him the leeway to kind of get it back. But at the same time, you're trying to play catch-up and win games, and you got guys like Dubon and other guys that are hitting the baseball. That's got to be tough for Espada and company.
Yeah, it's kind of a tricky spot. You're right, because right now, when the Tucker's back, whether it's tonight or tomorrow or the next day, when Tucker's back, Jake Myers is playing every day in center, so that leaves you one outfield spot to work with. And on the days when Joe Espada wants to get both Abreu and Singleton in the lineup, that's going to be Yordan for the most part in left field. So that means, yeah, you're not going to see a ton of starts for either Mauricio or Chaz in left field with that setup. But, yeah, Chaz needs to get things going. It's been a really frustrating year for him. He's still the guy that helped him win a World Series a couple of years ago. He's still the guy that's put up great numbers in his first few seasons, and it just hasn't worked for him this year. But there's not going to be a ton of at-bats for him to figure it out. He needs to get it done sooner than later because he like you said, there's too much competition right now in the outfield. Not to mention, Joey Loperfido, now Trey Cabbage is up. So, yeah, it's sitting there in front of Chaz. He knows that he has to produce or he won't be seeing a lot of playing time.
And that's exactly where I was going with the Trey Cabbage conversation because now a guy that really wasn't being factored in until they just kind of picked him up and took a flyer on him in the move with the Angels. And suddenly, every time you put him in the lineup, he can play multiple positions. He has some pop. He homered the other night. You look at him and you say he can play first base, he can play corner outfield. Is that a guy that maybe should get more consideration to pick up some innings and some play at first base and or the corner outfield?
Yeah, it's a legitimate thought. I mean, you have two guys right now in Singleton and Abreu that are strictly first base DH. So Trey's more likely to get time in the outfield, but is there a time when you can see him start at first base? Sure. And here he is in Anaheim. It's a little homecoming for him. This is a team he played with last year, and he made his debut against the Astros here at Angel Stadium. So maybe he does get a start or two in this series. We'll see how Joe plays it. But Cabbage is an interesting guy. He was a 30-30 guy last year in the minor leagues. He's got incredible athleticism, great speed, great power, a little bit too heavy on the strikeout. That's something that plagued him with the Angels early this year with the Astros as well at the minor league level. So, but he's a interesting athlete that could see more at bats as we go along here. And I would think Joe gets him in at least one, if not two, starting lineups while he's back here in Anaheim.
And he's got a little motivation going against his old team. I'm sure that would fire him up even more, not that he needs it. But I'm curious now, before we let you go, how do you see this series playing out? Because so many people are insistent that you have to sweep the Angels. The main thing for me is always just win the series, because if you win series, you're going to get back into whatever you need to get back in because you win more than you lose. It's a big series, but I don't think it's a desperate series to say you got to win them all.
No, it's hard. It's hard to win every game on the road. Sweeping on the road is not easy. And even though the Astros have been a better road team than a home team last year, it's still you can't go into a series on the road and expect a sweep. Having said that, you've got Framber going tonight, coming off that outing against the Angels at home a few starts together. He'd like to turn around. You've got Hunter Brown going tomorrow. He's been at his best lately. And then you've got JB going on Sunday. I know they had trouble with Tyler Anderson back in Houston. He's pitching that middle game. So that's the one right now that, you look at and say that could be a tough matchup with the way he pitched against the Astros. So, yeah, taking 2 out of 3 would be fine. If you can get a sweep, beautiful. Just keep playing good baseball and win as many games as you can and hopefully come home with a winning road trip here against the Angels and the Giants.
I know you like to walk and get out when you're on the road. Do you put your Mickey ears on and get around the craziness of the Disney, or do you stay as far away from it as possible, being that close to the theme park?
Yeah, when we used to, back in the day, stay near Anaheim, it was a little more tempting, and now we stay in this other area down by the beach. So I walked the beach yesterday. I think I got about like a 5-mile walk in and enjoyed my off day. 29 games in 30 days is a lot for the players, but even for the announcers, too, it catches up to you a little bit. So yesterday was a much-needed and much-appreciated off day.
Well, rest up and get us some victories. We'll be watching you starting tonight, you and Blummer, on the telecast. And thanks for joining us, as always.
Sounds good. Talk to you next weekend.
That is Todd Callis. He is the TV voice of your Houston Astros, and he is brought to you, as always, by the good people at Texas Grill Shop and Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC in Angleton. You can start your shopping for a new vehicle at lancezcars.com. Okay, we've covered the finals. We've covered Rockets. We've covered Astros. Let's get this man in his complete wheelhouse. Well, I said it, but in the hive with the Killer Bees as DJ and I break down some Texans minicamp and so much more. If you got questions about your favorite football team, get them to us so we can get them to DJ. 713-780-3776. If you want to call or text, hit us up on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter as well, as we will be kicking some football around. Coming up next, don't go anywhere. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
You're listening to the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Sam Houston Race Park.
Hey, we're back from Sam Houston Race Park. Another big weekend here at the track as everybody is ready to bet on some horses and have a good time. You guys can too. You can come out. They got all kinds of specials going on right now as we get ready for a big race weekend. Live racing starting at 6:30 tonight. General admission is only $5, and there's $4 big beers, $2 wines. You can come in and have some fun. And then, of course, tomorrow, watch and wager on the Belmont Stakes. All the information, shrp.com. Nick just came by with Joe from the track. We might have those guys on before we get out of here to give you guys just a little extra incentive for why you should be here. But always a great place and a lot of fun and a great environment if you want to follow the ponies and have a good time, especially on a big weekend like the Belmont Stakes. All right, so we talked about this previously. Jeremy's out. DJ Bieneme is joining me. We know that he knows everything and covers all things Texans for ESPN, so we want to get into some Texans talk. If you guys have questions, 713-780-3776, text, call, you know the drill. Tweet us, however you want to get the questions to DJ. He's the man that has the finger on the pulse of everything going on with this team. And DJ, I want to start with the whole thing with Lassiter because – we know that the speed was an issue coming out of the combine.
Right. And
everybody was like, well, is it football speed versus 40 time? What is it? And Caserio was very adamant that, hey, look, in pads, football speed, we like what we saw on tape.
Right.
And Jeremy and I had the conversation. Is he better suited inside, outside? Does he have a chance to be that second corner? Are you going to look at Henderson and Okudah? Now, all of a sudden, all we're hearing is how good Lassiter has looked in this mini camp. And I'm curious your thoughts, your takes, and then how does that translate because they're not in full pads going 11 on 11 full speed?
Yeah, no, Lassiter has looked better than Jeff and CJ early on. It's not like a big gap, but it's enough to where it's like, hey, he's a second-round pick rookie. You're going to go with that guy because he has way more upside for the future, right? Like, you have him under a 4-year contract. CJ and Jeff, they're both free agents after this year. They're probably going to want to go somewhere else and try to see if they can compete for a starting role anyway when you have a guy that is looking like he has the inside track to start anyway, and he's a rookie, right? He's only played on the outside also. I remember one practice, it was the practice in the bubble, Cole Thompson and I, we were just talking about Kamari, and we both realized, like, yo, he hasn't played that much on the inside if at all. Cole's like, he's only seen him take one rep there. So he's mainly been on the outside throughout the majority of the time. And the long speed, granted, we haven't seen that many plays where that's going to really get tested. But in terms of just being able to stay in his zones, whether it's quarters, cover 3, and actually, do his job, do his assignment, stay over the top, he hasn't had any issues there. And he's been able to transition out of his back pedal, break on the ball. Because, again, the video that the Texans Twitter put out of him breaking up a pass that was intended for Stephon Diggs.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. I mean, again, like, you can
the deep route too. He stayed with him from a speed perspective.
Right. So again, like, if he can do that, then we're good. And to your final point about the pads, here's my thing. When it comes to cornerbacks, usually what you see from them in pad without pads is what you're usually going to get out of pads. If they can't cover, there's no reason to think that because they got pads, they're all of a sudden now going to be able to cover. And then vice versa. If they are covering, there's no reason for me to think now that they have pads, he won't be able to cover. Unless he's like a guy that's game is only predicated on physicality. But in today's NFL, you only got 5 yards to do that. So you can't even get away with that. So, for you to be a good corner, it's really going to come down to your footwork. And what I've seen throughout minicamp is he's fundamentally sound.
So, and that's another thing. I've never been a guy that could be wowed by anything out of a mini camp.
Yeah.
Right? Because of that. But if there are things that will stand out to you, it is the ability, the speed, the size, and the strength.
Yeah.
Especially when you talk about guys that maybe change their body type or guys that, have been in the gym or guys that put on weight. And from, like you said, the skill positions, to me, it's always been about just the breaks and the speed and the one-on-one competition to show, hey, I can compete with the ones at a high level. And so from that standpoint, I'll put more credibility in the fact that he has looked good guarding, and staying with a guy like Stephon Diggs than I would if you told me, oh, in 7-on-7s he looked fantastic.
Right, exactly. No, bingo. And again, I think the most important part, while yes, it's only mandatory minicamp, it's only OTAs, only off-season programs, the guys that tend to run with the first team usually are the guys that are going to be running with the first team when the season come around.
Mm-hmm.
That's usually how it goes. And the fact that he's already earning those first team reps at cornerback just shows the trajectory that he's on.
So let me run this to you. So we know that GMs and coaches can be the master of the spin, right? They're going to pump up their guys. They're not going to be too critical. They want you to believe that everything that they've done and the guys that they have are the best thing since sliced bread. But we were talking about yesterday, it means something more when you hear and see guys like Stingley, guys like Will Anderson talking about a guy like Lassiter. Like the fact that it's one thing if they're blowing smoke from the organizational standpoint. It's totally different if the guys that are out there huddling up every play with this guy or these guys are the ones that are the one blowing his horn.
Yeah, no, exactly. I think, they're always going to be positive to start out when they talk about these guys. But we always have to pay attention to, how over the top they go. And they've been over the top. Obviously, Will was over the top. Stingley barely even tweets.
Right, right.
He barely even tweets. And, he doesn't even run his own Twitter account. He has his team kind of handle that.
Must be nice.
But if it's him, you'll know it's him. Just like when he tweeted, that's why we call him Locksmith.
Right.
So that's clearly him. These guys clearly see the talent in Kamari. So, again, he's earning the respect of his team. And going forward, he has the inside track to win that starting role.
So if he wins the starting outside corner, then are they looking at King as the guy inside, or what's the options on the inside?
Yeah, it's probably going to be King. I mean, I guess you could try Jeff, but
they brought in the guy from New England too, right?
Yeah, Miles Bryant. But, King knows this game. He's played in this game. And honestly speaking, I'm always weary of cornerbacks that came from New England under Bill Belichick. Bill Belichick could make a donkey look good at cornerback because Bill was is probably
a donkey's got a good chance to make an ass of themselves.
That's true.
Yeah.
But Bill is one of the best defensive minds in terms of elevating cornerbacks or defensive backs this game has ever seen. How many times have we seen a guy leave Bill, especially at the cornerback position or safety, and completely fall off the map, face of the earth? I remember Malcolm Butler, obviously he was really good with the Patriots. He gets to Tennessee. He has a couple good years. And in his last year in the NFL, he's top 5. He's top 10 in tackles. And if you're a cornerback and you're top 10 in tackles, that means then people are throwing at you a lot and you're giving them a lot of completions. So, yeah, I think Desmond King has the inside track for that nickel spot because he's played it for D'Amico last year. He knows the scheme. He knows where to be. And, again, that's a spot he's been playing for some time now.
Well, and the other thing, as you mentioned, but Jeremy always brings up, well, you know what, they cut him once, and then they brought him back, so they really didn't have that high a regard for him when they cut him out of camp a year ago. But the fact is, when he came back, he made some big plays down the stretch for a team that had to fight and scratch for everything that they got. He can hit. He's experienced. I don't know your feelings on that, but it seems like he's a guy that fits – everything that they want him to do. Maybe he's a little slower, yes, but I believe he knows ball enough to realize he can make up for some shortcomings.
And another thing is they had Tyree Thomas, who had basically not a fully guaranteed contract, but a lot of his contract was guaranteed. So that just really came down to roster management at that point, where it was just all right. Because TT and Desmond King, they're pretty close. I think TT is probably better as a better cover corner. Desmond's probably better in terms of getting in the run game. But, it was, kind of flip of the coin. And at that point, the finances are going to kick in that aspect. So it was more of that than anything. But he came back. As you said, he was able to make some plays. And he started on the defense that went to the playoffs. And he was able to, make some plays here and there. So, yeah, I don't necessarily see anybody being able to kind of take that role from him. Because, again, last year what really hurt him was finances. Because, again, you had somebody that was competing with him that had guaranteed money, where King didn't have as much guaranteed money, and it clearly made sense to just go with TT, who I believe had better cover skills.
So if Lassiter's outside, King's inside, What does that mean for guys like Henderson and Okudah? Like, like you said, maybe they're still searching and looking for a chance and an opportunity to start somewhere.
Right.
If they don't get the starting gig here, are they the kind of guys that you're either shopping or that they want you to shop them, or are they going to be content being insurance policies and backups?
If you shop Jeff Okudah or you shop C.J. Henderson, what do you think you're going to get?
No, I mean, I'm not. Look, I'm not saying that they're going to get
Fields and Zach Wilson and Mac Jones. They all just went for 6-round picks.
Right.
What makes you think you don't get anything for
Or their agent just wants them to be. They want to get out.
Yeah, but I think they're going to have to ride it because they're not in the positions where they can demand that or leverage that. Because think about it, like Shaq Griffin, he got cut. I don't think he accidentally, but he got cut. And what happened to him? He went to the Carolina Panthers, was on practice squads. Like the grass ain't always greener.
Sure.
Because we already know, especially at the cornerback position, guys get hurt, right? Like it's rare where all three cornerbacks are healthy the entire year. They play 100% of the snaps. Injuries are going to happen. Things happen. You're going to get your opportunity, and this defense is scheme-friendly to cornerbacks. So it would behoove them to be patient, and I think they would be patient and just play their role. And then, when the opportunity comes, take advantage of it.
Because you think about it, a year ago with the offensive line, that was the perfect example of they didn't plan ahead for the plethora of injuries that they experienced, and then they were out like grasping at straws and panicking before the season started, trying to find guys to fill roles.
Right, exactly. I mean, like the only guy that played every game was Shaq Mason, right?
Mm-hmm.
At right guard. I mean, you had Titus miss time, you had Laramie miss time, you had Kendrick Green, they both out for the season. Patterson broke his leg. He was out for the season. Like it was like a musical chair. And those chairs, you didn't want to sit in them because it was like, okay, am I next?
You might get injured, yeah.
So, so it would make sense for them to kind of just,
make
the
out?
team. Yeah, make the team because, like, hey, if you're on the team, you make the 53-man roster, listen, you still get paid, man.
You're getting paid, and you get a chance to win.
And I don't know how much winning matters to cornerbacks, but, you still getting paid.
I think by the end of your career, you want to experience that, especially if you haven't yet.
Yeah, but like they're still like this is their fifth season in the league. Obviously, third team in 5 years, but they kind of want to cash in. Like I can't blame them. I mean,
Yeah, they got to prove that they can get another deal. But at the same time, if you're getting paid, you might as well be with a winner instead of being with the Lions and the Falcons and teams that haven't won.
Well, the Lions are pretty good
now, but he ain't there.
Oh, yeah, you're right about that. But I mean, hey, listen, wins can't get you paid. Wins cannot get you paid. If I'm a cornerback and they're just winning games, but I'm on the sideline, I can't. I'm not
he's
getting
playing
paid
for
off
another
that.
deal. I get that.
Yeah. So you gotta be patient in that aspect.
All right, we got plenty more to get with DJ on the Texans. The next thing is the other guy that everybody seems to be talking about. If they're not talking about Lassiter, they're talking about a guy that looks like he might finally be coming into his own, no matter how much scrutiny and injury he's had. We'll talk about Kenyon Green next. Don't go anywhere. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
You're listening to the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Sam Houston Race Park.
You just want someone to talk to.
Back on at Sam Houston Race Park. DJ looking for someone to talk to. That's why you guys are out there talking to us and listening to us as we talk Houston Texans. We talked a lot of Rockets. We interviewed Mario Ellie. We talked Astros. We interviewed Todd Callis. Now we're getting down to the heat of the matter when it starts talking about your Houston Texans and minicamp and everything that's been going on with the Texans. We talked about the entire situation with the secondary, the second corner, Lassiter, Henderson, and Okudah. But the thing that I started hearing about was the left guard position all offseason. It seemed to be the position less than strength, the position that everybody wanted to talk about because of the fact that Kenyon Green, first-round pick, has basically not lived up to billing. He's been hurt a lot, and you just didn't know what you didn't know about would he ever get a good run blocker, not a great pass blocker, and what were your options? How were they going to handle that? Now, lo and behold, he changes his number. He changes his body type. Everybody's talking about the fact that he looks so much better. Again, it's only camp. We don't know how he's going to do in pads, but at least the signs are pointing upward when it comes to a guy like Kenyon Green.
Yeah, I mean, he looks like an offensive lineman that can make an impact for an offense. He looks apart. One thing that I've noticed, like obviously Shaq Mason is kind of an anomaly, but like the majority of offensive linemen that are effective, it's really like they look the part. You know, like not saying Shaq Mason doesn't look good.
Some guys look doughy, right? But they're still good offensive linemen.
It's not as frequent as one would think. It's not as frequent as one would think. Because look at the ones that are good. Look at Quentin Nelson. He looks chiseled. Like obviously, he has whatever. But look at Laramie. Look at Titus. Like let's go. Look at Lane Johnson. The list goes on. Mm-hmm. And Jason Kelsey. Even towards the
end. Big fella in Detroit.
From
Oregon.
Penei.
Yeah, Penei Sewell.
Like,
Penei Sewell. Yep.
They're the Colts starting center, Ryan Kelly. Like guys that are legitimate Pro Bowl level or effective level offensive linemen, they look the part. Now, there's some guys that they don't, and that's okay. Like, that happens. But you got to look the part, because most guys that don't look the part, they get tossed around like a rag doll at times. And now, and again, that just shows that, okay, he's starting to realize he's a professional athlete. This isn't college. You just can't get by with just being athletic or being able to just be bigger than everybody. Because I know you remember his rookie year his rookie year, that obviously that feels like centuries ago, and then you didn't get him a pass. But that gauntlet where he went against like the Washington Commanders defensive line, the Tennessee Titans defensive line, and they were, just absolutely wailing.
Yeah.
There were times where he was getting bull rushed into Davis Mills' lap, But now I don't think that's going to happen nearly at all. Now he looks the part. Now we'll see what pads come on. But the fact that he physically looks good gives me so much more confidence. I think a lot of people's concerns with Kenyon Green was just his physique. I have one homeboy that's a Texan fan, and he always just asks me, like, what Kenyon Green look like. Not how he look on the field, but what he actually looks like, because, that was a question regarding Kenyon Green.
Yeah, and that's what we hear a lot, too. And, of course, the first thing that everybody's going to do is scrutinize because he was a first-round pick.
Right.
Jeremy always talks about the fact that Kyle Hamilton was a guy you could have had if you didn't take Kenyon Green, but you chose Kenyon Green, and then he's never going to forget that. But if Kenyon Green was playing the way he played at A&M, then you probably wouldn't have to worry about Kyle Hamilton because you would have a starting left guard that's capable of playing with an offensive line that's going to hold their own and going to do a lot of good things. But instead, you not only had his inconsistencies, inability to pass block well, and all the things that happened early on, but then you get this whole debacle with Caserio where he said it wasn't an if, it was a when. We knew he was going to get hurt. So then they give him all this, hey, attaboys and admirable attempt to do what you did. But at the same time, if you knew it was coming, you also didn't add depth and didn't prepare for plan B. Right. And now there's even more reason to get mad at the kid before he actually really shows what he can do.
Right, yeah. With Jeremy, did he just start saying that about Kyle Hamilton this past season?
Yeah, I think it's been. I think he's looked at it now because of what Kyle Hamilton has become.
Okay, yeah. So it's probably you have Kenyon Green, the injuries, what Kyle Hamilton became, and then Jalen Petrie kind of regressing a little bit. That probably because coming into last season, we all thought Jalen Petrie was gonna
take
another
Pierce.
step. Yeah. Like, those were two guys that we believed from that class, along with Stingley, those guys were going to take legitimate, step forward. So he's probably a little, sore about that spot, mainly because Petrie also regressed too. So, because in reality, coming into last season, you could have had Kenyon Green, who was supposed to get better than you, thinking that Petrie was going to take that next step and become a Pro Bowl level safety, because he had a historic rookie type season. So I get where he's coming from there, but it's good to see Kenyon Green is starting to look like the guy that you take in the first round. Because, hey, perception and image is a lot. It means a lot. Like, if we saw C.J. Stroud looking like a sack of potatoes, we'd be like, what's going on over there?
Right.
So when you're a pro athlete, your image matters, right? That's why Zion used to get killed so much.
Sure, still does.
Because Zion looks like, at times looked like he was overweight. And then the injury starting to happen. And, is it causation? Maybe. But, like, at least you have a reason to pinpoint that. And at times, you could kind of say that with Kenyon Green, just in the sense of not fully investing into your body. Your body is what's going to make you a bunch of money going on. It's made you a bunch of money, but it can extend the length of your career because your body is your temple. And if you take care of that, you're always going to give yourself the best shot to perform on Sundays.
Well, he came in with his temple being the temple of doom, and maybe now it's more like the temple of boom if he can perform.
Right.
But when you look at the offensive line as a whole, and the three of us had this conversation last year about how high can the Texans go with their offensive line. But if he is going to be penciled in at the left guard, and he does take that step that we've been waiting for him to take, and you have a healthy Tunsil and a healthy Howard and Shaq, is Juice the center? And then you just go?
Yep. Juice the center. I think that 5 could be, I know I was saying last year they could be top 10. I underestimated how much they were going to struggle in terms of run blocking, but that had much more to do with everybody being in sync. Because, again, like, in the zone, read blocking, outside, inside, everybody has to be on the same page. Like, all right, you're going to work on this guy, and you're going to move up to the linebacker. I'm going to go ahead and pick him up. And everybody, the chemistry matters, and playing together matters. And, obviously, they didn't do enough of that. Because think about it, from the second week of training camp, Titus Howard breaks his hand, okay? You have a little bit of continuity. Then, I forgot.
Juice was out.
Yeah. Juice, he ended up getting hurt at the end, and Kenyon Green gets hurt at the end. And then on top of it, you had Scott Questenberry get hurt like the first week of training camp. So, like, you had a whole bunch of moving pieces there. But I actually think they were solid in pass protection. Mainly because CJ had one of the more longer times to throw, but he was only pressured, like, at an average rate across the league. Most guys that are pressured at a high rate across the league that held the ball a lot, also had really bad offensive line. But the fact that
and to your point, the first 2 weeks they gave up 11 sacks, and they just looked awful. And then when we expected them to be at their absolute worst because of the injuries, they actually played some of their best football and didn't give up any sacks.
Yeah,
so,
I remember against the Steelers, right?
Yeah. So the big thing to me is, yes, you could have 5 individuals that play their actual position well, but if you don't have that continuity, I always said, and this has been the history of them in the recent years with their offensive line, if you got to play musical chairs and you don't have continuity because guys are going from right tackle to left guard and moving around from center to guard, you don't have the continuity to kind of help the helper and help the guys on the line that are helping you and have their back. And that means as much sometimes as just having 5 individuals that can play their actual position well.
Exactly. It's like if 5 guys were trying to carry a big couch, and like guy 1 is trying to move backwards, guy 5 is trying to move the opposite way, guy 3 is trying to move forward or whatever. Like, the couch not going to go anywhere.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So, like, everybody got to be on the same page. And it's kind of similar to that with the offensive line. In the fact that there's a lot more health. They're a lot healthier now. Granted, every offensive line for the most part is healthy. Obviously, Laramie and Titus, they didn't practice in minicamp. But D'Amico said they're on track to be ready to go once training camp comes around, which is great news for them because they've invested a lot of money and assets into the offensive line.
Okay, so we're going to start, I just on the fly, we're going to start DJ's mailbag because we're starting to get questions for DJ. At the top of the hour, we'll get some of the questions for DJ. If you have those questions, text us 713-780-3776. You can call the program in Austin and let us know you're on the line. We'll get you in with DJ. If you want to hit us up on Twitter, which DJ never checks to respond to unless you direct message him, you can do that as well.
Thank you. That's for the safety of my employment.
I am here to also make sure that as the protector of DJ on this show, that I will make sure that as the prerequisite prerequisite that you don't use Twitter to reach out while he's on the program. The easiest way is I'm looking at text messages right now, or you can do it on either YouTube or Twitch, and we'll continue to get your questions to DJ at the top of the hour. What I want to get into next before we get into your questions is more of mine because they're more important, and that would center around the running back position. They went and they got Joe Mixon, but they don't have a true number 2. It's my belief that they don't have their number 2 on the roster currently and that they're going to go outward somewhere at some time to get him. I'm interested in DJ's perspective on that and a whole lot more. Stay right where you are. This is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
You're back with the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Sam Houston Race Park.
You heard the man. We are at Sam Houston Race Park. It is myself and DJ Bieneme, the beat reporter for your Houston Texans on ESPN, as we continue to roll into your weekend. And we're basically having you guys have a good time. We covered Astros. We covered Rockets. We covered the finals. We're now getting into some Texans talk, and we're leaving it up to you to ask some questions that are stacking up for DJ. We'll get to those at the top of the hour. But some of the things that Jeremy and I have been kicking around and top of mind coming into Texans training camp right around the corner, I wanted to get DJ's thoughts. Running back, to me, is an interesting position, DJ, because I believe a little bit more in Joe Mixon than Jeremy. But I have said all along that I think that the number 2 running back on this team when the season starts is not currently on this roster, and that it is important enough that I think that they'll be looking for teams that want to get rid of veterans. They'll be looking for guys that might be able to add depth, maybe not because they drafted one or because they're expecting Pierce to have a bounce back. And I'm curious your thoughts on that, and the fact that they seem to be relying pretty heavily on a guy like Joe Mixon, who might be a little bit on the backside of his career.
I mean, Dameon Pierce looked good at minicamp. Like, he looked like he had that. He looked similar to how he looked in 2022 training camp, which is some of the explosive runs. Like, he had some where it was like, oh, okay, that looks like the Dameon Pierce that we expected to see. Because it's funny, like, what you see in practice is usually what you're gonna see in the games when the season comes around. Like, there's some some exceptions to the rule, but that's one thing that I've stuck to, right? For example, like Dameon Pierce 2022 making plays. Dameon Pierce 2023 in practice was pretty quiet. He wasn't running. He wasn't having those big runs, and we saw it in season. Chancellor, from KPRC, he gives me a lot.
Johnson, yep.
Yeah, he gives me a lot of poop for this, but I was a Tank Dell skeptic at one point, and he obviously gives me a lot of crap for it. But he was making a lot of plays in training camp, so my eyes should have been like, oh, okay, he's gonna make plays in the season. But I was like, all right, I want to see when the season gets around here. So, granted, it is mandatory minicamp, but even last year at mandatory minicamp, I didn't see Dameon Pierce make any runs like that. So, I think Dameon can be your number 2, and you'll be just fine. And again, like, you're gonna have Joe Mixon, who should be able to handle some of the workload. You're still going to have Dare, who can be your third down-ish type of back, and he gives you special team.
He's a hell of a kicker.
And he's a hell of a kicker.
Yeah.
And he gives special team value. So I actually think, like, the number
So you don't think that the number 2 might be still out there?
Nah. But again, like.
Well, you're also the guy that didn't believe me when I told you who the quarterback was going to be at Tennessee.
That's true, though. But I did tell you when we were off the air, oh, wait, I'm getting text messages that Case might start.
After you looked at me crazy when I said it a couple times.
Yes. I did look at you crazy.
You both did, yes.
I did look at you crazy. I did. But, I just couldn't fathom them going with Case Keenum in that moment with their season on the line. And they got lucky. We can be honest, right?
Yeah,
they got lucky in that game.
Yeah.
They should have lost that game, but they didn't.
But would they have won the game if they didn't play Case?
I think they could have won that game.
I don't know if they'd have won with Davis.
They scored 16. What was it? 19.
It was
16?
a bad game.
Yeah, they scored 19 points with 5 periods with 5 full quarters.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Davis can. Hey, one thing Davis can do, he can get you to that 13 to 19-ish range. We know he can do that.
He can stick his neck on the line for you. So with that said, and you're getting questions lined up for you as well, but when I look at it, is there any concern that Mixon, because he's a little older, like what happens if he gets dinged up? And the other thing is Jeremy and I were talking about this the other day. They seem to be the runner-up when it was coming to Saquon Barkley.
Yep.
But now it doesn't seem like there's that same passion in terms of getting that big-time upgrade running back. Now it's like we traded for Joe Mixon. We'll be all right with the guys that we have, as opposed to when you hear Slowick and D'Amico talk, they talk about how much how important the running game is, and they want to run the football to be a good football team. It seems like systematically you either get a guy that's a huge upgrade, or because it's that San Francisco-type offense, we've seen Miami do it, we've seen other teams do it, they'll just do it by committee and find a way to make it work.
Yeah, I think that's what they're going to do. They're going to do it by committee, led by Joe Mixon for the most part. But They do view Mixon as a big upgrade, though.
Is he capable of doing, maybe not all the way like he did in Cincinnati, but is he still capable of that, being that kind of guy?
We'll see, because there's a reason why they moved off of him, right?
But wasn't it money-wise, too?
Yeah, but he wasn't making crazy money. He wasn't making
But
crazy
they had
money.
the young kid coming up, and so they just decided, because Cincinnati's cheap.
They are cheap, but, it wasn't like Joe Mixon was asking for Saquon money. The year before, he took a pay cut anyway just so he could stay in Cincinnati.
Right.
So, it wasn't, obviously they tried to get Saquon Barkley, and they were ponying up, but obviously the money got too large for them to continue after that. But they do view that Joe Mixon is going to be upgraded. I remember we down at the owners meeting, I asked him if he's worried about any of the decline that running backs kind of face once they hit that age, and he said D'Amico said he's not anticipating any decline. He still thinks that Joe Mixon is a playmaker, because the one thing they do, they always trust the film. Even though some of the analytics might not favor Joe Mixon and the trajectory of his career right now, but they trust the field, they trust the film, they trust what they're seeing, so they view Joe Mixon as a bigger. Because think about how much they talked up Devin Singletary. They talked that brother up, and then they went and they got Joe Mixon. So they must think that Joe Mixon is much better than Devin Singletary. So we'll see how that plays out.
They went on record at the end of the season of saying they wanted to improve the running game. They wanted to improve the defensive line. And now you're looking at it and you're going, well, they improved the defensive line, but the two defensive tackles.
They improved the DN spot.
They're right. They improved the pass rush. Did they improve the defensive line? And from a running back standpoint, Singletary was really good for this ball club.
Yeah,
so they have to believe that Mixon is at least capable of being better than that. And not that they're massive shoes to fill, but at the same time, he did really well here.
Yeah, but I'll say this. You got Stephon Diggs, Nico Collins, and Tank Dell. Hey, if the running game ain't working, let's go, CJ.
You got a good tight end, too.
Yeah, you got a good tight end, Dalton Schultz. Let's go. You know what I'm saying? Obviously they brought in Joe Mixon, but this team is going to go as far, not necessarily as far as CJ takes them, because it's rare where the quarterback takes you all the way, where it's just you just hop on the quarterback's back. That's rare. Even with Mahomes, we love to talk about Mahomes this, Mahomes that, da da da. He always has a good team around him and a great defense. He just makes key plays. But again, they do, if the running game isn't working to the best of its ability, you do have Stephon Diggs, Tank Dell, and Nico Collins to kind of rely on to make plays.
Yeah, I mean, you look at it, and as much as if you had to pick one or the other, what are you more excited to watch? I'm excited to watch the offense. I know that the defense made some really key acquisitions in free agency, but at the same time, the defense still has some question marks. There's some holes to fill. When you look at this offense, if the only thing we're talking about is if Kenyon Green's going to finally be the Kenyon Green at left guard that we need him to be, the rest of this offense is loaded.
Yeah. I mean, listen, they got 6 primetime games not because they added Daniil Hunter. They got 6 primetime games because they got Stephon Diggs. And people want to see that offense, and they want to see C.J. Stroud in year 2. That's why they got 6 prime. If they didn't get Stephon Diggs, they might have had 4. They might have had 4. Maybe 4.5. Maybe something got flexed. But getting Stephon Diggs is what kind of propelled them to this team might be a team, dark horse that can go to the Super Bowl.
Is there a reason why he didn't talk to the media until minicamp? He was in Houston. He was in, I think, because he was tweeting about if you miss your exit.
Yeah.
He was in town. Normally teams, as you know from covering multiple teams, they normally have a press conference the minute the move is made and the deal is done. And it would just seem to me that he would have already talked, and it took so long for him to actually talk to the media.
I would say, I'm going to frame my words very carefully. There are some things that the Texans struggle with when it comes to understanding that they're a billion-dollar organization. I think sometimes that, from the top down, they don't realize, hey, you guys made a big move.
Yeah.
Let's get out in front and discuss it and keep it pushing, right? Get it out the way.
Right.
It's kind of like a lot of corporations do that, whether it's the White House or whether it's if it's a big news story, you get out and you discuss it because you're
well, it's a positive, right? It's not like, you do the news dumps on Friday afternoon when you're trying to bury it in the weekend and you don't really want people to pay attention. But if you acquire Stephon Diggs for a team that has C.J. Stroud and a bunch of weapons and a chance to improve, That's something that you want to start blasting off fireworks and neon signs and sending out, media blasts.
Yeah.
And instead, he doesn't talk till minicamp.
Yeah, no, hey, listen, everybody in the press locally, we were on them asking over and over and over and over and over. But, I'll give the PR some slack. Some of it was above their heads in that regard. Yeah. So
Okay. All right. So there was another question for me, but you guys got questions that are stacking up for DJ. We've got several here that we're going to get to. We're going to do DJ's mailbag next. If you have a question for DJ on the Texans or NFL, shoot it to us 713-780-3776 on the text line. You can hit us on YouTube or Twitch or Twitter. Although DJ doesn't check it. We'll be back with the final hour of the show next on the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
You're back with the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Sam Houston Race Park.
Hey, back on the Bees, 2 in the books, 1 to go. Final hour of the show. It's not what's in the rearview mirror, it's what's in the windshield, and it is a massive horizon of DJ Bieneme as we talk Houston Texans football, taking you up till 6 p.m., getting you ready for your weekend. We have talked Rockets. We have talked finals. We have talked all things Todd Callis and the Astros starting a series tonight with Fromber on the mound against the Anaheim Angels of Los Angeles and California and Disneyland and all that. But I want to do DJ's mailbag because a lot of you guys have a lot of questions, and I'll hold mine for after because I still have several. But we've got a couple. Pessimistic Chad said, not in the know about Okudah, but the Texans grabbed him early in free agency, and he's rarely mentioned. Is he a viable third corner?
A viable third corner? Yeah. Because most third corners, I mean, like, you're kind of scraping at the bottom of the like he'll get out there and he won't embarrass himself. And
but maybe the better question is does he have a chance at the second corner? Aha.
Kamari's up, man. Kamari has a big lead.
Is that done deal?
I don't want to say done deal. He's still, he got to show up in camp, in mini camp. But like guys that run with the first team offense, especially at mini camp, at that point, I mean the first team, whatever, offense or defense, and you're a rookie. That's not by accident. That is not by accident.
Because it's interesting you say that because, like, even when I worked in the NBA, they're going to put the 5 out that they want to be starters until you prove that you're not worthy of it by screwing up.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, if he's going out there and he can't handle the playbook, handle just the intensity of training camp, then yeah, maybe. But in terms of also like Kamari looked better. Like,
Yeah, that's the main thing, right?
Kamari looked better. Like Kamari has been able to hold his own. Like there's been enough times to where Jeff has gotten beat deep down the field, right? Like when I posted that one play of John Mechie, he obviously wasn't able to come down with it, but who did he get behind? He got behind Jeff.
Yeah.
When Tank Dell caught that deep ball from Davis Mills during 7-on-7 on Tuesday, who did he get behind? Jeff Okuda. If you're a cornerback and you're getting beat deep, you will go from playing cornerback to selling insurance really fast.
Yeah.
Really fast, because like that is a no. Like you can give up a lot of underneath stuff. People can figure that out. But if you're
It's also like we talked
deep,
about too. This is the one thing that you can actually put a barometer on from minicamp. Like you're judging speed. You're talking about. He's getting beat on just straight speed plays coverage.
Yeah, and it's not like they're having them press a lot up, at the line of scrimmage. So it's Kamari just look better. You know what I'm saying? Kamari look better, and he's younger. So I would much rather, if I'm the Texans, if it's even, you go with the young guy.
Well, plus, you're invested in him for your future no matter
Exactly,
what, whereas these
exactly.
guys are on one-year deals.
Exactly. Bingo.
All right, so on the flip side of that, and this is another conversation that we have had a lot of dialogue about, but which Texans wide receiver might be the odd man out? You got Hutchinson, Mechie, Robert Woods, and Noah Brown, and now you got Skronik too. Who stays, who goes? Again, like you talked about, a lot of times right now you get an early indication of who they think is going to be the guys that are going to be around. They traded for Skronik. I mean, we've heard great things about Mechie again, but not from the players, but from the coaching staff.
Mm-hmm.
And so where do you see how do you see that room shaking out?
That's a good question, because I remember Jonathan Alexander and I, we actually discussed that a little bit at the last practice. I think, Robert, I don't want to say he's in jeopardy, but he's going to have a really good camp, because they can save almost $5 million if they cut him. Right. So you get rid of him.
I don't know him, but I've said that's the guy I think they're going to cut, because, like you said, they save money, and they got a lot of youth. And, again, like a guy like Mechie that they invested a draft pick in.
And Mechie's starting to look like the guy that you
Is that
took
real?
He's starting to look like the guy that you took in the second round. And he's run with the ones a lot throughout minicamp. And now, granted, it's just minicamp. I want to put that out there. But he's run with the ones more than Robert. Like, that's not by mistake. And, again, they brought back Noah Brown, so maybe it can be between those two, and you just pick whichever guy, I mean, in reality, you can say that $5 million, guys, these cap gurus and GMs, if they can save money, they're gonna take that they're gonna take the opportunity every single time. And again, you have Hutch, you have Mechie. Obviously, I think Ben, you can cut him and then just bring him back on practice squad. Who's gonna be rushing to sign him?
Yeah, I mean, I know he's decent in the slot, and he was good for the Rams, but I don't know. Special teams, I know that too.
Yeah, but you can cut guys like that and bring them, and you can cut that and then just put them back on practice squad and elevate them. Obviously you only have a few amount, but you can elevate them and then.
Jeremy said put Noah Brown on PUP early because someone's going to get hurt, and then
PUP, but he's not hurt yet. You got to be hurt.
He's coming off injury though, right? So you can start the season on PUP, or is he out there?
I mean, he hasn't practiced, so he's still rehabbing. But I mean. He'll be ready to go by camp. Like guys like him, the guys that are on 1-year deals, man, they're ready to go by camp, because him being on PUP isn't gonna
make his next contract.
Yeah, exactly. They'll just cut him.
So with a guy like Hutchinson, he shows he's young, he's got a lot of talent. If you try and stash him or cut him and put him on the practice squad, someone snatches him up.
Yeah. I think Hut has some juice to his game, and he can obviously help you in special teams.
Good size too.
Good size. I think it's somebody that they would actually want to keep. In all honesty, I could see it being obviously the main three: Mech, Noah, Hutch.
Okay.
Yeah.
So a Bear Clan loyal listener to the show says, "Ouch! I sell insurance, DJ." Well, the main thing is maybe you've got better coverage and insurance than you would as a defensive back.
Bingo.
Yeah, I'll answer that one for you. All right, another one for you though is someone wants to know about the fact that Xavier Howard is still out there.
Nope.
He said he wanted to possibly be a Texan.
Nope.
Well, there you go.
Nope. Xavier Howard got issues, man.
Well, I can see that. I heard some of these other things.
You just see the recent report. The man was sending, pictures of mom to, his, to a child. I mean, that dude has, and he's from Houston. Listen, that guy finds trouble.
It would have been a nice story until the other stories came out, and now it's a story that's never going to happen.
He's always getting sued for something, and it's never like he's getting sued because he didn't pay somebody something. It's like he's getting sued for assaulting or harassing or something that's like, yo, this guy might not be the type of guy that you want to bring into your locker room, So,
and that people, I think, kind of
awesome.
gloss over that a lot. But culture, and they and of course Easterby overstressed it. But at the same time, culture does still matter in this league and in a professional locker room.
Yeah, to the Texans' credit, the players' credit, and please, players, I beg y'all to keep this going. We didn't have this player got arrested, right? Like, look at the Chiefs, man. They got, you had the Rashee Rice situation.
Two of them. With Rashee Rice.
Yeah. Then you had
You had the fire drill going on with the musical drivers on the highway. Then you had punching a photographer at a bar.
Crazy. Then you had one of their, I guess, backup defensive linemen, animal cruelty.
Got a guy have cardiac arrest at a team meeting yesterday.
God,
they had a lot of things going on.
Right. So you do culture matters a lot. I know it's like a buzzword, but that is a thing. Like, you want to have good people in your locker room, and you can have some guys that are a little edgy, but not edgy to where the police get involved.
Right. Okay, they said might be a tough question for you to answer because there's a lot of new guys, but how would you rank the secondary? They said clearly our weakest position.
Not even close to the weakest.
I'd be happy to see them at top 15 or less. I'm thinking 20 to 23 out of 32 teams.
Secondary? That's not the weakest spot. I think the D tackle is probably the weakest spot. But I get what he's saying though, right? You have, say they go nickel. Out of the 5 guys, who do you have? I know he's going to hold it down.
Well, I think that you know Stingley will.
Okay.
Right?
Agreed.
From the standpoint of Petrie, he can get beat he takes wrong the angles a lot. He gets beat behind him a lot.
Okay.
Jimmy Ward can't stay healthy. Otherwise, you would hope that Jimmy Ward, experience-wise, could, but he's all a little long in the tooth.
Okay.
And then you're banking a whole lot on the fact that either Lassiter or Henderson or someone steps up to kind of claim a very important second corner.
And then you got King at the nickel spot.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I get where he's coming from in that aspect, which is why, I do want to see training camp because I do also have questions about the secondary in terms of the coverage aspect. Again, the Texans last year played Zach Wilson, Derek Carr, Russell Wilson, Kyler Murray, Bryce Young, Desmond Ridder, Will Levis twice. The list goes on. They play a lot of bad quarterbacks. This year,
oh man,
you're playing Dak. You're playing Josh Allen. You're playing Tua. You're playing Rodgers. You're playing Mahomes. You're playing Lamar. You're playing there's somebody else that Trevor Lawrence. And if Anthony Richardson stays healthy, I mean,
Caleb Williams, you don't know what he's going to be, but you're playing the number 1 pick in the draft.
You're playing Jordan Love. You're playing a gauntlet. Actually, if I actually look at the schedule, I'm pulling up on my phone right now. Bear with me, radio audience. If I actually look at the schedule right now and look at, because a lot of team people, when they look at schedules, I do the same thing. Whenever I see a schedule, I look at, okay, my team is going to win this or win that.
Right.
I'm mainly looking at, okay, who they're playing, like what quarterbacks do they have? I'm looking at it right now, right? Because you got Colts, Bears, Vikings. Wait, am I on the right schedule? Yeah.
Bears is week 2. Vikings.
Okay. Making sure. Jaguars, Bills, Patriots, Packers, Colts, Jets, Lions, Cowboys, Titans, Jaguars, bye. Dolphins, Chiefs, Ravens, Titans.
Tua, yeah.
How many games where you're like, yo, that quarterback is a bum?
Even the young ones are highly, highly regarded top-of-the-line draft picks.
Right. The only games where you can, if I'm a Texan fan, where I can say, oh, yeah, we good is the
Minnesota.
Vikings, Minnesota, maybe if AR isn't fully back to normal. And then if Will Levis is still, still has his issues or whatnot. Because he has a lot of talent, but
you got Jaden Daniels, you got Caleb Williams, and then the list just gets tougher.
Drake May, and that's it. Drake May, some of the young guys, and that's it. Everybody else has made a Pro Bowl recently.
Yeah.
And we're not talking about a Tyler Huntley Pro Bowl. We're talking about I made the Pro Bowl as a starter or as
a legit, not a fill-in, but a legit.
Right. So the secondary, if it's a legitimate problem that's gonna pop up throughout the season. Like you listen, you can. It's hard to scheme up. Like I think D'Amico is a great off defensive mind, but the only guy I ever felt comfortable with, it don't matter who was in the secondary, he's gonna be able to make it work, was Bill Belichick. That's the only guy. That's the only guy, because he, for whatever reason, it looked like he was a genius in sense of knowing exactly who you wanted to go to on these specific plays and removing that guy and making quarterbacks hitch. And obviously, like D'Amico comes from the Robert Saleh tree where they believe in making quarterbacks hitch so the D-line can get there. But we'll see. So yeah, I do want to see what the secondary looks like right now. Yeah, it's probably not top 20 right now. Maybe maybe not top 15, 16 right now. But let's at least see training camp in the preseason before we start making no declarations.
All right, there you go. We will continue to roll on with DJ's mailbag. We got a couple more questions there. I got several questions for DJ. We'll have some fun, too, along the way before we get out of here. But if you guys have questions for DJ or us, it's a F yeah Friday, in my opinion. So 713-780-3776. You can call, text, hit us up on all the different avenues of social media and otherwise that we are at. We'll take a break. We'll come back with more. It is the Killer Bees on a Friday, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM. Hey, before we go to the break, let me tell you about my good friends at Allstate, because Allstate is the best at siding and windows. They are phenomenal. And we remember last year's record-breaking heat. We're already getting close to those triple digits. Don't wait until full-blown summer before you make your home more energy efficient. Now's the time to call for windows and siding at Allstate Windows and Siding. Built for Texas, their wind-tested hurricane-strength windows and the siding are Texas tough. They sustain the weather elements. They can hang on during hurricane season and be durable. But the main thing is, in the summer, they keep the cool in. In the winter, they keep it nice and warm. And they protect you from the rain and the wind and all of that other stuff. I just had new windows put in at my house. And I, of course, went to Allstate. They did a phenomenal job. Mary and her family have run the business for almost 50 years, and her brother came out and was great. You get a free estimate just by calling him. He came out. I said, I'm interested in windows. He walked me through the different options we had, from the windows and the companies to how they would help the house, and he did not lie. First and foremost, the curb appeal makes the house look more modern, more upgraded, and phenomenal. But the bigger thing is, I'm saving 30 to 40% on my energy bills, and I know that I've got the great protection from a company that is an expert in their field. Right now they're running specials, 30% off all windows, $2,500 off a complete siding job. All you got to do to get that free home estimate is call them, 832-204-1936, 832-204-1936, or you can always go to their website, which is allstatewindowsandsiding.com. But tell them I sent you by, because I would not send you to anybody else. They are phenomenal. You get that free estimate, and you can look at windows and siding from the very best. Call them today. Get them going this weekend, allstatewindowsandsiding.com.
The Killer Bees are broadcasting live from inside the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Sam Houston Race Park. Now back to Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Jeremy out, DJ Bieniemy in. Talking all things Texans after we talked about so much in the first 2.5 of this show. Great to have DJ in, friend of the show all the time, but always great to have him in to show kind of the wealth of knowledge as we covered all the different sports and the different topics here in the H-Town world. But now we're opening it up to DJ's mailbag. We're getting more into Houston Texans talk. You guys are asking questions. I'm trying to get you the answers. Rocky on the YouTube channel, any word on Bullock? I have not heard much of him after they drafted him. How do you see him?
Yeah, no, he could work his way kind of. I think he'll play because injuries happen and whatnot, and obviously Jimmy Ward is a little bit longer in the tooth, so I could see a scenario where that happens. Or, man, honestly, like if he's playing very well in training camp, I could see a scenario where they bump Jimmy down to nickel. I could see a scenario like that because he played a lot of nickel his last year in San Fran. But, Bullock hasn't really run with the ones at all. It's really just been Jimmy and Petrie.
Jimmy's big thing is just got to stay healthy because he knows D'Amico's defense. But, right. I mean, that was, I think, more of an issue than anybody could have imagined last year.
Yeah, I know. I didn't anticipate him being – like, it was everywhere. It was either a concussion knocking him out of the game or a hip or a groin or a hammy. It was just crazy. Like,
yeah, it was just a multitude of things. Yeah. A couple from the text line. Could the Texans or Cowboys sign Kenny Golladay? Why would the Texans need another wide receiver?
Why would it be Kenny Golladay?
He got major money and then disappointed majorly with the Giants.
He's been out the NFL for some time now.
I think they got rid of him last year, but I don't think anybody picked him up.
Yeah, nobody picked him up. He didn't play in 2023. Yeah, he didn't play in 2023.
So I would say the answer to that is no. Are you concerned? Another text message. Are you concerned that the Texans didn't do anything to upgrade the backup quarterback position based on the fact that it seems like more NFL teams need a quality backup just in case?
I think Davis Mills or Case Keenum. I think they're both about as good as you can get as backup quarterbacks. Because the ones that are better, they usually end up going to places where they can have a chance to start. Jacoby Brissett, Gardner Minshew. They go to places where they have a chance to start, right? Where it's like a team that just needs a bridge, but they'll roll with this one guy. So, like, you're not going to get one of those guys to come sit behind CJ.
Right.
And if they do, they're probably at the end of their career. Like, Teddy went to Miami to go sit behind Tua, and he ended up retiring next year. Well, he went to Detroit, and he retired shortly after that. So, yeah, like, I think Davis is about as good as you can get. Case as good as you can get at this point. And honestly speaking,
plus the good ones you got to pay.
Yeah, exactly. And if they get hurt, I mean, if CJ misses some time, man, you just got to rely on that run game and your defense. Simple as that.
All right, I got a couple for you, but the things that have bothered me the most so far about what I've really loved about this offseason and how great it's been is the fact that, like, when we're talking about Diggs, and I think I even heard you say it, that essentially that he's here for 1 year. To me, you went out and you got a guy of that caliber. But the thing that bothered me was the fact that you restructured the contract immediately, and I guess you did him a solid. But you also gave up what looks to be a very high number 2 for a rental. Is that not concerning to some degree?
Yeah, I think once all the pixie dust of, oh my God, I got Stephon Diggs, once that kind of wears off just a little bit, you start to like comb through the details and like, oh, okay, this has more risk than people want to admit. Because again, like, I watched the film. Like, Stephon is still a good player. He's still an effective player. He's still like a legit top 10 type of receiver, but he did kind of decline towards the end, and some of that might have been scheme. Some of that might have been his. I don't say his inability to win vertically, because he could still win vertically, but it wasn't as frequent. Because what made Stephon Diggs so dynamic was, I call it a three level receiver, a guy that can win short, medium, and deep. And he was able to do that. He was able to do that at early parts of his career in Buffalo, but towards the end, especially that last stretch, he wasn't. And what if, hypothetically, he's not. He's on the back end and he's starting to decline for real. And he's basically like a fringe 1,000-yard receiver, which doesn't really mean that much anymore in today's NFL with the 17th game. Now, and let's say he leaves. Now you just give a second-round pick for a 1-year rental. You didn't go win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, and my thing is that second-round pick could have been a guy that ends up starting for you for 3-4 years and is a good young piece. And you basically you want some of that risk-reward involved in it, right? That he's still playing for the fact that he's got to prove himself. You gave him all the money up front. He's playing for the fact that he's trying to get another contract like we talked about with other guys. And then as it relates to Nico, you extend Nico. Otherwise, you'd have had two guys that were trying to hunt wide receiver money. Yeah. And now you basically took a lot of that out of the equation.
Yeah, no, for sure. So, I mean, now it's basically, I mean, it almost, I don't want to say feels like a one-year rental.
But it does.
Yeah, because it's like, okay, if Diggs plays to, let's say he turns the clock back a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And let's say, he goes for like 1,400, 8 to 10 touchdowns. He's probably going to ask for a deal a little bit better than what Mike Evans got. Can you really, as a team, stomach paying two receivers?
No, I don't think so.
Almost
you got to pay Tank down the line too.
Right. Because it's not going to be. You're not going to pay him for 1 year. You're going to pay him for at least 2 to 3.
2 or 3 he's going to want.
Yeah, and then you're going to have Tank. So you're going to have a situation where you're paying 3 guys. That type. Over $20 million because the cap's only going up. So, and the receiver market is only going up. We just saw Justin Jefferson get 35. Now, granted, like per year, Justin Jefferson is in a class of his own, but
still changes the bar. It moves the bar and shuffles the market.
Right. Same. Lamb is going to get close. Jamar Chase is probably going to get a tick more than Justin Jefferson if I had to guess.
CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah.
T. Higgins.
Nah, T. Higgins can't get nowhere near that.
He wants it though, But I'm just saying, look, you got guys. Look, Amon-Ra St. Brown is the 7th or higher than the 7th highest paid receiver in the NFL. It's when your contract comes up too. That means a lot because
T. Higgins can't ask for no 30 plus. If T. Higgins asks for that, you're gonna be able. Everybody in Cincinnati gonna be able to hear the Bengals laugh that man out of the office. Everybody in that city gonna be able to hear that. Everybody, what's the joke? I heard something so funny. Who's laughing? Because they're gonna laugh that man out of the thing if he asks for $30 million. I think he wanted a deal closer to Michael Pittman's contract, which I think that's fair.
What was his AAV on Pittman? 20-something?
I think it might be like 25.
See, because from a Nico perspective, the only thing that I said is, you don't have to be the best receiver in football or one of the best. If your contract comes up at the right time and they view you as a wide receiver one,
Agreed.
So you probably saved some money. But now everybody's going to be chasing stats. Diggs is trying to get another contract, so he's going to be chasing stats. You've got, Nico trying to prove that he's worth being wide receiver one, so he's going to be not as much so now because he's not playing for that contract, like I said, but it's still he's expecting to be wide receiver one type talent, and the first thing they look at is stats. And then you got a guy like Tank who, he set the bar high for himself already where he said the other day, I want to get 1,300 yards, I want to get 10 touchdowns. Bro, like this offense is so loaded. I'm not sure you might get to 10 touchdowns. I don't think you're getting 1,300 yards because CJ's going to spread the ball around.
Yeah. I mean, CJ said it best. Whoever gets open, and again, they want to run the ball. It's not like they were a pass happy team last year. They did finish top 10 in passing yards per game, but they wanted to establish a run. So, and then when you trade for Joe Mixon and you extend them, that's not a. I don't. That is a.
That's another one that was on my list to ask you because I'm good if you trade for Mixon and you want to skip the waiver wire and the claim line by giving up a 7th round pick. But then he's on a prove it deal, right? You want him to prove it, and then before you even have a chance for him to prove it, you give him 3 more years.
Yeah, but you can get out of his deal pretty early though. Like it's basically they just guaranteed the end of like 2024. And then you can get out of it without taking that much of a dead cap hit. In all honesty, so one thing Nick is known to do, he will take a dead cap hit. Because I'm looking at it right now, if they cut him next year, they'll take like an $8 million dead cap hit. Like we've seen them take much bigger dead cap hits. And then obviously in 2026, you can get out of his deal for a lot. You can get out of deal with and not take much of a dead cap hit. Because his cap hit is like $10 million. Dead cap is about $2 million. Probably save about $8 million. So, yeah. So, I get it, though. I get your trepidation. I'm just saying you can get out of it pretty easy because it's not that much of a dead cap hit.
All right, we got more questions to get to before we get out of here, but we're up against it for a break. So we're going to take another break. We're going to come back and keep rapping about Texans and other things with DJ as we get through a Friday and the final edition of the week of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
You're listening to the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Sam Houston Race Park.
Hey, back rolling through the final half hour of the show, which has been extremely fun, hanging out with DJ Bieneme, your Texans beat writer for ESPN, and more importantly, a friend of the show, friend of the station. And before we go into just football, we covered a lot of bases today. See, that's Astros. We ran the court. We finished at the rim. And we're going to finish strong here in the final 20-some-odd minutes of the program. doing DJ's mailbag, talking about a lot of things with this Texans team. Interested your feelings on this because he is a organizational legend. He is the first Ring of Honor recipient, I think, or one of them. But J.J. Watt kind of got called on the carpet, and I loved it, by Pat McAfee, who said, enough of the BS. Why you keep talking about playing? Here's the audio.
Why are you doing all the like you're going to play, maybe not play?
I mean, I answered one question about it at my charity softball game.
Yeah, but I think
you said this would be the last year.
Yeah, it's the truth.
So you're definitely playing.
No, I didn't say that. I just said this is the last. I also don't know if that's like I'm
that's
training.
A lie, yeah.
I'm training. Right now I train weights 4 days a week and cardio three days a week.
Are you still doing the exact same football workout?
I'm not doing the exact same, but I've realized it's been very, very hard for me to let it go. So it is very similar. Yes, my workouts are extremely similar. I'm just trying to figure out how to let it go and how to transition into, like I've told you before. I want to walk into a room and know I can beat the out of anybody in that room. I don't want to let that go.
How do you feel right now?
With my legs in a barrel, not great.
Okay, so he's there for that soccer tournament to win $1 million. He's got a team playing in that too. But we know that Aaron Rodgers has always been super thirsty for the attention and can't let it go. How much of this is that, or how much of this is you have a legitimate insurance policy on the D-line and a guy that they would literally consider if something happened where they needed him?
If they didn't consider him last year when they had JG on one ankle, Will Anderson on one ankle, why now?
Old boy that had to walk away from football for a while, right?
Yeah.
You lost depth at that time, and it didn't happen. But at that time, it didn't look like he was doing football workouts because it looked like he had thinned out quite a bit. Now he looks a little bit more like – because at that point I was doubting. Like, I didn't think physically he looked like he could take the rigors of being a D lineman.
Yeah,
he looks like he's more of in his football shape, but – I mean, does he still have it, and would they consider him?
So the thing when we would really know is after training camp, because guys at his age, they don't want to do training camp.
Right.
You know, how many times have we seen veterans join a team after training camp and be just fine and contribute? Guys don't like training camp. Like older vets, they hate training camp. So I think we'll know by week 1 if it's dead or not. But, yeah, I don't.
So that rolls
I'm
into –
I'm not moving. I think JJ moves the needle for this team.
There was a lot of articles about biggest surprises or most underrated players on rosters lately in the NFL, and Danielle Hunter's name came up as the most underrated player on the Houston Texans.
What?
I'm interested in your thoughts on who right now would be the most underrated player on the Texans, and then who has the most to prove?
Underrated. I would say so when we say underrated, we mean amongst Texan fans or nationally?
I think it's national.
I think it's Laramie Tunsil, easily.
Underappreciated, as they list it. Underappreciated.
Yeah, it's easily Laramie Tunsil.
Seriously?
Laramie Tunsil at worst is the third best tackle.
Trent Williams.
And then who else? You could maybe go Tyron Smith. You could maybe go Andrew Thomas. Like, he's in the argument. If it's not one, he's in the 2-3. Danielle Hunter is not in the argument for the best pass rusher in the game, right? Like, Laramie has a case to be the best left tackle in the game. And, like, people don't talk about him in that aspect. He's never made an all-pro. At least Danielle's made all-pros before.
Right.
He has multiple he's made the Pro Bowl 4 times. I think Larry's made it 4 times now.
But maybe more so from an underrated standpoint of you already had Will Anderson Jr. You went out and got the premier pass rusher on the market in Danielle Hunter. And now all of a sudden, oh, by the way, you added a guy that had double-digit sacks a year ago for Tennessee, and no one's talking about him. Maybe in that way, would you say?
Maybe, but again, I was going to say, in terms of underappreciated or underrated, I still think it's – because, again, we know people outside of outside of San Fran know who Trent Williams is. People know who Tyron Smith is. People know who Andrew Thomas is, right? Some people even know who, I don't want to butcher his name, but left tackle for the Vikings is. Some people, not everybody. People know who the tackle for, outside of, Miami know who Teron Armstead is, how many people know who like legitimately realize how good Laramie Tunsil is? People, because again, like when we talk about underappreciated or underrated, it's about how many people truly understand how good
I'll
this
be honest
guy
with
is.
DJ on that same argument. I don't think a lot of people know who Autry is.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, no.
Maybe in the game of football they do, but like from that same perspective, a lot of guys,
fans,
it's not a position, too, where there's
Right,
household names.
Yeah, nah. The Nico Autry is not a household name at all, nowhere near. But again, I go back to Laramie. Laramie's just a better player. If you compare, obviously, he's not, different position, but just in terms of value to their team. Like think about it. Like, CJ is – what I came to realize last year was CJ actually walked into a really, really good situation. A situation to where I think if they had Bryce Young, they don't make the playoffs, obviously, but they probably still win 7 games. Because, like, it was that good of a situation, right? You had a 1,000-yard receiver, basically. You had Tank Dell. You had Dalton Schultz. And you knew for the most part, because, again, like, CJ held the ball a decent amount, but he was pressured at a league average rate. That means that you got people busting their tails to keep you upright, and that O-line starts with Laramie.
But I just think that, and a lot of it has to do fairly or unfairly with contract, right? So he's paid really, really, really well. He was paid
for sure.
And then, so what do the people do? Well, he didn't want to play because they were out of the playoff picture a couple years ago, and a thumb became a season-ending injury, and they had to basically bribe him to play. And then they talk about, well, he's had all these penalties, and every chance there's any penalty on Laramie Tunsil, it is facts across Twitter. It is, here we go again, and we're paying him how much to do this.
That's funny.
So that's why it's tough for a lot of people to grasp the concept of he's an underrated player.
But when we say underrated, I mean like nationally, like even outside of Houston. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like in terms of, because obviously, like yes, the Nico Autry is very underrated. He's actually a really good football player. But like, and obviously a lot of people don't know him at all. But like Laramie isn't a really good football player. Laramie's an elite. Like he's arguably their best player on the entire roster. But if you ask Texan fans or you ask fans that aren't Texan fans, who the Texans' best player is, they're not going to say Laramie Tunsil.
No.
They're going to say CJ. They're going to say Will. Or they're going to say Daniil. Or they're going to say Sting. Or they're going to say Tank. They're not going to say the only guy on that entire roster that for the past 2 years had legitimate all-pro discussion.
Mm-hmm.
Like he like in 2022, like if he was on a better team, he probably gets it. But it was because they were on a bad team and people weren't watching as much. And this past year, Tyron Smith plays for the Cowboys, so that obviously played a factor where you play matters. So again, like that's why I feel like, because I don't even think it's like a debate. Like Laramie is their best player, hands down. He's arguably
even with CJ now.
Yeah, he's still their best player. Yeah, easily.
Like we're talking CJ in top 5 discussion.
CJ is their most valuable player. But I think Laramie, because Laramie is an all-pro.
Because he's proven already?
And he's an all-pro player where CJ, we think he can become that next tier of guy, right? But let's say hypothetically he does exactly what he did last year and has like similar numbers. Let's say like 2 more touchdowns. Let's say he has 25 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, 4,300 passing yards. Nobody's going to be like, oh, that's a top 5 quarterback.
Yeah. Right.
A lot of discussion with CJ.
So it's like he's got to keep proving it.
Yeah,
you can't just
a lot
be
of
one
it
year.
is projection. A lot of it is projection because we saw what he did as a rookie, and we think he's going to get better. That's why a lot of people already say he's top 5 because they anticipate he'll be a top 5 guy. But right now, as of today, you can't say he's a better player than Laramie Tunsil. Laramie Tunsil to me is their best player on the entire roster because again, like name what player last year, if you look at the degree of difficulty, had a better performance than he had against Myles Garrett in the playoff game. Myles Garrett had, I think, 0 pressures in that game.
Best pass rusher in the NFL.
The defensive player of the year had 0 pressures against Laramie Tunsil. What other guy has a game like that?
Yeah, I mean, you're right. You can name him on one hand, and it's probably just a couple of fingers.
Yeah.
That could do that. Trent Williams could do that.
Right. And if you look at the Texans, the only player that had a game comparable to that was CJ against the Buccaneers, where he threw from 500 yards. Yeah. That's the only game that, and maybe the the Bengals game, but he threw a pick in that game. So, like, where he was basically flawless, right? Laramie was flawless in that game, and you look at what it was, and then CJ gets the Bucks because that was a top 10 defense coming in, and he tore them apart.
So is CJ under the most pressure coming into camp and for this year because of the fact that no one thinks he's going to have a sophomore slump? Everybody thinks he's top 5 to 7 in the league already because of his first year and the fact that he's now been labeled basically a can't-miss, can't-fail franchise quarterback.
I would say it's probably Bobby.
Slowick?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Because, like, what we do in the media, people protect their agendas and protect their takes, right? So if I'm a person that's been saying C.J. Stroud is going to be top 5, he's going to be a top 5 guy or he's going to be an MVP type of guy. He has Stephon. He has Tank. He has Nico. He has Dalton Schultz, Joe Mixon in the backfield. If he's not playing up to what I think he can be, people usually going to point the finger at everybody but the guy that they want to blame, and it's going to start with the offensive
unless
coordinator.
He makes really bad throws or decisions.
And the chance of CJ going this year and having like 17 interceptions with like 21 touchdowns just seems unfathomable. So, like, I think it's probably going to be Bobby Slowick.
That's interesting because I would say it would be Diggs,
pressure,
Pierce, and Petrie.
For pressure, the most pressure?
Yeah, because and I'm sorry, Kenyon Green. Kenyon Green has to be right up there at the top because the pressure is on Kenyon Green. This is make or break. The fact that you had the two guys that were the two guys that were the best offensive and defensive player 2 years ago, both had really bad second years to where can Pierce do anything? Can Petrie get better?
So you mean individual pressure, not pressure for their effectiveness is going to affect the team's wins or losses.
Right. It's just their individual performance.
Oh, okay. Well, it's not Bobby then. It's probably.
I think it's Kenyon.
Yeah, it's Kenyon. It's Kenyon. It's Petrie.
Pierce. Look, you can't lead the team in rushing one year and then be an absolute disappearing act.
But I think it's Petrie and I had people in other offices, front offices, asking me if Petrie was available because the word around the league was Petrie was in the doghouse. People were wondering, like, is that something that they could trade for? Obviously, I was always told them I don't think that you could probably get him, mainly because, like, that's Nick spent a high pick on him and he obviously has talent. But, for sure. I would say, turn pressure, Petrie's up there, Green's up there. I don't know about Pierce. I feel like,
you didn't spend a lot to get him in draft capital, but at the same time, when he does what he does his first year, everybody's kind of banking on, and I don't put as much stock into fantasy football as Brian and Jeremy do, but at the same time, people are like, hey, he's going to really keep running the football and take off as a big time back in this league, and then he basically, is a disappearing act.
Yeah. But I think that the pressure for that, or the pipe already bursted. The pipe bursting turned into Joe Mixon. So I don't think he has much pressure in that regard because they still going to have him under contract. Maybe going to camp next year, he could have some pressure in terms of just to meet the roster. But I think the pressure, the pipe already burst, because they got Joe Mixon. So that's how I would look at that.
All right, well, there's a little bit more. We've got one segment to go in the show. We're going to wrap it up next. Don't go anywhere. Before we start your weekend, finish it off with us. Live from Sam Houston Race Park, it is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
You're back with the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Sam Houston Race Park.
That is the music of one Framber Valdez, as he has become a roller coaster, and you don't know which one you're going to get. Hopefully the good one that's been good lately is Framber Valdez, and he starts the road trip off in Anaheim against the Angels tonight on a good note, and this team gets some victories, gets some revenge over an Angel team that took it to them here in Houston very recently. So keep our fingers crossed, hope that he keeps it between the ears and between the corners of the plate down low and throws ground balls, and they get a victory. Big thanks goes out to DJ Bieneme to join me today for a full show based on the fact that Jeremy and BMAC out. We're at Sam Houston Race Park, by the way. Stop by here all weekend long. The doors are now open. They're getting ready for racing. And you should be here because it is the Belmont Stakes this weekend, so there is a lot going on, and you can watch that race here as well as bet on live horse races and have so much fun. Right now, live racing starts at in about a half hour. General admission's only $5 to get in, and then you can have a great old time betting on the ponies and enjoying some of the atmosphere here. The bar's hopping already. $4 beers, $2 wines. And then tomorrow, watch the Belmont Stakes. Get ready for more racing here. Watch, wager, and again, have fun. All the details, shrp.com. Before we wrap things up, DJ, I was curious from your perspective. We still got to get to the car wreck of the day, too. But from your perspective, how much does schedule matter? Because we go back and forth. I mean, last year, it was a bad schedule, and you were supposed to win. But yet you had some struggles with some teams you were supposed to beat. A couple of them you lost to. Now, like you and I were talking about, it's not just quarterbacks. If Rodgers plays, the Jets loaded up. They're a totally different team than we saw a year ago.
Yeah.
You've got good quarterbacks throughout the schedule. No matter how good the Texans are and what they did, it's the gauntlet of the schedule they got to play.
Yeah, no, I think schedule matters a lot. And when you play, like, for example, like, obviously the Miami Dolphins are known as a team that does not like to play in the cold. They struggle in the cold. So if they have to go to Buffalo in December versus going to Buffalo, let's say, in September, that's a different game. Completely different game from a game plan standpoint across the board, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, like, schedule matters a lot, right? Let's say, like, the Texans, I highly doubt they're going to be a team that's great in the cold. So, if, obviously, they're going to Kansas City later in the year, that's a different game if it's in September or October. You know? So
Green Bay, too.
Yeah, Green Bay, too. So like,
they got lucky in the fact that they're probably not going to see snow in Green Bay.
Yeah, exactly. Let's say that game is in
December.
That's a completely different outlook-ish, you know what I mean? So, yeah, I think schedule matters a lot, the positioning of the schedule. And, again, like, what if hypothetically, like, because, you know, momentum is everything. Because so much of football, along with skill and talent, skill, talent, coaching is also belief. A lot of it is psychological. Let's say, not the Texans, but let's say, like, if you're a team that's, like, fringe, like, it can go either way. Like, you're a team that, let's say the Jets, right? Because they are a team that can go either way. They can be really good, they can be really bad. Or it can implode. Let's say their schedule was, obviously they got San Fran to start out. But let's say on top of that, it was then they had to go to Kansas City. And then they had to play Baltimore. And then they had to play
Buffalo.
Yeah, like they could be staring at 0-4, 1-3, and now coaches is getting fired. Now, obviously, they don't play those teams that I mentioned, but, you know, just hypothetically now, you know, coaches are getting fired. PT people might turn, you know. Because that, hey, one thing about when stuff goes south with the Jets, for whatever reason, like it goes south, and it takes a while to get it back going. So, yeah, like, schedule matters a lot.
There you go. All right, let's get to the car wreck of the day real quick, Austin, before we get out of here. All right, before we get out of here, we got to get to this because I promised DJ he's got to hear this too. It could be the Dallas Mavericks because they laid a massive egg in Game 1 of the NBA Finals. But it goes out to the Golf Channel, I think, and it would be unanimous, especially after you hear this, DJ. The on-course reporter of a Pro-Am golf tournament believed that a college football coach playing in the Pro-Am was Vince Young and told him he was Vince Young, and it sounded like this.
Vince Young playing this week, and he's down with 4.
What?
Played 6 seasons in the NFL, arguably one of the best NCAA quarterbacks of all time at Texas. Picked up golf about 4 years ago. What's the biggest shift you make going from the ultimate team sport to now the ultimate individual sport?
Now, I apologize. You have the wrong person. I'm Everett Sands over Citadel, which I'm a football coach. But the thing is, the great thing about golf is that I'm not only competing against myself, but I'm competing against everybody else.
This is your first pro-am ever played, and what's the best part of being out here?
Well, being out here is a great thing, and having an opportunity to play with some professional golfers is a intimidating thing, but also a great thing.
So you get the gist of it. The fact is she tried to adjust on the fly, bad on the entire Golf Channel staff because, one, the guy introduced it, setting it up. Then she had the notes to prepare for Vince Young. It was actually the head football coach at the Citadel. And kudos to him because he could have basically gone off and gone, you don't know who the hell and what the – and instead he tried to roll with it too. But shame on you, Golf Channel. I think it has to be the car wreck of the day.
That is crazy. Was the guy also bald?
He's a black guy, but he's small. Like, you know what Vince Young looks like. He's a big, intimidating dude.
Vince Young is a large, I wonder which producer set them up that way. The producer's the one who's gonna get his.
You know, they're just looking at the tee times and going, oh, the next group should be Vince Young, and then it ain't Vince Young, and they don't know.
Oh my God, that's one of the craziest. I'm surprised I didn't come across that. That should have been trending on social media.
You're crazy, right? Well, I appreciate you, my man. Thank you for joining us. Always a pleasure to see you, but especially even not football season doing something like this. Austin Rodriguez back at the station doing all the hard work there. I actually did the engineering here. Come out to Sam Houston Race Park this weekend if you want to have some fun and get some money down on some ponies during the Belmont Stakes. SHRP.com. Y'all have a great weekend. Jeremy and Brian should be back in the building, and Jeremy will be back with me on Monday. So have a good weekend, and the Killer Bees and the Hive will be alive on Monday right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.